Chapter 861. Ash was working in Dole's laboratory. Although she was pregnant, it did not affect her enthusiasm for the experiment at all. Of course, she called it taking care of Dole. But rather than taking care of Dole, it was better to say that she was looking at Dole's research results. Many things also inspired her, and her strength improved unknowingly. Although the ice and snow goddess meditation method has not been practiced to the end, it does not prevent her from following Dole to understand some things above level 7, which is of great benefit for future improvement. The two people are working day and night to study. The news of Dole's level 7 soon spread to the imperial capital, and spread throughout the north and south of the Glory Empire. The Glory Wizard Alliance even publicized this matter as a great achievement. Not only within the Glory Wizard Alliance, Wandering Wizards, Wild Wizards, and Wizard schools all knew about it in a very short time. In Waz City, after hearing this news, Erangel's mouth twitched. That kid has actually surpassed him. In the northwest no man's land, on a wizard tower, Donnie covered his face. He was too ashamed to see anyone. That kid was already level 7. It was really too fast. It's only been 2 years. Donnie's meditation method has not been practiced to the end, and he is still a long way from level 7. In the Glory Wizard Alliance, everyone who has dealt with Dole was extremely shocked. Wasn't he only level 6? It's only been 2 years, and he's already level 7. What is this thing that he practiced? How can it be so fast? The whole world was shocked for a while. In the southeast of the West Ring continent, next to a huge mountain range, the valley is quiet, birds are singing, and flowers are fragrant. Dozens of wizard towers stand on both sides of the valley. In the distant mountains, thick smoke billowed from the top of the mountain, rising into the sky. It was a real active volcano. Around the active volcano, dozens of peaks collapsed for unknown reasons, and the scene was in a mess. But it did not affect the distant valley. Outside the active volcano, dozens of huge, towering strange trees stood up, emitting strong flame energy, announcing their existence. Their roots penetrated into the earth, deep into the magma, extracting the most blazing energy from the earth to supply themselves. The tree species was very tall, several hundred meters high, and the leaves were very wide. Even if a person stood on it, it would be as stable as Mount Tai. At this time, on the top of a tree that was not very tall, a Lihua Golden Tower stood up. Opposite this big tree, another wizard tower also stood up, which was no less than the Lihua Golden Tower. Unlike the Lihua Golden Tower, people came and went under the wizard tower, which was very lively. At this time, on the Lahujan Tower, Axo was very shocked. Dole is level 7? He is level 7? What does this mean? When I first knew him, he was only level 5. When I needed him, he was only a little higher than level 5. When I came out of his place, I had just reached level 6 not long ago. Now that I have been back for a while, he is actually level 7. This is too exaggerated. Doesn't he need to accumulate? Doesn't he need to temper his mental strength? Is he a monster? Axo felt a little sad. If he had known that the little guy practiced so fast, he would not have come back. He would have stayed there and plagiarized his achievements. That kid likes research. After reaching level 7, there are more things to research. I guess he will come up with some good things. Thinking of this, she didn't even want the position of leader of the Fire Wudong organization. Look at him, one person is a force. What's there to fight for? At this time, in the wizard tower opposite, Angelina was also quite shocked. Dual-Eye is already level 7. Wasn't he still level 6 a few days ago? Looking at the elegant old woman opposite, she was shocked. Old mother, Dual-Eye is level 7. The current leader of the Fire Wudong organization is called Hanshan Old Mother, whose real name is Tarina. She was also a little stunned at this time. 29 years old, level 7, this is too fierce. She lowered her head, thought for a moment, and said, I know, the achievements of that little guy are simply limitless. You go again and send some gifts. Didn't you harvest a batch of Lihuishan iron and Lihuishan crystal a few days ago? Send some. Angelina's mouth twitched slightly. Even if it was a gift, it didn't need to be so expensive. The old mother of Red Mountain looked at Angelina and said slowly, You don't understand. Axe's Lihua Golden Pagoda is of great help to us. You can raise a little bit, and we can buy it, or ask him to refine a batch. Yes, a batch. Angelina had long coveted Lord Axe's Lihua Golden Pagoda, and now she understood why. She nodded and said yes, or, I ask him if he is willing to mediate between you and Lord Axu. The old mother of Red Mountain suddenly laughed at this time. Do you think we know this news? But Axa doesn't know. She will probably come soon, and then leave here with the seedling. Angelina was shocked, and the old mother agreed. The seedling they were talking about was the seedling of the Wudong God tree. The Wudong God tree is a divine object that is only found here in the entire West Ring continent. Aksu has always wanted to compete for the position of president, just to be able to practice under the Wudong Mother tree in the middle, and strive to stabilize the 8th level as soon as possible. The trees around this circle seem to be phoenix trees, but they are not phoenix trees, but subtrees. Although these subtrees are useful, they are not very useful for those above level 7, while the mother tree of the phoenix tree can be used up to level 9. The mother tree is very sacred, and has a considerable degree of spirituality. It cannot be simply treated as a dead object. It is intelligent, and has its own preferences. The Fire Wudong organization was allowed to occupy this place with the consent of the Wudong tree. Even the leader of the Fire Wudong organization, Hongshan Old Mother, cannot practice for more than 2 months a year, otherwise it will cause the Wudong tree to be annoyed and expel her. This is a competition for resources. Hongshan Old Mother and Aksu are competing for the qualification to practice. They both want to comprehend the higher level of Lihua, or even the Phoenix Fire. However, a few years ago, the Mother Phoenix tree separated a subtree, and it is a subtree that can grow into the Mother tree in the future. This is the reason why Aksu came back. She wants to fight for this tree. But the Old Mother of Red Mountain never gave in. The two fought fiercely for this, destroying dozens of hilltops, but still in a stalemate. But will Aksu leave? Angelina was a little confused. The Old Mother of Red Mountain saw Angelina's doubt, so she smiled and said, "I was not sure at first, but I will leave this time. There is something more suitable for her in Dole." Angelina was puzzled. As far as I know, there is no environment for the Wudong sacred tree to survive in the Albise Mountains. Even if the sapling is taken away, what's the point? That is a sapling that can grow into a mother tree. If it was here, she could understand it, but she was a little sad to be taken away. This is a sacred object. The Old Mother of Red Mountain looked at Angelina, knowing what she was thinking, and then said word by word, "This is the meaning of the sacred tree. Aksu has been communicating with it all the time." Chapter 862. Angelina was really shocked this time. This was actually the intention of the God tree. This was the first time she heard that the God tree took the initiative to separate a subbody, and it was for the former president. This was too incredible. At most, they could only use the subtrees and practice at will for an unlimited time. Only occasionally were they allowed to practice under the mother tree. The God tree was willing to go with Aksu? This? Will the elders agree? The Lord of the God tree agreed. Can they disagree? The Wudong God tree moved without wind, and its huge will crossed time and space, and came to the Lihua Golden Pagoda. "Aksu, the time is ripe, come here." On the Lihua Golden Pagoda, Aksu opened her eyes. Facing the will of the Wudong God tree, she felt that even if she reached the 8th level, she felt very small. She stood up and bowed slightly in the direction of the Wudong God tree. "Okay, Lord Shinshu." She controlled the Lihua Golden Pagoda, and flew in the direction of the Wudong God tree. At this moment, a shrill voice sounded, "Aksu, you can't take the subtree away." Hearing this voice, Aksu's figure appeared above the Fire Golden Tower, and the speed of the Fire Golden Tower slowed down a little. She looked at the ground and saw a man looking at him with angry eyes. That was the elder of the Fire Wudong organization, also a level 7. "Master Aegon, this is the initiative of the sacred tree. Besides, the environment here can't support 2 sacred trees." Aksu's voice was not loud, but it was transmitted far away. Almost everyone in the Fire Wudong organization walking around heard it. Aegon roared angrily, "Under your leadership, the Fire Wudong almost fell into an infinite crisis. It was the Old Mother of the Redwood who led us back again. Your personality is not suitable for being the president. However, we can't ask about your competition for the president, but I don't agree with you taking the sacred tree away." Aksu wanted to say something, but the sacred tree in the distance suddenly moved with the wind, and an extremely powerful will penetrated the sky and fell into the organization of Hua Wudong. The Aegon looked unwilling, but soon fell silent. Aksu drove the Lahujin Tower and stood in the sky, with a slight smile on his beautiful face. Time quickly came to half a month later. No matter what happened outside, Dole still stayed in his wizard tower, and the comprehension of the rules in several directions was going on at the same time. The rules of Feng Shui were naturally felt after entering the 7th level, and now just need to be mastered. Everything is progressing slowly, Albise City is developing rapidly, and other people are constantly coming from all directions to live in Albise City, and inside Albise City, there are also constant population voices. In just the past few months, Albise City has added several thousand people in the new round of census. After the Chinese New Year, the next problem is to establish an academy. No one has experience in this area, and this is something that Dole needs to consider. As for the dean and the selection of teachers, they are also headaches. But there is no rush now. There are not many people in Albese City who want to enroll, so this matter is not urgent, but it needs to be planned immediately. Dole means that the funds will be provided by the City Lord's Mansion and the Glory Wizard Alliance at the same time, and the tutors will be recruited and then competed for the positions. But several families disagreed, especially the Lang family. They wanted to use their own candidates. Dole curled his lips. Using his own people is naturally to train talents for himself, and using social talents is naturally to train Dole. Dole also knows their little tricks. In fact, he didn't care about the selection of candidates. As long as there were enough teachers, he had plenty of ways to make them serve the city of Albese instead of a certain family. However, this matter still needed to be discussed, and there was no rush to confirm it now. It would be fine if these newborns grew up to the age of school enrollment. There was no rush to select the position of the dean. If it really didn't work, he could choose social talents, such as a Rangel in the past. It seemed pretty good now, and there weren't so many power disputes. In fact, he had already taken a fancy to a person and wanted to recruit him. This person was Donnie. He had a wizard tower, and his domain could turn a place into his own territory and become his own domain. Where to find such a dean? It was simply impossible to find him with a lantern. Moreover, if he came, he could also transform from a black wizard to a white wizard. It was a win-win situation. Why not do it? March 10th. Dole was practicing, and suddenly his heart was trembling, as if something happened to him. The three clones immediately checked themselves, and there was nothing wrong. Ball was also there. He then turned his eyes to Ash in the wizard tower. When he saw it for the first time, the corners of his mouth twitched. Ash had given birth, and she didn't tell him. Inside the wizard tower, Dole teleported over. At this time, Ash had successfully washed the child with the help of Rosa and wrapped it up. After giving birth, Ash held the child in her arms as if nothing had happened. Dole walked in. Ash was stunned, and said a little embarrassedly, "I know you were busy recently, so I didn't want to tell you." Dole looked at her reproachfully. "Isn't it my own child that I can't come out to see? Really, come, let me see it." As soon as he got close, Dole felt a strong sense of blood connection. He took the child from Rosa and looked at it carefully. He immediately felt two words, ugly. The skin on the face was wrinkled together, and it was hard to tell who it looked like. Rosa saw Dole's expression and said helplessly, "Newborns are like this. They will be fine in a few days. Dole, you look too disgusted. If you are disgusted, let me raise it." The child didn't cry or make a fuss, just looked at Dole quietly, and put a finger in his mouth and chewed it. Dole naturally knew this, but it felt a little strange. This is his child. He suddenly felt that he had more responsibilities, and at the same time, he had a little more inexplicable feelings. Is this the continuation of his life? She will inherit his property, power, and even personality and hobbies in the future. She is the continuation of himself. This feeling seems to be not bad. Feeling Dole's complicated gaze, the child suddenly didn't know what was going on and burst into tears. At this time, Ash hurriedly took the child from Dole's arms. The child needs to eat something. He was just born and hasn't had a mouthful of milk yet. Dole watched the child being taken away by Ash with eager eyes, feeling very uncomfortable, because it was his own child. He rubbed his hands. At this time, he had already put aside his status as the city lord and the president of the Honor Wizard Alliance. He was just an ordinary person, an ordinary father, with some expectations, some excitement, and some happiness. Rosa looked at Dole, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing Ash feeding the child, she felt very uncomfortable. If Ash hadn't chased her, she felt that she had a chance. But it was too late to say anything now. This guy was just a crazy cultivator, and it was impossible for him to consider marrying a second wife. But Gretel was not a good person. He was handsome, and had noble manners. Rosa thought about this problem seriously, and felt that she should consider it. Chapter 863. Dole's mental power is very strong. After practicing the nightmare meditation method, his mental power is even stronger and more delicate. He also has a special sense of perception. He can even feel some faint thoughts of others without dreaming. He looked at his daughter, and secretly glanced at Rosa. This woman is probably also considering getting married, but he doesn't know who she is considering. Last time, Axel said that she had a boyfriend, but he didn't know who it was. He vaguely felt that it should be Gretel. That kid Bernard has done some tricks recently. It always happens that these two people meet. It is estimated that it is almost certain. By the way, I don't know how Axel is now. Last time, Angelina said that she had fought several games with the leader of the Fire Wudong organization, the Red Mountain Mother. I don't know if she was beaten to death, Dole thought with some evil taste. As a disciple of Axel, Rosa practiced the Tianwang meditation method and was noble. This temperament is also worthy of Gretel. Ash was feeding, Dole could only stand by and watch. As a wizard, Ash has very precise control over her body shape. Even after giving birth, her body shape has not changed. It's just that her chest has become a little more magnificent. Basically, no one can feel it except herself. Dole is not worried about the baby's milk. If it doesn't work, she can hire a few wet nurses to provide milk. As long as Ash is healthy, it's fine. At this time, Rosa said goodbye, and Dole sent her out the door. Standing at the door, Rosa looked at Dole and said with a cold expression, "You are so busy, spend more time with Ash." Dole was helpless and nodded hurriedly, "I'm done with my work. We are usually together. Even if the real body is not here, the clone is still here." Rosa was stunned. She had forgotten that both of them had clones. She was a little envious. A clone needs a medium. For example, an elemental clone can easily dissipate due to the loss of magic power supply. Elemental clones can be used in battle, but they need huge magic support. In daily life, it is better to have a clone with a medium, such as a puppet, such as Dole. But in terms of effect, the best is naturally the 10 ancient strange insects. It's just that the ancient strange insects are very difficult to raise. Even if Dole gave it to her, she might not be able to keep it alive, so she never asked for it. Besides, having this thing is like having a bomb, and she might be targeted by others. In this regard, whether it is Rosa or Bernard and others, they are still self-aware, and they know that if they ask Dole for it, Dole will most likely give it to them. But if they give it to them, can they keep it? Rosa left quickly. The news that Dole had a child soon spread throughout the north and south of Albiz City. Although they were only married for a few months, everyone in the wizard world understood it, and no one would say anything. For a moment, the whole city cheered. Dole has descendants, which means they will manage the city well, and will not leave easily. Even if they leave, there are masters behind the city who will help them resist the monsters in the Beiyuan Mountains. Without the existence of the storm domain, the Northwest Passage cannot be defended at all, unless a level 7 is born here again in the future, and it is a level 7 with a wizard tower. Now the city is rotating, and the one in charge of city planning is Wayne, the head of the branch family of the Rhine family. Hearing this news, he clapped his hands, and someone came in from outside. Wayne immediately said, "Contact the deputy city lords, and we will discuss with Lord Dole about expanding the city." The man immediately said, "Yes." Dole began to get busy, not only with various experiments, but also with city construction. I don't know what those people are crazy about. Before he had time to hold the child for a while, and before he even named the child, several deputy city lords strongly demanded that the meritorious people be given noble titles, and that troops be sent to continue expanding the scope of Albiz City, occupy the wasteland, and drive away the beasts. Then the next step is to establish various county towns. Now Albiz City has not developed well, and the population is only 60,000 so far. According to his idea, the entire city can accommodate a maximum of 400,000 people, and now it has not even reached a small half of the population. What is the hurry? Want to decentralize? Just a little guess, you know what they are thinking, haha. Dole postponed the matter on the grounds of investigation. Nowadays, at the gate of Albiz City, there are many ordinary people coming with caravans every day, and many people settle here. The city has even introduced many policies to encourage these people to stay. Ordinary houses and land are also very cheap. Even so, after 2 years, there are only 60,000 people. The population of the army is not included, and mercenaries and adventurers are naturally not included. These are all considered floating population. In fact, there are 60,000 people staying here, and most of them are adults. There are very few children. This is why he does not agree to set up a college now. School construction, teacher salaries, where do these come from? Can it be done just by collecting taxes? Just kidding. Dole dealt with these nobles forcefully, and then focused on the Glory Wizard Alliance. In Albiz City, the Glory Wizard Alliance does not have many industries. In the Albiz Mountains, 2 minerals have been mined recently. In addition, there are no monsters harassing, and the mining is going smoothly. The magic crystal mine and the metal mine are all proceeding in an orderly manner, and there are no major problems. It can be said that everything is developing in a good direction. Recently, while doing experiments, he is trying to figure out how to deal with the bones collected from the outer space, preparing to make a Turin bone tower. These bones from the outer space are very strange, and the power radiated from them is very advanced. He has to think of a way. Time quickly came to May. In early summer, the temperature in the north has risen. Dole's clone toured the towns, and the crops in various regions seem to be good this year. Here in the north are winter wheat, which will be harvested in early June every year. He came out at this time to see the harvest. The food in Albi's city has always been purchased from other cities. Although there was a harvest last year, the harvest was not very good. Basically, all the land was still being cultivated, and the output was not high. This year, only a small part of it was cultivated. However, it is not a problem to achieve self-sufficiency within 2 years. This year may be a little difficult. Food and drinking water are basic issues. He gave the order, and others followed it. Finally, he inspected it. If there was a problem, whoever had the problem would be dealt with. However, there was no corruption in Albi's city. Several deputy city lords were still dedicated and worthy of the salary, treatment and preferential treatment given to them by Dole. After patrolling outside, Dole thought about it and came to the city gate. He had just arrived at the city gate when a message entered his sea of consciousness from the distant Watsaburg. There was also a riot of level 7 monsters in the Evil Spirit Mountains, suspected to be controlled by the Nightmare Ancestor. Dole thought about it, explained it to Ash, and his clone disappeared into the sky with a whoosh. There was a small bone tower hanging on the waist of the clone, emitting a strong and mysterious breath of death. Although it was death, it carried a hint of sacredness, and it was obvious that it had touched the breath of the rules of death. Chapter 864. The skeleton clone has naturally reached level 7, but has not yet comprehended 30% of the rules of death, but it is also an entry. The wizard tower was only built in the past 2 days, and he didn't expect it to come in handy. As long as he studies the wizard tower for a period of time, he can upgrade the clone to the real level 7, and then his strength will be greatly enhanced. The Turin Bone Tower is a stronger existence than the Babel Tower in the main plane. After level 7, it can release the Turin Bone Fire, which can corrode bones and rot souls to a great extent. Below level 6, there is almost no resistance. Only rules can counter rules, and slightly stronger rules can directly crush those below the rule level. This bone tower is mainly evil, and the breath of death is very strong. Once it is taken out, it feels like a black wizard. Dole doesn't want to use it directly, but now the original body is busy, so he can only use the clone. The Evil Spirit Mountains have a large number of demons above level 6, and even powerful species such as ogres. Dual Eyes suspected that the Nightmare Ancestor not only attacked them, but also attacked the Nightmare Forest, Mingyang Mountain, etc. In dealing with the Nightmare, the top leaders of the entire Western Ring continent are basically unanimous. When thinking about this, Dual Eye felt cold in his heart. If he wanted to destroy the Nightmare Ancestor, he had to destroy the dream world on which he depended for survival first, and the dream world existed in the consciousness of any intelligent creature under his control. Meaning, unless the entire Northwest life is destroyed, it is impossible to destroy the Nightmare Ancestor. Hundreds of years ago, the major forces of the Western Ring continent plowed the Northwest, and the people were devastated and blood flowed like a river. Unexpectedly, it would happen again after only a few hundred years. Dual Eye felt deeply sad for the people of the Northwest countries. When he met such a big devil who regarded human life as worthless, he really felt extremely desperate. However, they could not feel pain when being controlled by dreams, and they even lost their own consciousness and did not feel pain. It was just that such a fate sounded more tragic. Dual Eye suspected that the Glory Empire, the Northern Kingdom, and the Nightmare Forest would first defeat the ground forces of the Northwest countries, and then those level 8 and 9 would take action. This time, it might be an opportunity for several races to show their strength. While flying, thinking about these things, he soon came to the territory of Watsaburg. Looking northwest from here, the Evil Spirit Mountains in the distance were magnificent, stretching for thousands of miles, blocking the road of the Glory Empire to the north. Looking at the Bayuan Mountains, at best, it was a small mountain range extending from the Evil Spirit Mountains. Outside the Evil Spirit Mountains, a large plain area, thousands of lights and fires could be seen at this time. The fire started from both sides, and the monsters and humans were fighting in the wilderness. In the sky, hundreds of flying units collided and fought each other, and many wizards controlled wizard towers to fiercely release magic with monsters, tit for tat, and almost everyone died every minute and every second. Dole saw this, and immediately sent information to all parties. In the battlefield, Odoron drove a level 7 wizard tower, and released 2 beams, which hit the giant beast in the sky and flew backwards. He was also hit by the monster next to him, and even the wizard tower flew to another place. At this moment, he heard the news, and while flying backwards, he looked at the direction where Dole came from with his eyes slanted. A bone-white wizard tower exuding a dark, deadly, and terrifying aura came out of the void. The wizard tower was very tall, with 18 floors. The entire wizard tower seemed to be made of bones of various creatures, and it looked very creepy. Is this Dole's new wizard tower? This guy is really rich, but he has no place to spend his money. These bones must be worth a lot of money, right? He immediately released information to the outside world. Dole is here, using a death clone. The wizard tower that looks like a black wizard is him. Don't attack the wrong person. He is the only one in charge of the Glory Wizard Alliance now, and there are several level 6 wizards. When he heard that a level 7 monster came down from the evil spirit mountains, he was completely confused and contacted Dole immediately. This guy is still awesome. After being promoted to level 7, he secretly refined such a killer. As soon as the Turin Ancient Tower came out, the powerful death and dark aura it exuded seemed to have shocked most of the monsters. Many monsters looked at this side with fear. In the sky, the level 7 monster that was entangled with Odoron was a monster similar to an ogre, but with 2 flesh wings, a huge head like an elephant's head, and a giant hammer in his hand. Its scientific name was the giant elephant, which was extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, it would master a rule, and it was a power system, with a very huge power. It was it that knocked Odoron's wizard tower away with a stick. When the giant elephant saw Dole coming, it immediately roared, left Odoron, who had already flown to the side, and went to Dole. In its opinion, Dole was a greater threat. The arrival of Dole also had a great impact on the team of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Those level 5 and level 6 were struggling to deal with the many small monsters below. They were already under great pressure. Odoron was beaten out, which scared them. However, the arrival of Dole gave them a shot of confidence. This was a real level 7, not a level 6 master like Odoron, who controlled a level 7 wizard tower. Moreover, Dole had a wizard tower. Although they seemed to have never seen this new wizard tower, they could not help but feel a shock in their hearts when they felt the terrifying dark aura and death aura above. It's so dark and terrifying. Is this still a white wizard? Dole drove the Turin Bone Tower and flew over slowly. He also glanced at the battlefield. It seems that the situation is not optimistic. The main force of the Northwest is not here. Only half of the Legion is defending the evil spirit mountains. The deterrent power to the low-end forces is not enough. Moreover, the main forces of the Glory Wizard Alliance and the Imperial Mage Corps went to the Northwest Fortress. The highest-end forces that came were actually several level 6. Odoron drove a level 7 wizard tower, and he didn't know whose it was. Another level 6 wizard tower he had never seen also drove a level 7 wizard tower. The two joined forces to fight against the giant spirit elephant. Although the level 7 wizard tower is powerful, the level 6 control can only exert half of its power, so they can only delay it, not kill it. With the arrival of Dole, they can be liberated, and they can go to kill those level 6 who were encouraged by the giant spirit elephant. This place is very close to the human area, and the city can be seen from a distance. If it is really attacked by the giant spirit elephant, it is simply unimaginable. Dole stood on the wizard tower, his figure straight. The black aura on his body echoed with the aura of the wizard tower, forming a whole. Behind him, a huge black death slowly emerged, hundreds of meters high enough to be comparable to the giant elephant. In his hand, the black air gradually entangled and slowly formed a black sickle. Do you think Dole wanted to attack the enemy with meditation? Actually, he didn't. After condensing the virtual image, he merged it with the power of the Turin Bone Tower. He didn't attack, but used the power of the Turin Bone Tower. The black dark aura under his feet, the green soul aura, and the gray death aura entangled with each other, and soon condensed into a shit yellow flame aura. Chapter 865. This flame is not strong, and looks very inconspicuous, but the powerful rule power emanating from it is not fake. The core magic pattern of the Turin Bone Fire is a high-end magic pattern from another world. It took a level 7 Dole a full month to figure it out. As soon as the Turin Bone Fire came out, almost all creatures within a radius of dozens of miles felt that their bones were burning, and their blood was boiling, and their bones were in great pain. Bone fire, naturally burns bones and marrow. The Turin Bone Fire slowly rose, and was condensed into 2 huge fireballs by Dole. He controlled the fireballs, and threw them fiercely at the giant elephant several kilometers away. The giant elephant felt a huge crisis. This fire seemed to pose a huge threat to him. Without saying a word, He raised his hands. Under the influence of the power of blood and magic, the huge weapon in his hand became more than a kilometer long and swept fiercely at the two flames. The giant elephant moved with great force and power, sweeping a stick at a very fast speed. The stick rubbed against the air, making a huge sound like an air explosion. The air was pushed away, and a huge air wave tail flame formed where the stick passed. Boom! Dole saw this, and controlled the flame to move. The giant elephant swept the stick away, followed by the second stick, and the third stick. It was not so easy to control the Turin bone fire. Dole moved 2 or 3 times, and his mental power was a little sluggish, consuming a lot. One of the flames was hit by the giant elephant's stick, and the blood power and magic power collided with Dole's Turin bone fire. The power clashed, and the Turin bone fire paused for a moment, and immediately turned into flames all over the sky and fell to the ground. The battlefield on the ground has begun to move outward. Seeing the flames falling from the sky, both the human race and the monsters fled. The flames fell on the ground and extinguished one after another, without any impact on the plants and the earth. But when the flames fell on the corpses of monsters and humans, they turned into green fires one after another. In less than 2 seconds, the corpses were gone. Seeing this, the faces of the monsters, soldiers, and wizards turned green and ran faster. What kind of evil witchcraft is this so terrible? There was still a ball of Turin bone fire in the sky, playing hide-and-seek with the giant elephant. Seeing the scene below, the nightmare ancestor consciousness hidden in the giant elephant's body was also a little confused. What kind of fire is this, so powerful? He dared not let the flame get close. The giant elephant moved slowly, but it was powerful and heavy. Only at the moment of attack, it was extremely fast. Turning and moving were very slow, so there was still some delay when he controlled the giant elephant's body. This little guy, who he once regarded as a seed wizard, has now grown to this level. It is really rare. At this moment, he observed Dwelai's control method for a long time, hit the flame with a stick, and deliberately hit the flame towards the human camp. The flame exploded, turning into a sky full of shit yellow light spots, and went over there. Dwelai just took a look, and when he retracted his power, the flames disappeared in midair. He raised his hand, and the 3 powers on the wizard tower continued to merge to form a new Turin bone fire. At the same time, he controlled the wizard tower to quickly approach the giant elephant. The power of Turin bone fire is huge, but it seems that the long-range power is not enough, so it still needs to be used when it is close. The giant elephant thought the same thing at this time. When he saw Dwelai coming, he hit him hard with a stick. The waves were rolling, and the air was across the sky. When he got close, he could suddenly feel that the stick was like the collapse of the sky and the earth. Dwelai's skeleton meditation method did not comprehend the power of the 7th level. This clone only had the 7th level of mental power, but did not have the real 7th level of power. The only 7th level power that could be used was the wizard tower and the Turin bone fire. The power of the skeleton Hades was not compatible with the power of the storm meditation method. Otherwise, he could also release the power of the original body. He raised his hand, and the wizard tower ignored the huge stick, but the supergiant elephant hit it hard. This is made of bones of extraterritorial creatures, comparable to diamonds. If you can break it in one go, I will consider you powerful. The stick first touched the Turin bone tower, and it hit it hard, making a loud bang. A sound wave turned into circles, like a substance, and rippled outward, and then the stick made of something suddenly broke. The Turin bone tower paused for a moment before continuing to crash into the giant elephant's body. The nightmare ancestor hidden in the giant elephant was immediately frightened. The black iron stick was broken. What kind of material was this wizard tower made of? Seeing that the Turin ancient tower continued to crash into him, he pulled back the remaining half of the stick and hurriedly moved forward. The wizard tower was very fast, and it didn't give the giant elephant time to react, and it crashed hard in front of the giant elephant. Boom! The 2 behemoths collided in the air, without a violent collision, or even a loud sound. The giant elephant's body was suddenly scattered by the impact, and blood rain was swaying across the sky. The wizard tower succeeded in one blow, but Dole didn't feel any sense of relief. At this time, he felt a strange force coming from all directions, and rushing towards his consciousness. That was the power of nightmare. He hurriedly mobilized the skeleton demon meditation method, and set up a series of illusory dream worlds around him. These dream worlds were all real. They were all real scenes that he intercepted from some people's dreams. The dreams in them were like a real dream world, all kinds of reality, and all kinds of bizarre. It was just a clone. Dwelai was confident that he could still deal with it. He had the skeleton demon meditation method and the nightmare meditation method as double insurance. He didn't believe that the other party could still invade him. The next moment, one of the dream worlds he set up completely changed and became the nourishment of nightmare. Dual-Eye's face changed slightly. The next moment, a little man holding the sickle of the god of death jumped out of his imaginary meditation method, and the sickle slashed towards the dream world. The clone of the nightmare ancestor was not weak, but very powerful. He could control a level 7, and the power he used was naturally greater than his own. He didn't expect that the giant elephant was killed in one go. This wizard tower has some tricks. He directly mobilized his own power, and went to Dolei's spiritual world. He sensed Dolei's spiritual world at the first time, and saw those illusory dreams at a glance, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You actually want to play with me in dreams? Then come on, let's play. If you can control this young man, I'm afraid it will be more rewarding than controlling a giant elephant. This wizard tower is not simple. His huge spiritual power invaded a dream at once, and unscrupulously modified the scenes and characters inside, and soon controlled it and prepared to attack the second scene. At this moment, he sensed a little bit of crisis. The next moment, he sensed the source of the crisis. Outside the dream world, a death sickle slashed fiercely, passing through reality and coming to the illusory world. In the shocked eyes of the nightmare ancestor, the sickle pierced through reality and slashed fiercely on the dream world. Chapter 866. The next moment, the sickle that looked like a meditation method actually cut into the dream world. The dream world that the nightmare ancestor had worked so hard to compile was like the collapse of the sky and the earth. The sky collapsed, the world was destroyed, and everything quickly turned into nothingness. The nightmare ancestor quickly withdrew the power that occupied that world and fled outside. He sensed that just now, his power had lost a full third. He felt distressed. This was his real power. What kind of ability is this? What kind of sickle is that? It can actually cut in from reality and destroy the illusory dream? This kid's meditation method has some tricks. What can destroy dreams is naturally the power of dreams. The sickle can cut into the dream world. Could it be that this kid has also practiced a meditation method related to dreams? The nightmare ancestor shouted, and also used his own energy, using dreams as a carrier, to transform into a huge spear that is 100 meters long, jumped out of the dream world, and stabbed Dual-Eye fiercely. He felt that the dreams that were about to invade were all used by the other party to play tricks on him. Dual-Eye saw the spear and laughed. The dreams below were shattered one after another, turning into fragments and merging into his sea of consciousness. He swung the exquisite sickle of death and slashed it fiercely. The sickle slashed on the spear, and two different dream forces collided. Dual-Eye's sickle was hit and flew back, and the sickle almost broke. Dual-Eye then saw that the lines on the spear were very delicate, like substance. The nightmare ancestor had almost used the power of dreams to the extreme, and it was almost turning into reality. At this moment, Dual-Eye thought of a lot in his mind. In fact, there have been many meditation methods such as dreams since ancient times, but no one has ever cultivated from level 8 to level 9. There is even a huge gap from the low level. Because there is no way to go ahead, could it be that the nightmare ancestor has walked out a path of his own? Is this path to turn the virtual into the real? While he was guessing, he retracted the sickle and chopped it again fiercely. This time, he brought the powerful spiritual power he cultivated, not just the power of the skeleton demon. It was just a small nightmare clone, and Dual-Eye didn't believe that he couldn't cure him. The spear also changed its posture and stabbed Dual-Eye fiercely, heading straight for his head. This time, the power of the two people met in midair, without a huge momentum or too much momentum. The sickle and the spear only touched for a second, and both used all their power, magic patterns, mental cores, spell models, and all the power burst out. Then, like two patterns on a black and white picture, the pieces of paper shattered and dissipated. After all, the power of nightmare was not enough to defeat the full power of Dual-Eye, and the core model was directly defeated. Dual-Eye was also shocked at this time, and was extremely shocked. Most of his own power was only equal to a controlled clone of nightmare ancestor. This person is too scary. Is this level 8? Dual-Eye looked at the place where nightmare ancestor disappeared, and was speechless for a long time. The two fought in the dream world, and the people around them didn't know what was going on. They just saw that the giant elephant was turned into a pool of flesh and blood by Dual-Eye's wizard tower in an instant, and they all exclaimed. The giant elephant was killed, and the monsters saw this, and began to flee to the north. The level 7 was killed, so those below level 7 still had a chance to survive. And the human race was too terrifying. It only took one hit to kill the giant elephant. It was too terrifying. Odoron was shocked. Dole was really powerful. Just one clone controlled the new wizard tower and killed the giant elephant in one hit. He was shocked and immediately used witchcraft to send a message in all directions, chase to the bottom of the mountain and return, kill it. He took the lead in controlling the wizard tower and flew towards a level 6. Before he got there, the energy light on the wizard tower had already shot out first. This was provoked by the monsters. Take this opportunity to kill more level 6 to reduce future pressure. The beam of light emitted by the level 7 wizard tower was very powerful. In an instant, several holes appeared on the body of the monster and fell from the sky. He turned his eyes and turned to another one. In fact, the level 6 was also focused on killing at this time. With Dual Eye restraining the giant elephant, the others were much more courageous. The military formation was responsible for the ground battlefield. Seeing the scene in the distant sky at this time, his heart was also shocked. As expected of the son-in-law of Captain Westland, he was really fierce. The wizard towers he refined were more powerful than each other. I heard that the previous wizard tower liked to be used to fight people. Now this wizard tower seems to be more fierce. A level 7, who can be killed by fighting, who dares to pick a fight with this marquis in the northwest in the future. After the death of the giant elephant, their pressure was greatly reduced. Those monsters fled one after another, and the masters in the army chased them one by one. Several senior officials of the military were from the Rhine family. At this time, they were excited while chasing and killing. Princess Ash really found a good target. At this time, Dole's wizard tower was floating in the sky, motionless, and no one knew what was going on. After an unknown amount of time, the wizard tower in the sky suddenly turned and disappeared into the horizon. The battle between Dole and the nightmare ancestor was just a matter of a moment. The dream changed in just a moment. He observed the battlefield and felt that he had nothing to do, so he returned to the Albise Mountains. The Turin Bone Tower was so fierce when it first came out, and Dole was still relatively relieved. The wizard tower made of the bones of extraterritorial creatures is different. Although these bones do not consume various energies, they are very compatible with the magic patterns of the Turin Ancient Tower. It seems that as long as it is a bone, it cannot escape the erosion of the magic patterns of the Turin Ancient Tower. He discovered this phenomenon when he was refining it, so he didn't care much later. The essence of the wizard tower is actually the application of materials and magic patterns, not the exchange of energy. As long as the magic patterns can be used, the use of energy is not determined by the magic patterns. The magic pattern of the Turin Bone Tower can just penetrate into these bones, forming a complete energy cycle. Although the energy of the bones themselves cannot be used, as long as it can be used to drive coming and going, Dual Eye does not have many requirements. Extraterritorial creatures are extremely powerful. Just a body of bones is almost invincible. Even if it is a level 8 monster, as long as it focuses on the physical body, Dual Eye dares to bump into it. These bones themselves contain extremely powerful laws and rules. It can be said that the biggest gain of Dual Eye's trip to the imperial capital is these bones. As for the soil, although it is also valuable, it is not as valuable as these bones. Soil is the basic material that constitutes the world. If you get soil, you can find a way to unlock the origin of the world. The bones that Dual Eye got are the final product extracted from the soil by others. The difference between the two is huge. One is soil, and the other is steel extracted from soil. Naturally, there is a huge difference. While flying, Dole was feeling the strangeness of the bones around him. It felt quite novel. He couldn't do anything with the bones, but the runes of the Turin Bone Tower could. It was true that all things in the world are interdependent and mutually exclusive, and one thing can defeat another. Chapter 867. Dole Eye did not fly in a straight line, but along the edge of the Evil Spirit Mountains, all the way to the end of the east, and finally to the starting point of the Bayuan Mountains, and then flew eastward. Along the way, the powerful dark aura was not concealed at all and released recklessly. Along the way, except for a few powerful monsters provoking in the depths of the mountains, almost no monster jumped out. On the one hand, it was to shock, and on the other hand, it was to experience the benefits of being strong. After practicing for so many years, he can finally wander around without restraint. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to really go to the territory of the late 7th or 8th level monsters to provoke, that would really be courting death, at least not now. He has just entered the 7th level not long ago, and many fields have not been involved, so he still needs to be low-key. The Turin Bone Tower flew around the edge of the Bayuan Mountains, shocked the surrounding monsters, and then returned to the Albise Mountains. The Turin Bone Tower is still too evil. The Dark Aura and the Death Aura can easily affect the surroundings, so it is better not to station in the city. His main task now is to comprehend the many rules of the wind and water systems, strive to improve some progress, and comprehend a few more rules. The escalation of the war is not good for Duolai. What he wants is stability, and what he needs is time to accumulate and settle, but from the current point of view, the Nightmare Ancestor does not seem to give him this time. After the first time, it is estimated that the next time is not far away. If the Glory Empire mobilizes the Northern and Western Legions and officially starts the attack, it is estimated that the Nightmare Empire will be even more crazy, and many of the monsters in the surrounding forbidden areas will suffer. I don't know what the 8th level of Warcraft thinks, but the Nightmare Ancestor doesn't care about those things. 5 days passed quickly. In the laboratory, a circle of gray and shining defense shield formed around Dolay. He was a little dissatisfied with the strength of this thing. Electromagnetic defense shield. This is the name he gave to this layer of defense outside. The strength of this defense is slightly stronger than the last defense. It has a good resistance to mental power. This witchcraft will be his last defense, just like the last time against the catastrophe. Since he started studying electromagnetic meteorites, Dolay knew that there are so many strange powers in this world that have never been mastered. The power of alien radiation, electromagnetic power, and magnetic force can also emit energy beams. The mutual transformation of electrical energy under the action of magnetic force seems very interesting. This thing is much more useful in alchemy than in witchcraft. He plans to make some products based on what he has researched. But the raw materials of magnetism are hard to find. He is still looking for alternative products. What he can find now is that some metals can generate magnetism and store magnetism. As for other materials, he has to try them one by one, which takes a lot of time. The relationship between magnetism and electricity is the most intriguing. The structure of the electromagnetic meteorite is very special. Electricity and magnetism transform and influence each other, and they are perfectly combined to form such a stone. Dolay thought, can I test it on myself according to this structure? Wouldn't it be a constant supply of electricity? Just thinking about it makes me excited. At this moment, he felt something strange outside. Looking back, he saw that it was Ash and his daughter. He put down the experiment, and black air was born around him. Soon, a clone was formed to continue the experiment, while he walked towards Ash. Ash held her daughter in her arms, looked at Dolay, and smiled faintly. My daughter doesn't have a name yet. What name are you going to give her? Dolay hummed, it's been 2 months, it's time to give her a name. He looked at his daughter carefully. Now his daughter has a little bit of shape, with skin spreading, white and plump, making people love her. He touched the child's little hand, thought for a while, and said, does your family have any complaints? Ash shook her head and smiled slightly. I am now a daughter who has gone out, someone else's daughter-in-law, so I don't have to worry about the family. You can name your daughter. Dole didn't think much about it, it was just a name. Then call her Monica. Monica didn't move in Ash's arms, as if she was asleep, and had no reaction to the name. Ash nodded and smiled slightly. Then call me Monica. Monica. At this moment, the two people's faces changed slightly at the same time. Dole raised his head helplessly, and said, there are so many things going on in Watsaburg recently. If you want to go, we can just go with our clones. Ash nodded. Pregnancy and childbirth did not affect her strength, so she nodded and said, then let the clone go. The Dark Church came first, which was beyond my expectation. I thought it would be the Glorious Empire that came first. After all, they were the empire that suffered the most damage back then. Ash has been investigating the information about the Nightmare Empire recently, and knows some of the content of that year. Dole nodded and said, okay, the clone can go. As for whether the clone will be robbed, Dolai will not consider it. If you have the guts to rob it, I will drive the Turin Bone Tower and hit you to death in one go. After having the Turin Bone Tower, Dolai can be said to be truly confident. In the far northwest, in an underground canyon, in a dark cave, the Nightmare Ancestor slowly opened his eyes. He looked to the southeast, his eyes seemed to penetrate the void, and saw the battlefield of Watsaburg. He controlled a total of 3 monsters in the Evil Spirit Mountains. It was beyond his expectation that the giant elephant was killed so quickly. The wizard who suddenly rose up had some tricks. He was promoted to level 7 at the age of 29, which was much faster than he was back then. This is worth being vigilant. What puzzled him most was that the other party could also use the power of dreams, and could also turn dreams into knives to destroy the essence of dreams. This was the most shocking thing for him. You know, dreams have always been the most difficult place for humans to reach. Until now, there are very few meditation methods that can reach the dream, and the 7th level is the limit. There is only one meditation method related to dreams above the 8th level, and even the 9th level, he has not created it. He has understood the road ahead of the 9th level dream, but the 9th level is also a threshold that is almost impossible to cross. The reality of dreams is the content of the 9th level. It is almost impossible to make the content of dreams exist in reality. According to his prediction, if he really turns dreams into reality and exists in the intersection of reality, he will not only be able to enter the 9th level, but even condense the law of dreams after a period of time and directly enter the God level. The gods of dreams have not heard of the birth of that world so far, and this law is still blank. The strange thing about the Nightmare Ancestor is that there are people who are only a little worse than him in the attainments of dreams. This is simply impossible. Something must have gone wrong. The Nightmare Ancestor doesn't care if someone is stronger than him. As long as his eroded dream is there, he won't die. As long as he can't be killed, he can come back again. This is the lesson learned over hundreds of years. But if he is involved in the same field as himself, it is unforgivable. Chapter 868. Nightmare Patriarch lowered his head and thought for a while, and decided to test the strength of this young man. If the other party had just entered the dream, he could turn it into his own clone with his dream attainments. If the other party was very talented, he could even replace him. If the other party's dream attainments were strong enough, and he could not suppress them, he would have to find a way to get rid of him. From the beginning to the end, only one person knew the Nightmare Meditation method, that is, him, the Nightmare Patriarch, and the others who practiced the Nightmare Meditation method were his puppets, or they thought they were themselves, but in fact they had become puppets of the Nightmare Patriarch. He only allowed himself to walk the dream path alone, because this was the only way to become a god that had not been occupied by anyone, at least in this domain. When the Nightmare Patriarch thought of this, his mind changed, and then he closed his eyes. In the northwest countries, currently called the imperial capital of the Nightmare Kingdom, the capital of Anine, a family that looked very luxurious, in the courtyard, a middle-aged man raised his head and looked to the east. Dole, a new level 7, that's interesting. I was promoted to level 7 at the age of 50, and I'm already known as the most outstanding talent in the Northwest. The other person was promoted to level 7 at the age of 29, which is really enviable. The ancestor just reminded him through a dream to test the strength of this young man. The middle-aged man thought about it, and then stood up. There are many level 7s in the Northwest countries, and there are also several of the strongest ones. He was chosen because he is a member of the Anine royal family. The people in the capital of Anine know that the Anine family is the descendant of the Nightmare Ancestor, and they also practice the Nightmare Meditation method, known as the Dream Messenger. Now that the Nightmare Empire has been established, it is the time for the Anine family to rise. Therefore, the middle-aged man was very happy when the ancestor sent him a message. This shows that in the heart of the ancestor, his status is very high, at least he can think of him. There are many people in the Anine family who are stronger than him. Why not them? The middle-aged man thought of this, so he sent a message to the outside to explain a few times, and then quietly disappeared in the imperial capital of Anine. There are wastelands in all directions of the Albiz Mountains. Currently, only the west has been cultivated. Albiz City, Maxuer City, Roderick City, and Dew City all want to go further in the wasteland, but they are afraid of Dole's power, and dare not act rashly. After Albiz City was sealed as a county, several families united and suggested to Watsaburg to build 2 more county towns in the south of Albiz City, near Roderick City, and near Maxuer City, so as to make full use of the undeveloped wasteland. On the surface, Albiz City has 2 cities, which can accommodate more people. In fact, these 2 cities want to take the wasteland for themselves, develop it, and grow more food. They even mobilize the people of the Rhine family, the Orn family, the Lang family, and several small nobles to give Dole advice whenever they have nothing to do. Dole naturally knows the benefits of developing the wasteland, but he is reluctant to agree. The population is one aspect, and on the other hand, he does not want to manage too many miscellaneous matters. Once the 2 cities are established, he must have a clone to stay in the city lord's mansion, which is not in his future interests. In his concept, no matter which city, the future city manager will only be himself or his descendants, and no one else can even think about it. He wants to build the entire Albiz City into a city of medicine and a family city, not just anyone who can take office and sit in the position of the city lord. Of course, this was not entirely Dole's idea, but also Ash's idea. As a member of the family, Ash's family's concept was much stronger than Dole's. Just 2 months after the first child, she was ready to have a second child, and even preparing for a third child. Dole was somewhat speechless. You are a wizard. What's the big deal about having a bunch of children? But he couldn't resist Ash, so the 2 of them half-heartedly gave in and continued to have children. Monica grew up very fast. Ash and Dole gave their daughter the best conditions to grow up. She could eat all kinds of finished fruits in the laboratory, so the little girl grew very fast. In just 2 months, she grew faster than other children in half a year. Mid-May. Dole was in the laboratory, and Bernard knocked on the door outside. Dole turned around. "What's the matter? Why bother you to tell me in person?" Bernard smiled slightly, rubbing his hands. "It's like this. Originally, Morris and I came together, but later I felt that there was not much point in bringing so many people. I just wanted to tell you that we don't have enough raw materials for medicinal materials." Dole blinked and asked in confusion, "What did the Orne family and the rose merchants say?" Bernard knew Dole would ask this, so he said, "Greta said that the current medicinal materials are all leaning towards the northwest, and our supply will be relatively reduced. The reason given by the rose merchants is similar." Dole frowned and said, "We provide a large part of the potions for the Imperial Mage Corps and the Glory Wizard Alliance. They shouldn't take our share, right?" Bernard smiled bitterly. "Although that's the case, the current share has been reduced, so I came to you to help coordinate. Although we have a lot of inventory, a lot of finished products have been acquired recently, and the medicinal materials are insufficient. Many people have nothing to do." Dole thought for a moment, and said, "How is our current medicinal herb planting base? How is Morris doing? Isn't he in charge of this?" Bernard's face froze. No wonder that guy didn't come. Was he afraid that Dole would ask? Things are not going well. On the one hand, the soil environment has not met the standard, and on the other hand, the concentration of magic elements is not enough. Even if we have magic crystal mines, and use magic circles to cover and increase the concentration of magic elements, there are still many other reasons. Alas, it's a pity that we don't have a secret realm. If we had the Imperial Capital Glory Wizard Alliance, we could locate a small world and plant directly." Dole nodded. "It is indeed very difficult to transform part of the land for planting, and many medicinal herbs cannot be planted and can only be planted in. Acquisition outside is a problem." He thought for a while and said, "What about the supply opinions of other caravans?" Bernard's expression relaxed. It was fine as long as Dole didn't cause trouble for Morris. He said, "It's the same for other caravans. Now the supply of medicinal materials in the whole country, and even the whole north, is tightening. Our supply of medicinal materials is very problematic." Dole frowned and was a little angry. What the hell is the Empire doing? He thought for a while and said, "Don't worry about this matter. If you can't refine medicinal materials, speed up the time to practice and strive to improve your strength. I will find a way. I will contact Wutzeberg and communicate with Gretel on the Orne family. I heard that you and Gretel are now brothers-in-law. Don't you try to fight for it." Dole teased Bernard. Bernard blushed and said, "Relationships are relationships. I am just a small 4th-level wizard. I can't influence the changes of a family. At most, I can have a few words with Gretel. I am not as powerful as you. What's the use?" Chapter 869. Dole laughed and said nonchalantly, "Tell everyone to practice more when they have nothing to do. It's hard to rest. Also, call Sano, Morris, Yulong and other tower masters here. I want to have a meeting." Bernard saw that Dole didn't care, and thought to himself that this guy must have his own ideas. He should not worry about it. Let's wait until the future. It's still unknown what the situation of this war is, and how long it will last. Dole must have made preparations early. Soon, all 8 tower masters were present, including Morris, Bernard, Sano, etc. In addition to the 8 tower masters, there were also Concantra, the Minister of the Supervision Department, and Valverde, the Minister of the Supervision Department, sent by the Glory Wizard Alliance. Babel Tower Meeting Room. All the main figures of the Glory Wizard Alliance were present. At this time, Conchera and Valverde were still a little confused. This was the first time they had such a formal meeting. Their role here was to monitor and supervise the city of Albise, but in the current situation, the role of the two was just to make up the numbers. Morris and Sano exchanged glances frequently. Not knowing the main content of the meeting, Bernard signaled them to stay calm. Soon, Dole came in from outside. Everyone sat upright and looked at Dole's figure. Dole glanced at everyone, nodded slightly, and said as he walked, "Don't be too nervous. I'm just talking about the recent situation. It's a communication meeting, and then I will make some small resolutions related to you. They are all good things." When Morris heard this, he was immediately refreshed and relaxed. You said it's a good thing, then it's naturally a good thing. I won't guess blindly. I thought you were going to hold me responsible." He said it a little embarrassedly. Dole sat down at this time, rolled his eyes at him, and said, "I'm not that free yet, I just briefly talk about it." Cancela and Valverde sat upright, took out paper and pen, and took notes seriously. Dole glanced at everyone and smiled helplessly. "Don't be nervous, just listen. Cancela and Valverde have no temper, they can't be nervous, you are already level 7, it's very stressful to stand in front of you. They are not Morris and others, they are all old people who came with Dole, they can speak freely without restraint." Dole thought for a moment and said, "I originally planned to build Albi's city into a capital of medicines, and actually arranged it this way. So far, our place is already the main source of medicines for the entire Northwest and several northern continents. However, there are some problems with the source of medicinal materials, which cannot be solved in a short time, so the matter of medicines can be put on hold. I plan to refine 1 or 2 secret realms for our Albi's mountain in the near future, specializing in growing medicinal materials, and Morris will be in charge of it at that time." Before everyone was shocked, he continued, "I have mastered the formula of the 8th level medicine. When your strength improves, you can come to me to learn." All 10 people were stunned at this time. Secret realm? This is a secret realm. Bernard was even more confused. The idea of the secret realm was just a thought in his mind, but he didn't expect Dole to really get it. He thought that Dole was a master of space runes, and it seemed normal to locate an ownerless small world, and his heart was shocked. Morris was stunned. "You want me to manage it? I'm not an expert in this area." He stammered, "Dole, my knowledge of space is very low. It's not good to let me manage it when the time comes." The others were whispering at this time, shocked. Dole glanced at Morris and said, "The jurisdiction of space is mine, and the management is yours. You just need to arrange it to grow medicinal herbs. The management of the planting area has always been in your hands. If you don't manage it, who will manage it?" Morris said embarrassedly, "Then I won't refuse. This is a good job." Hearing this, everyone laughed. "It's a good job, but it's not easy to get it. Fortunately, he controls the Earth Element Wizard Tower, otherwise there is no way." Everyone was full of questions about how Dole got the secret realm, but Dole probably wouldn't tell them about this problem. The planting cycle of medicinal herbs will be very long, so they really need to rest this time. After telling this story, Dole communicated with several people, and then said, "In 2 days, I will contact the Watzenberg side and communicate with several caravans to try to get the share of medicinal materials for each caravan. If we can't get it, there is nothing we can do. We should improve our strength as soon as possible in the near future. It is best for all to reach level 5. I will have people buy materials for the Earth Fortress recently and try to upgrade it to level 7. This is another important news." Morris and others were a little unhappy. Dole still despised them. Their strength was too low, and they couldn't help much. This matter should be kept secret for the time being. Don't make it public. You guys just need to know it. When the secret realm is built, those who have time can help Morris build it. After it is built, everyone can have their own place. At that time, our Albi's city will also be a holy place." Dole talked freely. The people around him laughed. Warguy smiled and said, "The Marquis actually doesn't have a clear enough positioning of himself. Now we have attracted quite a few wizards to the Albi's mountains. Our wizard profession, especially the low-level wizards, has exceeded 1,000 people. In a county town, this number is still very large. In a few years, plus the adventure elements here, it should not be difficult to exceed 2,000 people." Dole nodded and said, "Regarding the development, you tower masters should pay attention and communicate more with other people, such as caravans, adventure groups, etc. I won't worry about it." Bernard nodded at this time, his heart full of infinite longing. "Dole, you just need to be strong, and have enough deterrence. Leave the rest to us, and we will ensure that it is done well." Yes, Marquis Dole, you just need to be strong, don't worry about other aspects, which makes us doubt our lives now." Yulong wailed. "That's right. You can make medicine and alchemy. What else can't you do, Marquis?" Everyone started to compliment him. Dole was helpless. These people flattered him for no reason. After chatting for a while, they went to their own business. After sending everyone away and leaving the meeting room, Dole came to the laboratory and thought carefully about where to build the secret realm. The Void Tribulation Pearl is a rare object for building a secret realm. It is full of space laws. It is very suitable as a carrier. When I was in the Imperial capital, I felt the benefits of the Void Tribulation Pearl refining space. The space is large enough and the compatibility is good enough. The most important thing is that as long as it is arranged properly, the magic elements are also easy to be abundant and will not leak. He thinks that Albi's mountain needs 2, and he needs 1 or 2, one as a warehouse and one as a medicine garden. Coming back to Albi's Mountain, Axo feels that there have been great changes here. The scope of the city is so large and fixed. There is no change. Chapter 870. When I left, the surroundings were still under construction and not yet completed. Now the city wall has been completely built. It is thicker, taller, more magnificent, more spectacular, and more impact-resistant than the general county-level city walls. When I left, the city did not have so many buildings. There were large tracts of open space, which looked quite desolate. Now it has been enriched a lot, with many high-rise buildings standing in rows, which looks pretty good. The most important thing is that the wizard atmosphere here seems to be very good. He saw many wizards standing at the city gate waiting for recruitment. Albi's city is an adventure city. In the distance is the Bayuan Mountains. There are enough adventure opportunities. Axel nodded, put away the wizard tower, hung it around his waist, and walked forward. A consciousness was transmitted from his waist. I feel the breath of space. Kunwu is right. Dual Eye has the ability of space. Axel was slightly stunned. As he entered the city, he continued the conversation. Lord Wudong, Dual Eye has had the ability to refine space for a long time, but his space is very small. That Lord Kunwu said that Dual Eye has the ability to refine an independent space. I don't believe it. Does he have a carrier? The consciousness was very empty and distant. He didn't have it originally. After returning from the imperial capital, he had it. Axo raised his eyebrows. He had an opportunity in the imperial capital, so he was promoted to level 7 after returning? The consciousness conveyed a very complicated thought. Not sure, it may be, or it may not be. I feel that the other party is observing us. Axo curled his lips. He has a black corpseworm clone, and there are spies everywhere here. He must have discovered me. That consciousness fell silent, as if it agreed with this statement. As soon as Axo arrived at the city gate, a mighty man came up to him. Lord Axo, you are back again? Axo looked at him and said unhappily, What do you mean you are back again? Can you speak? Ivy, why are you here to see the gate? Ivy smiled innocently and said, The security in the Albi's Mountains is good. I have nothing to do, so I came to the gate. How long will Lord Axo stay this time? If you don't come back, we brothers have no idea. If Lord Marquis hadn't been promoted to level 7 a few days ago, we would still be worried every day. Axo looked at his useless look. Don't worry, as long as that kid is not dead, it's safe here. It doesn't matter whether I am here or not. Ivy said, Your presence or absence is very important to us. You are level 7, and there is a level 7 wizard tower. He didn't know that Axo had been promoted to level 8. Axo curled his lips. Go away, practice hard, and advance to level 7 as soon as possible. Ivy said happily, Okay. Axo walked into the city, and a voice rang in his ears. What wind blew you back again? Who is this person on you? Before Axo spoke, the consciousness on his waist met Dole's consciousness. I am Wudong. I want to ask you to refine a world to live in. I can let you comprehend the Phoenix Divine Fire. On the wizard tower, Dole was stunned. Axo actually hooked out the sacred object of the Fire Wudong organization. He felt that this mental power was extremely condensed, heavy, and had a long and distant artistic conception. Judging from the quality and realm of mental power alone, this consciousness far exceeded his own. This is a real ancient creature, Dole thought. What does this divine creature want to do with him? Who told him that he can refine a world? He thought about it, and then sent a message carefully. Please come to Babel Tower to talk. The fact that a world can be refined is still a secret. Axo's Fire Wudong organization is in the southwest of the West Ring continent, thousands of miles away from here. How did they know about it? And the Glory Wizard Alliance will not publicize this matter. He thinks this matter needs to be vigilant. Axo came to the Wizard Tower group, and did not pass the application. He directly built the Lahujin Tower next to the Babel Tower. The two Wizard Towers are the same height, standing together, and there is a sense of competition. Then, he walked out of the Wizard Tower, and walked into the Babel Tower. At the door of the conference room, Dole looked at Axo, who was coming slowly. This woman was still so cold and beautiful. He looked at the other person's waist, where there was a special storage device, and the consciousness came from it. Axo walked up, looking as he walked, and found that there was not much change here. Dual Eye was the laziest person, and he didn't know how to clean up and dress up beautifully. She asked with some doubt at this time, Can you really refine a small world? Dual Eye looked at him, or more accurately, at the consciousness, without saying anything. Axo saw this and took out the cloth bag, and a small sycamore seedling slowly floated out of it. The seedling was very small, but it exuded a bright glow. Once it came out, a huge vitality burst out, and even the wizard tower was affected. This is the clone of the Wudong God tree. The Wudong tree seemed to sense Duolai's emotions, and took the initiative to explain, I am a good friend of Kunwa Tree of the Glory Wizard Alliance. He told me about you. Kunwa Tree is in the secret realm refined by the Glory Wizard Alliance. If he doesn't want to see anyone, no one can see it. Duolai lowered his head and was shocked. The Glory Wizard Alliance really has good things to see. Kunwa God Tree can also be fooled into his own space. Kunwa Tree, Wudong Tree, Tree of Life, World Tree, known as the four great sacred trees, each of which has supreme power and supreme wisdom. There is a Kunwa Tree in the secret realm of the Glory Wizard Alliance. It is no wonder that the other party is fearless. Even if the world gate is wide open, no one dares to go in and act wild. Kunwa Tree, but a top-level 9th level strongman. The same is true for Wudong God Tree. Now the other party is actually coming to his own small world. This is really a bit surprising. After understanding all the truths, Duolai relaxed his vigilance, and he became relaxed, then smiled and said, Master Wudong God Tree, please come in. Axo curled his lips. He just knew this secret. The Glory Wizard Alliance actually has the Kunwa Tree. No wonder it competes with the Glory Royal Family. This is simply surprising. She looked at Duolai and said sourly, give me the qualification to guard the gate. Duolai glanced at her, and said with a fake smile, if you want to see, then see. If you don't want to see, who can stop you? My daughter is born named Monica. You can meet her later. Axo glanced at Duolai, and was a little surprised. Good guy. She had been gone for so long, and her daughter was born. She thought about it, and she had the idea of taking in an apprentice again, but then she thought about it, and gave up. This guy must have inherited her family business if he gave birth to a child. If she didn't know where to go, taking in an apprentice would be equivalent to working for his family. Forget it, anyway, this guy's level of teaching apprentices is better than hers. Walking into the conference room, Duolai waved his hand, and brought over some drinks and fruits, all of which were high-quality products grown in the laboratory. Chapter 871. Axo was no longer polite. He sat down gracefully, and smiled slowly. I may not leave this time when I come back. With the clone of Lord Shinshu here, I have also reached the 8th level, and I can show you the door for a few years. Duolai thought to himself, so that's it. He thought for a while, looked at the Wudong Shinshu floating in the air, and said carefully, according to my plan, 3 secret realms will be built in the near future. I have a lot of empty robbery beads in my hands, so there is no need to worry about the number of secret realms. These 3 empty robbery beads, one is the medicinal garden of my Glory Wizard Alliance branch, and one is a secret base, where I can train and so on. I need a movable secret realm myself, which will be used as a warehouse, and can also grow medicine. Do you think you should build another one for me, and occupy it alone, or occupy a medicinal garden? The light on the Wudong Shinshu was spinning, as if it was thinking about something. Axo opened his mouth wide. What is Duolai doing? He robbed the Glory Wizard Alliance, and built several of them at once. Are they the cabbages on the street? Each one is very impressive, okay? Duolai saw Axo's expression and smiled slowly. The Glory Wizard Alliance will become the center of the world in the near future. The number of wizards will have a blowout. You don't have to look at me. They have more. This is the light shining on the Wudong Sacred Tree, forming a phantom, floating in front of Duolai. It can be seen that you will leave this world in the future. I choose to go with you. Although our 4 sacred trees have unlimited lifespans, they also limit themselves to this world. If I want to become a god, I must leave this world. Axo opened his mouth again. Duolai was not surprised. He nodded, okay. I will build a secret realm for you first. It will take about 3 months. The shadow on the sacred Wudong tree disappeared and fell back into the cloth bag on Axo's waist. The deal was done. Duolai breathed a sigh of relief, and got another powerful help. Can he now walk sideways in this world? He was a little proud. If this is the case, there is no need to be afraid of the nightmare ancestor. Thinking of this, he thought of Donnie, and the affairs of the academy can be arranged. In the southwest of Wutzeburg, there is a wasteland, a deserted place. At the door of the underground palace, Donnie stood bored at the door of the palace, looking at some skeletons that were constantly tossing inside. He occupied this place, and had refined the earth energy within a radius of 100 miles around, just to explore this underground palace. Only now did he realize that this place was extremely poor. There was nothing, except some metals. Nothing else could be used. How embarrassing. However, it is good to practice here. Under the influence of the Wizard Tower, he is almost at the peak state of level 6, and his mental power is about to undergo a transformation. These skeletons have some influence on him at the beginning, but he doesn't need to care about them later. No matter how powerful they are still dead. A few days ago, he encountered a very powerful guy and finally defeated him. It's just a problem that the guy is not dead. As long as he can completely refine this piece of land, he will have the hope of reaching level 7. At this moment, he sensed some tiny things coming from the east, flying along the ground towards his wizard tower. He was startled and started to meditate, but soon calmed down. If it was somewhere else, these little things would be very hidden and not easy to be discovered, but he had already refined it here, and with a little more effort, he still found out its details. Xianxia worm. In this northwest area, there are only 2 people who have Xianxia worms, the black wizard Wushu, who has not been heard of for a long time, and the other one is Dual Eye. This one is obviously Dual Eye. Donnie thought about it, returned to the wizard tower, and then sat on the wizard tower and waited. A black mist flew along the ground and soon came to the front of the wizard tower, condensing into a human figure, and the image of Dual Eye appeared in front of him. Donnie just took a look and lowered his head slightly. The other party was indeed at level 7, and the power on his body was more terrible than Alan. Seeing this, he was the first to laugh. "Hello, Lord Marquis. I am surprised that Lord Marquis came to my place." Dole looked at Donnie, and suddenly his mind moved. After this guy got the wizard tower, he really reached the peak of level 6. The next step is probably to be promoted to level 7. Combined with his meditation method, it should be related to the place of refining. It seems that the 2 plans he prepared have to be changed, and he has to use the backup plan. He suddenly smiled faintly and said, "I came to you to discuss something. I want you to leave here." Dong Ni's heart moved, and he said in surprise, "What does the Marquis mean?" "You know, my meditation method can't easily leave the original position." Dole looked around, just a glance, and he roughly knew the situation around him. He said casually, "You know I occupied Albi's city? Albi's city has developed to the present. So far, everything is basically ready, but it lacks population. In addition to population, it also lacks an academy and managers. I originally planned to find Lao Duwu, but that guy is a little unreliable. I think you have the bonus of meditation method, occupying a place, it should be more suitable than him." Donnie's heart moved, but his brows furrowed again. There is actually no profit here, and it is okay to leave here, but now, he has reached the critical moment of promotion to level 7. Leaving here and choosing a new place to refine will take some time, and time cannot be wasted. Dole seemed to see his concerns, and smiled slightly. "There is a small mineral vein under the place I choose for you." Donnie's eyes lit up immediately. "Deal?" Dole came out to find Donnie, so he must have prepared something that he could not refuse. Albi's mountain has been occupied by monsters for a long time, and the surrounding terrain has been explored clearly by him. A small mineral vein, and it is deeper underground, is given to Donnie. At present, his own development is the most important. Donnie is about to be promoted to level 7. Even if he is not an official wizard of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and cannot be transferred at will, it is best for him to protect himself here. Donnie was also very happy at this time. Although there were many mineral veins in the wild, he could not occupy them just because he wanted to. He had to ask the surrounding monsters whether they agreed or not. The higher the strength, the harder it was to find a suitable place outside, because they all had owners. Monsters, other spirits and humans competed with each other, and would not watch him become big alone. Only in the human area, it would be the most suitable place. Unexpectedly, Dual Eye gave it to him. "Alan, you really introduced me to a good friend." The 2 of them understood each other tacitly. Donnie thought for a while, and said, "Give me 7 days, I need to take back my power." Dual Eye nodded and said, "Don't worry, you come back, report directly to Sano, he will arrange everything for you." Donnie nodded, and he was relieved at this time. This time, the 7th level was really settled, and there was hope for the tribulation. Chapter 872. What any life fears most in the process of evolution is the might of heaven, followed by natural enemies. For any creature, the thunder tribulation is a sharp sword hanging over its head, and it is necessary to be fully prepared when going through the tribulation. The wizard is stronger than the warrior system, which comes from the absolute control of the energy of nature. The strong control makes wizards dozens of times more damage than warriors, but at the same time, the heavenly tribulation they face after entering level 7 is also dozens of times stronger than that of warriors. An ordinary level 7 warrior enters level 7, with at most 3 lightning bolts, and the best ones have at most 9, and they are small lightning bolts. For wizards, the worst eyesight requires at least 36 lightning bolts to get through, and powerful ones, like those who were once great wizards, need at least 81. Donnie learned from Alan that Dole had 81, which is a very terrifying genius. It was also fortunate that Dole came to him to change places, otherwise he would not care at all. Leading an academy sounds interesting, but Donnie knows that Dole wants him to help guard it, not lead students. Dole's Albiz city is said to be very close to the Bayuan Mountains, very close, less than 150 kilometers away, a distance that can be reached in the blink of an eye for a level 7. Now it's time to take back my power and prepare to change places. Donnie's heart is surging. Dole's clone came out, and he didn't plan to go back directly, but to continue to the west. He wanted to go to the northwestern countries to have a look. Anyway, this clone didn't have the main body of the meditation method, so if it was lost, it was lost. From the west of the Evil Spirit Mountains, you could enter the northwest, where most of the places are wastelands and deserts. Next door, there are some places with oases and mountains. It is said that the scope of the northwestern countries is not much less than that of the Glory Empire. It's just that other places are too barren and don't have too many people. Dole turned into black mist, passed through large areas of uninhabited areas, and soon came to the vicinity of the northwest fortress. He didn't alarm anyone, and went out of the fortress from the mountainous area next to him. Once he climbed over the mountain, not far away, he could see large areas of desert and yellow sand. The terrain here gradually rose. The sun was scorching. Under the dual effects of the light reflected from the ground and the sun's light, the ground temperature was extremely high. He fell into the desert, stood on something, grabbed a handful of sand with his hand, and looked at it in his hand. Sand is also an extremely important alchemical material. Dole sensed that the sand here is very pure, and can be refined into many low-end alchemical products. Looking up and looking forward, there is an endless desert, layer upon layer, like condensed water waves. On the other side of the desert is a place similar to a canyon. On the other side of the canyon, there are bloodstains, broken tools, holes, and some fortress residues and ruins. That was the front line of the battle between the Glory Empire and the Nightmare Empire. Obviously, the Glory Empire won. Behind the fortress remnants, a large army was stationed. The strong blood and spirit fluctuations could be felt. There were quite a few people. Dole let the mysterious corpse insect fly into the air, and watched from a high altitude. It seemed that behind the fortress, people kept coming from afar and joined the team. That canyon was the boundary between the desert and the next door. It seemed that caravans could usually pass through it. Dole thought about it and ignored them, but drifted away to the west. Outside the city of Albiz, a middle-aged man quietly appeared, looking at the city of Albiz in the distance, slightly dazed. 8 wizard towers, although all of them are level 6, are enough to pose a threat to him. He sensed some sense of crisis, and these wizard towers seemed to have special targeted functions. He felt that if he used his dream entering ability to invade, it would have a counter effect. The other party is on guard against them, or it should be said that the entire Glory Empire is on guard against the Nightmare Empire. Then, how can he get the other party out of the city and kill them quietly? He didn't dare to get too close, for fear of being discovered. He quickly thought of a trick. Since he couldn't get into the city, he could invade the town next to it, where there should be enough food. The Nightmare Empire is already an enemy, so let's make this place a terrifying place in dreams. The middle-aged man turned and left, walking towards the nearest town. Soon the night came. After a busy day, the villagers fell asleep quickly. But soon, the whole town began to have nightmares. There were screams everywhere in the middle of the night. Even the guards and powerful masters, who were guarding the town, were all trapped in dreams. Dreams are the unconscious reactions of people's minds. For masters who play with dreams, any dream can be used. Using dreams to obtain information, cause panic, and even force confessions are particularly effective, because people in dreams are not completely rational. When the middle-aged man began to invade, he quickly obtained a lot of information about Dole, and he was slightly proud. In the prison, Dole was wandering in the dreams of these prisoners, weaving dreams for some of them. These people in the dream are omnipotent and omniscient, as if they can become gods. Prison, even the entire city of Albiz, everyone's dreams, as long as Dole wants, he can control it. There is no powerful force here. The most powerful force is him. Dole is unwilling, and never actively harasses others. At night, those ordinary dreams are as bright as the stars in the night sky for Dole. He observes the dreams, tries to figure out the dreams, gets the information he wants, and then makes it his own. The dream world is a very wonderful world, where many impossibilities can become possible, which is very magical. At this moment, he raised his head, and he could sense that there seemed to be an unusual dream world in the distance. Dole immediately connected to the Glory Wizard Towers and looked in that direction. That was the Red Town. A large number of people seemed to be having nightmares. Above the town, countless dream worlds emerged, each of which showed a huge volume, and the dream world seemed very violent. Some people's dream worlds were even broken suddenly because they were too violent. There are only two results for a broken dream. One is that the person wakes up and the dream world disappears. The other is that the dreamer dies, and the dream disappears naturally. Dole was stunned. What happened to the red town? Nothing happened recently. He immediately extended his will over. In the spiritual world, the distance of dreams is very strange. It is close, almost within reach, and far away. You can see it, but you can't reach it. For Dole now, the red town is just a blink of an eye away. He soon came to the outside of these dream worlds. Above the town, the dream bubble seemed real, showing real pictures. Dole did not rush to take action, but looked at these dream worlds carefully, and then his face changed slightly. The dreams of these people all have one thing in common, that is, they are frightened and coerced in the dream. However, in this specific situation, he saw that some people's dreams are shaky, as if their spirits have been oppressed to the extreme and are about to break. Someone is controlling these dreams behind the scenes, and the owner of the dream is imprisoned in the dream world. Chapter 873. Seeing this situation, Dole's heart moved, and he separated a part of his mental power and entered one of the dreams that was fluctuating violently. The next second, Dole appeared in the dream. In the dream, this was an imperfect albeit city, which was slightly shaking, and the world around him seemed like water ripples. He was standing at the gate of the city at this time. The sky was dim, without sunshine, and full of blood-red dark clouds, which looked very depressing. Dole didn't think much about it. In the dream, nothing was strange, and the blood-red sky was nothing. It was not surprising at all. It was normal for this person to dream about albeit city. It's just that the city is very turbulent now, which is not in line with common sense. At this time, he saw that large areas outside the city were collapsing and gathering in the middle. Dole saw this and didn't think much, and walked inside. There was no one in the city, as if it was a dead city. The center of the city was the center of the dream. Dole did not walk slowly along the street, but flew up and moved forward. The city in the dream was smaller. When he flew up to the sky, he saw that there were only a few streets around, and they were constantly twisting. The owner of the dream had very unstable mental power, and seemed to be suffering inhuman abuse. Flying through the sky, Dole soon saw the most central area. The central area was very clear. On one side was the wizard tower, on the other side was the city lord's mansion, and the middle area was the buffer zone that Dole was specifically involved in. There was nothing here. At this time, it seemed that everyone in the city was here, all died tragically around, with corpses all over the ground and blood flowing like a river. Rows of executioners and guards wearing albeit city costumes stood there, staring at the people in the middle who were not dead yet. Among those who survived, one of the young men was particularly terrified. He was the master of this dream. In front of the young man, Dole saw another self. That Dole had a hideous face. With a wave of his hand, the executioners around him raised their knives and cut off several heads. Then, the bodies were thrown around at random. So these corpses were formed in this way? Dole looked at that Dole and felt a little strange. Was it the young man's dream or someone else's disguise? He looked around and saw the situation around him. He soon found that many places were artificially fabricated, such as the corpses around him. The host's mental state was already shaky, so how could he care about these corpses? But these corpses were still very clearly displayed around him, and their expression was extremely strong. Full of a strong bloody smell, the broken limbs around him, and the hideous faces of the dead, all of which were clearly displayed in front of the host. Most people would collapse. Dole looked at the other person fiercely. Your family only has your father and mother left. Face the reality. I built this small town to harvest your blood and make a magic weapon. Now the magic weapon is almost complete. Be angry and afraid. The more tragic you are, the more powerful the magic weapon will be in the future. Ha ha! Come and cut off the man's head. The boy was close to collapse. He shouted madly, No, damn Dole demon, you will not die well. Seeing that his father was really going to be pushed out and beheaded, the boy finally couldn't help shouting, The Glory Wizard Alliance will avenge us. You will not die well. Ah! The boy was hysterical. Obviously, he couldn't hold on any longer after seeing his father being beheaded. Too many people died around him. His uncle, his aunt, his brother and sister, his friends, and partners all died tragically in front of him. The boy was about to collapse. At this moment, the sounds around him suddenly quieted down. Suddenly, all the shouting stopped, and the people around him suddenly stopped. There was no smell, no wind, as if they had suddenly come to another world. Dole also saw this, and the boy also saw this. The boy was completely at a loss. At this time, Dole looked into the distance. Another Dole stood in the distance. Large pieces of corpses disappeared and turned into clean streets again. Dole looked at Dole and frowned. He didn't feel the power of dreams on the other party, but the other party had the ability to control dreams. He directly wiped out the horror world he created and made everything in front of him calm again. What does this mean? Is this still Dole? Isn't he practicing some kind of meditation method of the storm element? How is it related to mental power again? Dole used his ability to attack Dole in the distance, and the dream compilation ability was activated. Strange soldiers formed around him and rushed towards Dole. On the opposite side of Dole, the young man was already stunned. Two Dole demons appeared. He couldn't tell the real from the fake, but he could still see the difference between the two Dole. The Dole in front of him was the Dole he saw, and the other Dole seemed a little different. It seemed that he was the real city lord, great, majestic, and brilliant, and the city lord who was extremely good to ordinary people. So what is in front of me is fake. Those corpses are also fake. Under the feet of another Dole city lord, large groups of corpses suddenly disappeared and reappeared on the ground, and even the bloody smell was gone. What happened? The boy's anger was gone, and his fear was gone. In his dream, he seemed to have regained the initiative. Dole walked forward, and his dream compilation ability was activated, erasing everything around him. He could feel that the other party's dream compilation ability was about the same as his own, but his mental power was a little bigger, and it was not difficult for him to compile it by force. The two people's dream compilation ability clashed, and whoever had the stronger ability would have the upper hand. Looking at the various soldiers made by Dole, without speaking, communicating, Dole came up with a huge thunder net, and dozens of thunder and lightning appeared in front of him, sweeping towards the soldiers. In the dream compilation ability, as long as you can imagine it, there is almost nothing you can't do. Lightning swept across, and a huge lightning net covered the eyes. A blazing white fell from the sky. The next moment, the soldiers fought hard, and each soldier sent out a powerful blood wave, bombarding the lightning in the sky. The lightning net and the blood wave collided with each other, and the sound of the sound offset each other, but the power of lightning was obviously greater than the blood wave, and the speed was slightly slowed down, and the blood was suppressed and defeated. Dole's face changed, and the soldiers released blood again. The lightning net continued to descend, and defeated the blood again. The next moment, the lightning net sank into the crowd, rumbling, thunder and lightning raged, and the dream soldiers fell to the bottom and disappeared. Dole roared, feeling that the other party's attainments in the dream were somewhat fierce. This thunder method was simply invincible. Is this a fantasy? Dole looked at Dole with a face without sadness or joy, and did not rush to attack. Who are you? Another puppet of the Nightmare Ancestor? Chapter 874. The other party's dream ability is no less than his own. What kind of meditation method did he practice? Is it the dark meditation method? That's too scary. He saw Dole chasing him closely, and a smile appeared on his lips. I'm not afraid that you won't come. Everything in the world of spiritual power is empty. What you see and touch can be penetrated unless it has magic patterns and energy effects. In Dole's vision, the man has restored his original appearance. At this time, he felt a little weird. The man is indeed the descendant of Nightmare, and looks almost exactly like the old guy. It's understandable that the younger generation looks like the grandfather, but it's outrageous that they look basically the same. Dole has a bold guess. This guy, even if he is not controlled, is almost the same as being controlled. Dole once read a religious book. In some religions, believers will inexplicably change their own personality and even appearance in the process of belief because of a large number of worships. On the one hand, the Nightmare Ancestor will control these descendants, and on the other hand, he probably wants them to believe in him, and then a trace of faith power will be born. The power of faith is very broad. In terms of practical use, it is actually not much. If it is useless, it is what the gods are fighting for. Could it be that the Nightmare Ancestor has researched something? If he can use the power of faith, it will be terrible. This means that the other party has reached a stage that Dole is completely unaware of, and has reached a realm that has never been seen before, and will never be seen again. He packed up his speculations, and sent them to Watzenberg. This is a very dangerous signal. As for the other party's escape, Dole estimated that he was fleeing to his original body. After all, this is just a clone. The other party may have set up some traps waiting for him. But is it important? It doesn't matter. The important thing is to find the other party's location. Dole has some experience in recent experiments. Using himself as a medium, he can teleport small things over a short distance. At that time, he can directly teleport another clone to kill together. A skeleton demon meditation method and a nightmare meditation method, Dole feels that he is going further and further on the road of the Black Wizard. The south of the Red Town is a well-cultivated fertile land. Going further south, there is a small high slope. To the west of the high slope is the territory of another lord. At this time, just walking into the high slope, Dole felt as if he had stepped into another world. The world in front of him changed, as if he had stepped into a bright hall from the darkness. He suddenly realized that he had come to the place where the other party's dream was compiled. This hall was very large and very high. Outside the hall, it was still very dark, as if it was a void, but inside the hall was as bright as day. At the door of the hall, the middle-aged man stood quietly, looking at Dole indifferently. At the door of the hall, there were all kinds of people, including farmers, village women, mercenaries, adventurers, and nobles. The only thing that was a bit exaggerated was the number. There were too many people, tens of thousands. These people had only one thing in common, which was numbness and emptiness. So many eyes were all looking at Dole who came in, staring at him together, which felt a bit scary. Dole took a breath of cold air. How many people did this guy kill in order to practice meditation? This is a bit exaggerated. Just now in the Red Town, the other party did not make any effort at all. Dole looked ahead and became cautious. He entered here with his real body, which was equivalent to entering someone else's dream with his real body. Here, he was at an absolute disadvantage. He sensed the surroundings. This was the environment compiled by the other party's dream, but he was still connected to the outside world. This showed that even in the world compiled by the dream, he still existed in the main plane. No matter how powerful the dream weaving was, he was still a product of this world, and could not be separated from the existence of the world. As long as he was in the world, from Albi's city to here, Dole could summon his army at any time. The middle-aged man smiled at this time. Standing there, his clothes changed, wearing a noble dress, bowed slightly, like a gentleman, smiled, and said politely to Dole, "Welcome to my world." In his heart, Dole's real body entered his dream, and now he was caught in a jar, without any resistance. Dreams are different from reality, but they are also the same as reality. If you get hurt in the dream world, you can also get hurt in this world. If you die in a dream, you are really dead. In his opinion, Dole is almost dead. At this time, he saw that there was no expression on Dole's face, as if he had not encountered any danger. Dole looked at the people in the hall behind him. They were all living people. Although they were dead now, they were once living people. The lives of these people should be counted on each other's heads. He said slowly, "Who are you?" "Actually, I am no longer interested in knowing. This is the dream world you created. You have locked me, and I have locked you." The middle-aged man was stunned. What does that mean? He did lock on the other party, but why did the other party lock on me? Isn't this his real body? In the wilderness, in reality, the middle-aged man sat on a high slope, without any signs of movement. Dole was trapped in his dream, and he was doing his best, and did not dare to slack off. At this time, he became alert. As soon as Dole finished speaking, he raised his head and his face suddenly changed. In front of him, a white light suddenly lit up hundreds of meters away. The light was extremely fast. It flashed and became extremely brilliant, and then a space door appeared in front of him. The space door opened almost in the blink of an eye, and a wizard tower full of death, darkness, and evil walked out of it. What kind of wizard tower is this? It seems to be made of the bones of various powerful creatures. Each bone is thicker than his head. The strong smell of death and darkness seems to have been formed by the slaughter of tens of millions of people. The middle-aged man just took a look and felt as if he was trapped in endless death. What kind of wizard tower is this? The middle-aged man was stunned. Without saying a word, he stood up from the high slope, turned around and fled, and flew forward quickly. At this time, he didn't care about Dole, who was trapped in the dream. The wizard tower in front of him was the enemy. The biggest weakness of the dream wizard was revealed at this time. The mental power was extremely strong, but it was very weak in other aspects. Very weak. As long as someone caught the position of the original body, any elemental wizard could kill him, not to mention the enemy, who controlled such a powerful wizard tower. Damn it, who is this? Skeleton demon god, this is also Dole's clone. What I controlled, he should have lost his reaction. In the dark night, as soon as Dole appeared, he found the middle-aged man on the high slope. He was standing there without hiding. The other party stood here so carelessly and seduced him? Dual-Eye felt a little embarrassed. He was too careless. But it was harmless at this time. He just glanced at the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man turned and ran away. He snorted coldly, "Nightmare Ancestor, come out. What can you do to me with this loser?" This was Dole's voice, and the middle-aged man's face changed drastically. What was trapped by him? At this time, his mind was working frantically. At the same time, he threw a colorful glass thing backwards, and threw it directly at the wizard tower. The Art of Entering Dreams. Chapter 875. As long as Dual-Eye is hit by the light of the equipment, he will most likely be pulled into a dream. As long as he enters the dream, the middle-aged man will not be afraid. What he fears most is the action against his real body. In the dream, he is not afraid at all. The colorful light fell on the wizard tower. The power of dreams is incompatible with the power of death and the power of darkness. It sank into it in an instant. Dual-Eye could not let the dreaming technique hit him. The power of dreams and the power of elements are different and incompatible. The colorful light passed through the defense of the wizard tower, which was not beyond his expectation. Just when he was about to dodge with his real body, several bones that looked colorful suddenly lit up in the Turin bone tower and suddenly shook. A strange power emanated from the bones, and the colorful light disappeared instantly. The colorful bones fell silent again, as if nothing had happened. Dual-Eye had never thought of this incident. He still had a lot of this kind of bones. He must study them carefully when he returns. This is a good thing. Could the owner of this bone be related to the dream? He thought a lot in an instant. At this time, the face of the middle-aged man flying slowly below sank. He immediately calmed down and activated the dream palace. It is very likely that he can't escape today, but even if he can't escape, he can't let the other party have an easy time. It's too real that he can be killed by this. Dual-Eye, don't force us to die together. I will release your clone and you let me go. Dual-Eye looked at the middle-aged man as if he was looking at another person. Nightmare Ancestor, come out. I know that you must have planted a foreshadowing in this person's mind. If you don't come out, there will be no chance. The Turin bone tower released an extremely strong breath of death, which immediately covered the front. The breath of death brought various breaths such as weakness, corruption, decay, and fear. Although the dream wizard was powerful, it was limited to mental power. If he did not fight in the dream, he would not have a good way to face the breath of death released by the Turin bone tower. The middle-aged man almost immediately released an extremely strong mental storm, which rushed towards the breath of death. At the same time, various mental power witchcrafts such as mental whipping and mental thorns were thrown at Dual-Eye. At the same time, in the world compiled by the dream, he also launched an attack on Dual-Eye's clone. Even if he died, he would not let Dual-Eye have an easy time. The mental storm and other witchcraft bombarded the breath of death. It seemed that nothing happened. Many models in the breath of death quietly collapsed, and the breath of death dissipated between heaven and earth. Large pieces of the breath of death dissipated in the air out of thin air. The breath of death was strong, but it still broke through the obstacles of the mental storm and hit the middle-aged man hard. The various equipment on the middle-aged man lit up at this time, and the light resisted the breath of death. Dole did not expect to subdue a 6th-level wizard with one move. The breath of death is a large-scale witchcraft. He just wanted to entangle him and rescue the Nightmare clone. The Nightmare clone has not been cultivated for a long time. In terms of exquisiteness, he has some advantages, but in terms of strength, he is not enough. At this time, he felt the opponent's counterattack. In the dream world, the Nightmare clone has begun to be attacked. In the hall, the middle-aged man's face was extremely gloomy and terrifying. He waved his hand casually, and those people walked out of the hall and rushed towards Dole's clone. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. At the entrance of the palace, the middle-aged man looked at Dual-Eye fiercely with a ferocious look. Dual-Eye's clone didn't have much to do at this time. In front of him, figures appeared one by one. They were all the souls of various dream masters that he had been collecting. For so long, he has only collected the dreams of more than 1,000 people and compiled more than 1,000 dreams. However, these people are either bandits or black wizards. In terms of quality, they are much stronger than the other party. Dual-Eye can hold on for a while. As long as the skeleton demon clone can knock down the other party's original body, the other party will be a sourceless water. As one person after another appeared, the entrance of the hall was crowded. Soon, the two teams came into contact and started the most primitive war. You punch, I kick, you sword, I shoot, just like two armies fighting, no sound, no blood, and not much color. The battle in the dream world depends on the individual's understanding of the dream. At this time, No one will put blood on the war, which also requires mental energy. The two people's dream creations fought, and soon, Dole's team was surrounded by the other side. More than 1,000 people were surrounded and beaten by nearly 10,000 people. A fierce middle-aged man stood at the front of the team. He held a big sword in his hand. With a wave of his hand, a huge sword energy was generated out of thin air and slashed forward fiercely. Dozens of people in front, who looked like old and weak soldiers, were slashed by the sword energy and turned into pieces. The next moment, a sword energy came again and stood in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man waved his hand and shattered the sword energy. At the same time, he turned around and waved his hand. The sword energy was swung out from his hand again, and large groups of people in front of him disappeared in the air. This is Dole's vanguard. He was a level 6 warrior in his lifetime. He understood the existence of fighting spirit and is now standing at the front of the team. Although he does not have enough dream bubbles, the essence of his dream creations is very powerful. Those who can commit capital crimes are not good. Dole's dream creations have always been very strong, but the middle-aged man's dream creations are not so good, and they fall down in large numbers. It seems that he has the upper hand, but in fact, it is his people who died. The middle-aged man is also powerful. One of the wizards has a large piece of frost as soon as he makes a move. He has killed more than a dozen of Dole's dream creations. It is very cruel. At the entrance of the hall, it has become a large battlefield with a radius of several kilometers. The two people each command an army and fight each other frantically. Dole looked around and thought about how to resist the opponent. His quality is high, but the number is seriously insufficient. It would be great if the terrain here could be changed. Unfortunately, this is someone else's dreamland, and he is at an absolute disadvantage. The environment cannot be distorted and changed at will. Just hold on until the clone kills his original body. The breath of death and darkness kept chasing the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man ran wildly, resisted, and released witchcraft such as Mental Storm to weaken Dole's various dark witchcrafts. His speed was not fast, and he could not quickly leave the battlefield. He was almost desperate. Dole had a wizard tower. How could he be the opponent of the other party? He ran and observed the surroundings, his face full of ferocity. At this time, his face was happy. There was a town in front, so the power flew over there. Dole also saw the town. How could he get what he wanted? The wizard tower immediately surpassed the middle-aged man and blocked him in front. He was not in a hurry to kill the other party, otherwise, he would have hit him at the first time. The middle-aged man watched the wizard tower fall in front of him, his face pale. The other party was faster than him, but he didn't kill him. What was he trying to do? Was he really going to force the ancestor to come out? Chapter 876. The ancestor is not on him. At this moment, he saw that Dole pinched his hand casually, and a powerful witchcraft called the Touch of Death formed in front of him. This was a standard 7th level witchcraft, full of rich death rules. As long as he touched it lightly, his body would die. Damn it! He shouted fiercely. Then everyone will die. After that, his face became ferocious, and a more powerful mental storm came out from the sea of consciousness and rushed towards Dole. Dole didn't even look at it. The Touch of Death passed through the mental storm and pointed to the middle-aged man's body. He didn't believe that the nightmare ancestor was not ready to come out. Above the wizard tower, the mental storm also arrived at this time. As if a violent thunderstorm had been set off in the spiritual world, the void collapsed, the space was broken, and the doomsday-like scene hit Dole. Dole saw this, and just curled his lips slightly, and then a gray barrier naturally appeared on the Turin Bone Tower. The mental storm fell on the barrier, and the barrier continued to dent and impact. After a moment, the mental storm disappeared. At this time, the Touch of Death had already reached the middle-aged man. Like a hand, it was wiped on the defense outside the middle-aged man's body. Suddenly, with crackling sounds, the layers of defense on the middle-aged man's body suddenly burst and disappeared. In one breath, the Touch of Death directly penetrated 5 layers. The middle-aged man's face was gray, and he could not organize much power to resist at this time. He could only defend with all his strength. The 7th level dream power was constantly generated and injected into the equipment on his body, constantly generating various defenses. The person who owns the 7th level wizard tower is too perverted. How did he provoke this monster? Seeing this, Dole launched the second Touch of Death. A hand like witchcraft pierced through the void and pointed at the middle-aged man. The third one followed. The middle-aged man looked at Dole in the sky, at the 2 touches of death, his eyes full of despair. The next moment, he suddenly rushed towards Dole, and then exploded in midair. The huge mental power exploded, the void shook, the mental wind blew in all directions. The touch of death quickly disintegrated, and the mental wind hit Dole's wizard tower. Dole was also startled, and the wizard tower was blown away. The magic patterns that were hit by the mental wind quickly dimmed, and the wizard tower suffered heavy damage. Dole himself was not affected much. If the wizard tower was not broken, he would not die. Self-exploded? The wizard tower quickly retreated, and the mental wind generated by the mental self-explosion had a radiation range of up to several thousand meters. Wherever the spiritual wind passed, except for the trees, the weak insects and powerful monsters on the ground all died silently in an instant. It was like a light wind of death blowing, and all creatures died inexplicably, without a single survivor. At this time, Duolai was stunned. The nightmare ancestor did not appear? This is impossible. The middle-aged man exploded, and the dream world was quickly shattered. Even the people who appeared in the illusion became blurred and disappeared quickly. In the crowd, the middle-aged man looked at Duolai, with a look of unwillingness and a hint of relief, and slowly disappeared. But the next moment, Duolai felt something was wrong. The middle-aged man did not seem to be dead, and there was no fear of facing death in his expression. He should still have a dream clone in the Nightmare Empire, so he should not be dead yet. The sky regained its calm. Dole was a little surprised. This person was not invaded by the Nightmare Ancestor. This was simply a miracle among miracles. With Dole's understanding of the Nightmare Meditation method, one more person means one more power. A level 7 wizard is enough to be a dream puppet. The Nightmare Ancestor did not show up in the end. It was obvious that his invasion was either not enough or he did not intend to come out, just to see himself. Dole fell into deep thought. At this time, Dole's nightmare clone walked out, and the two of them thought quickly together. Could it be that the other party had already buried a backhand? Dole was puzzled. In a hidden canyon in the Nightmare Empire, the Nightmare Ancestor opened his eyes, and his eyes gradually became fierce. Not Duolai really practiced the dream meditation method. He should have killed his nightmare clone and obtained the Nightmare Meditation method. However, whether it is true or not remains to be seen. However, this person must not be kept. However, the opponent's strength is really amazing. A level 7 wizard, 2 wizard towers, 2 clones, plus the original body, has practiced 3 meditation methods in total, and each of them is very powerful. All of them have reached level 7, which is even more terrifying than himself back then. According to the information collected so far, the opponent has obtained all the information of the foreign visitor, and his background is probably not inferior to anyone. It's too scary. A level 7 wizard actually made the Nightmare Ancestor feel helpless. This is too exaggerated. The Nightmare Ancestor's real body cannot move. Once he moves, he will be noticed and then beaten. What he is least afraid of is getting entangled with others in the dream world. In the dream world, he is an invincible existence. In the sky and on the earth, only dreams are supreme, but the real body is a little worse, just like a middle-aged man. In the dream, he can control Dole, but in reality, he will be caught up by the wizard tower and blasted into slag in minutes. What can I do to get rid of this guy? Dream invasion is obviously unrealistic. The other party has 3 meditation methods. If I invade one, the other will react quickly and counterattack. I will expose myself. No, damn it. The Nightmare Ancestor didn't know how to deal with it for a while. After thinking about it, he thought, should I activate that chess piece? Expel this guy. In so many years, this is the first time he is helpless against a person without using his real body. Dole was thinking about how to deal with the Nightmare Ancestor, and the Nightmare Ancestor was thinking about how to deal with Dole. Both of them were lost in thought at this time. For Dole, the Nightmare Ancestor was quite difficult to deal with. He was almost an immortal guy. So far, Dole didn't know how to deal with this person. The dream never ends, the nightmare never dies. The meditation method created by this person is simply terrible, unless there is a way to kill all his clones with one sword. This method is not non-existent. I heard from Ball that there is in other worlds, but not in this world. That thing is called the law of cause and effect. The law of time, the law of space, and the law of cause and effect are the 3 supreme laws that rank first among the law-level masters. The law of cause and effect can do this. But that is a law. In the dark night, Dole turned back to the Glory Wizard Alliance. While flying, he looked at the 8 level 6 wizard towers in front of him. It was time to upgrade these 8 wizard towers to level 8. The Glory Wizard Alliance is not short of money recently. In addition to the part of magic crystal, or that was handed in, there is still a lot left. In addition to the fixed part that was exchanged for the market, there is still a large part left. This is money, and there is other money. It is enough to upgrade to level 7. At present, it seems that under the current situation, there is no way to guarantee his safety unless he reaches level 7. In addition, he also wants to take some other defensive measures, such as dream detection, etc. Chapter 877. The Glory Wizard Alliance has a magic circle that can detect the fluctuations in people's dreams, which is called a dream detector. You can use it directly. The Nightmare Ancestor, who came up with this nightmare meditation method, is indeed very scary. He can be called an indestructible cockroach, and it is extremely harmful. Once this guy really reaches level 9, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Dual Eye felt that the Wizard Tower should be promoted to level 7, and he needed to contact the Glory Wizard Alliance to learn some experience from there in dealing with the Nightmare Ancestor. He also had to go to the Imperial Capital. Back to the Wizard Tower group, the Turin Bone Tower had just been erected. Before Dual Eye's, but was warm, Axel walked in from outside without saying hello. This evil Turin Bone Tower also belonged to Dual Eye. Axel was a little strange. The evil degree of this Wizard Tower was far higher than those Wizard Towers of Black Wizards that he had seen. From the outside, it looked like a white and miserable bone tower, but once you enter it, even the Wudong God Tree felt very uncomfortable. You know, the Wudong God Tree is a top 9 existence. When Axelo walked into the Wizard Tower, the Wudong God Tree gave her the highest warning. Darkness, evil, death, this Wizard Tower gave Axelo unprecedented feelings. It is hard to imagine that the owner of this Wizard Tower is actually the sunny boy Dole. When he came to the top floor, he saw Dole. His clone restrained all his breath and seemed to be thinking about something. Dole saw Axelo coming and casually took a plate and put some fruits on it. No treats, just make do. Axelo just took a look and said, if you are making do, then there is no luxury. If you take out anything casually, you will have to squeeze your head outside. Dual Eye smiled faintly and said, I am a pharmacist after all, and a top pharmacist. How can I live up to my reputation if I don't have any special skills? Axo rolled his eyes at her. Dual Eye asked, what do you want to talk to me about? The secret realm matters will wait for now. I am studying how to maximize the reasonable use of the space in the Sky Tribulation Pearl. It will probably take another 7 or 8 days. Axo shook his head. I'm not looking for you. A long-standing consciousness slowly emerged from Axo's waist, and the will of the Wudong God Tree permeated from his waist. I noticed that you were fighting. Was it with the Nightmare Ancestor? Dual Eye blinked, and then felt relieved. The Wudong God Tree really knew a lot of things. He nodded and said indifferently, it's not the Nightmare Ancestor, but one of his descendants, who is already level 7. My clone skeleton demon meditation method also has similar abilities. He sensed his trick, and the clone controlled the Wizard Tower, found his original body, and killed him. If the Wutong Divine Tree had any expression, it would naturally stagnate. So simple? It felt that Dual Eye was not simple, and there must be another unknown method. Just now, he felt several kinds of power burst, not just the Turin Bone Tower. It spoke slowly, and its voice was slightly distant. The Nightmare Meditation Method is one of the greatest meditation methods in the Western Ring continent. It created an unprecedented path, and walked a path that no one else had ever walked. It gave a lot of inspiration to later generations. So many strange and powerful meditation methods were created one by one, surpassing other low-level meditation methods. But this meditation method is also the most evil one. It can control everyone's inner thoughts and desires by controlling dreams, and can even fundamentally change a person's thinking. It is very scary. Needless to say, Dual Eye naturally knows the essence of nightmare meditation. Facing this ancient consciousness, he reorganized his language and said slowly, I suspect that the Nightmare Ancestor has found the 9th level of the road. And the 9th level of the road? I also thought of it, that is, dreams become reality. The consciousness of the Wudong Tree suddenly shook. Dream? Reality? If this is the 9th level of the road, then he will become a god after entering the 9th level. The Wudong God Tree thought of many things in an instant. Dual Eye said slowly, yes, the Nightmare Ancestor has already met the conditions for becoming a god. Dream reality is a law. As long as he figured out this law, he can use dreams to build his own kingdom of God. People invaded by his dreams are his believers. If it continues like this, the only true God in this world may appear in the near future. Of course, this is just my guess. The Wudong God Tree remained silent, guessing what Dual Eye was thinking. The Nightmare Ancestor had been killed for so many years, and had not come out. He suddenly came out to cause trouble in the past few decades, and even secretly established a country. The purpose is self-evident, that is, he may have touched the threshold of dream reality, and was ready to establish a kingdom of God. These people may be the source of his faith. The higher-level information that the Wutong God Tree possessed was not much less than Dual Eye. When Dual Eye said this, it thought of the key factor. At this time, the Wutong God Tree looked at Dual Eye and felt for the first time that this young man was different from others. His high knowledge reserves were no less than his own. He was indeed a person assisted by an extraterritorial creature. It said slowly, I will contact other God Trees and spread this news. The Nightmare Ancestor is going to be promoted to God level, and there may be great changes in the world. After that, the Fire Wutong God Tree drilled back into Dual Eye's waist. The next second, he drilled out again. Please hurry up with the space, my sub-body can't stay outside for much time. Dual Eye nodded and said, within 3 days at the earliest. In a special world, a huge tree that existed in reality and illusion appeared from the void. He took root in the earth, but it seemed to have no effect on the surroundings. People came and went under the tree, and there was no hindrance in drilling through his body. He emitted a powerful consciousness wave and released it in all directions. Soon, all the high-level members of the Glory Wizard Alliance and the Imperial Mage Corps came to this small space, looking at each other with disbelief. The news from the Kunwu tree was too shocking, so they had to come, and even the ancestor Qianhua came in a clone. The ancestor Qianhua of Vasily, the ancestor of the Fire King, the old man Imo and others stood in the sky, and more than a dozen level 7s stood at a lower position, and everyone whispered to each other. When the last level 7 of the noble family arrived, the ancestor Qianhua raised his head and looked at the shadow of the Kunwu tree in the sky. Lord Kunwu, is the news accurate? A few days ago, there was a similar question about the news provided by Dual Eye in the northwest, but we did not agree after discussion if it is still Dual Eye's news. After hearing the words of the ancestor Qianhua, everyone looked at the Kunwu tree. The shadow of the Kunwu tree solidified a little, as if it was about to walk out of the void. The tree branches swayed, and consciousness slowly descended. Ancestor Qianhua, fellow human beings. Kunwu tree paused. The source of the news is indeed from Dual Eye, but Dual Eye and the Fire Wutong Divine Tree analyzed together that they encountered a 7th-level descendant of the Nightmare Ancestor. Dual Eye fought with him in a dream, and the real result was that the Nightmare Ancestor may have calculated the path to the 9th level. In addition, Dual Eye and the Nightmare Ancestor may have actually collided, and Dual Eye got some information. Chapter 878. It is incredible that a level 7 wizard collides with the notorious and infamous level 8 giant Nightmare Ancestor. And this matter also involves the Fire Wutong Divine Tree, which is even more incredible. Where is the Fire Wutong Divine Tree going, and what is it doing? The wizards whispered to each other, their eyes full of disbelief. Ancestor Qianhua was puzzled, and he immediately asked, where is the Fire Wutong Divine Tree in Dual Eye? Kunwu Tree said, I know what you want to ask. It wants a secret realm to live in, and it wants to leave this world with Dual Eye to find a way to become a god. The news that Dual Eye refined the secret realm was provided by me. Kunwu Divine Tree did not say this to everyone, but only to Ancestor Qianhua. Ancestor Qianhua stopped talking immediately. When Kunwu Tree joined the Glory Wizard Alliance, it was because he hoped to leave this world, or use the means of the Glory Wizard Alliance to become a god. These ancient beings have incredibly long lives, and their strength has reached the stage where they can no longer be promoted. They take becoming a god very seriously. Ancestor Qianhua suddenly understood. He looked at Vasily and said, call Delay back to participate in the discussion and tell him what he thinks. He is also level 7, and I just want to see how far this little guy has reached after level 7. Vasily looked up at Ancestor Qianhua, nodded, and said, okay, I ask someone to send him a message. In addition, the Glory Wizard Alliance will set up remote message points in various branches recently. Using the technology of me, Old Man Imo, Uspool, and Dole, we can barely achieve nationwide information reception, which requires the support of the Empire. Hearing this, the Qianhua Patriarch was shocked. Okay, I will let George start issuing orders. This research is of great significance. Vasily looked at the old man next to him, and the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. As for long-distance messaging, in fact, Dole could have done it himself a long time ago, but the cost was very high. Their technology and Dole's technology cooperation greatly reduced the consumption of long-distance transmission. It looks like the technology of the Glory Wizard Alliance, but in fact they use Dole's technology, but the consumption is still not small, and the wizards may be charged related fees, so this requires the Empire and the Glory Wizard Alliance to promote it together. What is the concept of national messaging? It means that in the future, information will be quickly transmitted from the border to the center without any information delay. The Empire can grasp the surrounding situation faster, and the Empire's borders can also get support from the Empire faster. Many wizards around discussed this issue, and they all looked incredulous. It turned out that the president and the old man had been doing this recently. No wonder the dragon is nowhere to be seen. It is of great significance. Vasily immediately arranged for Usbul to contact Dole. Dole also wanted to come to the imperial capital to find the information collected by the Honor Wizard Alliance about the Nightmare Ancestor in the past. The General Association also needed Dole to come here, so the two hit it off. Dole's clone stayed in Albi's city with the Turin Bone Tower, and his real body took the Babel Tower and went south. Ash didn't go. Ash was concentrating on taking care of the children at home and didn't like to go to the imperial capital. This time, the speed was much faster. The Babel Tower was equipped with a lot of technology. It took less than half a day to arrive at the imperial capital. Without asking for permission, the Babel Tower flew directly into the sky above the imperial capital as if it was in an empty space. A true level 7, with a level 7 wizard tower, has enough capital to show off in the sky above the empire. Dole didn't really show off, but when the wizard tower flew over, it still attracted the attention of several major forces in the imperial capital. Entering the Glory Wizard Alliance, Dole hung the Babel Tower on his waist, separated a clone to go to the Glory Wizard Alliance to check information, and the real body quickly entered the secret realm. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Dole saw all kinds of masters above level 7 around him, more than 40 in total, with a huge breadth and momentum, covering the entire space, which was very terrifying. He muttered in his heart, "This is probably a meeting of all the high-level people in the imperial capital." He was squeezed by the momentum around him, and had to release his momentum, and forcibly insert it into the middle. His momentum was like a group of domineering storms, forcibly pushing away the momentum around him, and inserting forcefully. After Dole really came in, he slowly floated into the air, pushed away the energy squeezed around him, and floated in the level 7. He looked at the Kunwood tree in the middle, slightly stunned. It is said that the sacred tree can be between reality and illusion, hiding in nothingness, which turns out to be true. Dole just took a look, bowed slightly, and then looked at Vasily, Ancestor Chinwe and others. The Glory Wizard Alliance has been waiting for half a day and has discussed a lot. As soon as Dole arrived, Vasily couldn't help asking Dole, "How are you sure that Ancestor Nightmare has found the way to the 9th level?" At this time, everyone looked at Dole, and all the momentum began to move towards Dole intentionally or unintentionally. Dole took a deep breath, Babel Tower stabilized his body, and said calmly, "I have fought with Nightmare Ancestor 4 times. 2 times were the opponent's spiritual power seeds. One of the seeds was cracked and defeated by me. There were 2 other times. One time, the opponent parasitized the giant elephant and attacked Watsaberg. I sensed the opponent's spiritual power. The last time was a descendant who claimed to be the descendant of Nightmare Ancestor and came to assassinate me. It was also the last time that I noticed something strange, because Nightmare Ancestor was instilling a belief concept in these people. He was making others believe in him. This can be confirmed by Watsaberg. I guess he wants to use the power of faith and the special nature of nightmare meditation to make the nightmare world appear in the form of the kingdom of God, promoted to the 9th level, and at the same time touch the laws of the dream way." Vasily nodded. According to the current intelligence, the Nightmare Empire is indeed doing a lot of internal work to make ordinary people believe in the Nightmare Ancestor. Many people have been brainwashed and become believers of the Nightmare Ancestor. The most difficult task we have to do now is to change the minds of these people again. Dole nodded. When the number of believers is large enough, the power of faith and dreams will combine, and maybe the Nightmare Ancestor will reverse the dream and turn it into reality. The Nightmare Ancestor now exists in the consciousness of every believer. Unless we kill everyone, the Nightmare Ancestor will not disappear. He will survive in a strange way, just like last time. Hearing this, many wizards still don't believe it. But some people have already believed it. Kunwu Divine Tree sighed and said, "This method is actually feasible. As long as there is enough power of faith, the mental power can be forced to break through and finally achieve the crossing of reality and illusion. The premise is that the nightmare monster will not go crazy because of the mixed power of faith. However, he has the defense of the dream world, so he should not go crazy. Therefore, this plan is very feasible." Dole's guess is basically true. I guess that his original intention of establishing the Nightmare Empire was to gather the power of faith, let illusion enter reality, and officially enter the 9th level. Chapter 879. Everyone was silent for a while. Kunwa's sacred tree is an old antique that has lived for who knows how many years. It has a comprehensive grasp of information about faith and laws. It has acknowledged the feasibility of this matter, so naturally others have nothing to say. Vasily is only level 8, but the Glory Wizard Alliance has collected more information in this regard. At this time, combined with the words of Kunwa's sacred tree, he sighed and said, as long as the other party has a slight possibility of being promoted to level 9, we must do everything we can to stop it. Dreams invade reality. This matter is likely to cause a large number of lives to be extinct and damage the foundation of the human race. We cannot be careless at all. Please ask the old ancestor Qianwei to confirm this matter personally. The old ancestor Qianwei glanced at Vasily, a look of vicissitudes and helplessness. The nightmare monster had committed suicide once hundreds of years ago, and now he is committing suicide again. Ancestor Qianwei glanced at the Kunwa sacred tree, and said in a low and resolute voice, please ask Master Kunwa to notify the other masters of the sacred trees and inform all races. I will first inform several masters, and then go to the northwest to check. If it is confirmed, then a new round of war will be launched. The Kunwa sacred tree swayed its body, as if nodding. The matter of the nightmare ancestor is serious. Notify all forces as soon as possible, and come up with a specific plan to try not to cause conflicts between us and the monsters and other races, and solve it satisfactorily at this time. Vasily said heavily at this time. Since the matter has been confirmed, there is nothing to say. Now we just need to arrange the matter, and only the forces of all parties. The travel of level 8 and level 9 is likely to cause a backlash from all forces. For example, if the monsters above level 8 come out, the human race will stare at them. If the human race comes out, the monsters will stare at them. If they cross the line or provoke each other, they can't control their tempers, which can easily cause accidental shooting. This happened several times, and later, it was agreed that those above level 8 could not attack at will. Now, to settle accounts with the Nightmare Ancestor, the Honor Wizard Alliance must communicate with those monsters first, and then they can go out on a large scale. Otherwise, if they go out at the beginning, it is easy to cause some conflicts, and it may cause a local war. The matter of Nightmare is the first priority, and of course other forces cannot be despised at will. Of course, this is still due to the lack of human power. Ancestor Qianwei immediately discussed with Vasily and arranged more than a dozen level 7s to go down on the scene. Soon, the space became empty. A heavy breath continued to permeate, and a strange emotion seemed to infect everyone. Everyone felt the pressure, which was the pressure from life and death. Once the Nightmare Ancestor entered the 9th level, it would definitely be a nightmare for any creature. Even those of them at the 8th and 9th levels probably wouldn't even dare to sleep. In reality, no one has ever beaten the Nightmare Ancestor, but in dreams, that is the Nightmare Ancestor's world. Wizards don't dream, but here comes the problem. The Nightmare Ancestor will make you dream. The dream entering technique is hard to guard against. They experienced it hundreds of years ago. If they experience it again, many level 8 wizards will probably be very unhappy. If there is a witchcraft more terrible than a curse, it must be the Nightmare Ancestor's dream entering technique. It is more like a curse than a curse. Curses can be gotten rid of in some way, but once you enter the dream entering technique, you basically have to fight for your life and death, and you can't ask for help. This is the most desperate. After most of the people had left, Patriarch Qianwei glanced at Vasily and suddenly sighed, this is another tough battle. If Patriarch Nightmare is desperate and uses the power of faith to reach level 9 first, the entire West Ring continent will probably suffer, and even the entire Alpha world will be under the tyranny of the Nightmare Monster. Vasily nodded and said, the Alpha world is a bit exaggerated, but the West Ring continent is possible. But the Dark Church and the Light Church should not let Patriarch Nightmare succeed. After all, they also need the power of faith. Patriarch Qianwei snorted coldly, the glorious empire has always wanted to invade our empire, but unfortunately, we can't let them do so. The foundation of faith must be cut off. The Pope of Light is a pseudo-level 9 puppet, still wants to compete with our glorious empire. It is simply overestimating its own capabilities. We don't know the power of faith yet, just don't let others succeed. Vasily nodded. From the current point of view, only the gods can use faith. They seem to have something that can transform the mixed faith information into pure power, but we level 8 and 9 can't do this yet. It is easy to be shocked by the huge faith information and become crazy, so this matter still needs to be cautious. The two discussed the power of faith, and then sighed. If the power of faith is so easy to use, they would have used it long ago, but most people who use the power of faith will become crazy, without exception. The power of faith is filled with the spiritual beliefs of various prayers of believers, which contain very complex emotions, information, despair, pain, and other negative emotions. If it is just 1 or 2 people with the ability of a wizard, it can still be filtered, but if the power of faith of thousands of people is added together, Even an ordinary level 9 master can't bear it. This is the result of the research of the Glory Wizard Alliance for so many years, and it is also the price that many wizards paid with their own lives. The power of faith cannot be absorbed, this is an iron rule, but the Nightmare Ancestor seems to be able to avoid this problem. He has thousands of dreams, which can avoid the negative emotions of the power of faith, and perhaps this result can be achieved. When the Qianhua Ancestor and Vasily thought of this matter, they were extremely irritated. At this time, Dole's voice suddenly came from below. "My lords, can I go now?" Dole slowly flew up to the same position as Vasily. Vasily looked at Dole, and his heart moved, and said, "You are now level 7, what abilities do you have?" Dole couldn't say all. He said, "I have mastered some of the power of feng shui, and I am most proficient in the rules of electricity, and I am also in contact with some of the rules of death and darkness." Hearing this, the level 7 and 8 levels around who did not leave were stunned. Especially the Fire King Ancestor, who screamed at this time, "Can you feel so much power of rules?" Dole looked at the Fire King Ancestor, and was very unhappy with this person, who was hostile to him, but the other party was level 8, and he didn't have a good way to deal with it. He could only say lightly, "I have practiced 2 meditation methods, so I can naturally feel the different responsibilities of the 2 different meditation methods. I can now access several small rules of death and darkness, and I am comprehending them." The Fire King Ancestor looked gray, as if he was hit. He knew that the other party was only 29 years old now. If it took a few more years, he might really be unable to control it. He was silent in a sullen manner, which was really a deadly blow. The level 7 and 8 people around him didn't speak at this time, and stood aside silently, comparing themselves with each other, which was really infuriating. Chapter 880. Vasily's face also looked a little ugly, and he looked at Dole with envy in his heart. This guy, all the way here, was really fast and unbelievable. At the age of 29, he was at level 7 and had mastered many rules. He was really a living miracle, no, a legend. He thought for a while and said, "Are you interested in taking over from the Watzenberg?" Dole immediately shook his head like a rattle when he heard this and said, "No, I still have a lot of things to do. I don't want to get involved in some boring things too much." He saw that Vasily's expression suddenly turned cold, and he changed the subject and said, "If it is to deal with external enemies, like the Nightmare Ancestor, I will do my best." Vasily's face looked better, and the face of the Qianhua Ancestor in the distance also looked better, and the Fire King Ancestor snorted coldly. Vasily thought for a moment and said, "In fact, according to your current situation, we should transfer you back and put you in the headquarters of the Glory Wizard Alliance, so that you can grow faster. But if you don't want to, we won't force you. Anyway, you are already very fast now, and haste makes waste." At this time, the Ancestor Qianhua spoke up beside him, "Dole, don't let Ash be too tired. He is also a candidate for level 8. The Empire will soon promote Ash to the Prince level. He is another future of our Glory family." Dole turned to the Ancestor Qianhua, and knew what he was thinking. The relationship between Ash and I is more like friends than husband and wife. I will never oppose any of her decisions, and I will not instill any ideas into her. The Ancestor Qianhua was in a complicated mood. From the current news, the two are preparing for a second or even third child. Ash still wants to have more children to prepare for their future family. This will delay a lot of her time, which is actually not advisable. But the child has been taught the concept of family management since childhood, and he values his family very much, so he has such thoughts and practices. Once 4 or 5 children are born, and 5 or 6 years of hard work are delayed, the strength is likely to be fixed here. It is not possible to talk to Dole, so this matter still needs to be discussed with the commander of the Westerling Legion. He thought for a moment, and said to Dole, "When the time is right, you can persuade Aishi. Everything should be based on improving strength. If she is promoted to level 8, you will have a bright future." As soon as the Qianhua Patriarch finished speaking, the Huang Patriarch next to him said in a rude and muffled voice, "Aishi can't be a reproductive machine. If you want offspring, we have many daughters in the royal family. You can have more." Dole almost spit out a mouthful of anger. He rolled his eyes. "Huang Patriarch, you may have some misunderstanding. If I, Dole, want to marry a wife, do you need to tell me?" He then said, "I will go back and persuade her." The Qianhua Patriarch waved his hand angrily at this time, and the Huang Patriarch's figure fell down and fell directly to the ground. He apologized to Dole. "We know that this matter is not your problem, but Aishi and Daphne are currently the most likely to be promoted to level 8. I just hope they won't delay too long." Dole nodded. Vasily stood there bored. This was their royal family's business. Ash was still okay. Her talent was a little worse than Dole's, but not too much. She just didn't have Dole's strong character. Seeing them discuss this, Vasily said, "Dole, tell me what information you need. Your authority has been upgraded to a very high level. In addition, the old man and I have some ideas. It's a good opportunity for you to come and study them." When Dole heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, "The two adults are interested, I have no problem." The three research madmen stood together, each with a nameless fire in their eyes. When the others saw this, they covered their foreheads one after another, and the president and the old man started again. As for Usbul, who was standing in the distance, he glanced at the three people and quickly stepped back 2 steps. He felt that his knowledge was still a little shallow, and he couldn't waste his mental energy with these 3 people. It was too terrible. In terms of attainments in space, the president is the strongest at present. He has now touched part of the rules of space, has initially mastered the application of space, and is even preparing to develop space witchcraft. The old man is also very strong in this regard, but Dole is a little outrageous. Although he has not applied space witchcraft, his space magic pattern application is superb, and he can't catch up with him. Forget it, just use their finished products in the future. No matter what Usbul thinks, seeing Dole, the president, and the crazy old man mixed together, others have a headache. I guess I won't see the president for a while. The elder Qianhua, who was high up, also knew Vasily's temper. He opened his mouth wide at this time, thought for a while, and reminded cautiously, "President Vasily, research is research, but don't forget the main business. Once the nightmare monster succeeds, no matter how much we study, it will be useless. I personally hope you can distinguish the primary from the secondary." Vasily, who was happy, heard this and his face fell. "Master Qianhua, I still know the primary from the secondary. Dole doesn't have many techniques. We are just exchanging, yes, we are just exchanging a few things. It won't take too long." The face of the old man Qianhua turned livid. He still remembered that last time, in order to study the magic circle, Vasily almost didn't even come to preside over the magic circle that attacked the maze space. It was really worrying. He said fiercely, "I will remind you personally when the time comes." Vasily nodded awkwardly when he heard this. Dole looked at Vasily, then at the old man Imo, and then at the old man Qianhua. Suddenly, he had a new understanding of Vasily. This guy probably delayed many things in order to do experiments. How embarrassing. He looked at the Qianhua patriarch, bowed slightly, and said, "Lord Qianhua, I will know my limits." The Qianhua patriarch snorted coldly, saying, "It's better to be so. You have a bad reputation. I heard that not many people in Albi's city have seen you. You are often not seen." Dole suddenly felt a little wronged and scratched his head, saying, "Although my original body is not here, my clone has been in the city all the time, and there are a lot of Xianxia worms as tentacles. I don't want to come out because I think it's unnecessary to come out." The Qianhua patriarch's face looked better. This little guy's mental power is amazing. He will be a good seedling of level 8 in the future. Maybe he can even surpass him. As a level 9 master, from the current point of view, his potential is very huge. As an 8th level wizard, Vasily has the greatest potential to advance to the 9th level. This guy is arrogant and wants to enter the Tao through space. He is very obsessed with space magic patterns. If he really enters the 9th level through space, then Nightmare will probably not be his opponent. Therefore, although Ancestor Qianhua is anxious, he does not force him too much. As long as Vasily can enter the 9th level, it doesn't matter if he is inferior to him in the future. This guy is a research madman anyway, and will not compete with the Empire for power and profit. Chapter 881. Kunwa God Tree looked at Duolai, then at Vasily, and his figure gradually disappeared into the void. He chose to follow the Gory Wizard Alliance, because Vasily had the potential to be promoted to a space wizard. Now it seems that the Fire Wudong God Tree has a good vision, and Duolai also has this potential. In the long years, they have seen too many geniuses, both human and Warcraft, but they all disappeared in the long river of history. Who are the people who finally stayed? They are all geniuses with strong research, such as Vasily, such as the old man, and the one from the Northern Kingdom. After reaching the 9th level, you can rely on your own powerful energy to break through this world and go to other worlds. However, plant creatures are more likely to die when breaking through space to go to other worlds, so they dare not take risks. Although the 7th level can also travel through space, the possibility of falling at the 7th level is too great, and it is almost certain to die. Let's see in the future, anyway, the years are still long. In the underground space, Dole, the old demon, and the separate space built by Vasily. The three of them were sitting in front of a table emitting white light, with magic patterns distributed in front of them. Vasily was in high spirits and his eyes were burning. We have recently found some space magic patterns from the Sky Tribulation Pearl. They are all powerful and are all in here. Now let's look at your side. The old demon also stared at Dole. This guy must have something good, otherwise he wouldn't come here immediately after being hooked. Dory smiled and said, Tower of Babel needs to be promoted to level 8. There are several space runes that I need to study. I have succeeded recently. Since the two adults are willing to help, I will not hide anything. There are a total of 10 high-level magic patterns. Let's study them together. In addition, I need to use your abilities to help me collect some materials. I want to promote Tower of Babel to level 8. Vasily and the old man took a deep breath. Babel Tower, that is the most advanced space masterpiece on Dole. They have been coveting it for a long time, but after obtaining the space formation, their desire for Babel Tower has been reduced a lot. Dole wants to upgrade Babel Tower to level 8, which is an opportunity to observe. The two exchanged glances, and Vasily breathed a sigh of relief and said, Okay, but the two of us need to observe. These Babel Towers are not simple. We heard that it can penetrate the soil layer of the maze world. Dole nodded. It doesn't matter, it can be open to you. There is a level 9 above the 8th level. Dole is not afraid of what they learn. Wizards need mutual benefit. Some materials for Babel Tower are not easy to find. Although he now owns several magic crystal mines, and has more money than he can spend, it is not so easy to collect them by himself. The three quickly reached an agreement. Vasily said, Give me the list of materials, I prepare it right away. I can't wait to know the internal structure of your Babel Tower. Maybe it can give me some inspiration. Dole nodded. He has a lot of trump cards now, and he is not afraid of others knowing something. The Turin Bone Tower alone is much stronger than the Babel Tower in the Alpha world. Dole thought about it, and wrote down some lists of materials with pen and paper, noting the quantity and weight. Vasily frowned as he read it. No wonder Dole has never been promoted to the 8th level Wizard Tower. It turns out that he can't collect these materials alone. But the Glory Wizard Alliance is simple here. A powerful space rune array, plus some runes. Dole spent his own money. It is easy to collect these things. There is nothing that money cannot buy. If you can't buy it, just spend as much money as possible. Vasily called a wizard and arranged things. The three of them immersed themselves in the world of magic patterns, memorizing and pondering. Space magic patterns are different from other magic patterns. It may take 3 or 4 days to ponder other magic patterns, or at most a few months. Some low-level magic patterns can even be fully presented in a few hours, but space magic patterns are different. One magic pattern requires a lot of time. While memorizing, Dole took out a void bead and carefully compared these magic patterns to see the difference. The old man and Vasily were pure memories. Although Dole's magic patterns were not many, they were not all fine products. They needed some time. Glory Wizard Alliance. An 8th level wizard and 3 7th level wizards looked embarrassed at the ring and a piece of paper in front of them. What is this thing that needs so many materials? Although the money is enough, and there is more, some materials need to use the power of the Glory Wizard Alliance to exchange with others. So annoying, the president really assigned a good task. As they are both level 8, he didn't think much about it, and immediately sent a message to ask Vasily. But soon he frowned. Vasily didn't reply to him at all. He didn't give up and asked the old man again. A very impatient voice came soon. Old Wood, I specifically ordered you because you have strength. You are level 8, and you know some things. You know why without us saying more. Collecting these materials is useful. This is the key to President Vasily's promotion to level 9. As long as he can enter the Tao of space, our Glory Wizard Alliance will become the first force in the West Ring continent, and our Glory Empire will also become the first empire. Do I need to tell you the key? Oldwood was an 8th level elder, and his face darkened at this moment. It was not easy for Vasily to enter the 9th level with the way of space. He had only made a little progress over the years, and that was after he got the Labyrinth World. He immediately asked, what about the consumption? Do we need to pay for it ourselves? The premium part is also a huge sum of money. The old man roared immediately, hurry up, stop talking nonsense, there is plenty of money, if it is not enough, come to me, a few 100 million magic crystals are nothing, as long as the matter is done, who will dare to talk to our Glory Wizard Alliance in the future? Oldwood stopped talking immediately, as long as he was not asked to pay, he immediately divided the materials into 10 lists, and ordered them to purchase and collect them respectively, and some of them were directly taken from the warehouse. Others that are difficult to collect. He stood up and said, forget it, I will go out and do some things, but I know who has it, and I can buy it with money, and I can threaten those who can't buy it. Although the Gory Wizard Alliance does not have level 9, it is not weak. It can be said that it has the best alchemy technology in the Western Ring continent. It can at least compete with level 9, not to say that it is unrivaled in the world. However, having level 9 and not having level 9 are two different concepts. The old man said that the president has a chance, so let's give it a try. From level 8 to level 9 is a very huge threshold. It requires not only talent, but also a deep understanding of a certain aspect. I am far behind, and I have to waste many years at level 8. He encouraged himself and walked outside. Many materials are exclusive to some organizations, and they have to talk about them. Dole didn't know how difficult it was to collect these materials. With the Gory Wizard Alliance to collect them, he could just do research without worry. Chapter 882. 3 days passed quickly. Dole then understood why everyone had such an expression when Vasily entered the research state. It was really that they didn't care about anything. So many orders were issued a few days ago, and now the orders were fed back one by one. Vasily was nowhere to be found. He never replied to messages, so many messages were fed back to him and asked him to pass them on. Especially on the side of the Imperial Mage Corps, there were a lot of negotiation messages from the Qianhua Patriarch. Dole had no choice but to pretend that he didn't see it. This time, he exchanged with the two people and gained a lot. This time, several new magic patterns just made up for some of his shortcomings in space transmission and greatly reduced the consumption. He had always consumed a lot when transmitting messages and things. This time, upgrading the Wizard Tower and adding these magic patterns will greatly reduce some of the consumption of the Wizard Tower, which is a good thing for him. However, the understanding of space magic patterns cannot be studied thoroughly in a short time. He still needs some time. But soon, time did not wait for him. The angry Qianhua Patriarch came into the space in person and entered their secret little space. As soon as he appeared, he slapped Vasily away. Vasily was still a little confused. Dole's magic pattern was too powerful. In 3 days, he only understood one magic pattern, and there were still 3 magic patterns that he did not understand. The slap from Qianhua Patriarch made him dizzy, and he did not react at all. When he reacted, he immediately became angry. But when he saw who it was, Vasily's face looked a little better. Qianhua Patriarch. The old demon next to him also raised his head at this time, but he pretended not to see it, and continued to lower his head. Patriarch Qianhua looked at Vasily, then at the old man Mo, and said angrily, "All your subordinates are working outside, but you don't care about anything, don't ask anything, and don't reply to messages. What are you doing as the president? Just resign. Do you know how many decisions are waiting for your orders to be executed?" Vasily also knew his own problems, and said embarrassedly, then changed someone. "I don't want to be the president anymore. You can change to Lao Mu. He is still a long way from level 9, and he can just manage the alliance." Hearing this, Patriarch Qianhua was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. If the president of the Gory Wizard Alliance had not been a wizard of civilian origin, he would have changed someone long ago. Ancestor Qianhua was furious. "You are really great. If you don't advance to level 9, you will be sorry for the Gory Wizard Alliance." Vasily raised his head and suddenly smiled strangely. "I really found an opportunity. I will advance to level 9 in less than 5 years. Ancestor Qianhua looked at him and snorted coldly. "Do you think you still have 5 years if the nightmare issue is not resolved?" Vasily's expression froze, and suddenly he became dazed. Yes, if Ancestor Nightmare advances to level 9 ahead of schedule, he will be like a stray dog. There will be no safe environment for cultivation, not to mention 5 years. Even 50 years may not be possible. He smiled awkwardly and said woodenly, "I will go out and take charge of things and fight for these few years for me." Ancestor Qianhua snorted coldly. He was much less angry, and turned around to look around. It doesn't matter at first glance, this space is pretty good, it's almost perfect in the quality of a complete space. He tried it, and found that his mental power couldn't shake the essence of the space. This was already very powerful. You know, he was level 9, and even if he made a move in the main plane, he could almost shake a little bit of the space. Good guy. This guy is good at bragging, and his ability is also good, but time is too tight now, otherwise, he might really be able to upgrade to level 9. Once there is another level 9 in the Gory Wizard Alliance, the effect will definitely be different. The Gory Wizard Alliance is level 9, but they will not come out unless it is a crisis. Everything now depends on these people. If Vasily can be promoted to level 9, he will have enough power to determine the situation. Ancestor Qianhua snorted coldly and said, "Go quickly. If it doesn't work, the elemental clone can also be used, but don't ignore everything." Vasily ran away, leaving only Duolai and the old man Mo. Duolai looked at Ancestor Qianhua, then at the old man Mo, coughed, and lowered his head slightly. There are still many things to do in the north. I will go back first. We will contact each other next time. He deliberately showed off, and the magic patterns around him flowed, and white light patterns surrounded him. The next moment, he disappeared in front of the old man Mo and Ancestor Qianhua, and the last trace of his breath also disappeared completely. Seeing this, the old demon who was pretending to practice stood up immediately, his eyes wide open. Oh my god, he used his own power, he knows space witchcraft? Although Vasily was also shocked by Dolay's rapid construction of magic patterns, he shook his head at this time. It's still a magic pattern array, not yet at the level of witchcraft. When he can build witchcraft without magic patterns, he will be level 8. Level 8 is deeper into the rule level, with a more thorough understanding of witchcraft and magic patterns, and the ability to transform magic patterns into witchcraft nodes. Dolay is not far from level 8. The current Duolai is not good enough. The old demon still stared. The spell model is simplified from the magic pattern. He can use the magic pattern so quickly, so he will soon achieve witchcraft. He is more powerful than I thought. I don't know how he trained his mental power. How can he be so powerful? If I had such a powerful mental power analysis, I could do it. I really chose the wrong meditation method back then. The old demon regretted it. Vasily looked down at the old demon, watching him cry bitterly, and said with disdain, if you change the meditation method, you may not have the current achievements. Be content. The old demon turned a deaf ear to him, and continued to beat his chest and stamp his feet, regretting it. His meditation method is powerful, but he is not good at mental power. This is also the reason why his analytical ability has always been inferior to Vasily. Weak mental power affects analytical ability, this is certain. Ancestor Qianhua was not interested in Vasily. After leaving this space, he was ready to go out. In the past few days, the news has been communicated to all the dangerous places. Regardless of whether the other party agrees or not, as long as he knows it, he is ready to go to the north, sit on the front line, and suppress the nightmare. That guy is too presumptuous. He invades dangerous places everywhere, and invades high-level magic beasts wantonly. Ancestor Qianhua can't sit idly by and watch the north being harassed, the troops being shared, and the frontline troops are always insufficient. Dole walked out of the small secret realm of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and came to the Glory Wizard Alliance, and built the wizard tower in the middle. He hasn't got the materials he wants to collect yet. He will stay here for the next few days, and wait until the wizard is upgraded to level 8 before going back. Level 7 and level 8 are a watershed. While studying the magic rune array, Dole feels that he has gained a lot. Especially in terms of understanding of space, the structure of the new magic rune array gave him a strong inspiration. In addition to what he saw in the maze world, Dole can even imagine the scenes that Babel Tower may encounter when traveling in the void. Chapter 883. The void is not empty, but it is too vast to appear empty. In Ball's words, the void is like air, boundless, and the worlds are like weak particles in the air, very inconspicuous. Sometimes, you can see one world, but you may need to fly for a long time to see another world. Ball was lucky that year. He encountered the Alpha world soon after he came out. Otherwise, he would have died in the void and been assimilated into nothingness. The void is a very wonderful place. It is the beginning of everything, and the end of everything. It can give birth to such a magical place as the world, and it can also make the world disappear one by one. What's more terrifying is that it can also give birth to strange species such as void creatures. It is unknown whether the void creatures eat real worlds or newly born small worlds. If it is a real world, how powerful are the void creatures? That is an entire real world. Dole didn't know how big the Alpha world was. So far, he had only been to the North Pole, and didn't know how far the South Pole was. In addition to the land under his feet, there were also the stars in the sky. He felt incredible that the void creatures could swallow all of them in one breath. The void was really a magical place. And this time, Dole also learned something new, that is, Vasily wanted to achieve the 9th level, and the 9th level of the void path, and tried to enter the 9th level with space ability. He himself seemed to be developing towards creating space witchcraft. Space magic patterns can be used at ordinary times, but it is very difficult to create witchcraft with magic patterns. This requires extremely high attainments in space, and Dole himself is far from it. At least he is too old. Although he usually uses it a lot, he doesn't have enough time to go deep. For example, 1 + 1 = 2. Everyone knows it, but who knows why 1 + 1 = 2? Vasily has reached this stage, and he is still very high, which makes Dole very envious. When he reaches level 9, he must take the path of wind, rain and thunder. It is not realistic to take the path of space. After all, there is not so much space for him to figure out and master, and he doesn't have so much time. Moreover, the Glory Wizard Alliance must have a way to observe the void. In this regard, he has an absolute disadvantage. Thinking of this, he focused on the clone, trying his best to let his mental power swim in the storm, observe the most subtle things in the storm element, and master the power contained in it. This is his most fundamental power. At the gate of Albi's city, a dusty caravan came from afar. The caravan was large and powerful. The leader of the caravan was even a level 6 warrior. Generally speaking, the strength of the people in the caravan is not very strong. After all, they take ordinary routes, and do not pass through too dangerous places. When Duelai came out, the Flame Caravan only had a 3rd level wizard in charge. The strength of this caravan is a bit exaggerated. As soon as they arrived at the city gate, the caravan leader brought a few merchants wearing noble clothes to the city gate and immediately asked about Duelai. Is the Lord Stormlord here? How did we come from 1,000 miles away? What kind of medicine we are looking for, etc. The city guards naturally could not tell them too much details, but just checked their identities. If there was no problem, they let them in and asked at the city lord's mansion. The leader of the caravan and a few people went into the city, while the rest of the caravan proceeded in an orderly manner, communicating with local merchants, selling goods, and buying local specialties. Everything seemed very relaxed. At the gate of the city lord's mansion, several merchants and the leader came to Dole's mansion. They had just heard that Dole usually didn't care about things in the city, and didn't show up much. If you want to find him, there are 2 places you can definitely find him. The first is the Storm Territory. He must be consciously sitting there to prevent being attacked by the Baiyuan Mountains. The other place is the City Lord's Mansion, where there will usually be a clone sitting there. But whether the Lord is willing to come out is 2 different things. After confirming the news, the group came nervously. At the gate of the City Lord's Mansion, a group of 4 people were stopped. The guard looked at them and asked about their purpose. His expression was a little abnormal, because these people actually came to ask for Super Vitality Potion. The news of the Super Vitality Potion has only been spread recently. It is just that it is not easy to refine, so the price is very high, and it is so high that ordinary people cannot understand it. 1 bottle costs 10 million, which is simply incredible. Dole's clone is resting, and the Nightmare clone is in the City Lord's Mansion. In recent times, as social security has improved, he has not had the opportunity to collect dreams. The guard came in from outside and saw Duelai strolling. He breathed a sigh of relief and walked up to say something. After listening, Duelai raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. Who doesn't want to make money? As long as the other party is willing to provide materials, he will do it. However, he also needs to confirm the identity of these people and the direction of the potion. At this moment, he must not help the enemy. He was not in a hurry to meet him, but asked someone to go down first, and stood quietly in the yard. At the door, several merchants looked at each other, and one of them said, Wizard Dole is in an urgent moment of cultivation now, so it's okay not to see him for the time being. I plan to wait here. Another person sighed and shook his head. I want to follow the caravan, but I can't have a capable assistant like you, so I won't wait. Next time, anyway, this line will come often. He did come here often, and he was a regular customer. Recently, he also heard about the Super Vitality Potion, so he hurried over to take a look. 2 people expressed their opinions, and the other 2 also left and stayed. The 2 people who stayed looked at each other, as if they had met too late, and then left the door of the City Lord's Mansion together. Behind the 2 people, 2 weak black corpse worms silently hung on them. At the same time, Dole asked Ivy to investigate the caravan as carefully as possible. Recently, he would have people investigate the large-scale outflow of potions, especially those that flowed to unknown directions, and investigate as much as possible. The destination of the potions must not be the northwest direction. There are still spies in Albi's city, but there are not many. Dole's dream clone can easily discover the identity of the other party, and then make a move, making those people disappear quietly. So, the current intelligence of Albi's mountain has not been leaked, and many forces have no way of knowing the specific information here. Dole is still very confident in this regard. As for what the caravan revealed, it is naturally just some one-sided words, and Dole will not pay attention to it. The 2 businessmen went in and out of various brothels together, and also stayed in brothels at night. The largest red building in Albi's city was opened by the Lang family, making a fortune every day. At night, the 2 people cautiously opened 2 houses, but each took out an ink cartridge, shielded the inside and outside, and communicated with equipment. Weiss, super vitality must be obtained, but I can only wait here for 3 days. Chapter 884. The man named Weiss shook his head next door. I can't stay here for too long, otherwise it will arouse their vigilance. But we are not a group of people, and there are others who will repeat our transactions. The first man nodded. Super vitality potion involves the transaction between the adults and those monsters. If we can't contain the Northern Kingdom and the Glory Empire, our Nightmare Empire may be in a passive position with a high probability. West nodded. Be careful, let's see tomorrow. There is no intelligence leaking out here at present. Our intelligence personnel come and go one by one. I suspect that we are all under surveillance. Albee City is a black hole of the Nightmare Empire's intelligence organization. Everyone is more cautious about this. Okay, let's go ask again tomorrow. If tomorrow doesn't work, we will go the day after tomorrow. But I can only stay for 3 days. After 3 days, I have to go somewhere else to check the situation. Okay. Although the two used shielding settings, the Xian corpse worm was very subtle. It hung on their bodies and attached to their clothes, and it was not easy to be discovered. Dole had already verified this on Daphne, so he knew every word of their conversation. These two people were indeed spies sent by the enemy. From their words, Dole could guess that the Nightmare Ancestor might have reached a deal with some monsters, so he needed the Super Vitality Potion. Although this thing was easy to refine, the raw materials were hard to find. In a transaction with the Imperial capital, he almost consumed all of the Tai Sui, leaving only a little bit, which he kept for cultivation, and it was impossible to manufacture on a large scale. The Imperial capital refined a total of several hundred bottles of Super Vitality Potion, which almost emptied Dole's inventory. Even so, they used a lot of their own raw materials, and the clones continued to make them, and only then refined some. Even so, some orders have been extended to Albee City, and Dole still needs to refine some. However, he has many clones, so he is not afraid that no one will refine it. The Nightmare Empire wants Super Vitality Potion, and it is estimated that it will send people. Dole wants to see how many people they have. The Nightmare Empire has only 1 level 8, or 2 or 3 level 8 Black Wizard allies, and there will not be too many level 7s, at most 10 or so. If it were not for the geographical environment, and the many dangerous places around the magical beasts, it would have pacified the northwestern countries long ago. However, the Empire is currently communicating with the surrounding high-level magical beasts, striving to pass through the border and wipe out the Nightmare Empire in one fell swoop. If it is delayed again, the Nightmare Ancestor successfully enters the 9th level, and the consequences will be absolutely unimaginable, which is also what Dole does not want to see. He will definitely not do this thing of aiding the enemy. Dole did not intend to kill the two men, so he kept them hanging, giving them some hope, letting them waste their time here, but not letting them despair, otherwise they would have to think of other ways. Just like that, time soon came to April. April is summer for the south, and the noble ladies in the imperial capital have begun to wear gorgeous clothes, revealing their jade-like arms and beautiful necks, walking on the road, making the men around them swallow their saliva. The ancient trees on the street have also been covered with green, and the shade under the trees is cool, and many old people and young men and women are playing below. Dole's clone walked on the street, looking in all directions, looking at all kinds of people around him, as well as various convenient alchemical transportation tools, with a calm expression. He crossed several streets, and soon arrived at the gate of the palace. A pretty and determined woman was waiting. It was Daphne. Next to Daphne was a girl, younger than Daphne, but dressed more gorgeously than Daphne. Her eyes were big, and seemed full of spiritual light. At this time, she was wearing a court dress that tightly wrapped her body, highlighting her graceful figure, which was very eye-catching. However, her strength was not strong, and she only had blood fluctuations, which seemed to be only level 5. But considering his age, he was already unmatched. Dole glanced at the girl and concluded that she had a good figure and good strength. He stopped paying attention to her, and looked at Daphne. "I'm here." Daphne bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for your help." Dole was a little surprised. When did Daphne become so polite? He thought for a while and asked, "The Imperial Mage Corps and the Imperial Alchemist Guild have many alchemy talents. Why do you have to let me help you refine a new wizard tower?" Daphne smiled faintly at this time. "If their wizard tower can compare with the wizard tower you refine, this princess will not say anything. You can come, which means you are interested. Do you want to see the drawings first?" Dole smiled faintly and said, "That's not necessary. I have nothing to do recently. I am also waiting for materials. It's okay to help you refine it, by the way." The conversation between the two was full of equality. Dole seemed not to be a high-ranking 7th-level wizard, and Daphne was not a high-ranking first princess of the empire. It was like old friends exchanging greetings. The girl on the side looked at the two and muttered in her heart that Sister Daphne seemed to have changed. She was not like this to others at ordinary times. She was picky and picky. Although this wizard Dole is not very handsome, he is also very attractive. A level 7 wizard at the age of 29 is also very scary. She couldn't feel the aura of Dole, but it was easy to guess why her proud sister was so polite. It must be that the other party's strength was extremely exaggerated. You know, Sister Daphne was not so well behaved in front of the ancestors. The two talked for a few words, and Daphne suddenly introduced Dole. "This is my sister Elia. Is she pretty?" Dole turned his head and nodded slightly. "Meet Princess Elia." He pretended to take a closer look, then smiled and said, "Your Highness, don't make your waist so thin when it's not necessary. It's not good for the operation of fighting spirit." Elia wanted to say something nice, but when she heard this, she was speechless. "What do you mean you don't have to make your waist so thin? It's all those hateful palace maids who did it, not me." She smiled slightly, bent her legs and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Dole." Dole glanced at Elia again and said to Daphne, "Princess Elia is very beautiful. She will definitely find a suitable prince charming in the future. Let's not talk about this. Are all the things ready? Can I see the drawings first?" Daphne nodded. She heard the implication of Dole. She was not interested in Elia. This guy was devoted to studying witchcraft, and had little interest in matters between men and women. When she thought that her sister Ash was chasing after him, she felt a little uncomfortable. These princesses, if placed outside, would not be held in the arms, but to Dole, they would become a burden. However, she quickly let it go and said to Dole, "I can give you the drawings now, but you have to keep it confidential. In addition, the alchemy masters of the Imperial Mage Corps will help on the side. Please don't mind." Chapter 885. Dole nodded and said, "Okay, I'm not very good at alchemy, I just like to refine various wizard towers, so I can ask them for advice." Daphne pouted, "He can refine wizard towers. Why care about ordinary alchemy props? Dole is really used to being a city lord, he can say these nice words." He turned around gracefully and said, "Come with me." The three of them walked forward together. Elrea kept looking at Dole. She stood behind Dole, walking and looking at his not very tall figure. At this time she thought Dole was pretty good, although he was not handsome, but just standing here, he could make his sister dare not speak nonsense. This momentum was enough to make all the men in the imperial capital inferior. This is a great achievement, you know. Those people in the imperial capital, including the proud Augustine, dare not be presumptuous in front of her sister. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. The more she looked at Dole, the more lovely and amiable he became. She quickly came to Dole's side. At this time, she felt the huge fluctuation of blood and chi in Dole's body. She pulled his arm and found that this guy had a very heavy hand. Elia asked curiously, "Wizard Dole, you also practice the warrior system?" Dole was pulled by Elia, but he didn't care. He turned his head and smiled. "Yes, if the warrior level is evaluated, I am also level 6 now, one level higher than you." Elia knew her own strength, but she was a little surprised at this time. "Aren't you a wizard? Why do you still practice fighting spirit?" What she thought in her heart was that this blood and chi strength was really not low. Dole shrugged his hands. "With my mental power, it is not contradictory to divide a little mental power to promote fighting spirit operation when practicing. My mental power is enough to cope with dual practice." Hearing this, Elia covered her mouth in shock. How strong is the control to practice witchcraft and fighting spirit at the same time? You know, fighting spirit and witchcraft are different routes. One focuses on the body, tempering the internal organs, meridians, muscles, and bones, and the other cultivates the sea of consciousness. Can they be practiced separately? Is this still a human? Daphne, who was standing aside, also glanced at Dole at this time, with a surprised look, and then looked at her sister, and said earnestly, "Look, I asked you to practice witchcraft at the beginning, but you didn't practice it. Now you know the benefits of witchcraft, right? I am also a 4th level warrior. If the control is strong enough, the practice of witchcraft and fighting spirit will not conflict. Dividing the spirit into 2, 3, or even 4 parts is a high-level mental skill, which is actually not difficult. Does Her Highness Elia also have the talent of a wizard? Why don't I feel it?" Dole was a little confused at this time. He clearly didn't feel the mental fluctuations on Elia. Elia was shocked. Dividing it into 2 parts was already very exaggerated. How could it be divided into 3 or 4 parts? Daphne continued with Dole's words at this time. In fact, it is normal for wizards on the spiritual power side to divide their spiritual power into more than 10 parts. With Dole's ability, if there is enough spiritual power, he can even divide it into dozens of clones, doing different things and thinking about different problems. Aaliyah was even more surprised. She said with a chuckle, "Why do the wizards of the Imperial Mage Corps only have one part, and they can't even do one part well?" Daphne sneered, "So, they are all mediocre, so it's better not to mention them." Dole had been observing Elrea at this time. He realized that although he could feel the blood fluctuations on Elrea's body, they were not emitted by him. Instead, there was some device on her body that isolated the blood fluctuations. Her own blood fluctuations were stronger. This thing not only isolated her blood fluctuations, but also hid her mental fluctuations. She had a treasure on her. Although Elrea was surprised, she could also feel that Dole's eyes were looking at her with extremely penetrating scrutiny. He was scanning herself. She unbuttoned her collar at this time, revealing large areas of skin underneath, and then took out a pendant from her chest. Seeing this pendant, Dole understood it all at once. Through the pendant, Dole could see the softness on Elrea's chest. He calmly looked away and nodded. So it was an isolated magic circle. I know. Princess Aaliyah is also a genius. Aaliyah saw Dole's gaze, hid the pendant, buttoned up her clothes, sighed, and said, "My talent in fighting spirit is greater than my talent in witchcraft. If witchcraft can be so powerful, I want to learn from Wizard Dole for a while. The witchcraft I practice is the same as Princess Ash's, both are ice and snow goddess meditation. I want to learn the technique of splitting mental power. Although my sister can do it, she can only split it into 2 parts. No matter how she teaches, I can't learn it." Daphne was a little embarrassed when she heard this. She knew it herself, but she couldn't teach others. The powerful elders of the family rarely come out to teach people, and the teacher himself is not very good, so Aaliyah really can't do it herself. Dole muttered in his heart, "Another genius. There are really many hidden geniuses in the Imperial family. It seems that the problem is still superficial at first. There may be more people hidden in the Imperial capital." He knew what Daphne meant, and also understood what the Imperial capital royal family meant. This was probably for him to go on a blind date. Aaliyah is indeed beautiful, but he will leave this world in the future. What's the use of being beautiful? Without spatial talent, and without Ash's belief in following him wholeheartedly, these people are not worth marrying. They just want to steal his talent for the next generation. Dole himself didn't know what his talent was. In short, he just had this idea. These people must be for his talent. The offspring of 2 powerful people must be stronger. Dole felt this in Monica. That little girl, only a few months old, Dole felt the difference between her and other children. Monica was born with the affinity of magic elements in just a few months. Now she can't feel anything without practicing meditation, but in the future, the improvement speed will be amazing after practicing meditation. Want to seduce me with beauty, Dole thought. You really have beautiful thoughts. In the concept of biological wizards, only 2 kinds of creatures will continue to mate and give birth to offspring. The first kind is the biological population that emphasizes group gathering behavior. They rely on the number of races to improve their autonomous safety and overall survival ability. There are many such creatures, such as wolves, foxes, rabbits, mice, etc. The second kind is that they are aware that they are not strong enough and have no ability to survive. Their bodies will age, and their minds will be stagnant. They need to continue to give birth to offspring, so that the race can continue on this land. Whether it is the first or the second kind, this is the behavior born from the nature of the creatures that are weak in nature, or their own lifespan is not enough for them to stay in this world for a long time. On the contrary, the stronger and more long-lived creatures are, the less they think of mating and giving birth to offspring, because their life cycle is long enough, their own nature can continue to exist without interruption, and the complex behavior of giving birth to offspring to maintain the survival of the race in their bodies is reduced to the extreme. Chapter 886. Humans are much stronger than other creatures in this regard. They can do everything they can to improve their life level, strengthen their survival ability, and reproduce very quickly. However, this also has disadvantages. The behavior of constantly reproducing offspring will reduce the desire of creatures to be strong. Relying on others will reduce their life level. The more it declines, the more it will emphasize the importance of offspring. Instead of emphasizing its own survival, it will emphasize the survival of offspring. Dole has a thorough understanding of biological concepts. He doesn't want his offspring to become a tool to prolong the lives of others. This is meaningless. However, being born in the imperial family is actually not bad. It can quickly improve one's strength and pass the relatively weak stage. He walked in thought, and soon came to the harem. He didn't see George. He rarely saw him now. Instead, he saw Emperor Yale. He was wearing a light armor, and standing at the door of the backyard to greet Dole. It was such an honor for a level 9 warrior to greet Dole. Emperor Yale looked at the three people coming over with a smile on his face. He looked at Elrea and asked with a questioning look. Elrea nodded quietly. The smile on Emperor Yale's face became more obvious. He stood up and laughed loudly. Wizard Dole, it's not easy to invite you here. I heard that you will stay here for a while. George is very happy. Unfortunately, he has been busy dealing with the Northwest recently, and can't spare much time to see you. Dole nodded, bowed slightly, and smiled. I have met Emperor Yale. In fact, there is no need to do this. He is so busy. If you have any questions, just say hello. I will help you to the best of my ability. Emperor Yale nodded and said meaningfully, I heard that you came alone this time, and you didn't bring anyone to serve you. How about this? Elrea has reached a bottleneck period recently, and she can study with you for a while, okay? I heard that you are a first-class teacher. In the Northwest, almost half of the senior pharmacists are trained by you. Everyone knew this news a long time ago, so when Emperor Yale said it, everyone agreed. Dole smiled shyly. It's all because of everyone's compliment. There's nothing good or bad about it. I want to ask Princess Elrea what she wants to learn. I'm good at potions, and I'm also good at alchemy. Elrea had been shocked by Dole all the way. Now she came out, straightened her slightly raised chest, and volunteered, I want to learn about mental power. If I can make some achievements in witchcraft, I'm willing to change. Yale the Great looked at Elrea with some surprise. How did this little girl change her personality? She was unwilling to practice meditation at ordinary times. So what happened today? He turned his eyes to Daphne, but saw Daphne smiling and silent. Yale the Great suddenly understood. Dole had a headache. Meditation is not so easy and fun. He thought for a while and said, if you want to make achievements in witchcraft, it is best not to practice the ice and snow goddess meditation method. Change to another method, preferably one that can cultivate a large amount of mental power, and does not require too much power. Change to another meditation method? Hearing this, Daphne and Elrea twitched their mouths at the same time. This is not a joke. Elrea was a little hesitant to agree, and said, what kind of magic does Wizard Dole practice? Can I learn it from you? Daphne immediately said, shut up, the magic that Wizard Dole practices is his own, not bought from anywhere. Dole waved his hand and said, my meditation method is not an advanced meditation method, so I can teach you naturally. Even if I don't teach it to you, it will belong to your royal family in the future. Monica is also a descendant of the royal family. He will inherit my meditation method in the future, and it is the same to give it to you now. Hearing this, Yale the Great and Daphne were a little surprised. Dole was so calm. Obviously, he doesn't care at all. This represents a very obvious signal. He doesn't care about everything he is now, even the most important meditation method, which may even make him unwilling to stay in this world in the future. Daphne and Emperor Yale fell silent, while Elrea was very happy. Okay, then I will change to another meditation method, and I don't want that wizard tower anymore. I will change to another one. Emperor Yale smiled bitterly. He had just prepared the materials, and it was not so easy to change now. Even if it was the imperial family, it would not be so easy to build a level 7 wizard tower. Daphne thought for a while, and said in a heavy tone, since you want to change the meditation method, the meditation methods currently owned by our royal family are actually not suitable for the conditions mentioned by Dole. Only the Glory Wizard Alliance or other forces have similar meditation methods. She raised her head and looked at Dole. If you can give your meditation method to my sister to practice, then... Dole said indifferently, I don't care, just give me enough compensation. I have a ready-made storm field for you to observe, and Ash can teach you how to divide the spiritual power. Dole is too busy to have so much time to teach students. Ash can teach her and help her take care of the child, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He thought about it with ill intentions. Ash has a second child. Of course, this is based on the fact that Emperor Yale gives her enough benefits. As for who Elea will be with in the future, it is none of her business. Anyway, according to the current situation, Emperor Yale will push Elea out, and it is certain that she will find a suitable husband. Dole thinks a lot. Emperor Yale was relieved when he heard what Dole said. He said slowly, compensation is okay. I will give you the right resources according to the purchase price of the top meditation method. Then the wizard tower will not be needed. You can refine one that suits the 2 sisters. It is best to refine one that suits the 2 sisters. Now it is Dole's turn to have a headache. Daphne practices the Zhuhua God meditation method, which is the wind and fire system. If Elia practices her own meditation method, which is the water, wind and thunder system, how can they be integrated together? According to this, only one Four Spirits Wizard Tower can be cultivated. The Four Spirits Wizard Tower has the blueprint in this world, and Dole does not need to specially explore his own inventory. However, the highest level of the Four Spirits Wizard Tower is only 8, and there is no higher level. As a wizard tower, the Four Spirits Wizard Tower is absolutely powerful. It can launch 4 attacks with the highest attributes of different attributes, and its defense is also good, which is very suitable for the two sisters. As soon as Dole explained the matter, Emperor Yale understood. He sighed and said, "Extraordinary times require extraordinary measures. No one can tell the outcome of the current war with the Nightmare Empire until the end. The more life-saving abilities you have, the better. I don't need to worry about George, as she has the 4 legions and the Imperial Mage Corps to protect her. As for the two sisters, I can only pay for them. I will prepare the materials later, and come back to you in 2 days." Emperor Yale nodded, straightened his back, and spoke in the tone he usually used to speak to ministers. Chapter 887. Dole glanced at Emperor Yale and thought, when will this guy abdicate and George come up? It's been so long. He nodded slowly. He is a marquis, but now he is a wizard. There is no need to show any gesture in front of Emperor Yale. After thinking for a while, he said to Elia next to him, "You can live in my wizard tower for a few days." Elia nodded obediently. Dole glanced at Daphne. "What about you?" Daphne shook her head. "I won't go. I always feel depressed in your wizard tower." She is a little sensitive to the spatial attribute, and the Tower of Babel is a wizard tower with spatial attributes, so she feels uncomfortable every time she enters, but it is not very obvious. She knows that her father wants to match Elia and Dole, so she consciously does not want to be a villain. Dole is really good, but unfortunately, her goal is more ambitious. On the contrary, if Elia cannot make achievements in witchcraft, she will not be so valuable as a warrior. Sooner or later, she will be the object of marriage. If she can take a fancy to Dole, it would be the best. Daphne thought that without strength, even the kind of person she likes will be at the mercy of the family and power. These descendants of the nobles look bright and beautiful, speak and behave like gentlemen, and are high above ordinary people. In fact, they are quite miserable in private. Daphne stayed here. Elia lifted her skirt, said goodbye to Yale the Great and Daphne, and slowly left the backyard with Dole. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Yale the Great sighed and said, "Don't you think I am selfish?" Daphne had a blank expression on her face. "I don't know if it's selfish or not. It will be the same sooner or later. Isn't it destined for the descendants of our family?" Emperor Yale glanced at Daphne. "You see it very clearly, but you still have to work harder and strive to be promoted to level 7 before the age of 50. This way you will have more freedom. Do you think you are free now?" Daphne shook her head. "Father, I am not free. Compared with Elia, I have lost more my freedom, my yearning, everything I have. No matter what I want to do, or what I want to do, I have to rely on strength now. Without strength, my status is not as good as Elia." Emperor Yale. His heart sank. Daphne saw more clearly than she thought. He raised his head and looked at the sky. "It seems that you understand more clearly than I thought. The imperial family brings you enough convenience, so you naturally have to take more responsibilities. You choose the path of strength, which is actually much better than others. At least you have the talent to take this path, and don't have to bear more responsibilities. Well, it's too sad to say all this. There is no happiness in life after adulthood. Do you think it's easy for me? Do you think it's easy for Dole?" Daphne shook her head. "Dole is in charge of a county. He supports the whole world by himself, and there are so many miscellaneous things. It will be more difficult than himself." Yale the Great looked forward. "Let's not talk about Dole, let's talk about myself. When I was in the Imperial Palace, I killed people. Do you think I did it for the throne? No, I did it to protect myself. If I didn't sit in this position, do you think I can live until now?" Daphne turned her head and looked at her father in astonishment. For the first time in so many years, her father talked about what happened back then. The palace incident was a river of blood, hundreds of people in the imperial family were killed or injured, and her father eventually took this position. It can be said that the cruelty between the emperor's children was displayed to the extreme. But her father never talked about this matter. Now it seems that there are other hidden secrets back then. However, the emperor's children have always been like this, and Daphne is used to it. She just wants to be herself. "Father, I will try my best." After thousands of words, there was only one sentence left. After walking out of the palace, Elia's expression suddenly collapsed, and she changed from a standard princess image to an ordinary warrior. The court dress on her body naturally changed into an ordinary warrior light armor, covering her body everywhere, leaving only a pair of forearms. Dole had long discovered that there was something wrong with her clothes, but she didn't expect it to be a standard warrior magic armor that she often wore. To create such an equipment, the alchemist behind it took some effort. Elia changed again after putting on the light armor. She looked valiant, capable, and with a delicate face, she had a unique temperament. After changing into light armor, this equipment still had a certain concealment ability. With Dole's level 7 ability, she still couldn't see her strength without deliberately scanning. The imperial family was really rich and luxurious. This alchemical equipment must be very expensive. Elia saw Dole looking at her and deliberately turned around. "How is it? Does it look good?" Dole pouted. "It's very luxurious and very practical. This light armor is of a high level." Elia knew that she couldn't get anything good out of Dole, so she smiled and said, "8th level alchemical equipment." Dole nodded. Only the 8th level alchemical equipment could shield her eyes, but it was really luxurious. This equipment is not simple. Elia looked at Dole's face, turned her eyes, and said, "I can only come out once in a long time, and every time I come out, I have to change my appearance, which is very unpleasant. Today you are here, I want to go out for a walk and eat some specialties of the empire. I know there is a roast duck restaurant in the imperial capital, which is very good. Warriors have strong blood and energy, but they also have high requirements for material things." It is understandable that Elia is greedy. Dole just thought about it and said, "Then go, you lead the way. I am not familiar with the imperial capital." Elia was very happy, standing next to Dole, holding his arm, and said, "I knew you were willing to go, let's go now, on 3rd Street. The two walked and observed the surroundings. It can be seen that Elia rarely comes out. She walked all the way, looking around everywhere, and soon arrived at the door of the roast duck restaurant. It is an old brand in the imperial capital. There are many people coming and going at the door. They are all mercenaries and nobles. Ordinary people are rarely seen. The price must be high. Elia's beauty attracted many people's attention just by standing at the door. After the two found a top-level private room, the people below calmed down. Although the roast duck restaurant is popular, it is not easy to get a top-level private room on the upper floor. More importantly, you can't get in without a certain status. This is also a high-end place. As soon as Dole entered, he found that this place was not simple, but it seemed that every large restaurant in the imperial capital was not simple. The private room was very quiet, and there were not many people. After ordering the meal, the two sat face to face, waiting for the food to be served. Elia looked at Dole at this time, and her cunning eyes flickered. "I heard you're from the northern kingdom, that place?" Dole thought for a moment, and said nonchalantly, "A place called Doman County, which is a mountainous area. The county's economy is supported by the mines in the mountains, so it's very poor. But the rich are also very rich." Elrea thought Dole was unwilling to talk about the previous things, but when she heard him say that, she became interested. Chapter 888. She asked many questions about various things, but after hearing Dole say that his father was dead and his mother remarried, her curiosity was reduced. It was hard to imagine how Dole, who was so powerful now, survived back then. But Dole's later situation was more mysterious. He saved an alien visitor, and then he was out of control. In just 10 years, he had reached a height that others could not reach in their lifetime. So inspiring and touching. At first, Elia was very resistant to seeing Dole, but now she has more respect for him. Level 7 wizards are not like level 7 warriors, who are everywhere on the street. This is a real wizard, a master of natural disaster level, who can destroy a city with a wave of his hand. Not long after, the roast duck came up. Elia cheered, reached out and took it, tore off the rubber outside, revealing the duck meat inside, and stuffed it into her mouth without ladle-like style. Dole raised his head speechlessly. Is this really so delicious? He didn't know how long he hadn't eaten meat. He usually ate some fruits grown in the laboratory, which were much more delicious than this. He picked it up and looked at it carefully. It was baked quite well and looked very good. After finishing the operation, he stuffed a piece into his mouth and chewed it. Suddenly, a rich fragrance filled his entire mouth. The taste was good, but it was not to an exaggerated level. Elrea's performance was really exaggerated. Just as Elrea was working hard, the door of the private room opened slightly, and a middle-aged man poked his head in. He first glanced at Dole, then at Elrea, and pushed the door open with a smile on his face and walked in. Dole also saw this man. He was dressed very decently and had a noble gentleman style. He had a managerial temperament. He should be the boss here and came for Elrea. Although Dole was famous, he was only famous in the wizard circle. In other circles, he was just an ordinary person. Sure enough, the boss walked straight to Elrea and said with a smile, "Hello, your highness. How come you have time to come out today?" As soon as he said this, Dole knew that Elrea was a frequent visitor here. Elrea didn't care about talking at this time. While eating, she said vaguely, "No, I don't have to go back to the palace recently. I hang out with this local tyrant next to me for a few days." The middle-aged man was a little surprised. This local tyrant next to him? This boy is a local tyrant. He looked at Dole carefully and found a small mark on his clothes. He was shocked. This is actually a marquis. In the imperial capital, although there are many marquises and dukes, not everyone can see them. He immediately lowered his head and said, "Meet the marquis." Dole nodded and said, "You are the boss here. What can I do for you?" The middle-aged man felt a little regretful. If he had known that there was such a young marquis, he would not have taken the initiative to make connections. The one from the Augustine family really gave him a hard time. Although there are many marquises, their age also has to be considered. It is absolutely impossible for such a young marquis to have no background. He thought for a while, then smiled and said, "No, I just haven't seen His Highness for a long time, and I want to come and see him. If there is nothing else, I will leave first." He smiled and was about to leave. At this time, Dole smiled, "Don't leave in a hurry, I want to ask you a few questions." The boss immediately stopped and said solemnly, "You ask?" Dole thought for a while, picked up a piece of duck meat, and said, "Your duck should be provided by farmers who are raised in the mountains. This is not important. I want to ask, among these seasonings, are there some specially cultivated medicinal herbs that I have never seen?" The boss was shocked. This was the first person who found problems with duck meat. He did not answer the question, but became serious and asked, "Why does the marquis ask such a question? Is there a problem with my duck meat? Is there a problem with the taste?" Dole knew that he had caused the boss to rebound and might have asked a key question. He didn't want to answer, so he smiled and said, "That's not the case. I am a pharmacist, and I am very knowledgeable about medicines. Let me show you something." Dole flipped his wrist and took out a bunch of things similar to pine nuts. With a wave of his hand, those things floated in front of the boss. "This is a kind of medicinal material I mix myself when I have nothing to do. It has a spicy taste. I think it is better than the one you use." The middle-aged man was a little bit unbelievable. Their seasoning was specially provided by a medicinal material cultivator. That person is the #1 botanist in the imperial capital and has a very large botanical garden. The middle-aged man believes that no one can compare to that person in terms of plant cultivation. This young and unbelievable marquis actually took out something casually and said it was better than his. This was a bit unbelievable. He thought about it and did not refuse. He took the thing in his hand, looked at it carefully, and said, "I will go down to test it now. Please wait." Dole nodded. He came out for fun. It would be best if he could do some business. "Okay, but don't let some random people come to disturb us. Those Augustine family trash outside can get out." The middle-aged man's face turned pale. The other party was indeed very powerful. He dared to call the Augustine family trash. This was unusual. You know, even Her Highness Daphne was usually impatient, but relatively polite. This person's tone was not polite at all. Elrea was eating while listening to the conversation between the two. At this time, she was a little stunned. Dole is also a pharmacist? It seems so. He has his own medicine garden? There are too many people now. Is he still a human being? The middle-aged man walked out of the private room. As soon as he went out and turned a corner, he saw several elegant young men sitting together, waiting for his reply. Seeing the middle-aged man coming, the few people laughed and said, "How is it, boss? Is Her Highness Elrea willing to meet?" The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "No, she is not alone today. There is another person, very mysterious, I can't see through, and I suggest you don't go over." After saying that, he hurried down. Seeing the middle-aged man's performance, several people were a little surprised, but Elrea usually followed several masters, and they couldn't get close to her at all. Now there were only 2 people, and they couldn't miss the opportunity to get to know each other. Although Elrea usually didn't appear in the imperial capital, she was known as the top 3 of the top 10 beauties in the imperial capital. In terms of appearance and figure, she was very good. If she could be taken back, it would naturally be the best. There was also a competitive relationship between the few people, and their eyes flashed when they looked at each other. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. It's my honor to meet Her Highness Elria. I've been wanting to see her for a long time. Let's go and take a look. The few people were also brave. After a brief discussion, they walked around the corner and headed for the private room. As the middle-aged man was going downstairs, someone caught up with him and whispered something. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Let them go. As long as they don't fight, everything is fine. Tell that master to keep an eye on them and make sure nothing happens." Chapter 889. Dole didn't want trouble, but trouble came. He looked at Elria's delicate face next to him, who didn't care about her image at all, and thought to himself, it's true that beauty has always been a disaster since ancient times. He also ate seriously. Although the taste here is not the best, it's edible. In addition, it's not bad to try it after not eating for a long time. 2 or 3 minutes later, there was a knock on the door, and then a few young people with smiles on their faces pushed the door open and walked in unceremoniously. There were 4 people in total. Judging from their clothes, 2 were from the Augustine family, 1 was from the Connie family, and 1 was from an unknown family. Dole had seen these people a long time ago. The moment the 4 people just stepped into the room, he immediately launched a pressure, pressing on the heads of the 4 people with a force of 10,000 pounds. As soon as the 4 people came in, they felt like a mountain was pressing down on their heads, and they lay on the ground without any image, very embarrassed. The 4 people together, with a cry of pain, lay on the ground very neatly, and it still looked very spectacular. Those people still wanted to struggle desperately, but there was no way, they couldn't get up at all. The 4 people tried everything, but they couldn't get up. Suddenly, they were ashamed and angry. Some of them blushed and their necks were thick. Someone couldn't help but yelled, "Do you know who I am? Don't you dare let us get up quickly." The next moment, Dole raised his eyebrows, opened his mouth and kept moving, but couldn't make a sound. Several people used all their strength to twist on the ground, but the strong pressure made them unable to move, and they could only lie on the ground with distorted faces, their faces flushed. That was anger, and at the same time, shame and anger. Dole waved his hand casually, and these people disappeared from his sight in an instant. In fact, it was not disappearance, but just a layer of dream power covering the surface, so that he and Elrea could not see it. Except for himself and Elrea, everyone else could see it. Elrea looked at Dole with meat in her mouth, a little stunned. That's the Alexander family. Even if it's my sister, she would beat them up at most, not humiliate them. Although she also practiced the ice and snow goddess meditation method, it was only to make her will stronger, and there was no extra use, so she couldn't see the trick Dole used. Dole glanced at Elrea, and could not see any expression. Whether it is a warrior or a wizard, the final cultivation is to cultivate the mind. If the mind is not good, nothing can be done well. This mind refers to 2 aspects of ability. The first aspect is what you think, and what you insist on in your heart. You cannot be disturbed too much by changes in the outside world. The other aspect is that your character represents your future achievements. If you are a person who looks ahead and behind, if you are a cowardly person, if you are a person who dares not even express your own emotions, then you are not worthy of cultivation. What's wrong with the Alexander family? Can these useless people beat you now? Who has a stronger backer? If they have the ability, they can call their ancestors out in the imperial capital and see who is embarrassed. Elria blinked, and some little stars appeared in her eyes. In the imperial capital, everyone told her not to cause trouble, but Dole told her to take the initiative to cause trouble with others. She is simply a role model for our generation. What she didn't know was that Dole had been a coward for a long time, and now he is truly rising. Dole needs to admit his weakness, but Elria doesn't need to admit it, because her background is stronger than hers. Elria said at this time, "Where are they?" Dole said vaguely while eating, "They are still lying on the ground, looking annoying, so we blocked them. We will let them go when we get out later." Oh! Witchcraft feels so magical. Elria has seen many witchcrafts, but she has never seen this kind of witchcraft that can kill people without any fireworks. Is this also the storm meditation method? Dole shook his head. No, it is another meditation method of the Black Wizard, the skeleton demon god. Dole drew a little with his hand on his chest, and a lifelike shadow of the demon god appeared in front of him. The dark figure, the huge sickle, and the shadow of the demon god exuding a strong dark breath shocked Elria a little. Dole actually practiced 2 meditation methods. No wonder he could separate the spirits of many different thoughts. This is simply invincible. She was stunned. If I could separate the extra mental power of my clone, Wouldn't I be able to do both magic and martial arts? Elrea thought a lot, and thought about the future prospects, and her heart was filled with excitement. Well, I will learn the storm meditation method first, and then find a way to make a main clone. Our family has 2 ancient strange insects. If I borrow one, it will be basically perfect. Dual Eye raised his eyebrows. It was indeed so. None of these ancient guys were simple goods. The imperial family was indeed rich. I just didn't know if there would be any conflicts with his own. He thought for a moment and said, I have 3 strange insects now. You can choose one when the time comes. Elrea was even more shocked. It was not surprising that Dole had ancient strange insects, but he actually had 3 kinds. She suddenly thought of something and said, Did you secretly get the scarab? Dole's mouth curled up slightly. You are a teachable boy. How could I have secretly taken it? I took it openly. Elrea wiped her mouth and smiled evilly. Then I will take the scarab. Dole nodded. The scarab is the easiest to breed among the 10 ancient strange insects. I have cultivated a lot of them. You can take some when the time comes. Eat first, and leave quickly after eating. Dole found that the 2 people from the Augustine family among those people began to contact information outside. It is estimated that people will come soon, which will not be fun. Elrea saw that Dole's expression changed, and she also thought that things might not be so simple, so she accelerated the speed of eating. In fact, the amount ordered by 2 people was enough for 5 people, and it was all filled up in a short while. They were all warriors, and they consumed a lot, so they ate without any scruples. The middle-aged man downstairs heard that something happened upstairs, and immediately came up, stood in the corridor and took a sneak peek, and his face froze slightly. They knew that there would be trouble, but they didn't expect it to happen so soon. These 4 guys thought that this young man was so easy to mess with, such a young marquis, and thought he was the trash in the city. The 4 people were pressed to the ground, their faces flushed, and they were annoyed, ashamed, angry and other emotions on their faces. Seeing the middle-aged man coming, the 4 people were even more ashamed. The middle-aged man didn't go in, but sighed, stopped paying attention, and turned downstairs. Although the roast duck restaurant is not very good, it also has a backer. No one will fight here easily, and most they will go out to fight. He had never seen such a young marquis, and he was accompanied by a princess favored by the empire. How could ordinary people afford to offend such a person? These people are really stupid. As soon as the middle-aged man went downstairs, a pair of guards came in from outside in a hurry. The one at the end was the boss in charge of this area, a member of the Augustine family. He was very burly and full of oppression. As soon as he came in, he took a look at the middle-aged man and immediately shouted, "Where is my brother?" Chapter 890. The middle-aged shopkeeper stretched out his hand helplessly and pointed upwards. "Up there. Let me remind you, that person is a marquis. You guys should be careful. Don't let anything happen to him." The man snorted coldly. "What's wrong with the marquis?" He didn't dare to say anything final, and rushed up directly. The middle-aged shopkeeper didn't look at him, and just did his own thing. As soon as the guards came in, the roast duck restaurant became lively. There was chatter in the hall, and everyone asked, "Who has committed a crime up there again?" Even this person was provoked. This is not a small matter. Soon, the news that 4 people were pressed to the ground spread. The first and second floors began to get lively. Dole frowned and sighed. "Here they come." Elrea showed a sly smile at the corner of her mouth. "Here they come." Dole was speechless. This little girl did it on purpose. He said, "No matter how many people come, as long as they are not level 7, they will just continue to lie down. There is no point." Elrea was speechless. She had forgotten that the other party was already level 7, a giant. The strong man came quickly, and saw his 2 younger brothers, and 2 other friends at the door. His face suddenly became dull. These people had been lying for a long time. Obviously, the other party did not want them to get up. He came to the door, and took a look inside. The next moment, a huge force that could not be resisted fell from the sky and landed on him. The strong man was pressed to the ground like his brother without any delay. The strong man was shocked. He was at the top of level 6, but he couldn't even withstand it. He tried his best to release his fighting spirit, but the force was so strong that he didn't even have a chance to move. He could only move slightly. Who is this? Who is this person? The sturdy man had only one thought in his mind. He lay on the ground without even seeing anyone. How shameful it was. At this time, he heard a voice coming. "Among the young people of the Alexander family, only Augustine is good. Others such as Mavic are very ordinary. Although Augustine has the potential to become a strong man, he is dragged down by the family too much. If he continues to be like this in the future, it will be difficult for him to become a great man in the future. The most promising person in the Imperial capital to break through to level 7 in a short period of time is only your sister Daphne. No one else can do it. The sturdy man was ashamed and angry. He dared to look down on our Alexander family. It was really hateful. Boy, who gave you the courage? He roared and wanted to curse a few words. When he opened his mouth, he found that he did not make any sound. At this moment, he suddenly saw 2 feet passing over his head. One foot is wearing magic shoes, and the other foot is wearing combat boots. Obviously, the one wearing combat boots is Princess Elria. Who is this person? At this time, his face turned black, and he suddenly felt extremely ashamed and angry. That person actually stepped on his face. It's really hateful. Angry, the anger burned to the 9th heaven, but the strong man also knew that he was definitely not an opponent. The shoes were very heavy on his face, almost deforming the strong man's face, and the strong man became even more ashamed and angry. The next moment, the owner of the shoes left. A series of thumps came, and the man went away. The strong man tried desperately to stand up, but still couldn't stand up. At this time, the shame and anger in his heart could not be added, but he had thought about it, and was shocked in his heart. This is the 7th level boss. The footsteps in the stairs were far away, but the strong man still didn't stand up. Shame, anger, and then, he felt more panic in his heart. Who did he offend? After paying the bill, he returned to the Glory Wizard Alliance. Along the way, Elrea looked like a little star in admiration. 2 people stepped on the faces of the Alexander family, and came out of the roast duck restaurant. That was so cool. The Alexander family is a super wizard family. Who dares to step on them like this? It's so cool. Elrea almost leaned on Dole. She chattered all the way, and told Dole some gossip. In the palace, she was either practicing, being taught, or listening to some palace maid's gossip. She was so depressed. Back to the Glory Wizard Alliance, Dole had an idea and took Elrea to another place. The Glory Wizard Alliance Logistics Department notified him to get the materials. The 2 of them came to the number 8 Wizard Tower without stopping. This was not the first time that Dole came here. Every time he came to collect some materials, ordinary wizards were in charge, and were quite respectful to him. When Dole came to Wizard Tower number 8 this time, he saw an old man. He had seen the other person's image. He was the person in charge of Wizard Tower number 8, and the old man called Lao Mu by the old man. Lao Mu stood there with a solemn look, looking up at the sky, as if thinking about something. Sensing Dole's arrival, he lowered his head, and looked at him with a pair of eyes full of wisdom. Dole walked over slowly with Elrea, and said slowly, "Hello, Master Mu?" Lao Mu nodded, thought for a while, and said, "Some of the materials in your list are very special. I spent some means to get them, and the price is a bit overpriced." Dual-Eye raised his head. "Name your price." Oldwood said a number. Dual-Eye did not spend much. He turned his wrist, and several materials appeared in his hand. These materials quickly melted in his hand. After a series of magic patterns were cast on it, an exquisite ring appeared in his hand. He transferred part of the magic crystal into the ring, and handed it to Oldwood. Everyone around was stunned. It took so long to refine a storage ring? 5 seconds? Is this the so-called alchemy giant? Elrea next to him had more stars in her eyes. Dual-Eye did not think much about it. After handing it to Lao Mu, he said, "It's all inside." Lao Mu was not very interested in Dual-Eye's magic. He took the ring, glanced at it, and was shocked. This ring alone was worth 1,000,000 gold coins. The space inside was very large. Earning 1,000,000 gold coins in 5 seconds, this. He swallowed his saliva, his mood eased a little, thought about it, and chose his words. "I will try my best to get the other materials, and it will be completed in about a month." Dual-Eye nodded and said, "I've been here recently." Lao Mu nodded, turned his wrist, and put the ring in his hand. "Come with me." The handover went smoothly, and Dual-Eye soon got what he wanted. A space ring, bribed an 8th level wizard. Dual-Eye smiled. Back to his Tower of Babel, Dual-Eye thought about it. The materials for the main body of the Tower of Babel were almost ready, and there were only a few core materials missing, all of which were very high level. They were not in hand yet, so he couldn't go back now. Although the round trip only took a few hours, it was a waste of too much time. After entering the Tower of Babel, he calmed down, told Elrea to look around, and then thought carefully about the next path. His path was very wide, and there were many powers in front of him. Any of them could allow others to go a long way on the 7th level path, so now he just lacked time. The 2 clones were studying power, and with himself, it was enough to cross a huge gap in a very short time, but the 7th level power itself was very different, so he was also considering which path to take. Chapter 891. The standard of level 8 is to understand a rule to at least level 9, but when it comes to level 9, it will evolve into at least 3 rules reaching the 9th level, which is different. If the contact is good, 3 rules can reach the starting path of a certain law, and the rules are close to the law, but who knows which rules a law is, which requires a huge foundation, or a strong understanding, and to understand more. Dole was thinking, but Aurea was looking around. The Tower of Babel could not be seen from the outside, but the space seen after entering was very vast. This is a wizard tower with spatial ability, and Aurea had a clearer understanding. The layout inside is also feminine, and various decorations and placed objects have feminine signs. Obviously, it should be Ash who takes care of it. She suddenly envied the other party. A wizard can have such an environment and a lot of future. What power and family do you need? Just like what my sister said, as long as I can reach level 8, what others say, even if it is what the ancestors say, doesn't matter. She is full of longing for her future. She wants to practice both magic and martial arts. Of course, the first thing to do now is to learn meditation. Entering Dole's living room, the two of them entered one after the other. As Aurea walked in, she said crisply, "Wizard Dole, when will you teach me?" Dole walked in, sat on a seat, and pointed casually, and a white light flew out. "This is all my experience and practice methods, and I will give it to you now. The guest rooms are next to it. You can choose one to live in at will, and all kinds of things are complete inside. You can meditate in any room here." Aurea took the aura in a hurry, a little unbelievable. "Just give it to her? You give it to me now?" Dole nodded. "It's not an important thing. After reaching level 7, wizards can be regarded as the real starting point. Knowing the rules, understanding the rules, and using the rules, before level 7, are all preparations." At this time, Aurea understood very well that there was a big difference between the wizard system and the warrior system. The difference became more and more obvious after level 7. The power of the warrior became more and more concentrated, while the wizard was a little weird. For example, she couldn't see clearly what Dole did this afternoon. She sat casually in a seat and observed the aura carefully. The more she looked at it, the more scared she was. There was such a complicated meditation method in the world. This was too exaggerated. Every drop of water and every wind blade in the storm field must be precisely controlled. How big is the storm field? This? No wonder the other party is so perverted. It turns out that the meditation method is so perverted. She gritted her teeth. This is a huge challenge and a very huge opportunity. Dole looked at Aurea's delicate face and smiled faintly. "In fact, I noticed the potential of practicing this technique in you, so I gave it to you. Don't even think about changing it to someone else. Now you can see that it is very difficult. If you really want to practice, I can help you plan the route first. I practiced this meditation method back then, but I started with a low-level meditation method and suffered a lot. This difficulty was too great." Aurea couldn't help but wail in her heart, but the next moment, she gritted her teeth, stood up slowly, came to the seat next to Dole, and said in a firm tone, "I want to practice." The Alexander family, at this time, those young men have come to Augustine. It didn't take much effort for Augustine to understand who humiliated them. Augustine looked at the young man in front of him with a gloomy face, feeling a little annoyed. Why did he have to provoke Dole? He was already level 7. In the imperial capital, who dared to provoke him except level 7? Even if level 7 provokes him, who in the family is willing to stand up for these people? It was really inexplicable. He said irritably, "You dare to provoke a level 7 warrior. You are really brave. It seems that we have no way to deal with Princess Elria." Emperor Yale actually pushed it to Dole. He found a good excuse. The 3 of them were warriors, and were not familiar with the wizards. The 2 young men said unwillingly, "Augustine, others humiliated us. The elders must have an explanation. How can the Alexander family face people in the future?" Augustine was immediately angry. He stood up almost immediately, came to the boy, and slapped him. The boy's face swelled up immediately. Augustine was also a power player. "The explanation? This slap is the explanation. Do you think I can just go over there?" Not to mention his strength, the elders of the family must come forward. Even with his current status, the 3 of you are useless. He is now the 3rd son-in-law of the empire. After Ash was promoted to level 6, she was already at the preparatory level of level 8, ranking 3rd among the women of the Glory Royal family. Although this news is very secret, the Pressure Mountain family is not unaware of it. The 3 were shocked. Level 7, the 3rd son-in-law of the Empire Marquis, who dares to provoke this, maybe he will be a duke in the future. The 3 people's faces changed wildly. Augustine cursed a few words and said, "Get out, I go talk to the elders now." Although this matter is over, he can't let it go easily. The storm meditation method is very large, and the concept is also very ingenious. It takes a lot of time to practice from the beginning. When Dole first practiced, he also practiced the mental control of controlling multiple copper coins from the beginning. Elrea now has a level 5 mental power, which is beyond Dole's expectations. Although the Ice and Snow Goddess meditation method is powerful, the total amount of mental power is very average. Elrea cannot abandon the original meditation method for the time being. She needs to start from mental control again. After reaching a certain level, she will abolish the Ice and Snow Goddess and start from the Storm meditation method. The method Dole gave him was very simple, that is, to get a bunch of gold coins and let her control them one by one, and rotate around in the form of rotation. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is very simple. Elrea didn't need much time to control more than 20. The gold coin itself is heavy. When there are more than 20 of them, it is difficult for Elrea to control them. It is easy to control the flight, but it is very difficult to rotate around without collision. Soon a day passed. Dole did not pay attention to Elrea, but occasionally came out to guide. His main task at present is to figure out the main core runes of the 8th level Babel Tower. There is nothing to move in the formation, and Dole does not want to move. At present, he only needs to figure out the role of those space magic patterns. Before in the maze world, he understood the role of those unknown runes. Dole is very clear about the positioning of this wizard tower. This is a divine tool that spans space. Some unknown formations and unknown runes in it are used to absorb energy when there is no energy in the void world. As for the formation of the wizard tower itself, the role of shoveling in the void world, Dole still needs to figure it out again. However, specific experiments will have to wait until the wizard tower is officially built before we can conduct more specific experiments, such as going to the void world to take a look. We need to prepare for this now. Chapter 892. The void world is very scary. Among all the information that Dole obtained, the crisis of the void ranks first. Whether it is Baal's personal description or the records of the Glory Wizard Alliance, the void is very, very dangerous. Once you enter it, you will die. In the records of the Glory Wizard Alliance, only those wizards who have been at the 9th level for many years and cannot comprehend the laws on their own, and those wizards who have no further to go and whose lifespans have reached the limit, will choose to go out and see if they can find other higher level worlds. This is a helpless choice, and it is also the only choice in the end. If the safest way is to join the Glory or Empire and leave through the real cross-border magic circle, but that will only teleport to the Dark God realm or the Light God realm, and even the faith cannot be controlled. Therefore, unless you are particularly afraid of death, almost no one will be stupid enough to borrow their magic circle. In this world, the two major sects know the most about the outside world. No one else can compare, not even the Glory Wizard Alliance. On the third day, Dole heard a piece of news. After communicating with the surrounding dangerous places, Vasily went to the northwest in person, and the experiment was put on hold. At this time, the ancestor Qianhua also went to the north quietly, preparing to contact the Northern Kingdom Empire Mage Corps. Solving the Nightmare Empire is urgent. This is no longer a matter of one family, or even one race. Dual-Eye also breathed a sigh of relief. The Glory Wizard Alliance finally stopped bothering him, and he could relax a little. On the 4th day, Dual-Eye received some materials again. On the 5th day, Dual-Eye was tempering some materials. Elea stood by, watching Dual-Eye's smooth movements, envious. Alchemy is a technical job. Even alchemists in the Imperial capital rarely have a 100% success rate. However, in Dole's hands, mental power is controlled in many aspects, and there is almost no possibility of failure. The series of actions dazzled Elrea. In Elrea's mind, Dole is almost completely at the ceiling level, and no one can surpass it. No wonder you are so rich. With this success rate, how can you say you are poor? Elrea sighed. Many alchemists have skills, but most of them don't make money. Why? It's because the success rate is too low. Good products can only play around with the success rate when the market price remains unchanged. If the success rate is not high, too much material will be wasted, and basically no money will be made. Dole's success rate is simply too good. Dole looked back at her. This girl has put a lot of effort into seducing him. Today she wore a loca dress, which showed off her slim waist, making her perfect figure almost flawless. With her fair skin, she looked like a goddess among goddesses. She said that she was going out to attend a party, but Dole knew that she didn't have any party at all. She just wore it for herself. If Ash is the ultimate cold goddess, then Aaliyah is the ultimate hot girl. These two people have completely different styles. When you reach the stage of condensing the storm field, your mental power can be divided into at least 6 strands. You will be better than others if you learn alchemy casually. Money matters are easy to get. Dole is extremely confident in this point. Aaliyah cannot deny that what is the most difficult thing for wizards is undoubtedly making money. Even for family wizards like them, with family resources, they don't have much wealth. Although she and Daphne are dressed brightly and beautifully every day, they don't have much money in their wallets. Rich man, I want to be with rich people, this is the real rich man, the ultimate potential stock, and Dole is so pleasing to the eye, much better than the people of the Witch God family, and the Pressure Mountain family, and he is not arrogant or arrogant. She came to Dole, and did not disturb him too much, watching and learning at the same time. At this time, Dole frowned and stopped after refining a material in his hand. Aaliyah blinked and said, "What's wrong?" Dole's eyes were full of strange colors. There are guests coming, and there are 2, one is hospitable, and the other is a bad guest. Aaliyah was stunned, thinking of something, so she said nervously, "People from the Alexander family?" Dole nodded, "It should be you stay here, I go down and take a look." There are not many wizards under the towers of the Glory Wizard Alliance at noon. This is the time for wizards to sleep. Under normal circumstances, there are a little more people at night. Under Dole's wizard tower, Puyusi looked at the old man in front of him expressionlessly, looking unhappy. Dole is level 7, even surpassing himself, and he is also on good terms with President Vasily, which has completely surpassed him, the president of Wassenberg back then. He should be happy. But the first time I saw Dole at level 7 was because the Alexander family proposed formal negotiations, which made people very unhappy. After beating a few young ones, an old one came out. The people of the Alexander family are really shameless. The Alliance is afraid that Dole will suffer, so they sent me here to keep an eye on him, hoping that nothing will happen. But what can happen? In Dole's wizard tower, what's wrong with level 7? Unless it's level 8, it's just a meal. In front of him, a middle-aged female wizard dressed very conservatively looked at the wizard tower in front of her indifferently, her eyes full of coldness and murderousness. In her eyes, this wizard tower is indeed very mysterious. It is surrounded by a mysterious space wave. It is close at hand, but it seems to be far away in the sky. It is invisible and intangible. This little thing has a way. No wonder Augustine suffered a big loss last year. There are only 3 masters of space in the Imperial capital, all in the Glory Wizard Alliance, and the others are not good at all. Not to mention Vasily, the president of the Glory Wizard Alliance, the old man Imo, and his disciple Uzbul are all masters of space, but compared with this Dole, they are a little inferior in terms of application. They can only use some magic circles, while the other party actually uses them on the wizard tower, which is amazing. The family asked her to test Dole to see if she can be pulled into their camp. It doesn't matter if she doesn't come. After all, this is a level 7, not a level 6 cat or dog. At this moment, the elements outside the Tower of Babel fluctuated, and the wizard tower became clear from blurry, as if it had come closer from a distant place. Under the wizard tower, the door slowly opened, and Dole, wearing an ordinary wizard robe, slowly appeared and walked out slowly. As soon as he came out, he smiled, "Master Puyusi, we didn't see each other last year, but we haven't seen each other for a year." Puyusi looked at Dole, and felt much better. "It's true, you have reached level 7 in a year." His tone was a little sour. He practiced for 180 years before reaching level 7, and the other party was only 29 years old, which was simply exaggerated. Dole smiled slightly. "I have many more opportunities than the president." His eyes turned and his expression became solemn. "Who is this?" Chapter 893. The middle-aged woman looked at Dole and thought, "This little guy is really good at pretending. Don't you know who I am?" She narrowed her eyes and said, "I am Margot, a 7th-level wizard from the Alexander family. I came to you today for only one thing." Dole raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, what is it?" Margot did not directly press her, but narrated in a calm tone, "A few days ago, Wizard Dole bullied the weak and stepped on the faces of my people. You won't forget it in just a few days." Dole smiled and said indifferently, "I don't remember much. Some memories should be thrown away. There is nothing to recall. But now that you mentioned it, I remembered again. You people in Alexandria are really interesting. You are so weak, but you dare to challenge an imperial princess and a level 7 wizard. Fortunately, it was me. If it were someone else, I'm afraid their ashes would be cold. I didn't kill them. Shouldn't you thank me?" Margot's face suddenly turned pale. Provoking a level 7, even if she didn't know anything about it, what Dole said was right. A level 7 is comparable to a legion. In this imperial capital, whoever dares to provoke a level 7 is no less than seeking death, and no one will help him. Margot calmed down and said, Wizard Dole seems to have some misunderstandings. My people were not aware of it at first, but you suppressed them without saying anything and even gave them no chance. Is this unfair? Dole narrowed his eyes and looked at her seriously, saying word by word, You should be thankful that they are all still alive. Margot saw the murderous intent in Dole's eyes, and was startled. This guy is not a good person. He was able to escape from the Northern Kingdom, and was able to be promoted to level 7 in such a short time. It is really unreasonable that he has no tricks. Margot knew that if she continued to talk, she would probably bring shame upon herself. She said slowly, You are a person after all. I hope you can respect yourself in the future. Dole curled his lips. Come on, if you can't beat me, can I still run away? Margot snorted coldly and turned away. Puyusi beside him sighed, Dole, why do you have to do this? The Pressure Mountain family has 2 level 8s in the Empire. Even if they can't do anything, they can still use some tricks on you. Dole looked at Puyusi and smiled faintly. You are already level 7, don't care about these. As long as the level 8 doesn't do anything, the level 7 can still run away if they can't beat them. I have cultivated some delicious food recently. Come on, come up and try some. He walked down and pulled Puyusi up. Puyusi had no choice but to follow him. He then discovered that Dole's power was amazing, and he didn't look like a wizard at all. Wow, this guy also practiced a warrior. When he thought of this guy's abnormal mental power differentiation ability, he could understand that this guy practiced several meditation methods, and it didn't seem difficult to practice a warrior. As soon as he entered the Tower of Babel, Puyusi found that there were new changes inside the Tower of Babel. The surrounding layout continued the previous layout, but it seemed more mysterious. In his perception, everything around him became very vague, as if many layers of protection were added. Thinking of him being with President Vasily, the old man, and the 3 alchemy madmen Uzbul all day, it was hard not to improve. He didn't know that Dole was working on upgrading the Tower of Babel to level 8. He walked and observed. The surroundings seemed to have changed, but nothing had changed. When he came to the living room, it was empty. Dole waved his hand, and a fruit plate flew over from farther away. A small mechanical puppet walked out from the side, holding a few fruits. Master Puyusi, come and try it. I just succeeded in cultivating it recently. I call it glass fruit. Dole has a whole laboratory for cultivating various plants. There are many flowers, plants and trees. The clones go to see it from time to time. It is very convenient to taste something new. He originally planned to cultivate medicinal materials, but later it became a vegetable garden. Puyusi looked at the fruit in his hand. It was similar to an apple, but it looked like glass, crystal clear, and exuded a fragrance. The energy density was not low. Good guy, just this fruit can be sold for thousands of gold coins. He picked it up, smelled it, and then tasted it. After chewing it twice and swallowing it, Puyusi looked intoxicated. It's delicious. If I stay here for a while longer, I'm afraid I won't want to leave. Do you have more of this? I want to take some back. Dole's face froze. There's only 1 tree, and it only produced 8. Maybe next year. There's no chance this year. Puyusi's eyes lit up. It seems that I came at the right time. Dole laughed. Just then, Elia walked in from outside. Elia was dressed very formally this time, a formal court dress, and she was wrapped up tightly. Seeing Puyusi, she bowed slightly. Hello, Master Puyusi. Puyusi raised his eyebrows. This is the princess of the Empire that was recently promoted by the Empire, Princess Elia. Her appearance and temperament are indeed extraordinary. No wonder she was promoted after Daphne's failure. But now she is going to return it to Dole. The Glory Empire is determined to win over Dole, but it is not known whether the Rhine family agrees or not. Puyusi bowed slightly and said, Meeting Her Highness Elia, why are you here? Elia smiled slightly. I am now a student of Dole Wizard, and I am officially learning the storm meditation method from him. Now is the mastery stage. It is estimated that it will take a month to disperse the meditation method. Puyusi was stunned and shocked in his heart. It was a huge courage. He gave a thumbs up and said, Great. If I could have met Dole at level 5, I wouldn't have had the courage. Elrea smiled slightly. I'm still young and can still afford it. Dole Wizard's place is very comfortable and helpful for cultivation. Puyusi's mouth twitched. How could he not be comfortable in such a large wizard tower with only him? Puyusi made a few polite remarks, ate some other fruits, and then left. As soon as Puyusi left, Dole received a message from Daphne. He looked at Elrea and said, "Let's go to your backyard. The materials have arrived. I'm going to drive the wizard tower over there." Elrea was a little surprised. "Have you negotiated with the Imperial Mage Corps?" Dole nodded. "Your sister will be waiting at the door in a while. He has a token. There is another set of magic circles in the palace, which is very powerful and can cover the entire city. It is also different from the Glory Wizard Alliance. The capital of the Glory Empire is equivalent to being guarded by 2 sets of magic circles, so this city is basically impossible to be broken. When you come to the Glory Empire, the Glory Wizard Alliance is in charge, and when you enter the palace, the Imperial Mage Corps is in charge. With the 9th level ancestor Qianhua there, no one dares to act recklessly." The two of them left the wizard tower immediately. Dual Eye shrunk the wizard tower and hung it around his waist. In the envious and jealous eyes of the people around them, the two of them left the tower group leisurely. Behind the wizard tower group, Lao Mu stood on top of the wizard tower, looking at Dual Eye, who was leaving, with a speechless expression. He thought for a while. The Imperial Mage Corps did not build the wizard tower themselves, but let Dual Eye build it. Is there any reason? Chapter 894. In recent days, Elea has lived in the wizard tower of Dole. This matter has fermented among the nobles. Many families have opinions about the imperial family, including the Alexander family, the Edward family, the Conti family, and even several bigwigs have opinions. Finally, the matter was finally ended after the words of the Qianhua Patriarch. The original words given by the Qianhua Patriarch were very simple. Whoever can go to the Tower of Babel and snatch Elea out below level 7 will be given a gift by the Empire. Everyone was speechless. Elea was put forward by the Empire for marriage. With the qualifications of the royal family, almost all the young talents of each family were ready to do their best to pursue this princess, but Elea just came out and lived in the Tower of Babel. Everyone knows what happened. The nobles didn't care how many hands the princesses had, they only cared about her identity and her bloodline. But the problem was that others had no chance at all, and couldn't even see her. The young talents of the Alexander family were examples. They were directly suppressed, and didn't even get to see her. In the end, they went to level 7, but didn't get any benefits. In an era where there was a level 7 wizard and a level 7 wizard tower, and no level 8 wizards were coming out, Dole had dominated an era. At the gate of the palace, Daffy looked left and right. Why didn't Dole come yet? Did he have that with his sister, and was trapped in the gentle land, and didn't plan to come out? Damn it. After waiting for a long time, she saw the two people getting off the carriage side by side, from a distance, and coming slowly. Her expression was a little better. When the two people came to the front, Daphne raised her eyebrows. Her sister seemed to be still intact. Is this Dole still a man? But I heard that when he and Ash were at level 6, they were humane, which was quite respectable. She felt better, and she urged slowly, "Hurry up, everyone has been waiting for a long time." Dole nodded and said, "Give me the token, otherwise you can't enter the Tower of Babel." Unlike people entering, the Tower of Babel is a strategic weapon and equipment, and its energy reaction is even stronger than that of an ordinary level 8. If Dole drives the wizard tower to force his way in, he will probably be killed by the magic circle outside. He must have authorization, and the authorization is the token. At this moment, an old man with a majestic aura came straight to the gate of the palace from a distance. As he came, he released his aura and pressed hard on Dole and his men. The aura was huge, belonging to level 7. Dole himself didn't care, but others would definitely not be able to stop it. He looked at the other party, and his face changed. The aura of the storm field was slowly released, covering the surroundings. Dole stood still. He wanted to see what the old man was going to do. Elrea, who was standing next to Dole, saw the old man and her face changed. She said, "This is my grandfather, Wiggins, a strong man from the Conti family. He should be looking for you." Dole looked at Elrea speechlessly. "What does it have to do with me? I am just a teacher, not her man." Elrea was a little gloating, with a face full of excitement. When Wiggins's aura reached Dole, it was blocked by a thick layer of storm aura. There was another mysterious factor in this aura. His own aura suddenly disappeared when he entered it. This made him alert immediately. He strode over and looked at Dole with a bad look. Then he looked at Princess Elrea and Princess Daphne. Wiggins has met the two princesses. Daphne and Elrea had no expression on their faces at this time. Meet Wizard Wiggins. Hearing this address, Wiggins was stunned and then frowned. He then put this matter aside and aimed his eyes at Dole. "This must be Wizard Dole. I heard that Elrea wants to learn the Stormfield meditation method from you. Is it true?" Dole looked at Wiggins and felt his momentum. His eyes were a little solemn. This 7th level wizard of the Connie family might be stronger than himself in terms of strength, and was a senior 7th level wizard. He nodded and said, "Yes, you came all the way here just to ask this?" Wiggins looked at Dole. His tone was not polite at all. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I rushed here for this kid from the Northern Kingdom. If I were you, I would stay away from the 2 princesses." Dole looked at him and smiled immediately. He turned his head and looked at Elria and Daphne, pretending to be vicious, and said, "Did you hear me? You 2 stay away from me in the future." Elria's mouth twitched. This guy is really funny, and Daphne was expressionless. "Your performance is too bad." Wiggins was a little surprised when he saw this. Isn't it as simple as he heard? He looked at Dole and said, "What do you mean?" Dole ignored him, but looked inside and said to Daphne next to him, "I'm in a hurry. Give me the token. I go in alone." Daphne nodded. "The materials are ready. Just waiting for you. I talked to Wizard Wiggins." Dole nodded, saying, "That's the best." Daphne took out the token. Dole took it, turned around and walked into the palace. Wiggins was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. People clearly didn't take him seriously. He was a level 7, a senior level 7, and he still had some face in the imperial capital. This young boy didn't even give him this little face. This was really intolerable. He immediately raised his hand and was about to start. He seemed to have forgotten that this was the gate of the imperial palace. As soon as he got angry, the magic power was slightly condensed, and immediately a larger and more powerful momentum came from the palace. "How dare you!" The voice of the hot-tempered Fire King Patriarch came across the space, and was directly aimed at Wiggins, who was about to get angry at the door. Wiggins was horrified and hurriedly stopped, and his figure quickly retreated backwards. At this time, Dole had already passed through the magic circle at the entrance of the palace and disappeared inside. He looked at Daphne and Elria again. None of them paid any attention to him, and turned around and left. Wiggins felt his old face blushing. This was more important than slapping him in the face. He was a little dissatisfied and immediately shouted, "Old Ancestor Fire King, why?" The Fire King didn't care about him. He was just a level 7 member of the Connie family. He snorted coldly, "Do your own job well, and don't cross the line. It's been more than 300 years, and you haven't even reached level 8. You don't know shame. I really am ashamed. We are about to start a war with the Nightmare Empire. How many of you level 7 people can survive if you don't work hard?" Wiggins' face changed immediately when he heard this. Now all families are preparing for the war with the Nightmare Empire. The lower levels are preparing, and the upper levels are also preparing, especially the level 7 and the level 8 members of each family. They all have to participate in it. The Glory Royal family can't let the high-level people of their family stay behind. If all the high-level wizards of the Glory Wizard Alliance or the Glory Royal family died, then they would all be time bombs, seriously threatening the foundation of the empire. Therefore, all of them had to join the war, at least on the same front as the people of the Glory Empire. Even if they did not join the war, Ancestor Qianwei would not agree, and this had already been notified. Wiggins' face darkened. He looked ahead, and his mental power touched the will of Ancestor Fire King. "My lord, I know." Ancestor Fire King snorted coldly, and his mental power disappeared. Chapter 895. After entering the palace, Dole knew everything that happened behind him. The conversation between the Fire King and Wiggins was not hidden from Dole. Dole pondered for a while, and figured out the key issues. People in society are stratified. The struggle between the upper echelons is about combat power, and the issue of overlapping rights. There are many factors to consider. Only the people at the bottom think about survival. People are not on the same level, and can never discuss a problem. While others are thinking about their own interests, the upper echelons have already started another level of open and secret struggles. Dole thought of a lot in his mind in an instant. He thought of himself and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he has reached level 7 now. If he was still level 6, he might be captured and raised as a pet or turned into a breeding pig soon after leaving the imperial capital. Now he has a little self-protection power. He was a little scared, and his thoughts were different when he looked at Aaliyah next to him. "Do you want to apply for insurance?" Being with Ash, it was true that Ash liked me, and they had a lot in common. Ash's identity was also a very important issue, but now it seemed that the name of the Rhine family could no longer suppress the situation. Dole thought about it, and decided to upgrade Babel Tower to level 8. After reaching level 8, Dole could leave if he wanted to, or stay if he wanted to, without being constrained by anyone. The main reason why he was attracted to Babel Tower was the powerful mobility and hiding ability of this wizard tower. Thinking of this, his mind became active and his spirits improved. He hid himself deep inside, not revealing a single thought. When they left the front palace and came to the middle palace, Daphne breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Dole with a little worry. The spies have sent news these days. The situation may be more serious than we thought. At least 1/5 of the people in the Nightmare Empire are believing in the Nightmare Ancestor. This is not a good phenomenon. According to the analysis of Ancestor Qianwei, it is estimated that within 3 years, the Nightmare Ancestor will be promoted to level 9 and turn dreams into reality. At that time, it will not be a matter for our Glory Empire alone, but a matter for the whole world. If the Nightmare Ancestor wants to become a god, he must collect more power of faith. Once the Nightmare Ancestor starts to make trouble, the consequences are disastrous. Dole was slightly stunned when he heard this. So soon, 1/5 of the people have begun to believe in the Nightmare Ancestor? Daphne nodded, her brows furrowed. It's much more serious than we thought. Ancestor Qianwei has gone to the north to communicate with the ancestors of the Northern Kingdom. Now the two of them have gone to the Nightmare Forest together and started communicating with the elves. Dole's heart sank, and he said, I hope it will go smoothly this time. With the combination of several level 9 masters, we can finally take down the Nightmare Ancestor. I hope so. Daphne looked at Dole and pursed her lips slightly. I am still single and have no boyfriend. I have to face life and death. I am really unwilling. Daphne felt like Alexander when she officially entered the power center recently. She felt that she was born at the wrong time. If it was in peacetime, it would be a very safe thing for her to be promoted to level 7. Duolai was also under great pressure at this time. He did not expect that the situation was so serious now. 3 years, for ordinary people, 3 years is very long, but for wizards, 3 years will pass quickly. As long as the Nightmare Empire can hold on for these 3 years. Once the Nightmare Patriarch reaches the 9th level, the consequences are simply unimaginable. The 9th level of the Nightmare Patriarch is the same as other 9th levels. His 9th level can even surpass anyone. Elia stood between the two of them, watching them sighing while thinking about her own things. Things are not so serious yet. Isn't there the Qianwei Patriarch? Can't the 9th level deal with the 9th level? She thought so in her mind. Soon the three entered the harem, and entered the deeper part of the harem, to the gate of the courtyard of the Imperial Mage Corps. As soon as he entered the Imperial Mage Corps, Duolai saw the Fire King Patriarch and many wizards. A large pile of materials were placed in the middle of the courtyard, classified into different categories. Seeing Duolai coming, the people around him also started to move, and gathered around. When the Fire King saw Dole, he immediately greeted him. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he had to admit that Dole's alchemy ability was indeed above most people. He called everyone together, and Dole also arrived at this time. Dole and the other two said together, Hello, Ancestor, hello to all the wizards. The people around returned the greetings one by one, looking at Dole. Some of them were full of doubts, some were full of envy, and some were even hostile. Dole didn't care about these looks, he had seen too many in these years. The Fire King looked around, and the powerful aura suppressed everyone who dared not speak. He slowly said, Today, I invite Dole Wizard to refine the 4 Elements Wizard Tower. This Wizard Tower was refined by Emperor Yale for Daphne, and Elia with his life savings. The reason why we didn't use the power of our Imperial Mage Corps to build it was because of many problems. Not only the slow construction speed, but Dole Wizard's construction level is even higher than yours. Today, no one is allowed to speak, just watch quietly. He shouted coldly, then his brows furrowed, and he looked at Dole and said, Wizard Dole, we can start now. We will provide the construction costs and other issues after the construction is completed. Dole looked at the Fire King, glanced at Daphne and Elia next to him, and then said in a deep voice, Fire King, you are too kind. It is my honor to serve the Empire. He looked at the two of them, and said slowly, I want to use the power of the Tower of Babel. Please spread out a little. The Fire King took a look, pointed his hand, and said, There is an open space over there. Put the Tower of Babel over there. Dole took a look, and then threw the Tower of Babel out. The Tower of Babel grew larger in the air, and soon became its original shape. The huge tower fell from the sky, and landed on the ground there. Dole did not climb onto the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel automatically generated a force that descended on him. Dole slowly floated up to the sky, and then the magic power quickly condensed. Dozens of magic hands flew out from behind him, and grabbed the materials on the ground. Each magic hand did not interfere with each other, and was in an orderly manner. It looked as if dozens of people released magic hands together. When dozens of magic hands flew out together, the people around were suddenly a little shocked. They could release so many magic hands in one breath, but it was a bit difficult to command each magic hand to perform the prescribed actions. Dole did this as soon as he made a move, which really scared others. They were all wizards and alchemists. Seeing this extremely difficult action, they were simply terrified. Is this still a human? The next moment, they were even more shocked, because Dole's dozens of magic hands moved together, each grabbing the materials, and these materials were tempered together. Magic fire, magic water, each material was tempered in different ways, and all of them could be done simultaneously. Chapter 896. Too exaggerated, too incredible, too scary. Dole only refined for 1 minute, and a lot of formed materials were placed under his feet. This speed simply scared everyone. Not to mention that the alchemists were already dumbfounded and their mouths widened. Even the Fire King ancestor looked at Dole with incredible eyes at this time. This is the power of the storm meditation method. This is the beauty of mental differentiation. So many materials move together. How much mental power calculation ability does it take? He thought about it carefully, and found out with frustration that even if he studied now, he might not be able to reach this level at all. This is too incredible. Is this still a human? However, Dole is fast, but if you want to build a level 7 wizard tower, it will take 2 or 3 days. But think about it, building a level 7 wizard tower in 3 days is also very scary. This is simply robbing money. Daphne, who was standing next to him, looked at Dole with a look of shock on her face. Elia, who was standing next to Daphne, had countless little stars in her eyes. This was too amazing. She was indeed a super genius. This alchemical method was also very powerful when used to hit people. These magic hands were also very scary when thrown out to hit people. The level of the magic hand was not very high, even only level 0, but it could be upgraded according to the user's strength level. Dole, who was at level 7, released a magnificent magic hand, which was no less than level 6 witchcraft. It was very exaggerated. Even if it was not used for alchemy, it was very powerful to hit people. Is this still a human? This is simply a god. Around the alchemy field, those who had opinions about Dole at the beginning had only 2 words in their hearts at this time: shock. Can a level 7 do all this? Obviously, a level 7 can't do this either. Just look at the expression of the level 8 Fire King Patriarch. Dole's move obviously shocked everyone. The 4 Elements Wizard Tower, in the wizard world, is actually called the 4 Spirits Wizard Tower, or the 4 Symbols Wizard Tower. It has 4 basic attributes of earth, fire, wind and water, and there are many variants. Dole himself has the blueprint of this wizard tower, but he still asked Emperor Yale for a blueprint. He pondered over it in the past few days, and added his own elements. When refining this time, he naturally refined it according to his own method, and it was impossible to follow the blueprint they provided. When he refined it, he was focused on the materials, and didn't care about other people's eyes. He was already level 7. If he still cared about this and that, he might as well not practice. The refining speed was very fast and smooth. The materials provided by the Imperial Mage Corps were all top-grade materials without any defects. So basically they were successful at one time without rework. As the quenching of each material was completed, Dole raised the height a little bit, quenching while building the base and integrating the magic circle. It was dark, then dawn, dark, then dawn again, and by the morning of the 3rd day, the prototype of a wizard tower had been completed. The people around did not leave, but more and more. In the end, even many low-level wizards came to visit. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This is simply God. Alchemy still has this kind of operation. Almost all wizards are shocked. Dole has had such operations before, but it was only on a small scale, and most people are reluctant to tell others. But now, this series of operations is really a godlike existence. All the senior members of the Imperial Wizard Corps did not come, but that does not mean they did not want to watch. Those above level 7 did not dare to come out at this time. It was really shocking, really ashamed, and really incomparable. This is a genius beyond a super genius. It is simply unbearable to watch. Look at others, and then look at yourself. The cultivation is just like shit. It is unbearable to watch. After 3 days, the Fire King Patriarch's psychology has changed from shock to shame. He wanted to accept the other party, as a student at the beginning. What can he teach? This set of smooth and flowing actions of refining wizard towers. The money they earn in a month is comparable to the money earned by a large family. It is simply incomparable. For the first time, he put Dole on the same level as himself, not as a junior. Such a junior, he can no longer bear it, and his eyes looking at Dole have completely changed. Time passed slowly. When the last material fell on the wizard tower, Dole slowly spoke, "Daphne, Elria, you two come up." Daphne was already numb, and Elria wanted to kneel in front of Dole and worship him. Hearing this, the two of them quickly flew up and landed opposite Dole. Dole was like a god at this time, looking at the two of them solemnly and said, "Let go of your defense and listen to my command." The two did as he was told, but they didn't know what Dole was going to do. Dole's mental power climbed up the two people's bodies and moved them to the top of the wizard tower. Then the magic power surged around him, and crazy magic patterns formed around the two people. These magic patterns were 4 colors, and they circled around the two people and rotated. As more magic patterns joined, the people around them didn't know what Dole was doing. I don't know how long it took. The rotating magic pattern became brighter and brighter, and soon enveloped the two of them. Dole's forehead was sweating a little. As the light became brighter and brighter, he suddenly shouted, and the light suddenly disappeared, and the two suddenly disappeared. The two just disappeared in front of everyone. Just when the people around were shocked, the wizard tower suddenly shook, and a series of 4-color lights lit up from the wizard tower. The wizard tower was activated. In the wizard tower, in a colorful light, Daphne and Elria stood together with red faces. On their hands, a small cut opened, and 2 drops of blood floated with the color, flowing into the surrounding colors, and soon disappeared. A feeling of blood connection came. When Dole's mental power climbed onto their bodies, it was as if Dole had touched their entire bodies, and there was no dead corner. There was no omission in the upper and lower bodies. The two were now embarrassed, but fortunately no one saw it. But even so, the two did not resist. They also knew that this was the last moment. When the two entered the wizard tower, they found that the wizard tower made by Dole was very different from the one on the blueprint, with many more functions. When the two were connected by blood, a stream of information flowed through their hearts, and they were shocked. This wizard tower is very tricky. As long as the two are within the 5-kilometer range of the wizard tower, they can be teleported back instantly, and they are not restricted by any form. This is simply a life-saving artifact. In addition, there is a short-distance space jump function. No matter what they are trapped by, they can successfully jump out. This is simply a magical artifact. The two were very excited. After Elria felt this, she immediately said excitedly, "I want to have a baby with Dole." Daphne stood in the light, glanced at Elria, and said sourly, "You make me want to have a baby. This gift is too expensive. How about we do it together?" Chapter 897. Dole was outside, and saw the scene clearly. His behavior was not proper to begin with. When he heard this, he almost had a nosebleed. But think about it, wizards have reached this level, and there is nothing to pursue. It is nothing more than their own strength, family concept, or inheritance power. As for their own strength, they just need to follow the rules. As for family concept, the two of them are from a family, and have been instilled with many family concepts. It goes without saying that they have this responsibility. Whether they are willing or not, they have to repay the family. They are all eyeing their inheritance material. Dole naturally would not think that they are interested in his people. He is not handsome, but just has a little spare money. The wizards around were ready to move. After all, their 2 princesses were missing, but they did not move until the Fire King Patriarch next to them said something. The magic array of the wizard tower was open layer by layer, and gradually connected. At first, there were 4 colors of light with distinct layers outside. At the end, the 4 colors became brighter and brighter. As the magic array rotated, the 4 colors were like a flame rising into the sky, rotating and condensing together. The 4 colors turned into colors, and the colors were like a long snake-shaped dragon rising into the sky. The dragon, which was hundreds of meters high, rushed into the sky and thousands of meters high. The whole imperial capital saw this bright color at this time. After the dragon rushed into the sky, it turned its head again, and then dropped the wizard tower, like water flowing through the Milky Way, forming a colorful barrier outside, and finally disappeared. The wizard tower calmed down. The people around did not dare to breathe. This was witnessing a miracle. Building a level 7 wizard tower in 4 days, according to the average price of 40 million for a wizard tower, is equivalent to making 10 million a day. This is simply robbing money. It's so profitable. At this time, the energy transmission on the Tower of Babel was interrupted. He slowly descended and landed on the ground, looking tired. He was not pretending, he was really tired, because he only used the power of his original body, not the power of his clone. The skeleton demon clone was still happily doing experiments in Mount Albiz, and the nightmare clone was practicing at the bottom of the prison, and they could not use their power casually. Seeing Dolei's tired face, the people around him showed complicated expressions. Reluctance, admiration, gloom, in short, all kinds of emotions. At this time, the Fire King ancestor sighed in his heart. If Dolei didn't die, he might have the hope of reaching the 9th level in the future, not to mention the god level. The ability he showed now was too shocking. Not to mention that he couldn't do it. Even the Qianhui ancestor couldn't do it. Compared with Dolei, they were truly traditional wizards, and they couldn't do Dolei's abnormal practice of doing more than 10 things at the same time. He could even practice more than a dozen meditation methods by himself. A person who can do 2 things at the same time can practice 2 kinds of meditation. He is simply abnormal. There is no way to say it. No wonder the other party is so arrogant. The 2 sides are not on the same level. He muttered in his heart, this boy has always been unwilling to get close to women. Is there something wrong with that? He also thought that he and Ash both have a daughter, so there should be no problem. Doesn't he even like love between men and women? Aaliyah is so beautiful, doesn't she have charm? The wizard tower was built. The people around were envious and regretful. Those who should leave left, and those who should stay stayed. Dolei looked at the Fire King ancestor with tired eyes, and said, I have already taught them how to use the wizard tower. Now I want to go back and rest. The Fire King waved his hand and said, you can leave if you want, or you can stay here. Although the space here is limited, it is still possible to place a few wizard towers. As he said this, he turned into a spark of fire and disappeared. The people around saw the Fire King leave, and they also disappeared one after another. Seeing Dual-Eye like this, there was no way to answer their doubts now. Dual-Eye breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't ask questions. He didn't use 2 fancy methods to return to the wizard tower, but walked back slowly. At this moment, the voices of the 2 women sounded in his ears at the same time. Contact us after you wake up. There will be a surprise. Dual-Eye thought to himself, I'm afraid there will be a shock. He shook his head and returned to the wizard tower. As soon as he returned to the wizard tower, he immediately teleported to the living room, summoned a plate of fruit, took it in his mouth and ate it. After a while, he became energetic. Pretending to be physically exhausted is naturally for outsiders to see. In fact, although the mental energy is consumed a lot, it is normal to be a little tired, but it is not too serious. He took out several bottles of energy potion from the warehouse and drank them one by one. His lost strength and energy were quickly restored. However, he was still a little tired, so he planned to take a short rest. With his current strength, rest was a luxury. Unless all 3 clones rested, it was impossible for them to rest. As long as the mental power was moving a little, it proved that they were still awake. This was the disadvantage of high-level wizards. Until now, even sleeping was a luxury. Not long after, Dolei opened his eyes and looked to the east. There was a majestic aura coming from afar, heading straight towards the capital of the Glory Empire. This aura was very strong, even far beyond the ordinary 8th or even 9th level. When the breath was felt, the entire magic circle of the imperial capital started to move, and breaths rose from the surroundings, ready to fight. The aura of Xuanhe was very bright, full of powerful light power, dazzling but with a hint of gentleness. Dual-Eye opened his eyes and looked, only to see an extremely powerful white light coming straight from the sky. Feeling this breath, Dual-Eye thought to himself that the people of the glorious empire had come. This was probably called by the ancestor Qianhui. The speed of the light was extremely fast, a little faster than Dual-Eye's Tower of Babel. After approaching quickly, it stopped more than 10 miles outside the imperial capital. An extremely loud voice came, "We are the glorious Empire Court. May I ask if Lord Qianhui is here?" The voice was very bright and gentle. Almost everyone heard it. This voice seemed to have a kind of infectious power, making people feel very kind. The voice was infectious, which was not surprising. Most of the bards knew this skill, but when the other party said it, this voice seemed to have a kind of magic, making people want to listen. At this moment, a grand bell rang inside the Glory Wizard Alliance. Buzz. Wherever the buzz passed, everyone was as if they had been enlightened and woke up instantly. Vasily's voice appeared in the sky, "The glorious church, we let you in, not to play tricks. Ancestor Qianhui is in the northwest, you can leave here." In the sky, a voice came from the light, "Hee, President Vasily, I haven't seen you for so many years, and your style is still the same. Since Master Qianhui is not here, I won't stay any longer." The man was also a little afraid. Although he was allowed to travel within the empire when the person in charge was not there, if he was too unscrupulous and aroused the anger of the Glory Wizard Alliance, the end would not be too good. The Glory Wizard Alliance is known as the first wizard group in the Western Ring continent, and is much more powerful than their glory church's Inquisition. Chapter 898. Vasily's voice continued to spread coldly. It's best not to make any moves in the middle, otherwise. The light group rose rapidly, and disappeared in the sky. Inside the Glory Wizard Alliance, Vasily looked at the light group with a bad face. This bunch of religious lunatics always wanted to deceive others, and run wild in the imperial capital. They really didn't know how to live or die. If it weren't for the agreement with the Light Empire, Vasily wanted to shoot him down the moment he left. The distance was 10 kilometers, just like in front of him. It's a pity that the other party walked very fast. The arrival of the Light Empire made all wizards feel serious. The Light Empire's court set off to the northwest, and the consequences might be more serious now. Just when everyone was thinking this, the royal family issued a major news, summoning all personnel to prepare for a full-scale war mobilization. Things gradually became bigger, and almost everyone was thinking about it. Dole also felt the atmosphere of war. The Empire issued a mobilization order, which meant that the 4 major armies in the southeast, northwest, and northwest, including some small armies, were fully assembled. Not only that, it is very likely that the armies of other empires are also on the way to assemble, but because of the distance, they may use some special transportation methods, and may only send elite troops instead of rushing in. Although the northwest kingdoms are adjacent to the northern kingdom and the Glory Empire, other empires can watch the fun, but if the Nightmare Ancestor really advances to the 9th level, no one can escape the connection. The entire Western Ring continent, whether it is humans, monsters, or others, will be clamped by the Nightmare Ancestor. This is almost certain. This is the final key. Dole stayed in the Wizard Tower for 2 days, pretending to rest. On the 3rd day, he drove the Wizard Tower and left the palace. When he left, Elrea followed him like a tail, this time wearing hotter and sexier clothes, which made Dole almost unable to hold on. However, he decided to return to the northwest after getting the materials. At that time, Ash would watch her, so he was not afraid of her making trouble. After learning the meditation method, he would get out of here quickly. After returning to the Glory Wizard Alliance, Dole's, but was not warm yet, and someone found him. The president of the Alchemy Guild, a disciple of Vasily, was called Montage. Dole didn't want to get involved, but this Montage was also an 8th level, incredibly powerful, and in charge of the Alchemy Guild. In terms of strength and qualifications, Dole had no way to refuse. Besides, he was found by someone, not summoned by someone. If he was summoned, he could not go, but if someone came in person, he could not go. After communicating with Elrea, it was decided to receive the president. Dole received the Montage Wizard in the conference room. Elrea did not show up, and Dole received him alone. This Montage Wizard was very coquettish. He was dressed in clothes, jewelry, and headbands, making himself very gorgeous. However, he was born into a noble family, and his gestures were well behaved. This dress and manners made him look very strange. Very coquettish. This was not the first time that the Montage Wizard met Dole, but it was indeed the first time they dealt with each other. When he walked in from the door of the living room, the Montage Wizard was amazed at Dole's wizard. Wizard Dole, your wizard tower is low-key, luxurious and meaningful. The spatial fluctuations here are almost comparable to those of my teacher. Dole looked at the other party, first stunned by the dress, and then politely said, I am my last wealth, so I naturally have to organize it well. What is the matter with Wizard Montage? Montage came to Dole, and sat down without any courtesy. He lowered his head, looked at Dole, and smiled slowly. The Empire is preparing for war recently. All industries in the Wizard Department need to be rectified. Our Alchemy Department is also stepping up to refine some super large alchemy equipment. We want to place a batch of orders from you, okay? Dole was stunned. He placed an order for himself, but he was not a member of the Alchemy Guild. He immediately shook his head and said, President Montage, I am a registered pharmacist in the Pharmacist Guild, not an alchemist. I am afraid you have found the wrong person. Montage was stunned, and he suddenly remembered that the other party seemed to be a registered 7th level pharmacist. He said with some dissatisfaction, Wizard Dole, your alchemy ability is so high, why waste it on potions? A level 7 pharmacist can't compare to a level 8 alchemist. With your current ability, I will make the decision, and give you the level 8 alchemist certificate directly. Dole's expression was a little stiff. I can't take it even if you give it to me. I don't want to fall into endless alchemy. He apologized slightly and said, I am not proficient in alchemy. I am just interested in refining wizard towers. That's all. My main job is actually a pharmacist. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten it. I will apply for the professional certificate of the level 8 pharmacist in a while. Montage was a little shocked. Is this still a 29-year-old man? Alchemist, pharmacist, double level 8? How is this possible? This is too scary. He stood up and said helplessly, if this is the case, then I won't bother Wizard Dole. The war is tense, and I have to go back to prepare some things. Dole nodded. He pointed to the plate on the table and said, Master Wizard Montage, this is the fruit I cultivated, you can try it. Montage then lowered his head, and saw what was on the table. Just a glance, he was driven by curiosity. This fruit looks good. His induction is very strong. Just didn't pay attention just now. Now take a look, it seems that the energy level is very high. He picked up the fruit that looked like an apple at random, took a bite, and his eyes lit up immediately. He said in shock, this is the purification fruit, which can purify the impurities in one's body. Dole smiled and nodded. I got a lot of things in the last maze incident, and one of them has this ability. I thought I should be able to cultivate it according to the properties of some fruits, so I did it, and I didn't expect it to work. Montage took a breath of cold air. This guy is really a treasure genius. He immediately took out something and said, this is a life-saving prop I made by myself. I will buy this plate of fruit from you. Dole was relieved. When Montage came, he prepared to take out the fruit. This is a very good buyer, who is definitely not short of money, and will not advertise everywhere. Dole did not look at any life-saving equipment, but pushed the fruit plate out and smiled lightly. This fruit matures once a year. At this time next year, the adults can still come. At present, only you know. Montage's eyes lit up. Okay. Montage is also a family member, but not a top family, currently ranked second rate. Although Dole does not have a strong intelligence network, this information was told to him by Elria. After Montage left, Elria came out from behind curiously. He came to the table, took out the things Montage left behind, and asked curiously, what did he leave behind? Chapter 899. After taking it and taking a look at it, Elria said in surprise, is the purification fruit so good? This is an 8th level lava shield. Dole lowered his head and met Elria's beautiful eyes that seemed to speak, and said unhappily, you are a genius, and your aptitude and physique are excellent. You don't need these things, but there are always some people who are not outstanding. Things that improve physique and aptitude have always been sky high in the wizarding world. Otherwise, those people would not have tried so hard to get the top 3, and get the replenishing potion when they went to the maze world last time. Elria said, oh, and still seemed to not care. She looked at Dole in confusion. Why don't you need it? She stretched out her hand, and touched Dole's hand. The powerful blood and she wanted to penetrate into Dole's body to check, but it was obvious that her blood and she touched Dole's skin, just like touching a stone, and hit the wall directly, and could not get in at all. She said unhappily, let go of your defense, I want to see your aptitude. It's not that I don't let you see, but you can't see even if you let go of your defense. Elria felt very embarrassed. He had always been the one to laugh at others' inability to do their job, and now it was their turn to laugh at her. She touched Dole's body, felt his strong muscles, and suddenly blushed, thinking of the day when Dole controlled her sister's body with his mental power. So she said, that day, when you controlled our bodies, didn't you feel anything? Dory blushed slightly. I just wanted to finish refining the wizard tower, and didn't think much about it. Elria saw Dole's performance, and knew that he was pretending to be serious, so she became more unscrupulous. She stretched out her hand and touched Dole's chest. I don't believe it. Then tell me, who has a better touch between the two of us sisters? Dole glanced at Elria, her white neck, and the large collar, and felt a little dry in the mouth. He closed his eyes, mobilized the wizard formation, and teleported the other party away directly. When he opened his eyes again, Elria had disappeared. Dole calmed down his boiling blood and muttered to himself, it seems that he has to go back. You deal with your sister Ash first. Dole left a word and disappeared in the living room. A white light flashed, and Elria appeared in her room. She looked around and sat on the bed angrily. This Dole is really not a man. At this time, Dole's words rang in her ears, so she snorted coldly. Sister Ash doesn't care about this matter. But his words were destined to be ignored by Dole. May was destined to be a troubled month. Once the mobilization order was issued, the empire began to be turbulent. Various noble families and forces began to hoard supplies. Some of them, who acted quickly, have already begun to move northwest. It was half a month later, in June, that Dole collected all the information about the Tower of Babel. At that time, Elria could only control 35 gold coins. Although she had high qualifications and good comprehension, her practical ability was too poor. Dole estimated that she would need at least 50 gold coins to switch to meditation, otherwise she would not be able to improve and her strength would decline instead of increase. However, even 35 gold coins tortured Elria. June 10th. Dole finally collected all the materials and was ready to leave. At this time, the imperial capital was filled with a strong atmosphere of war. On the streets and outside the city, there were all kinds of professionals, wizards, warriors, or other professions. A breath of war was spreading throughout the imperial capital. After collecting all the materials and saying hello to Old Wood, Dole sent a message to Vasily and Payusi to shrink the wizard tower, then quietly left the city and headed north with Elia. After walking more than 10 miles outside the city, he released the wizard tower, shielding himself from the outside world, and then flew into the sky. Elia didn't practice at this time, standing on the top floor of the wizard tower, looking outside excitedly. To be honest, she really had never come out. She was hidden by the family for more than 10 years, and was almost suffocated. Along the way, she was very curious about the outside world, chattering non-stop, looking very novel. Dole pretended not to hear it, and controlled the wizard tower on his own. In the past, when coming from the north, you have to avoid the dangerous places inside the empires, but now you don't need to, just fly straight, crossing the mountains and rivers, no one can stop you. When flying over the mountains, some monsters provoked him a bit, but when Dole's speed slowed down a bit, those monsters retreated again. Seeing this, he actually wanted to laugh. The wisdom of monsters above level 7 is the same as that of ordinary people, and they know how to advance and retreat. And it is impossible for humans to kill all these monsters. After all, what humans need is the plains, and the mountains will eventually be released, and those young people with strong experience will go there to train, so they must be given some opportunities to release their youth. With these dangerous places, mercenaries, adventurers and other professionals can play a role. If all the dangerous places in the country are eradicated, most professionals will be unemployed. This is also part of the means to reconcile domestic conflicts. The top leaders have already discussed that there will be no fighting at all. Only when the empire expands, there will be fierce collisions with the surrounding dangerous places. This time, Dole went back not only to build the wizard tower, but also to confirm the vocational college and implement this matter completely. Now Albi's Mountain is not short of money. Just by opening up the trade route, the tax revenue is full, and it is more than enough to build a school. With the advent of the war, Albi's Mountain has also become more tense, but it has not affected the overall situation too much. After all, this is a new city with a small population. It is not reasonable to recruit soldiers again. It only took 3 hours to go back this time. Dole saw the familiar north, the familiar Albi's Mountain, the storm field that was like a blood connection, and 2 familiar blood auras. One blood aura has grown, and the other blood aura is still brewing and has no clear consciousness. I'm back. Dole breathed a sigh of relief. He did not return to the city lord's mansion, but quietly came to the Albi's Mountains. Ash and the child were here, in the Turin Bone Tower. The Turin Bone Tower is not suitable to appear in the city. It is too dark and terrifying. It feels like the property of an evil black wizard. After placing the Tower of Babel in the center of the Eye of the Storm, Dole dragged the shocked Elia out and took her into the Turin Bone Tower. Elia was so shocked that she couldn't speak. This is the storm field. It's so exaggerated. It's about 500 kilometers in range. Is there such a large celestial structure? The huge storm field, connecting the sky and the earth, covered the entire sky. The wind whistling around, and the terrifying lightning in the wind flow, made Elia a little confused. No wonder Sister Daphne said that Dole's strength is incomplete. Only in the Albi's Mountains, he is invincible. It's true. With the assistance of such a large-scale storm field, even an ordinary level 8 Dole is not afraid. Exaggerated, terrifying, shocking. Chapter 900. Although Elia didn't go out much in the imperial capital, she was well informed. After seeing the appearance of the storm domain, she was shocked and speechless. She was still a little shallow. He was led by Dole into the Turin Bone Tower. The Turin Bone Tower was a different experience. Darkness, terror, and the breath of death spread around. It looked like a super fortress of a super villain. But after entering the top floor, the surroundings did not seem so scary, but rather a little sacred. Ash had been waiting with the eldest child in her arms. Her belly had grown a little. Looking at Dole, she couldn't help but smile warmly. You're back. This is Elia. She's so beautiful. Come on, call me sister. Ash was really happy. She was tired of dealing with Dole's clone all day and the smell of insects. Dole quickly stepped forward, took the child, held him in his arms, and teased the child. When Aaliyah saw Ash, she couldn't help but get nervous. "Hello, Sister Ash. Are you going to have a second child?" Aaliyah was a little confused. No one had ever told her this. A 6th-level wizard gave birth to 2 children in 2 years. Wouldn't this affect the future? Ash freed her hands and came to Aaliyah. She took her hand and smiled. A family business as big as Albee City needs an heir and needs to build its own power. How can one child do it? I originally planned to let Delito marry a few more and have more children, but he didn't want to. Aaliyah sighed in her heart. This is what her sister told her. Whether it was Ash or herself, the concept of family was too strong. According to Daphne, as long as she was strong enough, she would be the family. Although Dole is powerful, Sister Aishi is a person with a strong sense of family, and Albee City does need some heirs to manage the city. Looking at Dole's current situation, he definitely doesn't plan to manage it. But Sister Aishi has this idea, so I have a chance. Her idea is very simple. Anyway, they all have to get married and have children. The children born with Dole may have higher talents and be stronger than herself. Aaliyah said shyly, so that's the case. There are not many female wizards here. As the mayor of the city, Dole didn't find a few for himself? Aishi hummed softly, he is full of practice and experiments. How can he have time to find a woman? Aaliyah lowered her head and looked at Aishi's belly with envy. She remembered the love stories that the women in the family told her about. She felt a little ashamed and a little looking forward to it. Sister Aishi didn't object, so her thing was done. Dole had a headache listening to it, so he simply carried Monica to play nearby. Monica is less than 1 year old and still needs to be fed, so she can't be left alone. Dole just teases her. I usually tease her myself, but it's fun to tease her myself. The little one is very small, and she doesn't cry. She stares with big eyes, looking left and right, as if she is full of curiosity about the world. Dole sighed in his heart, the lucky little one, she was born with fine clothes and food, without any worries. He suffered a lot in his past. Although she is a daughter, he has thought it through. When she grows up, he will give her some pressure, otherwise there will be no motivation without pressure. Poor Monica, she still doesn't know what kind of future she will face. But what surprised Dole was that the second child in Ash's belly was a son, which made him look forward to his dream of having both a son and a daughter. Monica, call Daddy and let me hear it. Monica couldn't speak yet, she could only open her mouth and scream. Donnie was not slow in controlling the 6th-level wizard tower. After he settled things, he gathered his strength and prepared to move to another place. Dole told him that there was an underground vein, which was very comfortable, and there was hope for him to enter the 7th level. As a school teacher, he didn't have any experience, but he only needed to manage, and leave the rest to professionals. He was very clear about this. On June 12th, Donnie traveled thousands of kilometers and arrived at the gate of Albee City with mixed feelings. Donnie had no identity, his identity was a wandering wizard, and before he reached the city gate, the warning from the Honor Wizard Alliance had already come. However, after Donnie revealed his identity, a staff member of the Glory Wizard Union immediately ran out from the city to receive him. The Marquis has not returned yet. Can Donnie stay in the Glory Wizard Union for the time being? The staff member was very enthusiastic and immediately came up and nodded and said. Donnie was a little surprised. He just asked, and Dole was in Albee's mountain. He did not expose it, but said, since the Lord of the City is not here, I will go to Albee's mountain to take a look. The Lord of the City and I are also friends. The staff member looked at him with envy and said, it would be good if Donnie could contact the princess. To be honest, most of the affairs in Albee City are managed by several deputy lords of the city. Lord Dole rarely shows up and rarely lives in the city. Donnie nodded. Most of the time of high-level wizards is spent on thinking and practicing. How can they have time to manage the city? It is good enough for Dole's clone to be in charge of Albee City. This is also because Dole has no descendants and no one is managing. If he has several children in the future and forms a family, the power of Albee City will be concentrated. After saying goodbye to the staff, Donnie contacted Dole. Soon, Donnie drove the wizard tower to a high slope in the wasteland. Dole's figure was standing on the high slope, but this figure was full of death and powerful and unpredictable dark aura. Donnie knew that this was probably Dole's clone, not the real body. Dole, your clone feels more powerful than mine. Donnie shouted before he came forward. Dole was checking the surrounding terrain. Hearing this, he slowly turned his head and looked at Donnie, who was falling from the air. He smiled faintly. This clone is also level 7 in terms of strength, so it is naturally stronger than you. Donnie understood a little. Dole's original body was level 7, and the clone and the original body shared the same mental strength, so they were somehow exposed to the rules. He landed on the ground and stood in front of Dole. His face became serious. "Meet Master Dole Wizard." Dole laughed. "There is no need for so many etiquette between you and me. Take a look at your feet." Donnie laughed, and after hearing the second half of Dole's sentence, he looked at his feet with some curiosity. This glance made everything clear. The meditation method he practiced could establish a certain connection with the surrounding earth. Dole asked him to take a look, and he immediately saw deep underground. There was indeed a mineral vein here, and it was also a ground vein. Dole seemed to have a special method to gather all the other ground veins around, gradually making the mineral veins here larger and more condensed. Chapter 901. Tang Ni's eyes lit up and said, "Build it here?" Standing on the high slope, you can see the majestic Albiz city in the distance. It is not far from the city, at most about 15 kilometers. Dole nodded and said, "It is here, but this is your territory, and the campus is built on the other side." He stretched out his hand and pointed to the bottom of the high slope. Tang and I breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to occupy the mine. If it was used as a campus, he would have to be careful in his own cultivation. It is not bad to build the campus below. He nodded and said, "Okay." Dole said, "Since you are here, I will arrange this matter. For materials, you can contact several deputy city lords. The craftsmen and so on will be handled by them. As for the magic circle, I will come to deal with it when the construction is almost completed." Tang and I thought to himself that Dole might have arranged everything, and was just waiting for his arrival. He nodded and said, "That's the best. I'm the most afraid of trouble." Skeleton Dole laughed and said, "Are you satisfied with this place?" Donnie nodded. He looked at the Albiz mountains in the distance, and said with some awe, "Very satisfied, but it's far worse than Lord Dole's place." Dole occupied the entire Albiz mountains as his territory, which is much more exaggerated than a small piece of land. Dole smiled but said nothing. In the newly built City Lord office building, Wayne and Anderson, the two deputy city lords, were chatting. Just then, Dole's figure strode in from outside. When the two saw Dole coming here, they immediately stood up and said, "Lord Marquis." Dole nodded, without much politeness, and ordered directly, "Wizard Donnie is already in place. In the next 6 months, use the power of Albiz City as soon as possible to build Albiz College. I want to see results within 3 months." He casually threw dozens of drawings from his hand, and gently landed on the desk in front of the two. Wayne saw this and gently pressed the drawings with his hand, saying, "I will arrange it immediately. The stone transport team of the City Lord's mansion can move today. We will ask the transport teams of other families to handle this matter as soon as possible." Anderson also nodded. "I will arrange the transportation of other materials here. The team of the Orn family has been on standby." Dole nodded, without saying much, turned around and left. Seeing Dole leave, Wayne and Anderson looked at each other, feeling a little pressure in their hearts. As Dole's strength increased, sometimes it takes a certain amount of courage to stand in front of him. This is a real level 7, and a level 7 that is stronger than an ordinary level 7. After receiving the benefits from others, they naturally have to do their best to do the work. The two said nothing and arranged it as soon as possible. For a while, the originally slow-paced Albiz city seemed to be mobilized. Notices were posted at the city gate to recruit craftsmen and workers, and the fleets of several families slowly moved. In just one day, the first batch of workers were in place, waiting for the arrival of materials. The stone factories in the Albiz Mountains have always been in action. After all, the city has been under construction, and the surrounding towns have been expanding. There were originally 5 stone factories, but later the construction was slow and 2 stone factories were closed. Now these 2 stone factories have also started to break ground within a day and are moving again. Albiz College has started construction. Almost every civilian knows about this news, and most people are excited. When the children reach the age, they can finally go to school. With Dole's care for the civilians, it is estimated that every child can go to the vocational college for a period of time. If they really don't have the potential, it's fine. If they do, they will probably be taught for free for a period of time. The civilians are very excited, and the nobles are also very excited. The children finally don't have to go to expensive colleges in other places, and relatives far away can also take them over. Dole Wizard is a level 7, and the Donnie Wizard, who is said to have been promoted for a long time, is also a level 6. Isn't this better than vocational colleges in other places? What Arangel College, what Dark College, have to stand aside. Everyone in Albiz City is boiling. A few days later, at the city gate, A team of craftsmen came back from outside. One of them said excitedly, "I just saw them post the academy blueprint at the school gate. It's really big." Another person said with doubt and disdain, "Is it as big as the Wizard Academy in Watzenberg?" The man chuckled and said with some yearning for Watzenberg, "I don't know. I only know that the new academy built by the Marquis is 15 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide." The other person hissed, "That's even bigger than the academy in Watzenberg. Wizard Dole is really generous. Just building the academy wall requires a lot of stone. The construction period must be very long this time." The man smiled and said, "That shouldn't be necessary. After all, it's not a city wall. Speaking of which, the academy seems to be about the same as the city. It would be great if I could still go to school, but unfortunately, I'm past my golden age." "Oh, you, a second-level registered warrior, still want to go back to the academy. You're so flattered. Take a break for 2 days, and continue working." These craftsmen work in 3 shifts, with a 5-day break. Today is their turn, so they feel relaxed when they come back. The two people's conversation was not quiet, and it soon spread all around. No one cares about the scale of the academy. Naturally, the bigger the better, and Dual Eye has already planned many areas for the new academy. The warrior area and the wizard area naturally need to be separated, and the wizard area is larger than the warrior area. On the wizard side, he will naturally vigorously develop pharmacists and herbalists, and then he will create a secret realm. Anyway, he has too many empty robbery beads, and he won't be too sad if he loses one. He wants to build Albi's city into a city of potions. This ideal needs a foundation. Now, Albi's city has more pharmacists than Watzenberg. Many caravans come here to buy their medicines, and some herbal medicine merchants have also settled in Albi's city. The daily herbal medicine transactions are even more than those in Watzenberg. Of course, this is the result after coordinating with the Northwest, contacting the Imperial Mage Corps and the Imperial Legion. Dole is fully supplying medicines, which allows them not to reduce the quota. Time soon came half a month later, and the situation changed faster and faster. Not only did the Glorious Empire join the war, but the Dark Empire also came to the northwest, forcibly cleared a dangerous area, and stationed in the northern desert, looking at the northwest. The Northern Kingdom, the Glorious Empire, and the Dark Empire, now only the Eastern Ring Empire has not come, and the Nightmare Forest and the Evil Spirit Mountains are several major magic beast groups are ready. However, opinions among the monsters were still not unified, and there were still monsters being eroded by the Nightmare Ancestors clones and transformed into sub-bodies, which were harassing everywhere and involving the military forces of all parties. Within the Glory Empire, a lot of level 7 and 8 forces were attracted away just by involving these monsters. Chapter 902. On June 20th, Dole was holding the child and chatting with Ash and Elria. Ash was pregnant. It was inconvenient to hold the child and do things. If Dole was still the young novice before, he could still forcefully control the secretion of male hormones in his body, but after getting married, some things were out of control. In addition, Ash didn't care about his business, and the little goblin Elria was seducing him, and Dole felt that he could not hold on any longer. The hot clothes she wore every day, plus the revealing court uniform, would have eaten her up long ago if she was on an ordinary person. Dole was chatting with the two people, and at this moment, his face changed, and he stood up and said, "A level 7 in the Bayuan Mountains has been bewitched and is coming this way. I go out and take a look." Ash's face also became serious, and he said, "You have to be careful." Dole nodded. He had just walked to the door of the Tower of Babel, and the churn bone tower in the distance turned into a black light, and automatically threw it into his hands. Hanging the wizard tower on his waist, Dole appeared outside the storm domain. The storm domain is his own magic power. After integrating some space magic patterns, he can teleport in it at will without consuming too much magic power. This is also because his ability to control space has greatly increased after communicating with the Glory Wizard Alliance. The space magic pattern is profound and profound. Dole feels that if he works hard on the space magic pattern, he may be able to enter the 9th level with space ability like President Vasily. However, his time is still too short, and the current accumulation is not enough to support him to make a high level of understanding of space magic patterns. As soon as he walked out of the storm domain, Dole saw a figure flying like a meteor in the distant mountains, aiming directly at the city of Albiz. It was impossible for Dole to let him arrive at Albiz city before him. He turned into a stream of light and blocked the figure. That figure was very secretive, and the sound of flying was not huge. Generally speaking, no one noticed it, but Dole had been using various detection methods to illuminate this side, so he discovered it in the first time. His speed was faster than the level 7 on the opposite side. When the level 7 was just more than 30 kilometers outside the mountain range, Dole had already arrived in front of him. Before he arrived, he raised his hand, and a thunder summoning spell was already in place. A huge purple with a little bit of blue thunder fell from the sky. The lightning thicker than a human waist turned into a laser film and hit the figure. The figure showed up at this time. It was a lynx that had just reached level 7. It was extremely huge and had a strong sense of attack. Feeling the power of thunder, it suddenly roared, and the power outside its body was revealed. The magic power on its claws surged, forming a huge blood-colored claw shadow, waving towards the lightning. The power of blood rules, and the power of strength rules. The lightning fell, and collided with the huge claw shadow in midair. Boom! In an instant, the two rules collided, and the bloody rules had almost no power to fight back. They were broken through by lightning, and the claw shadow was directly torn apart. The thunder roared and hit the lynx's claws. Lightning flashed across the sky, and light and shadow bloomed in an instant. The powerful 7th level lynx figure wailed, and was surrounded by light and shadow. The power continued to explode, but it never broke through. A series of strong squeaking sounds came. Before the lightning completely dissipated, Dual Eye raised his hand, and another lightning shot into the lightning. Boom! Dual Eye released 3 or 4 lightnings in one breath before stopping. Thunder is the fastest, quickest, and most powerful element, nothing else. At this moment, in the mountains in the distance, an exasperated voice appeared in the sky. Dole, you are looking for death. The figure of the dragon bat soared into the air and flew over here. Dole glanced at the mountains in the distance, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He used thunderous means as soon as he made a move, and his purpose was to make those monsters unable to rescue in time, and to kill one first. Anyway, he was not going in to kill, and weakening the enemy's strength was equivalent to increasing his own strength. At this time, the lightning in the air gradually dissipated, and the lynx was surrounded by a ball of flames and fell to the ground, dead and dead. As for the clone of the Nightmare Ancestor, it naturally did not survive. Dole, you are damned. Why did you kill my people? The dragon bat was furious. There were only a few level 7s in the Baiyuan Mountains, and this guy was just a small level 7, who had just been promoted for less than 10 years. At this time, Dole saw that the 3-headed dragon lizard and pangolin in the distance also popped up and looked over here. Dole glanced at the huge mountains in the distance, then looked at the dragon bat, and said expressionlessly, he is controlled by the Nightmare Ancestor and wants to attack my Albiz city. What do you think I should do? The dragon bat had already flown to the edge of the mountain and stopped. At this time, he and Dole had a long-standing tacit understanding that if Dole didn't come in, they wouldn't attack, and if they didn't come out, Dole wouldn't kill them. Low-level forces can come and go around, and they won't take action, but high-level forces can't cross the line, otherwise there will be a big battle. Dragon Bat looked at the lynx that had fallen down, and it was already dead and couldn't die anymore. He was a little shocked. Dole, this guy, was getting more and more terrifying. This human race has completely controlled this area. Then you can just drive them away. Why do you want to kill them all? Longfu said angrily. Dual Eye smiled. There is no such thing as a fight. Isn't life and death normal? Besides, he has been controlled by the Nightmare Ancestor. He is already dead. How can he be regarded as alive? Longfu was immediately afraid. Recently, the high-level world has been opened up. Even the Ancestor personally told them not to be controlled. Once controlled, they are considered dead. The Nightmare Demon who ravaged the entire West Ring continent 1,000 years ago is definitely the enemy of all living things. In the battle with the Nightmare Ancestor, even the Dragon Clan sacrificed 3 level 8s. This shows that. Humph. Longfu knew that he was not right, so he turned around and left. Dual Eye looked at Longfu, and his heart moved. He looked in another direction of the Baiyuan Mountains. There, a force seemed to be watching him. He was startled. The level 8 was looking at him. That black dragon. The dragon race is the most powerful and talented race in the world. Although Baal has been eating the dragon race, and it seems that the dragon race is vulnerable, the dragon race has the most super masters in the world. This black dragon is said to have come out of the Dragon Valley. With his own efforts, he has reached the level of level 8. It is very scary. Dole has seen many level 8 people, such as the Fire King Ancestor, Vasily, and the Old Man. The biggest feature of these people is that they are mysterious and unpredictable. It seems that Dole will die as soon as they attack, but if they really have to face them, Dole still has a way to escape. The attack power of the Babel Tower may not be enough now, but the escape ability is first class. As for the Turin Bone Tower, Dole is confident that he can kill the level 8 in one go. It is made of the bones of extraterritorial creatures. Extraterritorial creatures are equivalent to the god level. With this confidence, Dole looked towards the north without fear and with a sharp gaze. Chapter 903. Come if you want. Who is afraid of whom? The current Dole is no longer the Dole of the past. At this moment, a message reached Dole's ears that Jasmine seemed to have come to Albi's city with his man. Dole pondered for a moment. Dole had feelings for Jasmine. After all, he was the first little wizard he knew and had been in contact with her since childhood. That hidden underground transaction made him what he is now, and the feelings between the two were extremely pure. Dole also achieved his current success thanks to Jasmine. Therefore, after Dole achieved his success, he never gave up this friendship and asked about it from time to time, even though Jasmine did not need his help on the surface. Jasmine actually lived a very ordinary life. She could only be regarded as relying on the Marsha family, and people did not pay much attention to her. It was just that she had always been inseparable from the Marsha family. After all, she was also a mother of a child. The Marsha family was also famous for potions in the wizarding world, but it was a pity that Dole had taken away a lot of business. This was the key to the two families' disharmony. Jasmine had a very bad life for a while, but later, with the rise of Dole, especially after he became the city lord, Jasmine's life gradually improved. No one wants to offend a city lord invisibly. Dole thought about this and wondered if he should go to see Jasmine? Give her some help. Now, anything that slips through his fingers is enough for Jasmine to live freely for several years. Greta took a few people to the front line. He really has no friends now, and needs to communicate with people. As for business partners, they have basically lost the meaning of friends. Thinking of this, Dole did not even look at the Albiz mountains in the distance. The white light was shining around him, and space runes condensed one after another. The white light flashed slightly, and disappeared in the next moment. When he appeared again, he was already in the city lord's mansion, in his position as the city lord. He just thought about it for a while, and then shouted outside, "Come here." The person at the door of the city lord's hall was bored and reading the book in his hand. City Lord Dole had not come for a long time, and he didn't know what he was doing. At this time, he heard the words inside, and suddenly he was startled, stood up immediately, opened the door and ran in. "Lord, City Lord. Go and call the head of the Marsha family now." The man was slightly surprised, and then nodded immediately, "Yes, Lord City Lord." Jasmine took the child, and looked left and right in the city. This place is not as prosperous as Watzenberg, nor as mature as Watzenberg. There are a little more construction sites around, and the dust is slightly flying. But the people around don't seem to care about these. As they walked along, their faces were full of smiles. He could hear that the conversations of the people around him seemed to revolve around the Doalbus Academy, and they seemed very excited. Jasmine was a little emotional. Dole was really a big shot. He was no longer the little wizard who had been secretly trading with her. This change was really big. She was holding the child in her arms. At this time, the child suddenly said, "Mom, I'm hungry." Jasmine nodded and smiled. "Mom will take you to eat." He turned his head and looked to the side. "Kasha is hungry. Let's go to the side to eat something." Next to him was his husband, a 4th-level wizard, Rodlik, who looked very young. He hid his impatience, glanced at his daughter, and said lightly, "See if there are any delicious foods around." "I heard that there are not many delicious foods here. After all, this place is not fully mature yet. Many larger restaurants are still waiting, and have not opened yet. It can't be said that he was sent here, or the family had no hope for him." Rodlik actually complained about coming here. A new city, what can be developed? After coming here, his eyes gradually brightened. A new city has new opportunities, and the public security here looks very good. There are no fights on the streets. The people around look happy and fulfilled. This is a positive and healthy city. Although Rodlik sometimes makes mistakes, he still continues the sharpness of the nobles most of the time. Jasmine sighed and didn't speak. Instead, she touched the child's head. At this time, on the other side of the street, a small group of guards came straight to the convoy with a fierce momentum. Rodlik didn't know what this team of soldiers was doing at first, but when he saw the leader was looking at him, he suddenly felt unwell. Jasmine was also surprised at this time. They had just arrived. What happened? The child in her arms was also scared at this time. Next to Rodlik were several other women, who were also surprised at this time. The pedestrians on the street saw this, and retreated to the side. The guards of Albiz city were dispatched, which was definitely not a simple matter. The city's security depended half on the deterrence of Lord Dole, and half on the guards, so they naturally dared not neglect it. The man at the end came in a heroic manner, and came to the front of the Maja family's convoy. He took a look at their family's flag, and then looked at Jasmine on the carriage. After comparing the image, he confirmed that this was the person the Marquis was looking for. He thought to himself, the Marquis usually doesn't like women, why would he look for this person? He didn't think much about it, and immediately shouted, the lord of the city has ordered that Jasmine Wizard and her husband go to the city lord's mansion for a chat, and everyone else should do what they should do. Just then, a very luxurious carriage slowly appeared behind the convoy, and the man said, please, both of you, take care of the children. Rodlick was shocked and dared not speak. And Jasmine's eyes showed a strange color. What is Dole doing? Seeing that the two did not move, the leader was immediately unhappy, and his momentum was shocked. He immediately shouted coldly, what? Do you want me to come down to invite you? Rodlick was unwilling, but still smiled and said, no, Lord Guard, we are a little confused, we will come down now. He glanced at Jasmine next to him, and sighed in his heart. He might have to act according to her mood in the future. Beside Rodlick, the other women looked at Jasmine in fear. Jasmine did not speak, but got off the carriage with her child in her arms with a calm face. The city lord's mansion. The current head of the Marcia branch family was sweating profusely. Could it be that the thing he did was discovered? He was a little panicked. Looking at the messenger, he asked carefully, can I ask what the city lord wants me to do? The man said boredly, nothing, just asking you to come over, that's all, but I got the news that your Marcia family seems to have sent someone, and they just entered the city not long ago. The head of the Marcia family immediately understood that it was probably because of this woman, Jasmine. The Marcia family was hostile to Dole at the beginning, but was not targeted by Dole later, and it was also because Jasmine was in their family. He thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was this matter, so he stood up straight, tidied his clothes, and said, I go now. City Lord's mansion, reception room. Dole's eyes were a little blurry. Most of his mental energy was spent on experiments with his clone, and the results were not obvious. Chapter 904. Some of the things obtained from the maze space are still unclear, while some have been clear. There is also the electromagnetic meteorite. There has been little progress, but there has been progress, and there are new discoveries every once in a while. But there is no clue about the silicon-based creatures. He has a corpse of a silicon-based creature in his hand, a living body, but he can't find the matrix. The experiment has been going on without a break. Dole and Aishi's clones are like tools that never get tired, each doing their own thing. However, in terms of understanding the rules, Dole's understanding is growing day by day, and progress is rapid. Just as he was thinking, there was a knock on the door outside, and a familiar voice came. Sir, someone has arrived. The first to arrive was the head of Marcia's family in the city. His name was Vok. As soon as he came in, he looked at Dole with some trepidation. Sir Marquis. Dole looked at him expressionlessly, which made Vok a little scared. Vok didn't know what to say, or what he was called to do. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Dole say, I heard that Jasmine and her husband are coming over. Vok was a little confused, and then suddenly realized something, feeling relieved. He bowed slightly and said, yes, Rodlick and Jasmine's family are coming over now. They will be responsible for some of our family's affairs here. Dole naturally didn't ask him what he was doing, but nodded and said, Jasmine, and that thing will be here soon. I talked to Jasmine for a few words, and you listen on the side. Vok had a headache. The relationship between Dole and Jasmine was the most confusing. Jasmine also came from the Northern Kingdom. It was said that she had a good relationship with Dole before, but later they found out that the relationship between Jasmine and Dole was just average. This woman had talent, but she just had no resources. When she came to their family, the Marcia family only regarded her as a resource for one more wizard. If she had a few children, there might be more wizards in the future, but they didn't think much of it. Later, Dole rose to prominence, which made some people regret it. If they had gotten in touch with Dole earlier, the family might have had a much better life. Moreover, their relationship with Jasmine was also very average. They were very grateful that Dole did not retaliate wantonly. Vok nodded and stood aside. He hesitated for a moment and said, Rodlick's matter is just his personal matter, and has nothing to do with our family. Dole glanced at him and said with some interest, I don't care what your family is like. If Jasmine says you are good, then you are good. If Jasmine says you are not good, then you are not good either. Vok was shocked and cursed Rodlick inwardly. Jasmine was going to say something later, and Dole was probably going to get angry. Sure enough, the next sentence Dole said, I heard that your family was involved in some things, which seemed to conflict with some of my policies. Vaughn couldn't admit it, and immediately declined. No, Lord Marquis, don't listen to some people's slander. It's definitely not true. Dole glanced at Vaughn, who was frightened, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but he didn't say the next word, but stood there waiting. Soon, a voice came from the door. Sir, the person has been brought. The door slowly opened, and Jasmine, who was still in her prime, and almost unchanged from the last time she saw it, walked in, holding a child in her arms. Next to her, a man who looked a little imposing but was actually weak walked in. Seeing Dole, Jasmine wanted to say something, but couldn't open her mouth, feeling a little ashamed. As for Roglic, he was frightened when he saw Dole for the first time. This was a real level 7, like the president of the Honor Wizard Union. Just standing in front of him, he felt his legs shaking. At this time, he had to lower his head and said, Roglic, meet the Marquis. He secretly glanced at Jasmine next to him. Jasmine didn't speak, so he could only lower his head, and didn't dare to raise it. Dole glanced at Roglic, then at Jasmine, and slowly said, Jasmine, have you been well recently? Jasmine glanced at Dole, feeling a little heavy in her heart. Dole's current momentum was too great. She just stood there quietly without emitting any breath, but she felt as if there was a storm in front of her. Meditation frantically warned her to get away as soon as possible. She raised her head, smiled lightly, and pretended to be elegant. Dole, I'm fine recently. Dole nodded, turned her head, and looked at the man next to him. He still lowered his head, and didn't dare to raise it. He slowly said, Roglic, right, you raise your head. Rodlic's neck was stiff. At this time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and raised his head, but he didn't dare to look directly at Dole. He knew that if Jasmine said he was not good today, it would probably be difficult. Mr. Marquis. Dole nodded and said, the main business of the Marsha family in Albiz City is to promote your own caravan and consign some goods. The main business has been compressed by the Honor Wizard Alliance, and it is actually very ordinary. Jasmine, if you are willing, I can give you a job related to the main business of the Marsha family. Dole needs to refine 2 empty robbery beads, one for Morris to operate, and the other one needs to be operated by his own people. He doesn't trust other people. Jasmine came and just helped him. Of course, the premise is that Jasmine is willing. Hearing this, Vaughn and Roglic were stunned. Dole is willing to give Jasmine a job. What does it mean? Once Jasmine is out of their control, then they will have the final say in the future. Roglic was about to speak, opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say anything, and his heart was immediately trembling. Once Jasmine left with him, and didn't rely on their family, it would be really dangerous. Jasmine was also caught in a dilemma at this time. Dole is willing to give her a job, which means that this job can definitely support her, even all her expenses. But can she go? Dole knew that if he didn't get Jasmine to agree today, once he went back, it would be unlikely for them to meet again, so he smiled and said, you don't have to worry too much. This job is very easy, and the resources you will be given will not be too few. It may not have any effect in the short term, but in the long run, it can give you great convenience. With your talent, it shouldn't be a problem to be promoted to level 5 in the future. Hearing this, Jasmine raised her head, and her eyes became firm. For a wizard, what is the most important thing is naturally his own strength. What family, what power, all have to stand aside in front of strength. Being able to be promoted to level 5 is a very remarkable thing. Level 5 is really enough to suppress a small city. She said almost without thinking, if that's the case, I accept it, but my child? Chapter 905. Dole looked at the child in his arms, and said with relief, you can take it with you, or you can let Roglic take it with you. Isn't it his child too? Molly held the child tightly in her arms, and said, okay. Dole said, don't worry, maybe within half a year. The two of them were chatting. While the other two couldn't say a word, their faces were as bitter gourds. The office was quiet, with only 2 voices. Roglic and Vaughn felt very uncomfortable. But they also knew that they might be nobles and figures outside, but in front of Dole, they just relied on Jasmine. If there was no Jasmine, they would be almost the same as passers-by, and it was a luxury to see each other. Dole chatted with Jasmine for a while, and then let them leave. When he left, the warning look in his eyes never left Roglic. He could see that Jasmine was not doing well, otherwise she wouldn't be a second-level wizard at this time. After finishing this matter, Dole's figure disappeared in the hall of the city lord's mansion like a bubble. The gatekeeper felt the situation inside, and smiled bitterly. It was too easy for him to be the city lord's messenger. It was boring to do one thing every few months. Hey, your broken wizard tower is lively now, what's going on? As soon as Axel entered the Turin Bone Tower, he saw Elrea chatting with Ash. Ash turned around and smiled. Sister Axel. Axel glanced at Ash, then at Elrea, and said, Ash, what's going on? Elrea did a lot of homework, and when she saw Axel, she knew who this was. There were 2 level 7s and 1 level 8 in Albiz City, one Lord Bar, who was said to be sleeping in the mine, one Dole, whose strength was earth-shaking, and the last one was Lord Axo, the former leader of Wawudong. A small Albiz city, just the powerful fighting power it possessed, made other states extremely envious. This person could talk to Ash like this, and was so charming, so he must be Lord Axo. She bowed slightly and said, Lord Axo, I am Elrea, an unknown person of the Glory Royal family. She was a little naughty. Axo glanced at Elrea, his eyes seemed to penetrate her body, and he was slightly surprised. This little girl, her talent is incredible. People from the royal family, what are you doing here? Does the royal family also need to borrow seeds from Dole? But that depends on whether Dole is willing. This little girl is pretty, I wonder if Dole, the man who is not a man, is interested. I am not interested. Could it be that she likes younger ones? Thinking of this, she looked at Elrea, smiled slightly, and said, the descendant of the royal family. You have good talent. Why don't you stay in the imperial capital? What are you doing in this remote place? Elrea said bluntly, learn the storm meditation method with Dole. Axo was shocked. Dole agreed? Elrea did not speak, and Ash beside her nodded at this time, saying, yes, Dole agreed, but it is not easy to learn this meditation method, and Sister El still needs some time for special training. Axo nodded. Dole's perversion is all due to this meditation method. If you learn it, it would be amazing. By the way, the capital is willing to let you out? She also saw that Elrea was very talented and had also trained as a warrior, so her combat power was not low. Elrea nodded and said, my father agrees with it 10,000 times. As for the other clan elders, I have no objection either. Axo's heart moved, and suddenly he smiled evilly. You are attracted to Dole, look at your eyes. Elrea blushed. Dole disagrees. Axo thought to himself, as expected, she snorted coldly, Dole is not a man, others want to occupy more women, but he just hangs on Ash and doesn't get off. He is really not manly enough. Ash stood aside, smiling but not saying anything. She hoped that Dole would find more women, so that the Albiz family could be strengthened in the future. It would be too slow to rely on herself alone. In the laboratory, the corner of Dole's clone's mouth twitched, and he knew that this old woman had nothing good to say. In his hand, there was a void bead, which emitted a faint glow at this time. Dole inserted space runes one by one, and observed the reaction of the void bead while inserting them. This was the first huge space he had refined, so he needed to be more cautious. As for the family affairs, Ash had talked to him many times, but Dole was unwilling. However, Ash's life alone was indeed too hard and time-consuming. He muttered in his heart, should he take Elrea in? She was beautiful and had a good figure, but she seemed to be a little bit stupid. After practicing countless times in his mind, it was very smooth to inject the space magic pattern into the empty robbery bead. In fact, Dole could afford to fail completely. After all, he still had hundreds of such empty robbery beads in his hand. It was just that he was strict with his alchemy and strived for perfection. Time passed little by little, and soon it was 3 days. The empty robbery beads suddenly disappeared from Dole's hand. At this time, Dole closed his eyes, and the magic power around him surged rapidly. White space runes surrounded him. His breath at this time had reached a very terrifying realm. On the upper floor of the Turin Bone Tower, the 3 people also felt the fluctuations that erupted from Dole at this time, and they all felt their state of mind, especially Axo, who was even more shocked. A few years ago, he was still a small 5th or 6th level wizard, but now, he has exploded, and is almost comparable to himself. This guy is simply a monster. But what is this guy doing? This fluctuation seems to be a space fluctuation. Axo looked at Ash in confusion and said, what is Dole doing? Ash smiled without saying a word, and then glanced at Axo's waist. Axo lowered his head, glanced at his waist, and suddenly realized. This is the feeling. It seems that Lord Huawudong is really. At this time, the spatial fluctuations in the Turin Bone Tower became stronger and stronger, shaking the entire wizard tower. The dark, gloomy, and terrifying wizard tower was surrounded by spatial fluctuations, and it actually had a little sacred meaning. Awesome and inviolable. Axo looked around the wizard tower, looking at the aura emanating from the wizard tower, and was slightly shocked. What is the wizard tower of Dole made of? It has such a performance. No wonder he has almost moved here now, and even Babel Tower doesn't go there much. In fact, what he didn't know was that Babel Tower was being upgraded and renovated, preparing to be promoted to level 8, and it was not suitable for living. When Babel Tower was promoted to level 8, Dole would definitely move there, and Turin Bone Tower would be used for daily warfare in the future. In Ash's arms, Monica cried at this time, as if she was frightened by the vibrations around her. Seeing this, Ash moved her mental power and communicated with the formation of the Wizard Tower to suppress these vibrations. Chapter 906. In the laboratory, the Sky Lottery bead reappeared in front of Dole, and the spatial fluctuations around him also completely subsided. The laboratory was in a mess, and many things fell to the ground in all directions, all of which were impacted by the energy that had just exploded. Fortunately, there was nothing here, just a temporary residence. His breath gradually subsided, and his forehead was slightly sweaty. Looking at the Sky Lottery bead in front of him, he showed a slightly satisfied look. This Sky Lottery bead was used to pay off debts, and to win over the Fire Wutong Divine Tree. It was not for his own use, nor for the Glory Wizard Alliance. In a few days, he would refine the next one. He raised his hand, and the Sky Lottery bead fell into his hand. He moved and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already at the door of the living room, and he immediately stepped into the living room door. At this time, the three women turned around and looked at him. Dole waved to Axo and said, "Follow me." Axo saw this, nodded to the two of them, and then followed Dole out. Coming to another room, Dole was in front and Axo was walking behind. Dole activated the wizard formation to isolate the inside and outside. At this time, the cloth bag on Axo's waist suddenly exuded a strong breath of life, and a small miniature version of the Fire Wudong exuded a powerful mysterious power and floated out, suspended in the air. Dole looked at the seedling of the Fire Wudong sacred tree and smiled faintly. "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission and succeeded. Lord Fire Wudong, you can move in." Dole took out the empty tribulation pearl and put it in his hand. Axo also saw the empty tribulation pearl and felt shocked. Did he really succeed? Such a small thing actually has a world inside? The Fire Wudong tree did not speak, but Axo asked, "How do I use this thing?" Dole turned his wrist and took out 2 tokens, saying, "Enter with the tokens." As he spoke, he threw the 2 tokens out. Axo took one, and the other disappeared in front of the Fire Wudong tree. The token had instructions on it, and Axo only took a glance and understood its usage. The mental power communicated with the token, and she suddenly turned into a white light, and plunged into the void tribulation pearl, and in front of Dole, the shadow of the Fire Wudong suddenly turned into a white light, and disappeared on the spot. Dole also disappeared from the spot at this time. In the empty world, there was a faint white light hanging in the sky, as if simulating the sun, but there was nothing on the ground, just a void. The surroundings were also void, and the whole person stood in the void, and it was unclear whether he was up or down. As soon as Axo came in, he saw this thing, and felt a little strange. Is this what a single space looks like? He sensed it, and found that there was no substance in it. It was just a void. If an ordinary person came here, he would probably suffocate to death in 3 minutes. There was no air, no gravity, no magic elements, only a light source in the sky that allowed people to understand the direction. What a hell of a place! Just when Axo was wondering, the Fire Wutong Divine Tree came in. As soon as it came in, it emitted a bright light, as if looking around. This world is very big, more than 100 kilometers in all directions. The Fire Wutong Divine Tree just scanned the volume of the space, and was very satisfied. It is big enough, but now it needs to be decorated and some magic arrays need to be arranged, which it can do by itself. By the way, take Axo to familiarize yourself with the way to use the independent space. Just then, Dole also walked in. Axo saw Dole coming in, and was about to complain, but heard the Fire Wudong God tree next to him speak. "I am very satisfied with this space. I will take Axo to decorate it." Dole smiled and said, "This is the first secret realm I ever find. There are many shortcomings. Please forgive me. I suggest you collect an active volcano here, and collect some earth veins. It is enough for the space to circulate." The spiritual will of the Fire Wudong God tree slowly responded, "Kunwi God tree told me about the relevant things. I understand. If there is nothing else, Axo and I will go first?" Dole nodded and said, "Okay, I also need to rest for a few days. The space magic pattern is profound. After refining the space this time, I have a lot of gains and need to settle down." Fire Wudong did not speak again, but communicated with Axo next to him. Dole's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Back at the Bone Tower, Dole came to the door of the living room and walked into the living room. Seeing Dole coming back, Elria came over excitedly, grabbed his arm, and almost hung on him, saying, "Brother Dole, what big thing have you done again?" Dole's skin was covered with goosebumps. He turned his head and looked at Elria and said, "Can you please stop calling me brother 3 times? It's too cheesy." He shook Elria, but she was wrapped tightly and couldn't be shaken off. Instead, he saw a wave in Elria's chest, and he immediately felt a desire rising from deep in his heart. He turned his head forcibly and looked at his daughter. This little goblin. Elria was secretly happy in her heart. She was still charming, but Dole's ability to restrain herself was too strong. No, she had to discuss it with Sister Ash and give him some explosive news another day. No, I like to be called that. Dole really couldn't do anything to him. The first secret realm had been successfully refined. He had to think about it for 2 days, and then refine the second one. This one was to be given to Chris as a medicine garden. He couldn't be careless at all. Therefore, he had no time recently. As for the clone, he had to refine various 8th level potions there in case of emergency. He couldn't get away. At present, the only one who could get away was the Nightmare clone, but the Nightmare identity still needed to be used carefully. Once it was exposed, it would be difficult for him. Is it necessary to have another clone? The cultivation of the scarab has come to an end. Dole was thinking about whether to find another meditation method to use the scarab as well. The greatest function of the 10 ancient strange insects is to split, and as long as you practice to level 7, you will automatically comprehend a rule, which is very useful. Dole thought that he had practiced 2 dark meditation methods, should he get a light one, otherwise he would be a dark wizard in the future. Thinking of this, he quietly checked the scarab while talking to the 2 people, and it seemed that he could just make up one person. However, meditation is something that needs to be cautious. He has practiced 3 methods now, and the rules he has come into contact with are varied. He feels that his spirit is tense every day. If he practices the 4th method, will he directly have schizophrenia and become 3 or 4 people? However, it seems that practicing 3 methods is not a big problem at present, and I don't know if there is any problem with the 4th method. Ball is sleeping now, and it seems that he is trying to hit level 8. He can't wake him up. Otherwise, he can ask Ball how many methods are suitable to practice. I guess he doesn't know about this matter, and he is not a human. After chatting with the 2 women for a while, Dole felt that he was getting more and more angry, and quickly made an excuse to slip away. Just when Dole was about to run away, Ash suddenly said, "Dole, my mom and dad haven't seen Monica for several months. They want to see her." Dole was stunned. "My parents-in-law are at the front, so we have to go to the front." Chapter 907. Ash nodded. "It's the front line. Let's stay there for 2 days, and then come back, okay?" Ash's tone was asking, because he didn't know whether Dole was willing to go to the front line. Elria became interested at this time. "What is the front line like? I haven't seen it. Otherwise, let's go together. Anyway, we will only stay for 1 or 2 days. How about it? I want to see it." Dole glanced at Elria. This girl is really ignorant and fearless. What is the front line? It's just a meat grinder. There is no passion. There are corpses everywhere, and all kinds of corpse stench. It can't be a good place. But this girl obviously hasn't experienced this. He suddenly shook his head and said, "No, you know what the front line is. I'm afraid that the child will go there, and be rushed by the breath of the battlefield, and some unknown changes will occur." Although Dole doesn't usually care about Monica, and occasionally comes to hug her, he has a very clear plan for Monica's future. If she goes to the front line, the strong blood and murderous aura will easily affect Monica's future. Ash looked regretful, with a hint of unnaturalness on the corner of her mouth, and said, "Well then, let's wait until the war is over." Dole saw Ash's expression, and said, "That's not necessary. We just need to go over and pick them up, and I can help to take care of them." Ash was immediately happy again. Elria was not happy at this time, because she was not going to the front line. She said with her eyes rolling around, "Brother Dole, how about I go with you to suppress it? I have never been to the front line." Dole looked back at him, with a slightly complicated expression. This girl, she really doesn't know what she is talking about. Is the front line so fun? If you want to go and have a look, then go and have a look, just don't be scared by the corpses. These little girls in the imperial capital may have been poisoned by the beautiful scenes described by some wandering poets, or the night novels written by some people. If possible, Dole hopes that there will never be war in this world. War will only bring death, and will not bring any benefits to civilians. Dole has always been a man of action. After confirming the matter, he moved his clone to the Tower of Babel, opened the Turin Bone Tower, and took the two people and the child to the west. Why did he take the Turin Bone Tower? That's because Dole wanted to test the performance of the Turin Bone Tower. The raw materials of this wizard tower are unparalleled, and the texture is comparable to that of gods. As long as it is inside the world, Dole is not afraid of people of any level. The wizard tower slowly started, and then disappeared into the horizon. More than 100 kilometers northwest of the Northwest Fortress, the coalition forces of the two countries, plus the magician groups of the other two empires, have stood next to the ruins of a city that looks not small. In the city, there were ruins and smoke everywhere. The smell of barbecue and the nauseating smell of decayed corpses spread all over the land. The barracks were densely packed on the plain outside the city. On the side of the barracks, dead soldiers were placed in rows, covered with white cloth. In the largest tent in the camp, Prince Andes, Prince A's, and Westling stood in front of the sand table and looked carefully. After several months, they finally captured a small city. The speed was very slow. The only reason was the lack of troops. The strength of the Nightmare Ancestor was very strong. Under his ability, those ordinary soldiers could burst out 120 abilities, and the coalition suffered a lot of losses. The Imperial Mage Corps of the four countries also had a hard time advancing. Most of their energy was spent on dealing with the monster riots around them, and on anti-nightmare work to detect whether the interior had been invaded. They were very tired. The mages of the Nightmare Empire were not good at frontal combat, but they could not resist the battle in the dream. But the problem came. Now they had not even seen the shadow of Anduin City, and they had been fighting for several months. Therefore, food and grass were a very important issue. Prince A sighed and said, "The Northwest is too poor. It is not realistic to support the war by fighting. There are so many of us. It is not realistic to rely on transporting food from the back." Westland nodded and said, "There is only the desert next door, and even water can be found. If we want to feel a little more at ease, we have to go to the mountains in front. In fact, we are not worried about food, but mainly about drinking. There is an extreme shortage of water here. The water used by the Corps now is still the water condensed by the wizards, who summon the water element, not the water for drinking. We must end the war as soon as possible." Prince Andes has said this more than once. Westerling glanced at Prince Andes, his face serious, and said, "We need to rest for a day tomorrow, and can only set out the day after tomorrow. The army is not well supplied now, and we need to rest well before we set out." Prince Andes frowned. After losing the battle in the imperial capital, and losing the right to compete for the throne, he has already regarded himself as a professional general. He has been fighting for so long against a small country in the Northwest, and he has seriously doubted what is said in the military books. Now the war does not rely on soldiers, but wizards, and the war on the wizard side is mysterious and unpredictable. If they don't give them time, they will die in vain. The wizards of the Nightmare Empire were very strange. Without the Imperial wizards, they dared not act rashly. At this moment, Westling and Prince A's received a message at the same time. Westling was shocked and said, "I need to go out for a while. I have never seen my grandson since he was born. This time I can get my wish." Hearing this, A's also laughed. Prince Andes next to him raised his head and looked at Westling, and immediately became unhappy. With a powerful enemy at hand, the commander of the Westling army is still entangled in family affairs? Westling glanced at Andes, and his expression became unhappy. "Aren't you a general? You can handle it. What does it matter whether I am here or not?" After saying that, he turned around and left. Prince Andes was so angry that his face turned blue, while Prince A's next to him was laughing. The two had been at odds for a long time. Andes was a real warrior, but not a qualified commander, and Westling was the real general in the Northwest. In the camps of the Imperial Mage Corps and the Glory Wizard Alliance, many wizards raised their heads at the same time. In the distant Glorious Empire, Dark Empire, and Northern Kingdom Wizard Corps, many people also looked towards the east. In the Far East, a huge energy source that was extremely dark, evil, and full of death power came towards this side, without any intention of concealing its aura, and came straight towards the direction of the military camp. Such a huge energy source must not be an ordinary person, and many people immediately took to the air to watch. Just when everyone was surprised and even on guard, Alan, who was rising in the sky, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and sent a message to all directions. "This is someone from my Glory Wizard Alliance. Please don't blame me. He is here to pick someone up, and will leave soon." An older wizard from the Northern Kingdom suddenly spoke loudly. "Who is going to pick someone up? Why is there such a big show? What level of wizard tower is this?" Why do I feel like it's an 8th level wizard tower? The energy release level is a bit high. As the most powerful magic organization in the Western Ring continent, it is not surprising that the Glory Wizard Alliance has a powerful wizard tower, but it is rare to have such a strong aura of darkness and death. Chapter 908. Before Alan could speak, another wizard came out from the Glory Wizard Alliance camp. He said to the man from the Northern Kingdom with a fake smile, "Speaking of which, the owner of the wizard tower has some connection with your Northern Kingdom. He is the one who came to us from your Northern Kingdom." The man from the Northern Kingdom immediately looked serious and his expression became unfriendly. The Northern Kingdom is not suitable for wizards to survive. The government is doing its best to crack down on scattered wizards. Everyone in the Western Ring continent knows this. Why is the old man Ice King of the Imperial Mage Corps saying this now? Is he going to slap him in the face? He snorted coldly and said, "Our warriors in the Northern Kingdom are brave and good at fighting. We don't need so many wizards. No matter how powerful a warrior is, he can't compare with a level 7 wizard who owns a wizard tower." The Ice King smiled faintly. He didn't tell the other party about Duelai's age. This guy is too evil. Once the other party knew that Duelai was such a genius, they might snatch him back, which would be a big loss. The other two major forces looked at each other, and suddenly became interested in the people who came. However, the people who came did not come to them, but went straight to the military camp and landed in the center of the military camp. In less than 1 or 2 seconds, the wizard tower was lifted off again, and came to the wizard group of the Glory Empire. The 7th level wizard tower was very spectacular when flying in the sky. The wizard tower, which was more than 50 meters high, was like a small mountain, exuding the breath of darkness and death, which made people extremely frightened. However, the wizard tower did not come over. Someone in the Empire Mage Corps flew out automatically, and threw himself at the wizard tower. After receiving the people, the wizard tower quickly flew away from here and headed south. Duelai's actions were seen by everyone, and many wizards were trying their best to analyze the capabilities of this wizard tower. At this moment, the director of the Tribunal of the Glorious Empire suddenly said loudly, "This wizard tower is not simple. I didn't see through it. The Turin Bone Tower exudes the power of darkness and hope. It is an obvious black wizard tower, but the interior of the wizard tower exudes all kinds of abnormal, sacred, inviolable, majestic, vast and other auras." He wanted to use special methods to see through it, but found that he couldn't see it at all, but felt a sense of crisis. The Dark Tribunal and the Light Tribunal of the Dark Empire have always been at odds with each other. At this time, they also spoke loudly, "Ice King, your alliance is really a genius. If this wizard does not die in the future, his achievements will definitely be higher than ours." When the people around heard this, they all fell silent. Where did this master of the Glory Wizard Alliance come from? They looked at the wizard tower that was quickly moving away with dazzling eyes. The Ice King knew what these people were thinking, and said with a fake smile, "This guy is indeed from the Northern Kingdom, and he joined our honorable wizard alliance. But if you want to cause trouble for him, go ahead. He has a bad temper. If you anger him, our honorable wizard alliance will not go to mediate." The man from the Northern Kingdom looked a little unhappy. He really was from their Northern Kingdom. Such a powerful wizard tower is really rare. The three of them, the 8th level, couldn't see through it. There must be some tricks. He thought for a while and said, "Is he a white wizard or a black wizard? Such a weird wizard tower is not the style of your honorable wizard alliance, and you are not afraid of causing panic among ordinary people." The Ice King thought, "This old man is really good at sowing discord." He said coldly, "He is also the mayor of a county city. The city is very harmonious and peaceful. The surrounding county cities have complained many times, and the population has been lost to him. Do you think he is a white wizard or a black wizard?" The people around were stunned. A wizard became a county lord. This is a big event, and he is such a dark black wizard. The Glorious Empire remembered something and suddenly said, "Such a strong dark aura, I hope you can treat it with caution." Before the Ice King spoke, the people of the Dark Church snorted coldly, "What's wrong with the dark aura? There are fewer dark things happening under the rule of your bright church? It's really nonsense. It's better to take care of the lower body of your lackeys. The psychology of the worshippers of darkness is full of darkness and violence. The crime rate in the Dark Empire is high. This is an undeniable fact." The two immediately quarreled because of this. The people around were silent when they saw this. Whenever the two families stood together, they would quarrel. If they didn't quarrel, they would feel uncomfortable. Light and darkness are always hostile. There is an irreconcilable contradiction between the two. Just when the two families quarreled, the man from the Northern Kingdom said to Presley, "Is that person really from our Northern Kingdom?" Where is he from? He whispered to the Ice King. The Ice King said impatiently, how can I remember these little things? He is now the president of a branch of my Glory Wizard Alliance, and the mayor of the county city. Just forget about it. After saying that, the Ice King left first. Lauren sent him a message just now. This time, Dole came to let them see their granddaughter. There was no other intention. They opened the Turin Bone Tower specifically because they were afraid of danger. The Turin Bone Tower is as strong as the 8th level. Although its mobility is not as good as the Tower of Babel, it is not afraid of any danger. The Ice King knew that he was very jealous of this wizard tower. It was made of bones of alien creatures. Not to mention the 8th level, even if it was a 9th level, it would be very difficult to be hit. The bones of alien creatures are very strong, and most importantly, they have many supernatural effects. Except for Dual Eye himself, no one knew the true details of this wizard tower. They knew it because only the senior officials knew that Dual Eye had obtained many bones of alien creatures. Needless to say, this wizard tower must be made of those bones. Not to mention them, if the ancestors Chinwe were here, they would probably be jealous. This happened only for a moment. Dual Eye took the people and left, so the senior officials just talked nonsense. At this time, a huge breath rose from the west and came towards the Legion. The breath was huge and chaotic. At the same time, behind the breath, it was like a desert storm blowing, howling towards the city. The people of the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness stopped talking at the same time and looked at that side solemnly. Alan looked up at that place, just took a look, and said solemnly, "It's the Scorpion King in the desert. There are many lords of this kind of creature. There are many around. In addition to the Scorpion King, there are also the Scorpion King army." He was about to send a message. The Ice King stopped him at this time. He looked at the two families and said, "3, who is willing to take action?" The people of the Dark Church were ready to move. One of them said, "We will take it." He immediately led a team of people and rushed over there. The Scorpion King is full of treasures. If you can kill it, you can naturally get a lot of materials, especially high-level scorpion venom and scorpion claws, crab shells, which are all top-grade materials for making weapons, with a grade of up to level 8. Dole didn't know this. He had already reached more than 300 kilometers away and entered the Imperial Fortress. Chapter 909. After leaving Elia at the fortress, he flew inland with the two of them without stopping. After about 10 minutes of flying, they finally arrived at a plain area near a small village. Then he hid the wizard tower and took Wesling and Lauren to a tent. In the tent, Ash was holding Monica and had been waiting for a long time. Wesling walked in with a dragon-like step and saw Monica at a glance. She was white and plump, and immediately showed excitement, more excited than when he gave birth to his daughter. Looking at Ash's belly, his face froze again. It's only been a few months, and it's too hard to have a second child. Lauren also noticed this situation at this time, but she didn't ask. She walked up, greeted, and held Monica in her arms, excited. Ash said beside her, "Dad, Mom, the child's name is Monica." Lauren nodded, held her in her arms, and teased her for a few times. Monica didn't cry either. She put her hands in her mouth and looked at the beautiful woman in front of her quietly, as if she was curious. Lauren hugged her for a few times, and Wesleyan hugged her for a few more times. The joy on their faces was self-evident. After a while, Wesleyan said, "You two should also pay attention. Ash has just finished the first child, so there is no need to rush to have a second child." Lauren also looked at her daughter distressfully at this time. "That's right, you two should pay attention." Although she was talking, her eyes were blaming Dole. Dole's face froze. "What does it have to do with me? Ash wants to force the birth, and I can't do anything." He can only stand aside in a sullen manner. Seeing this, Ash covered her mouth and laughed. "It's okay, Mom, we are all pharmacists and know our physical conditions. Don't worry, Monica perfectly inherited the characteristics of me and Dole, and will definitely be a great wizard in the future." Lauren's expression relaxed slightly after hearing this. Wesleyan blamed him at this time. "I know you two are pharmacists, so you should be careful so as not to affect your future development. I know you two are ambitious, but you should do what you should do. Dole, you can find another wife to share some pressure for Ash. Although Ash is a princess and their daughter, it is not okay to have children like this, and it is not a solution. It is normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines." Dole was overwhelmed and immediately said, "Then let's have 2 children, and don't have any in the future." Now it was Lauren and Ash's turn to disagree. Lauren glanced at Wesleyan. Dole conquered the city of Albiz and established the Albiz family. He must have 7 or 8 children, otherwise it will be a problem to manage the city in the future. Ash, don't work hard, and find 2 more people to share some of the burden. Westland also nodded, and Dole smiled bitterly. These people have too strong a sense of family. At this time, Ash smiled and said, there is already a candidate, and it is also a princess. The 2 of them suddenly became thoughtful. Elrea? Ash nodded. Dole's face froze. Did they treat him as a stud? No, we will just have 2, and no more. It was Westland's turn to scold Dole. How can a family only have 2? With such a big city, the child will have a hard time in the future. Monica is also a wizard. If she doesn't plan to have any more children like you in the future, who will inherit the family business? Elrea is fine, or I can marry more wives. I will go back and discuss with some cousins and introduce you to some. Dole was confused. Would his wife and parents do this? Find sisters for her in front of their daughter? Dole stopped talking and looked at Monica with a bit of depression. At this moment, his face changed slightly and said, you guys take care of the children first. I go out for a while. He patted Ash's shoulder, and then a small thing slipped into her pocket. Ash felt this and her face changed slightly, then pretended to be casual and said, go early and come back early. Dole nodded. Westland and Lauren didn't know what happened. At this time, they were only concerned about their daughter and planning a wife for Dole. Dole walked out of the tent, looked sharply to the west, then rushed into the sky and flew to the mountainous area next to him. The mountainous area is not big, but very small. It is surrounded by cities. At a glance, there is not even a level 4 or above monster here. This is a place occupied by the human race. This small mountainous area has become the back garden of humans. After flying a short distance and reaching the top of the second mountain range in the mountainous area, he said loudly, come out. The surrounding world was very quiet, except for the sound of the wind. Dole's face was gloomy, and he didn't come out. He snorted coldly and said, since you are here, explain your purpose. I will count to 3. If you don't come out, I will kill you. He did not release his mental power, but raised his hand, and the Turin bone tower appeared in his hand. He could clearly feel that the man came for him, not for his wife and daughter, otherwise he would not have come to the mountain. He said loudly, 3. The surroundings were still very quiet, but the breath was very strange, appearing here and somewhere else at a very fast speed. 2. The man still didn't come out. 1. Dole's patience was exhausted to the limit. He opened his eyes, and his aura was replaced by the aura of the skeleton demon god, and he opened the magic circle of the Turin Bone Tower. The Turin Bone Tower is a level 7 wizard tower, and it is the top wizard tower among the level 7. Once the wizard tower is opened, it sweeps the void and locks the position of the aura in the void. Dole threw it casually, and the wizard tower broke through the air and killed directly. The magic circle of the Turin Bone Tower is very advanced. In addition to the exquisite wizard circle of the Turin Bone Tower itself, Dole also added his own understanding of space. Therefore, when the wizard tower flew out, it almost crossed the speed of space and directly hit a certain point. On the top of the mountain in the distance, a loud sound rang out, and then, like an energy explosion, a wave of air appeared out of thin air and swept across the 4 directions. A black figure flew away from the place of collision with a sound, and a frightened mental force appeared in Dole's consciousness. Wizard Dole, please show mercy, I have no ill intentions, Puff. The other party was so sad that he wanted to vomit blood. This wizard tower was indeed unconventional. It was actually used for collision. At the moment when Dole made a move, he used all methods to avoid it, but he was still hit. Dole looked at the direction where the other party was knocked away, and his mouth curled up slightly. He was playing hiding in front of me, thinking that the millions of Shiensher worms of this marquee were fake. He was used to arranging Shiensher worms as spies around him, no matter where he went. As long as a Shiensher worm discovered an unknown fluctuation, he could immediately mark the fluctuation, so as to analyze and search carefully, and soon the Shiensher worms could find the target. So, when this person appeared around him, he found it. Seeing that person appear, Dole stepped forward, and the Turin Bone Tower quickly appeared in his hand. He stepped on the wizard tower and quickly chased after the person. In midair, the man exuded a strong dark aura, completely wrapping himself up. Looking at Dual Eye, who was chasing him, he was slightly shocked. This young man was a little exaggeratedly strong. He had received a lot of information. This man was only 29 years old, and his realm was extremely high. He didn't expect his strength to be so exaggerated. Chapter 9-10. This wizard tower is too scary. Who uses a wizard tower to hit people? He did not run much, but stood far away to calm his breath. The opponent may not have used too much strength in the collision just now, and the injury was not serious. At this time, Duolai quickly came to a distance not far in front of him, 2 kilometers away, without speaking, just looking at him quietly. An unknown level 7, judging from the aura on his body, he should be from the Dark Empire. The man said cautiously, I have no other intention, I just want to see Duolai Wizard's Wizard Tower, a little envious, that's all. The rules he comprehended tend to be hidden. Once found out, he will fall into a disadvantage. So he knows that he is not Duolai's opponent, so he quickly shows weakness. Duolai looked at him, and his mental power slowly spread over, locking the other party, and then slowly said, look at your aura, is it from the Dark Empire? The man looked at Duolai, and at this time, he was complaining in his heart. If he said he was the Dark Empire, then Duolai would definitely attack the Dark Empire. If he was not the Dark Empire, with the dark aura on him, the Glory Wizard Alliance would probably kill him immediately. Moreover, he was acting so unfriendly, and his fate was worrying. At this moment, he made up his mind, his eyes flashed, and he threw something. Sir Duolai, I can't reveal my identity. This thing is my apology, okay? If you don't pursue this matter, I swear that I will never appear in front of you or your family again. Duolai looked at the thing, still expressionless. This guy must be very scared. This guy should be a member of the Dark Empire, so it's not easy to kill him directly. It's a good thing that he doesn't admit his identity. If he admits it, he will be attacked by the Dark Empire's dispatched group. If he doesn't admit his identity, he will be enforced by himself immediately. It's normal to throw things to save his life. Dole narrowed his eyes slightly and said, if I kill you, won't all the things on you be mine? The man's face changed. At this moment, he noticed the spiritual power around him, and he was shocked. He had tried his best to hide his true position, but he was still locked by the other party. He endured it, and didn't get angry immediately. Instead, he said slightly flatteringly, Your Excellency must have guessed my identity. You didn't kill me directly, which means that Your Excellency is not very interested in killing me. Your Excellency Dole is really a joke. How about this, I take out another thing. If there are more, I really have nothing left. He gritted his teeth and took out another thing. In order to covet someone else's wizard tower, he was forced to this extent. The Dark Wizard felt that he was extremely unlucky. The wizard tower in front of him was too powerful. He was discovered just as he approached. It was really unlucky. If he had known, he would not have come. When he threw the second thing, Duolai's expression had become calm, but it was still not good. He said coldly, Put away your little tricks. I am an 8th level alchemist. The Dark Wizard's face suddenly froze. He quietly wiped off all traces on the things, and then silently retreated. Duolai looked at his slowly leaving back and said slowly, If you appear within 1 kilometer of me in the future, you should know the consequences. The man nodded and left quickly. When he walked away, Duolai reached out and took off the 2 things, with a slight smile on his lips, but the next moment, his face became gloomy. Or his realm was too low, which aroused the covetousness of others. Although they were both level 7, the weirdness of the people in the Dark Empire was far beyond that of ordinary black wizards. If it weren't for the concealment of the Xian Corpse worm, I'm afraid he would have been tricked. If it weren't for the consideration that this was inside the Glory Empire, if it weren't for the consideration of the other party's reckless explosive power, Duolai would have killed him long ago. For this potential threat, Duolai likes to solve it in a more direct way. Looking at the man's back, Duolai recorded his mental fluctuations. In the tent, Lauren looked at Monica and liked her more and more. This little girl was much prettier than Ash when she was a child, and more importantly, she was very well behaved and her curious look was very cute. At this time, Westland looked at his granddaughter and casually asked, Where did Duolai go? Ash said, It's okay, he will be back soon. Westerland frowned slightly. With Duolai's current strength, those scattered corpse worms alone can solve many problems. He actually had to use his real body to go out. It is very likely that he has attracted the covetousness of those wizards. The 3 wizards of the Glorious Empire, the Northern Kingdom, and the Dark Empire must have taken a fancy to Duolai's wizard tower. He became a little worried. Not long after, Duolai walked in from outside, looking like he really went out for a casual trip. Westerland was a little surprised. Duolai came back so soon. It seems that his strength is very weak. He smiled and said, Monica is very beautiful. Even more beautiful than Ash was at the beginning. She is very well behaved and cute. I like her very much. Lauren also said, Yes, if it weren't for the war, we would have taken care of them for you. Yes, there are many children in the family, so it's easy to manage. The Rhine family has a large population, and naturally many children, but there are also many conflicts between them. That's why Ash doesn't want her children to be born in such an environment. Ash smiled and said, "You can come over." Lauren heard her subtext and smiled. It doesn't matter. If they dare to play tricks with you, how dare they play tricks with Dole? Ash's eyes smiled into a line. Dole is one of the 2 level 7s in the Northwest. No matter how scheming those people in the family are, they can't play tricks with Dole. Strength is everything. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, if you want to come over, it won't take Dole much time to pick you up. Okay. There was one more person in the Dark Church's camp quietly. Seeing this man, the chief judge next to him slowly walked over and asked, "How is the situation?" The man was the one who escaped from Dole. He had recovered almost completely by now. At least his injuries were not visible on the surface. He said with a grim expression, "If he attacks with all his strength, I can hold out for a minute." The chief referee and the people around him were stunned. So powerful? He shook his head, looked at his colleagues around him, and said unwillingly, "It's not that he is powerful, but his wizard tower is powerful. If he hits me with all his strength, I guess I can be killed directly." The chief referee pondered and said, "Did you win him over?" The man shook his head. His wife is Westland's daughter, a princess, and now he has a daughter. The chief referee nodded. He glanced at the man and said, "If that's the case, how did you escape?" The man introduced the situation, then smiled bitterly. "He may have some concerns, and didn't kill me, but the price I paid was not small. If he comes, I can't be around." The chief referee's face sank, and said, "He is a level 7, and he dares to be so rampant." The Ice King Patriarch looked to the east, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, an old man walked in and said, "The Dark Empire Stalker is back." I asked Lauren, and they said everything was fine. They just said that Dole was out for a while. Chapter 9:11. The Ice King looked at the old man and smiled faintly. "I've been envious of that kid's wizard tower. He's lucky to be alive. I guess he paid a big price. Dual Eye is not a good-tempered person. If someone threatens him, he will usually take the initiative. He should be concerned about the Empire." The old man nodded. "A level 7 attack can destroy the world. I guess Dual Eye thought that this was the reason why he didn't kill the other party. After all, it takes a lot of time to kill a level 7. The Ice King said, "Dual Eye is currently the only visible combat force in the Northwest. He can just stay in the Northwest, and doesn't need to come here. He is still young and has enough potential. There is no need to participate in this matter. Well, with us old guys holding up, it's okay for now, and Dual Eye needs to pay more attention to the harassment of the monsters in the Northwest." The Ice King nodded and said, "I will tell him that Dual Eye is not as difficult to mobilize as other wizards. He is very motivated. Moreover, for ordinary monsters, his clone can completely deal with them with the wizard tower, without the need for others to take action, which greatly liberates our combat power." The old man said, "Yes, although the wizard tower looks dark and evil, it is really tempting, but unfortunately, only he has the raw materials, and we don't know how long it will take to crack the maze world." The Ice King glanced at him and said, "Be careful." The old man stopped talking immediately. In the camp of the Northern Kingdom, the old man stood there and thought carefully. After a while, a young man with a dignified appearance walked in. "Ancestor, I found out that he is indeed from our empire, from Dumont County, Chris County, but what surprises me is that he is really only 29 years old now, and he has only been here for more than 10 years. The old man widened his eyes. "Such an excellent young man. It seems that I have to get to know him well." The old man said bitterly, "I said that we should vigorously develop young wizards, and it would be best to have a collective test. Those useless nobles are afraid that wizards will overthrow their rule, so they won't let them. A 29-year-old level 7, he will definitely be level 8 in the future, and he may even have a chance to be level 9. Such a strong fighting power was actually given to the Glory Empire, which is really hateful. Damn nobles, damn royal waste." The old man was furious. The young man was a little embarrassed. He was born in the royal family, and he couldn't say anything back when the ancestor scolded him. Indeed, the Northern Kingdom was indeed biased in treating wizards, which led to the outflow of a large number of young wizards with opportunities. But think about it, a 29-year-old level 7 seems really terrible, and there is hope that he will be level 8 in the future, which is many times stronger than himself. He thought of something and said, "I just saw a dark wizard coming back from outside. It seems to be the Shadow Master of the Dark Empire." The old man snorted coldly. He must be coveting the wizard tower of Dole. No strong witchcraft fluctuations were detected around. "I guess there is no hope. I can't even see through that wizard tower. It must have special effects." Ordinary level 7 wizards have no chance at all. The young man nodded. After an unknown period of time, the wizard tower came back again. All forces watched the wizard tower fall and left quickly. This time, no one came out to discuss. They knew everything they should know. But I still envy it. This wizard tower is a bit extraordinary. Dole came back and left soon. He returned to Albi's city and threw himself into the state of research. Elia stood in front of Ash, her face pale. Although he only stayed at the front line for a few hours, he was taken to the front line and saw the dense corpses. His nose still smelled all kinds of unpleasant smells, and the most important thing was the stench of corpses. Even after more than 10 hours, she still felt sick and wanted to vomit. It was too disgusting. They were all living people. Looking at Dole, who was gloating beside her, she suddenly didn't like him at all. He was too annoying. "Is war like this?" she murmured. Dole chuckled slightly at this time, snorting, "What else is there in war except death? You think there is passion and enthusiasm, but that is just a nice propaganda. Who would desire war except those shitty politicians and ambitious people?" At this time, Ash laughed from the side, "You are still too young and don't know anything. You should go out and see more." She casually took a fruit plate from the side and handed it to Dole. "Come, eat some fruit." Dole smiled and took the fruit in his mouth without even looking at it. He took a bite, and it was crispy. At this moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. This fruit didn't seem to be cultivated by himself. The taste was a little strange. He felt that some unknown changes were gradually happening in his body, and he seemed to be getting hot. The wizard can control every most basic cell of his body. The body suddenly became uncontrollable. There was only one situation, that there was something wrong with the food he had just eaten. He lowered his head and looked at the fruit he had eaten. Only the core was left. This thing seemed to be the fiery sun fruit, used as an aphrodisiac. He raised his head and looked at Ash, feeling a little depressed. Ash was pregnant and couldn't do anything. This was a trap for him. At this time, she narrowed her eyes and said maliciously, "How is it? Does it taste good?" Dole took a deep breath and carefully sensed the various forces and blood in his body, which were constantly surging. He said with an ugly face, "When did you get this kind of fruit? I remember that it seems to take at least half a year to cultivate it successfully. Where did you cultivate it?" "I don't think I saw it." Axie laughed even happier, "Of course, it's somewhere you don't know. Hurry up and go to accompany Sister Elia obediently. I don't have time here. It's not good to hurt your body." Dole sighed. The medicinal properties of the fiery sun fruit are very overbearing. Generally, only a little bit is needed to make aphrodisiac potions. No matter who he is, even an 8th level warrior can't resist this medicinal effect. Although he is a 7th level warrior, he ate a fruit in one breath, and the medicinal effect can no longer be suppressed. Elia looked at Dole and was still sad. She didn't know what the two were talking about, but when Ash said that Dole wanted to accompany her, she couldn't help but feel a little warm in her heart. War is too terrible, and there will be no war in the future. She looked at Dole and found that something was wrong with Dole. His body was heating up and out of control. Ash looked at Elrea at this time and immediately urged, "Lord Dole has eaten the fiery sun fruit. Hurry up and enjoy yourself." Elrea has learned a lot of knowledge recently, especially from Ash. She was surprised to know what the fiery sun fruit is. "Eat one? Oh my god." She lowered her head and looked at Dole. She suddenly blushed and turned around and ran to her room. Dole looked at Ash, looked at her belly, and slapped her but hard twice. "You are so bad." At this time, he really couldn't bear it anymore. The effect of the fiery sun fruit had completely erupted. He felt that there was a ball of fire in his body slowly erupting, and even if he used various methods, it didn't work. Chapter 9:12. As he walked, he calmed his blood and tried to act like an ordinary person, and came to the door of Elia's room. The door was not closed. He took a deep breath, then pushed it gently and walked in, and then closed the door. The magic circle started automatically. Elia's room was decorated very warmly, all in pink tones, on the bed, on the sofa, everything, which was not in line with the style of a strong woman. Before Dole could take a closer look, Elia had already pounced on him from the side and hung on him. "Brother, love me." Dole could still hold on, but when Elia hugged him, he immediately lost most of his reason. Holding Elia, he strongly controlled his animal nature, held her on the bed, and then looked at her delicate, somewhat pitying, fearful, and excited expression. Dole did not expect that there were so many expressions on one person's face. He reached out and touched her. It seemed that the girl didn't wear much clothes. Did she have an agreement with Ash to give him a surprise when she came back? Then, he let go of his emotions and ripped off her clothes, revealing large patches of white, and then bit her. No words were spoken that night. Dole also took advantage of the effect of the drug to completely release the beast language hidden in his heart. Early morning. When Dole reappeared in the hall, Ash hugged Monica and smiled secretly. Ash blushed when she was seen, and then said fiercely, "We talk about it after the baby is born." Are you two paying attention? Dole had a headache. It won't be so fast. Elia has just become a woman. It will take at least 3 or 4 months before having a baby. At this time, Elia came out with a red face. She was radiant and different from her previous youthful charm. She naturally heard what Ash said, and muttered softly, "Who would give birth to a child just after falling in love? At least wait until you give birth to the child, and someone will occupy Dole, otherwise someone else will take advantage of the window period. Dole is now her private property. Except for Sister Ash, no one else is allowed to possess it. Elia has tasted the sweetness, so it is impossible for her to let Dole go so quickly." Ash covered her mouth and laughed secretly, saying, "Then you have worked hard during this period." The two women laughed secretly, and Dole was speechless. If this kind of thing is done too much, it will also damage the foundation. He coughed twice and said, "I'm going to do the experiment. You two can chat. Do I want my clone to come over and help you take care of the child?" Ash nodded and said, "Go ahead, go ahead. No, make the clone of the silicon-based creature as soon as possible, so we don't have to look at the insect clone." Dole couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that as long as she is a woman, she doesn't like the insect clone. He nodded and said, "There are some clues recently. It will take at most 2 or 3 years, and maybe it will succeed." Elrea was a little confused when she heard the two talking. What was this talking about? What was a silicon-based creature? What was a silicon-based biological clone? What was this? Dole knew that there was a clone, but it was a bug, and generally she didn't want to see it. What was this silicon-based biological clone? Ash saw Elrea looking confused and walked over with a smile on her face. Come on, you are also one of us, and you should know some secrets. The two of us are making some plans. If this plan succeeds, it will definitely be an invention comparable to a world-spanning invention." Ash held the child and walked to the side of the living room with Elrea, chatting happily. Before, Elrea was not his own, and Ash was a little hesitant, but now, he doesn't have to worry too much and can talk about some of the contents. Dole looked at the two happy people and breathed a sigh of relief. As he walked out of the laboratory, he thought about how to consider the marriage proposal. The last marriage was very hasty, and this marriage is probably also hasty. After all, the wizard world is not that complicated. Elrea's identity is at best used for balance, and it is impossible to do it too loudly. After being irritated for a while, Dole swept this matter into a corner and walked into the laboratory. He has a lot of experiments to do now. The clone is observing the storm field and the rules of wind, water and thunder. The nightmare clone is still in prison, perfecting the nightmare clone. The original body is studying meteorites and doing biological experiments. Every character is arranged very full, and he doesn't stop for a moment. As for the development of Albi's city, he had already put it behind his mind. At this point in time, those people wished that Dole would leave them alone and make a fortune quietly. They would not make trouble at all, and even wanted to actively attract population and develop the local area. Several deputy city lords also worked hard to develop the local economy and promote population growth. Last year, many policies to encourage childbirth were introduced. The number of births in the past 6 months alone is comparable to that of Wassenberg. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 10 days later. Dole was doing an experiment. He had an idea and walked out of the laboratory, and came to the outside of the Babel Tower Wizard Tower. He stretched out his hand and waved, and the Turin Bone Tower in the distance suddenly disappeared, and then he and the Wizard Tower disappeared together. According to the urgent news from the Honorable Wizard Union of Watzenberg, a suspected high-level 7th-level monster walked out of the Evil Spirit Mountains and headed towards Watzenberg, and it was very fast. So, Dole did not waste time, leaving the laboratory and walked out. The Tower of Babel is now occupied by 2 women, and should not be used. The Turin Bone Tower is still a bit gloomy and scary, which is not conducive to the development of children. He turned into a black light and shadow, passing through the Albi's land in Duching, heading west at a very fast speed. It took less than 3 seconds from receiving the news to his departure. There are also several small towns in the north of Watzenberg. At this time, 2 wizard towers were driven by 2 6th-level wizards, standing in front of the city head in full battle array. In the sky above the evil spirit mountains in the distance, there was a huge figure standing and heading towards the human gathering place. From the magic circle warning, to the discovery, to the transmission of the message, they hardly stopped. Looking at this speed, it was really fast. From the discovery to the outskirts of the mountain area, it only took 5 breaths in total. Everyone was suffocating. They were stationed here because they were afraid of the invasion of monsters. Now it seems that no matter how many people they come, it will be useless. They still have to rely on the wizard tower. The power of an individual is completely equal to 0. Dole Wizard must come earlier, otherwise the city will be gone. Damn nightmare ancestor, I will curse him in my dreams at night. That dog is really a pile of shit, curse him at night. Dole Wizard is more than 1,000 kilometers away from here, and it will take at least half an hour. Let's find a way to delay this half an hour. Chapter 913. The leading wizard had racked his brains to think of a solution. After discussing with the people around him, he decided to put the battlefield outside the mountainous area and not allow them to enter the plain area. 2 level 6 wizard towers rose into the air at the same time, facing the distant mountains with a tragic momentum. At this moment, a sentence suddenly rang in the ears of the leading wizard in the wizard tower. Who is in charge? Open the space tunnel system in the wizard tower. I will come now. The space tunnel system was installed recently. They didn't know what it was for. The people from the headquarters came to install the system and left. They only knew 2 functions. One was to open, and the other was to close. Ling 2 suddenly realized that the space tunnel system was used to locate the Dole Wizard. The man hurriedly took out the token and communicated with a magic circle. There was no fluctuation in the wizard tower, but the next moment, a white light appeared in front of the wizard tower, and a black crack appeared in the white light. A low-key wizard tower slowly appeared in front of everyone from the crack. The wizard tower was not big, but once it walked out of the crack, it suddenly became huge. A huge wizard tower of more than 70 meters high appeared not far above the city. When they saw the wizard tower, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Dole Wizard had come. The fighting power of the Dole Wizard was unquestionable. Although everyone might say that he relied on the convenience of the wizard tower, he knew how to build various wizard towers and had money. Who could say anything? Now the remaining wizards in the entire Wassenberg had only one thought in their minds. That is, there should be more Dole Wizards like this. As soon as the Babel Tower appeared, it did not chat with the wizards in the wizard tower below, but immediately emitted a powerful energy wave and headed towards the distant mountains. At this time, the huge monster appeared on the outskirts of the evil spirit mountains. Dole stood on the wizard tower, looking at the huge monster in front of him, thinking, this is interesting. An ordinary eagle dove can actually cultivate to level 7, how much opportunity it takes. However, no matter how great his opportunity is, he has become the food of the nightmare wizard at this time. The eagle has the characteristics of an eagle and a vulture. It has a strong survival ability. It can kill living creatures and eat rotten meat. This kind of creature is not uncommon in this land. But under normal circumstances, the eagle will only grow to level 5 at most, and level 7 is very rare. When Dole saw the eagle dove, a message appeared in his mind. Dole, the team in the northwest has already set off to the west. The nightmare ancestor may be desperate. If there is any crisis in Watzenberg, you should take care of it. The wizard towers with space tunnels are all over Watzenberg. You can get there at any time. Dole only replied, I understand. Don't worry. I will take care of Watzenberg. His tone revealed strong confidence. Looking at the vulture coming from afar, Dole slowly floated up from the wizard tower and suddenly shouted, Nightmare ancestor, why don't you leave the West Ring continent and find a remote island and some natives? Why do you have to make trouble in the northwest? The huge body of the eagle spread out, covering the sky and the sun, and the magic power around it surged, like a violent storm. At this time, hearing Dole's words, it fluttered its wings violently, as if struggling with something. His figure began to float in the sky, sometimes up, sometimes down, and after a moment, it stabilized and continued to fly towards this side. Dole sighed, the eagle's own consciousness failed, and the nightmare ancestor took the upper hand again. Do you know why this ancestor wants to unify such a large area of the human race? Without sufficient faith power, dreams cannot break through reality. The nightmare ancestor knew that Dole had the same power as himself, and he was not afraid to say it directly. Now the entire human high level knew it, and he was not afraid to say it. As long as he gave himself a little time and collected enough faith power, he could successfully break through the dream into reality. As long as he broke through to reality, he would have an endless army and endless power. Of course, what he lacked most now was time. Little ghost, as long as you don't block this ancestor's path, I will agree to whatever you want in the future. Dole looked at the eagle, as if he saw into its heart, and saw the nightmare ancestor. He had part of the nightmare ancestor's memory. Seeing the eagle was equivalent to seeing the nightmare himself. Dole said solemnly, "Old Master Nightmare, you are indeed the greatest genius in the world. I would like to honor you as a great pioneer. Dreams break through reality. You will indeed become the greatest wizard in the world. However, your ideas and methods have completely deviated from the philosophy of wizards and have become evil. Your growth is based on the decline of life. Your so-called dream reality deviates from human ethics and even the meaning of life. Nothingness is nothingness and should not be created. It should not exist." The nightmare ancestor sneered, "Dreams and reality are originally intertwined. As long as I become the nightmare king, who cares about ethics and morality, the meaning of life, I am the meaning." Dole laughed and said, "Since no one can make sense, then please die." Dole raised his hands, and the lightning in his hands appeared in his hands. The nightmare ancestor in the distance had dealt with Dole several times, and knew that the other party was not easy to mess with. He flapped his wings, and immediately let out a strange cry. With his wings flapping, the air for tens of kilometers was stirred and turned into rolling winds, sweeping over the sky and the sun. These winds did not turn into one, but divided into dozens of them, going in all directions. His target was not Dole, but the residential areas and towns in the distance. Under the full burst of the power of level 7, the strong wind changed into various forms unscrupulously, and broke out in all directions. The hurricane howled, the atmosphere was torn, the air whimpered, and the whole world seemed to be trapped in fear. Seeing this, Dole did not make a move. Around him, the witchcraft model automatically produced dozens of wind columns. Dole waved his hand, and these wind columns gradually moved away from him, and became larger and larger, and rushed towards the opponent's wind flow at a very fast speed. In terms of the skill of controlling the wind, he is much more proficient than the opponent. Seeing that Dole's wind column was more skillful than himself, the nightmare ancestor cursed secretly, forgetting that this guy was the ancestor of controlling the wind. Playing this kind of differentiation technique in front of him was simply. He tried his best to control those wind flows and move them at will, but the purpose of Dole's wind column in the sky was very clear, which was to catch up with his wind flow. The two had different understandings of wind magic. Dole understood it himself, and was very skilled in using it. He was also very familiar with the rules of various wind systems. The wind flowed through the sky without a trace of fireworks, just like a painting floating through the sky. However, the nightmare ancestor controlled it through the eagle, which had an extra layer of procedures, making it less handy to control. He tried his best to control the wind flow to sweep in all directions, but Dole still caught up with him. Chapter 9:14. The collision of wind flow and wind flow is equivalent to the collision of rules and rules. The collision of elements makes the sound of cutting the atmosphere, air explosion, roar, and tearing the atmosphere resounding in all directions. At the same time, various wind flows quickly disappear and become invisible. The nightmare ancestor was a little furious when he saw this. If he couldn't contain Wutzeberg here, and the other party's front line was safe, then before the winter came, he might lose at least half of his territory, which would be very bad for him. He said angrily, "Dole, you really want to go against me?" Dole stood in the sky far away and said sarcastically, "If you have the ability, come and kill me in person, otherwise don't say these unnecessary words." The nightmare ancestor was so angry that he didn't dare to come out. Once his real body came out, he would be besieged immediately. He could only control people's hearts, control the army, and control the monsters by controlling dreams. Once he really showed up, he would inevitably suffer a serious blow. This kid really went too far. He controlled the eagle and shouted loudly, flapped his wings, and dozens of winds emerged from the surrounding sky, blowing forward, and then turned around and ran into the mountain. If he changed direction, he didn't believe that Dole would dare to chase into the Evil Spirit Mountain. Although there were not many level 7 in the Evil Spirit Mountain, there were 5 or 6, and 1 level 8. As long as Dole hurried, he would be besieged. Dole saw that the other party repeated the previous action, sneered, and used the same trick again, releasing witchcraft to disperse the other party's wind, but the next moment, he couldn't laugh. The eagle turned around and fled into the mountain. Dole thought that it was going back and regrouping, so how could he escape in? However, it was not easy to chase him if he wanted to control witchcraft. At this time, he stood in the sky, looking coldly in the direction of the eagle, then took back the Tower of Babel under his feet, shrunk it, held it in his hand, and then threw it into the mountain. Eagle was flying in the sky, and suddenly felt something wrong, turned around and looked over. A small thing flew towards him, and Eagle's eyes were very bright. He saw that it was the wizard tower under his feet. Eagle was immediately panicked. If he was hit by this wizard tower, would he still be alive? Eagle spread its wings, about 90 meters long, and about 70 meters long. It was a huge monster. Flying over the human city, its size alone could scare the people of the city. The height of the Tower of Babel was about the same as that of the eagle, but it was much heavier than the eagle. The wizard tower combined the highest level of human alchemy, various magic arrays, and huge energy sources, even comparable to level 8. If it was really hit, it would be a big deal. The eagle's body flashed, like a cloud of smoke, and quickly went away. At this time, he felt a strong palpitation in his heart. Being locked, he tried his best to escape, gathered all his strength around himself, and then looked back. Suddenly, the eyes were dark. That was the Tower of Babel. Boom! The power of the Tower of Babel exploded. The weight, the spatial fluctuations, and the energy contained in it, all exploded together in an instant, directly acting on the eagle's body. The power of the eagle was also very strong. The two powers of different attributes collided and consumed each other, and then with a boom, the power on the Tower of Babel directly penetrated the power on the eagle's body. The next moment, there was an explosion. In the sky, endless wind power, mixed with other power, burst out in all directions, mixed with blood rain, thrown into the mountains, and the entire horizon was covered with a strong bloody smell. A huge cloud appeared out of thin air in the sky, slowly floating, getting bigger and lighter. That was the vision of the dissipation of rules. The eagle was dead, and could not die again. The figure of the Tower of Babel shrank and fell into the plains, and came into the hands of Dole in the sky, with a slight smile on his lips. Although the eagle was hit to death, most of its body was collected in the wizard tower, but it lost more blood. This time out, it was not a loss, but it did not make much money. It cost him about 200,000 magic crystals to open the time and space tunnel once. He needs to accumulate energy for 10 days to hit the wizard tower. This time out, it will consume about 400,000 magic crystals. If the Glory Wizard Alliance had not promised that all the magic crystals produced in the Albiz Mountains would belong to him now, Dole would have felt that he had lost out. High-level wizards fight for money, there is no doubt about that. So above level 7, it is all about who has the ability to make money, not who has the strength. The rich can directly build a wizard tower and beat the powerful. Only wizards with wizard towers can be considered real wizards. After sweeping away the scattered wind flow around, Dole controlled the wizard tower and flew to the east. He teleported when he came, and he didn't want to waste magic crystals when he went back. Above the town, the wizards saw Dole kill the eagle easily, and they relaxed one by one. "Come out, it's all right." Lord Marquis Dole killed the eagle. As Dole left, the guards on the city wall cheered. The wizard looked at Dole going away in the horizon, and his heart was still a little throbbing. This was the genius wizard at that time. Although he didn't see much wizard ability, he was really stunned by the sight of this wizard tower hitting people. When can the wizard tower be used like this? Other people's wizard towers are usually so precious that they dare not use them to hit people. Wizard Dole is really rich. As expected of a man who owns a county, and has full control over politics and wizardry, it is really enviable to hear that Albiz Mountain has 3 magic crystal mines. Dole's departure left many legends in the city. The army has continued to advance northward, and has now arrived at the foot of a huge mountain range. The weather is a little cold now, and the army began to prepare warm clothes, and did not continue to move forward. Behind the army, the ruins of a city stood desolately, and there was no one in the city. Outside the army, there were 10 wizard towers standing, emitting strange waves, covering the entire land. If it was at night, you would find that under the cover of these wizard towers, everyone slept very sweetly, and would not even dream. At this time, on a wizard tower, Alan looked at the Ice King and said carefully, "Dole killed a level 7 eagle dove in 10 minutes. According to the tip-off, it was killed by collision again." The corner of the Ice King's mouth twitched. "Which wizard tower did you use this time?" Alan said, "The Babel Tower." The Ice King sighed. "The Babel Tower is a wizard tower with spatial attributes, which is actually not suitable for collision. He has obtained all the materials for promotion to level 8, and it is estimated that the Babel Tower will be promoted to level 8 soon. This little guy's attainments in alchemy are much more terrifying than those in potions. Do you think there is really such a genius in this world? 29 years old, level 7, perfect in both alchemy and potions. This is simply terrible." Chapter 9:15. Alan's mouth twitched, and the wizards around him were helpless when they heard this. Really, the other party is only 29 years old, and his life trajectory has been completely normal all the way, but this improvement is not normal. Alan thought about it and said carefully, maybe it's the bonus of the storm meditation method? The Ice King shook his head, no, but it's possible. We have seen that meditation method. It is very difficult to practice. Although it is really powerful, it is almost impossible for normal wizards to practice it successfully. Alan was surprised. Dole contributed the meditation method? The storm meditation method is so difficult? In fact, the Tower of Babel is not very good inside the world, but it is fast. His other wizard tower is powerful. Forget it, I won't say it, you won't understand it if I say it. Since Dole can hold on, let's rest for a few days, wait for the supplies to be delivered, and continue the attack. The Ice King said in a low voice. Without the Nightmare Ancestor showing up, the level 5 and level 6 under his command were no match for the Four Nations Wizard Alliance. They had already reached the heartland of the Nightmare Empire without much effort. There were not many masters in the northwest. The best were level 7, and there were very few level 8. And these level 7s were basically controlled, and could not exert their original combat power. Therefore, the coalition forces were basically cruelly cleaning up the ordinary people at the bottom, who were brainwashed by the nightmare. Anyone who believed in the Nightmare Ancestor was basically brainwashed or massacred. This was almost a battle with no winners. The human race was weak in the northwest. If the war continued like this, the people in this area would be wiped out sooner or later. The Ice King felt heavy-hearted. The other wizards were in the same situation. None of them could be happy. This was not a war. This was a massacre. Dole didn't know what happened in the northwest, but he could probably guess. The Nightmare Ancestor had already begun to jump off the wall. If this continued, he would most likely launch a multi-line attack. He would most likely have to take action on multiple fronts to relieve the pressure around Wutzenberg. It was unknown how long Ball would be asleep before waking up. The only forces he could use at present were himself and the unreliable Axer. It was almost impossible to get Axer to fight for the glorious empire, and most likely he would have to pay an extremely high reward. While flying, he thought that when he returned this time, he would also have to install a teleportation system for the Turin Bone Tower, which would take a lot of time. Damn Nightmare, it wouldn't work if he gave himself more time. Did he really have to practice a third clone? If that was the case, he would have to choose a clone suitable for alchemy, and use the meditation method of gold and fire. He didn't have a suitable meditation method, so he could only ask Axer for it. Huawudong's meditation method is very suitable for alchemy, but it was ruined by Axu. It has no alchemy ability at all. It's just a piece of chicken. Thinking of this, he didn't go back, but communicated directly on the road. Axu, I want your meditation method. Can you trade it to me directly? On the outside of Baiyuan mountain range, Axu drove the Lahujan Tower and laboriously moved a small piece of mountain directly, then shrunk it, and put it into the secret realm. The secret realm was empty. There was nothing, and it all needed to be moved from the main plane. Dole didn't help, just gave me an alchemy equipment and sent me out. It's really abominable. After so long, the secret realm has been arranged in a nutshell, but it still lacks some important things, the most important of which is the lack of a magic crystal mine and 2 crisscrossing ground veins. These things are not easy to collect. I learned how to collect them from Master Huawudong for a long time. Damn Dual Eye. At this moment, she suddenly raised her eyebrows and became happy. Dual Eye, this little thing, actually asked her for help. But the next moment, she frowned. You need our Huawudong meditation method. I can only say that your idea is very bold. Our meditation method has been studied by many generations for many years, and it was not fully mature until more than 100 years ago. You want to take it away with just one sentence. It's such a simple thing. I can't decide to give it to you. On the other side, Dual Eye's mouth twitched. He knew it would be like this. But he has already thought of the specific plan. I can help the Huawudong organization refine 2 level 8 Lihua golden towers. Of course, you have to provide the materials yourself. Axo took a breath. Refining 2 level 8 towers, the Huawudong organization itself is a member of a high-level force, but it has never had high-level combat power. Except for the masters who have left this world to seek opportunities in higher domains, those who remain are all below level 8. If there are 2 level 8 wizard towers, they can firmly sit in the high-level force. She hesitated for a moment and said, I have to discuss with the current leader of the Huawudong organization. I can't make the decision. Dole immediately replied, as soon as possible, I need to refine a new clone. The current clones are not enough. The Nightmare Ancestor is going crazy. He could sense the madness of the Nightmare Ancestor. He was being forced to go crazy soon. He had to prevent him from going crazy. Axo said vigilantly, "What do you mean, the nightmare ancestor is going crazy?" Dole sighed, "The territory of the Northwest countries is constantly being compressed. I guess the nightmare ancestor may have been forcibly integrating the power of faith. He will go crazy soon." Axo said in shock, "Integrating the power of faith is not a small matter. Throughout the ages, almost half of the people have gone crazy. Although the nightmare meditation method is weird, it does not rule out the possibility of going crazy. If he goes crazy, I'm afraid everyone will suffer. The nightmare meditation method randomly fabricates dreams." How terrifying that would be, Axo thought. Dole said at this time, he will probably do his best to erode the surrounding creatures, whether they are humans, monsters, or humanoids, and create panic in various countries. Now I am the only level 7 in the Northwest, so I need more clones to support the situation. Your Huawutong meditation method is the most suitable for my second clone. Axo sighed. As long as the nightmare is not dead, this world really cannot be at peace. The killings in the Northwest now are shocking even for him, a level 8. This is simply creating hell. Aren't the Northwest countries now hell? But the next moment she became happy, with a slight smile on her lips. Dole finally admitted the advantage of their Huawutong meditation method. She thought for a moment and said, "I can help you contact that old woman, but I can't guarantee success." Dole raised his eyebrows slightly. "Just ask her and bring the conditions. She will definitely agree." Axo was also a little speechless. 2 Lihua Golden Towers, still level 8, even he himself was jealous. You know, now she is level 8, but the Lihua Golden Tower is only level 7. Despite this, the help that the Lihua Golden Tower brings to her is no less than a divine weapon that truly contains the power of rules. The breakthrough to level 8 is all thanks to the Lihua Golden Tower. If the Huawutong organization really refines 2 level 8 wizard towers, then they will definitely change, but specific restrictions must be mentioned. Chapter 916. Back in the Storm Realm, Dole felt the endless pressure around him. The current attitude of the Nightmare Ancestor was that he was desperate, so he had to prevent him from taking some unconventional measures. After thinking about it, he packed up his conversation with the Nightmare Ancestor and his own speculations, and sent them to the top leaders of the Watzenberg Glory Wizard Alliance, and Vasily of the Empire Glory Wizard Alliance. Dole only waited for a long time, and Axel came to the outside of the Tower of Babel. As soon as Axel came in, he looked at Dole proudly and said, she agreed. 2 level 8 wizard towers. You've made a big move. Level 8, even I have only just reached the threshold. Dole smiled shyly. It is very easy to realize the level 8 with wizard formations, but it is a little difficult to master. I trouble you, Master Wizard Axo, this time. I have a gift for you later. Axo glanced at Dole's figure and licked his sexy lips. If the gift is your own, I might be a little interested. For other things, forget it. Dole felt a chill and took 2 steps back. Forget it. An old woman over 300 years old is an estrus. I really can't afford to offend her. He coughed and said, these are some of my recent research results, which are about the theories of electricity, magnetism, and fire. Take a look at them, they may help you. Axo knew that Dole was not interested in her, so he didn't think much about it. How much help could some theories help her? She nodded and said, okay. After making a fuss at Huawutong for several months, she actually felt guilty. After all, she was the one who made a fuss unreasonably. Now that she had a chance to make amends, she could also get some psychological comfort. After kidnapping the avatar of the Fire Wutong tree, Axo was promoted to level 8. In general, the nurturing and cultivation of the Fire Wutong tree was much more than his current achievements. She tried hard to put the stone into the secret realm, and then contacted the Red Mountain Mother directly. Hey, Dole will come as soon as possible. You prepare the materials. He is a man of great credibility. You should take care of your own people, and don't go out and talk nonsense. Southeast Volcanic Group. Under the Fire Wutong tree, the Red Mountain Mother sat cross-legged on the fiery red ground, and behind her was the Fire Wutong tree. Her mental power extended to the surrounding fields, and the charm of the Fire Wutong tree was fully displayed in front of him. At this moment, she raised her eyebrows and slowly withdrew her mental power. It was rare that Axo actually took the initiative to talk to her. It seemed that this matter was not small. Just as she was about to speak, the will of the Fire Wutong tree behind her slowly descended. Dole needs the meditation method of the Huawutong organization. He provides 2 level 8 Lihua Golden Towers, which are the wizard towers that Axo is using now. The wizard formation of his Lihua Golden Tower comes from outside the domain. It is slightly different from the Lihua in our world, but it is still the essence of Lihua. Red Mountain Mother immediately became respectful. Meet Lord Huawudong. Is this the deal that Axo is talking about? If it is the kind of wizard tower she uses, and it provides level 8, I am willing to provide him with Huawudong's meditation method, provided that it is not spread out and can only be used by him. At this moment, she thought a lot, but more of it was surging. You have to provide the materials yourself. Red Mountain Mother nodded almost immediately. For an 8-level wizard tower, I don't think Dole will take the initiative to provide materials. It is too precious. I don't know how much Lihua Xian iron will be used alone. The will of the Fire Wutong Divine Tree slowly withdrew. I will tell him. The mood of the Red Mountain Mother fluctuated greatly. The Fire Wutong organization also has a wizard tower, and a powerful wizard tower, which has been upgraded to level 8, but their wizard tower is very crudely refined. It seems to be very powerful, but in fact, the various formations inside the wizard tower are very scattered, as if they were spliced together. Although the Phoenix Divine Fire is the best alchemy divine fire in the world, the Fire Wutong organization has not produced many outstanding alchemists for so many years, which has led to the current situation. The current wizard tower is still the design of an alchemist of the Fire Wutong organization, who has not achieved much many years ago. The drawings are very rough. If it is a wizard tower like Axel, and it is upgraded to level 8, the Red Mountain Mother can even feel that her power can be further improved, enough to suppress this volcanic group. The volcanic group is not just their wizard organization, there are other large and small wizard groups, and there are many who are hostile to them. If she gets 2 level 8 Lihua Golden Towers, she will have the confidence to suppress the surroundings. So, she just thought about it for a while, and agreed. On the other side, the Fire Wutong Sacred Tree slowly conveyed the meaning of the Red Mountain Mother to Axu. Axu just thought about it for a while, and then sent a message to Dual Eye directly. A pig would choose 2 wizard towers. With the current status and strength of the Fire Wutong organization, it really needs more than 2 high-level wizard towers to suppress the situation. What is high level? It means above level 7, and the 8-level wizard tower is enough to suppress everything. If the 9-level one doesn't come out, the 8-level one will be the king. After Dual Eye and Axu finished communicating, they were actually a little surprised. Is the message communication so fast? It seems that the Fire Wutong also has a way to transmit messages over long distances. At present, in the entire West Ring continent, only the Glory Wizard Alliance has a large-scale arrangement that can communicate over long distances without any obstacles. Other organizations are still a little inferior. It seems that the Fire Wutong organization also has a way. However, Dole thought about it, and thought that it was normal for such an ancient organization to have its own methods. Not long after, Axo had passed on the complete version of the Phoenix Divine Fire meditation method. Dole took out the cultivated scarab without saying a word, directly refined it into a clone, and began to practice. The low-level Phoenix Divine Fire was successfully cultivated in the hands of a 7th-level master like Dole, with almost no obstacles. An hour later, he had cultivated to the 5th level, and condensed the first ray of Phoenix Fire. He was not unfamiliar with the fire, except for the weak fire separated from the Fire Wutong branches. Last time when he made the Fire Golden Tower for Axo, he had achieved it through the Wizard Tower's magic array method. When he really mastered this kind of fire, he realized the power of the fire. Everything can be melted and burned, it is extremely domineering. Of course, it is very good for refining medicine or tools. In the past, it was achieved through the Witch Array, but now it is truly mastered by himself. Dual Eye feels that he has gained some more knowledge, his spirit is free, and he feels that he has further communication with his own world. Earth, fire, feng shui, the 4 basic elements, he has now practiced almost all of them, and the fire carries a part of the power of the earth system. His practice speed is very fast, and he quickly reached the 6th and 7th levels, and only slowed down after reaching the 8th level. With the 7th level mental power, he practiced a meditation method again, and the speed was very fast. After reaching the 8th level, Dual Eye's scarab clone flew out of the Albiz Mountains, and flew directly to the southeast. He wanted to fulfill the contract, and refine the Wizard Tower. He estimated that when the 8th level Wizard Tower was completed, this clone would basically reach the peak of the 6th level, and maybe he could also use the convenience of refining the Wizard Tower to understand the rules of fire. Chapter 917. Over the past few years, he has dealt with Lihua a lot, and it is not that he has no contact with him. As long as you understand the rules of Lihua, you can also get started with the powerful rules of the fire element. Inside the Tower of Babel, Monica can now crawl slowly on the ground. She is crawling around with big eyes, feeling curious about everything. Ash stood aside, doing her own things, and occasionally glancing at Monica. Aaliyah was next to Ash, with 40 gold coins slowly rotating around her body. It was still a bit difficult to control 40 gold coins with the 6th level mental power, especially because these gold coins could not collide with each other. It has been several months, and she has only added 40 gold coins. Dole has said more than once that she is not talented. Although Aaliyah is sometimes very clingy, she also has a temperament of not admitting defeat. When Dole said she couldn't do it, she insisted on practicing. However, Dole said that when she can control 50 at a time, she can learn the storm meditation method without wasting the existing mental power. Speaking of which, Aaliyah was still very happy. During the time when she was distracted by controlling the gold coins, her mental control ability was greatly enhanced, and she could even differentiate 2 magic hands to help Sister Ash do experiments together, which was very easy. She was still very satisfied, but when she thought that Dole had more than a dozen magic hands, with clear division of labor, she couldn't be satisfied. The experiment in Ash's hand was still a blood extraction experiment, but it was not his blood, but Aaliyah's blood, so she was very serious beside him. At this time, Dole walked in from outside. He looked at Monica crawling on the ground, walked over gently, bent down and picked her up. "Call me Daddy." Monica was picked up and laughed happily. She kept yelling, but she didn't call me Daddy. Dole saw this and laughed. His daughter was still too young. After teasing her for a while, Dole carefully checked Monica's body. It seemed that her blood circulation was more sufficient than before. At this moment, Monica suddenly calmed down and called out crisply, "Daddy." Dole was stunned. He looked at his daughter and said happily, "Come on, call me again." Monica clapped her hands unconsciously and became shy. Dole teased her again, but he couldn't do anything when he saw that she refused to speak. He walked in with the child in his arms, came to the 2 of them, watched them doing experiments, and said, "What are you playing?" Ash stared at the test bench with her big belly, and said without blinking, "I'm helping Aaliyah refine a blood purification potion." Aaliyah opened her eyes at the side, looked at Dole, and said, "My blood is very pure, but Sister Ash said it can be purer." Dole smiled slightly. "In theory, there is no purest blood, only purer blood. The beginning of blood is actually the rules. The purer the blood, the more it can sense the rules." Aaliyah suddenly floated up, and the gold coins around her fell into her hands, and she stood up gracefully. "I heard the elders talk about this principle, so they are also trying their best to purify their blood, but the effect is very general, and they need to use very high-level genius treasures. The fruit you were rewarded for going to the maze world last time is one of them. It is very valuable." Dole nodded. "Your sister Ash is an expert in blood potions. If you want to purify your blood, you can find her." He turned his head and teased Monica in his arms, saying, "Isn't it, Monica? Look at your stupid aunt, so stupid, and now it's only 40 gold coins." Elrea looked at Dole holding the child. She was very happy at first, imagining how Dole would hold her child in the future, but she got angry when she heard the last sentence. "Am I stupid? Do I have poor talent? If I was stupid and poor, I could have been hidden by the family back then, and my sister would have been pushed out first, damn it." She was angry, and she ran over, her 2 slender legs wrapped around his waist, and then hugged Dole's neck from behind. "You are so hateful, I will beat you to death," she said, and slapped Dole's head. Dole was still holding the child in his arms, and was so embarrassed by Elrea's trick. Okay, I know I was wrong. You are a genius among geniuses, okay." Dole was a little overwhelmed by being strangled and hit on the head. Elia hung on Dole's body. Seeing that you are so sincere, this princess will spare your life, and sleep with me tonight." Dole had to smile bitterly. The experiment was finally over, but he couldn't rest yet. Ash laughed beside him. People before and after adulthood are 2 different species. Before adulthood, they live by their own will, and after adulthood, they live by some magical substances in their bodies. Biological wizards define it as hormones. The levels of certain hormones before and after adulthood are different, such as estrogen and testosterone. Although wizards can deliberately suppress the production of certain organs and hormones in the body, they can also do the opposite and promote the production of certain hormones. Obviously, Elrea is now in a special stage. After tasting the marrow, she frantically promotes the production of certain hormones. This is the same as what she did back then. Ash felt a little funny. Ash is a royal family, and Elrea is also a royal family. The blood of the 2 is of the same origin to a certain extent, but the difference is the talent. Ash's talent tends to be feng shui bing, while Elrea's blood tends to be all-round. There is no problem in practicing the storm meditation method, but her control ability is too poor. She has just reached level 6. If her control ability is not enough, even practicing the storm meditation method is a waste. Ash gave Elrea the power of blood to enhance her affinity with nature, but it didn't help much for her mental power. Dole took the child and amused the child for a while. After a while, Ash finished the experiment and relaxed. The three of them changed places and came to the living room. Dole sat on the sofa and was still teasing the child. "Call Daddy? Call Daddy quickly." "Stupid, you can't even call Daddy." Dole was very tired. After more than an hour, he only heard one sound. It was not satisfying. Ash sat next to Dole with a big belly, touched Dole's face, and said, "Normal children have to be around 1 year old to speak, and some children can only speak at 2 or 3 years old. It's too early now. Wait until this one comes out of the belly, it will be almost ready." Dole sighed. "Isn't this looking forward to it?" Aaliyah sat on the other side of Dole and said, "Didn't you see whose talent Monica inherited?" Dole pouted, "Your sister and I both have feng shui talents. Whose can we inherit? At most, we will have one more thunder." Aaliyah was stunned. That's right. She was looking forward to whose talent her child would inherit in the future. Chapter 9:18. No one spoke that night. Dole woke up in the morning and left in high spirits. Back in the Turin Bone Tower, Dole re-entered the experiment. Silicon-based life has made a small breakthrough recently. The biggest difference between silicon-based and carbon-based creatures is the difference in energy levels. Carbon-based creatures are creatures in this world. The energy they run on is all in this world, such as earth, fire, feng shui, or heat, carbon and water. When Dole was studying silicon-based creatures, he jumped out of the carbon-based model and looked for various energies that could replace carbon and water, earth, fire, feng shui, but it was not easy to find them. Recently, after he used the special energy brought back from the maze world, the activated silicon-based cells finally became active. What does this prove? This proves that Dole can't find the matrix for silicon-based creatures to survive in this world, and he has to go to the maze world to move some things over. Dole thought of the Tower of Babel at this time. Only some magic circles in the Tower of Babel can digest the energy outside the domain. The Turin Bone Tower is not very good at this time. I got a lot of soul from the labyrinth world, as well as the things left behind by the creatures after their death. It is enough for the recent experiments, but I still need to make some reserves. Everything in the labyrinth world is a treasure, energy, matter, and the mutual transformation between them is also very interesting. Energy is the initial energy, matter is the initial matter. As long as you can understand a little bit, you can improve Dole's strength by many times, but after all, it is the initial matter of the world, it is difficult to analyze. Now you can only use some wizard formations of the Tower of Babel to slightly analyze it, and you can't do a direct analysis at all. Just like a primary school student, who can only learn addition and subtraction within 10, he is somewhat incapable of facing some statistics of the administrative department. This involves the problem of cognition, for words, insufficient cognition. But what he needs to do now is to use it, and cognition is not needed for the time being. After the silicon-based cells are activated, the next step is to produce nutrient solution on a large scale. The activation of silicon-based cells is equivalent to having a basic 1, instead of starting from scratch. With 1, 1 can create 2, 2 create 3, and 3 create all things, and finally create a silicon-based clone of his own. Dole can even imagine that when he really has a silicon-based clone, his strength will definitely rise to a very terrifying level. Time slowly passed for a month, and it came to October. The Northwest in October has begun to get cold, and the land further north has officially entered winter, and severe cold and extreme cold have descended on the whole world. Dole stood at the window of the Wizard Tower and looked at the weather outside, and sighed slightly. This month, he went out 4 times and fought against the monsters controlled by the Nightmare Ancestor 4 times. He killed them directly every time, but that guy was different every time. 2 of them were very low-key. Once they entered the human settlement area, they slaughtered and created panic. Several small towns were lying on the ground in a mess, intact, even breathing, but their mental power had disappeared. The town was destroyed, and all the people died. When Duolai went there, the surrounding beasts had been bewitched and entered the village. Duolai killed the clone of the Nightmare Ancestor expressionlessly, silently looking at the destroyed surroundings, letting the Glory Wizard Alliance regain its strength and take back the lost land. There was no good way to comfort the people nearby, so he could only escape quietly. There was no other good way except to hate the Nightmare Ancestor more in his heart. With the arrival of winter, the speed of the frontline army began to slow down, disrupting all the offensive rhythms. Winter gave the Nightmare Ancestor a very good opportunity. However, with these 4 contacts, Dole discovered that the nightmare ancestor seemed to have begun to integrate the power of faith and was somewhat confused. He seemed to be trying to maintain his thinking, but it was obvious that his thoughts were being disturbed by something and had changed. On one occasion, he released the dream to himself and compiled the dream, which almost caused a dream war between the two. In the end, it was Dole who killed the opponent's Warcraft clone with the Wizard Tower. Without the support of the flesh, pure mental power can be easily destroyed. Dole used a spiritual flame to directly burn the opponent's mental power. Back to the Wizard Tower, Dole silently took out the mud mixed with the mental power and flesh of the monsters of the extraterritorial creatures, converted it into energy, and silently continued to refine the silicon-based clone. Once he has a silicon-based clone, Dole's combat power will be greatly improved, because the essence of silicon-based creatures is far superior to that of carbon-based creatures. If the essence of carbon-based humans is 1 after adulthood, then the essence of silicon-based creatures is more than 1,000 after adulthood. The gap is so huge. This is also the reason why the Faceless Man can beat those level 6 people in a panic even though he hardly practices, not to mention that he has some energy foundation for practice. The experiment is being carried out quietly, and the war in the Northwest has eased, but in the entire Northwest, things are developing in a more bizarre direction. People from the countries in the Northwest are all converging in a certain direction. Dole has been paying attention to the war in the Northwest. As soon as there is news, he analyzes it carefully, but so far, nothing can be seen. At the end of November, Monica will call Dad. In mid-November, Dole's eldest son was born and named Brian. The 3 Dole were very happy to have a new population in the family. Monica also grew up a little bit, learned to walk, and learned to call Dad Mom and second Mom. Monica is very beautiful and inherited her mother's excellent genes. Dole did not deliberately adjust her physique. Even so, her physique is very good, and she will have no problem becoming a wizard in the future. Aaliyah has also controlled 45 gold coins, and now she only needs 5 to start practicing the new meditation method. In November, after the first month of winter, the first and second heavy snow fell one after another. Looking down from the Albise Mountains, the whole world turned into black, white and gray. The earth is black and white, the sky is gray, and there is no other color. Caravan activities almost stopped, and a large number of adventurers and mercenaries gathered in the city. The city seemed very lively. The city, which was usually a little deserted, had some popularity at this time. Dole's child was just 10 days old, and Dole's consciousness had a familiar person's call. Carl, why did this guy come to find me at this time? Dole moved his wool to the city gate, and found that he was not alone, but with several people. These people wrapped themselves tightly, only revealing a pair of eyes. It seemed that it was because of the cold, but Dole could feel the huge breath of life on them. Elves? Dole raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and then sent a message to the Glory Wizard Alliance to let all these people in without checking. At the north gate of Albise Mountain, Carl looked at the staff of the Glory Wizard Alliance in front of him, and smiled slightly. I have contacted Lord Marquis Dole, he should reply immediately. We will not go in for the time being. Chapter 919. A beautiful female wizard was guarding the entrance of the Glory Wizard Alliance. It was her turn to be on duty today. She couldn't see through the people in front of her. She knew that they were all masters, but her duty was to stand behind the Glory Wizard Alliance. She was not afraid of Carl and others. It would be best if the Marquis could send a personal message. Okay, I have received a message from Lord Dole. Please enter on your own. Lord Dole said that you can do whatever you want. Although the female wizard was a little surprised, the message from Lord Dole could not be wrong, and this matter had been informed to other people in the Glory Wizard Alliance. This efficiency, who is this person? It seems that his strength is not very strong. Is he so closely related to Lord Dole? Who are these people behind him? She slowly stepped aside and bowed slightly. Carl also bowed, and then walked slowly into the city with the people behind him. As soon as we entered the city, it was completely different from the dead silence outside. The city was very lively and full of people, especially at the entrances of bars and some special places. Although it was very lively and noisy, it was not chaotic. Behind Carl, those people looked at the lively city and exchanged glances with each other. Carl felt it, turned his head and smiled at a few people. Under the rule of Wizard Dole, ordinary people are treated very well. There are very few professionals who attack ordinary people. Once they are discovered and caught, those with serious circumstances are generally executed directly after trial. One of the people behind him whispered at this time, and the crisp and soft voice sounded in Carl's ears, "Don't you human wizards despise ordinary people? This Lord Dole seems to be different." The corners of Carl's mouth twitched. Would these elves speak? He sighed and said, Wizard Delay may be different from other wizards. Several people crossed the street, and soon came to the City Lord's mansion. The hall of the Albee City Lord's mansion is where people usually work. The City Lord's mansion is basically an empty shell. Except for some symbolic guards, there is no one inside. As soon as Carl and his friends walked to the door, the elves around them suddenly stopped and showed a vigilant look. At this time, countless black substances floated in the air around them, and soon accumulated a few meters in front of several people. Not long after, a human figure appeared in front of everyone, and soon formed a human form. Seeing this, Carl smiled slightly. Master Wizard Delay. Dole himself didn't want to come over at all, so he gathered his clone. After seeing Carl, he nodded slightly. You don't have to call me Master, just call me Delay. With our relationship, why are you so polite? Carl said he didn't dare. You are now a level 7 wizard, you dare not be casual. Dole laughed. It's up to you, don't be polite to me anyway. You, and these people, come in with me. He turned around and pushed open the door of the City Lord's mansion. It's not appropriate to say much at the door. Only after entering the City Lord's mansion can you speak freely. Everyone entered the City Lord's mansion. As the door closed and the magic circle rose, the few people standing behind Carl looked at each other. Although they were a little shocked by Delay's appearance, they also politely lifted their hats. They were all women with pointed ears, fair skin, slender arms, and very delicate faces. They were cold and aloof, like goddesses who didn't eat fireworks in the world. Sure enough, they are elves. Their outer clothes seemed to be a high-level alchemical equipment, which could shield their breath after being put on. Delay did not scan them carefully, and did not see their specific information. After taking off the clothes, he was slightly stunned. Carl brought 3 elves in total. All 3 elves were level 6, but their breaths were different. 2 of them were more spiritual, and 1 was more bloodshy. One of the elves who was more spiritual stood up, and said softly in the common language, I am Unica from the Forest Elf clan of the Nightmare Forest. These 2 are Frere and Kanasa. This time, I would like to ask Wizard Carl to lead the way. I hope you will forgive me for coming here in a presumptuous way. After that, the 3 of them performed a very delicate elf etiquette. Delay was a little surprised, and also returned the gift with the highest etiquette of the wizard. He looked at Carl, and then at the 3 elves. Wow, Carl has a wide range of friends now. He nodded slightly and said, You're welcome. Please follow me. Let's talk about it in the living room, if there is anything. The 3 elves nodded together, and then put on their hoods again to cover their breath. Dole led the way, and several people walked inside together. Carl saw that Dole didn't mind, as if he had known the identities of these 3 people for a long time, so he breathed a sigh of relief. As he walked, he ran to Dole's side, and said with a little apology, I came here in a hurry this time, Dole, please don't mind. I really need your help. I heard that you have a child. Dole nodded and smiled. With our relationship, why are you always so polite? I will definitely help you if I can, and I can't help you if I can't. I have a daughter who is over 1 year old, and now I have a son who was just born not long ago. Carl smiled bitterly. You are now level 7, I dare not neglect you. You have a son and a daughter? It just so happens that we ask you for help this time. Whether it succeeds or not, we have 2 life fruits to offer. Dole looked at Carl, and was even more surprised. The life fruit was taken out. It must be something complicated. The life fruit is the fruit of the elf tree. It contains a huge amount of life energy. Eating one can not only make a certain transition in the essence of life, but also enhance the physique, increase lifespan, and increase the affinity for life elements. It is very useful. Of course, this is only the fruit of the elf tree, the fruit of the child of the life god tree. In fact, it is not rare. The elves often take some out to sell, and exchange with other races for high-level materials and other things. He nodded and said, Let's talk inside. It's not suitable to discuss here. Behind Dole, the 3 elves said nothing. After hearing the conversation between the 2, they knew that they had found the right person this time. Looking at Dole, it seems that he cares about Carl's friendship. Coming to the living room, Dole's clone opened the barrier to isolate the inside and the outside. The 3 elves were a little alert at this time. Dole smiled lightly, and casually conjured up a large plate with a lot of fruits on it. There was a round table in the living room. He sat at the top, motioned everyone to sit down, and then put the fruit plate in the middle. These are some fruits I cultivated myself. You can try them. We wizards don't need to eat normally, so I rely on these fruits to satisfy my hunger. There were 5 kinds of fruits on the fruit plate, all of which exuded a strong energy and life breath, which made the three elves a little stunned. The effect of this fruit was almost comparable to some high-level fruits cultivated by their elves. Although Unica was wary of the barrier released by Dole, she had little resistance to the fruit in front of her. She could feel that this plate of fruit was pure fruit without any poison. This was the talent brought by being an elf. Chapter 920. Unica nodded slightly, saluted the two people next to her, and picked one up in her hand. She looked at it carefully, and then said in amazement, "Wizard Dole, we have also seen the top herbalists of your human race, and we have also tasted the things you cultivated, but compared with Wizard Dole, each has its own merits." After she finished tasting, she opened her beautiful mouth, took a bite gently, and then swallowed it all into her mouth and chewed it gently. Her posture was very elegant, dignified, beautiful, and generous, which made Dole admire that the elves had reached the peak of life in terms of appearance and posture. Unica's expression was intoxicated. Friar and Canassa saw this and took a bite gently, and then they were a little surprised. "This fruit is not bad." Dole saw that they were very satisfied with the fruit, and he was very satisfied. Elves are naturally plant-friendly. Being recognized by them proves that his thing is indeed good. He motioned for Carl to eat, and then said, "I don't like beating around the bush. If there is anything, just tell me. I will help you if I can, for Carl's sake." Carl was the first wizard Dole met when he entered the Northern Kingdom. He was also his comrade in arms, who led him through hardships, thousands of miles, and shared life and death. This kind of relationship was very pure and unbreakable. As long as it was not excessive, Dole would not refuse. Unica glanced at Carl and motioned him to speak first. Carl was a little embarrassed. He had troubled Dole many times. He calmed down, then gritted his teeth and said, "There are many famous pharmacists in the Northwest, but there are very few pharmacists above level 8. Dole, you are the only one I know, so we came here this time to use your pharmacist ability. We want you to solve a disease." Dole blinked his eyes, and looked at the elves with some confusion. The elves are also good at dealing with diseases. They even have life-related witchcraft, which naturally restrains tiny viruses and bacteria. He became curious. As far as I know, the high priest of the elves has a very high level of attainment in treating similar diseases. Why doesn't she do anything? Unica explained at this time, "The high priest is in the Northwest and can't come back. Someone in our elves has taken charge of this matter, but this disease is very stubborn. It is not only spread among our elves, but also among dwarves, gnomes, and dozens of races in the Nightmare Forest have contracted this disease." Unica gestured to the side, and Canassa understood and took out a bottle. Canassa spoke directly, "We are not only here, we have also been to Watsaburg and the Northern Kingdom, but in this area, Wizard Dole is the only human 8th level pharmacist. Although the elves look down on the human race, Dole's strength is here, and her ability as a pharmacist is unquestionable, so she still respects him." Dole saw the small bottle, and looked at it carefully. "This is a piece of meat. It was taken from a certain creature. The meat looks fresh, and seems to be alive. They have kept the meat alive in some way. Where is the weird part? On the surface of this piece of meat, there are countless things that look like fluff, deeply rooted in the meat, and seem to be growing slowly. The meat has become the nutrient of the fluff, but the meat itself is not dead, but gradually weakened. What kind of disease is this? This seems to be a fungal infection. This level of fungus seems to be really powerful." Dole reached out his hand, and took the small bottle in his hand. He stood up and said slowly, "I need to analyze it carefully. I seem to have heard of this thing from somewhere." He searched in his memory, and seemed to have seen this kind of thing in that book. White fluff, rooted in the flesh. He didn't know where he saw it from. It seemed to be in the book of this world, and it seemed to be in the book of another world. Unica nodded and said, "This bottle is placed here. Excuse me, I would like to ask about the communication method of Wizard Dole. We can communicate more in the future. This thing is very powerful. It is difficult to eradicate without harming the body of the organism, and the speed of transmission is also very fast. It is very similar to spores, so Wizard Dole should be careful and never spread it out." Dole was a little more serious. "Spore transmission is very powerful." He nodded and said, "I will isolate a laboratory separately. If it is difficult to eradicate, I need some time. The three of you are busy, so you can leave first." Communication method? Dole gave his communication method to Unica. Unica took the aura, and then used the aura to send her own communication method to Dole, and then said, "Then I trouble Dole, the wizard. This time it concerns the survival of dozens of races in the Nightmare Forest. Please pay attention to it." Dole thought about it, and said with a heavy heart, "If it is similar to the spore transmission method, it is estimated that it will soon enter the human world. I need to act now. Unica breathed a sigh of relief. Dole is still a relatively responsible wizard. She stood up and bowed slightly. Thank you for the trouble. The other two elves also stood up at this time. Then I trouble Wizard Dole. Dole nodded and said, how many days do you want to stay, or leave now? Unica shook her head and said, we leave now. We trouble Wizard Carl this time, and we have to go back to help Wizard Carl with a few small favors. Carl shrugged beside him. Dole, we won't stay. To be honest, this thing is very harmful to ordinary life, especially ordinary people, who have almost no resistance. It is also very powerful to the warrior profession, but it doesn't have much impact on us wizards. Some people in our caravan have died because of it. Dole was surprised. It turned out that Carl agreed to the elves' request because of this. The source of this thing is in the Nightmare Forest. It's winter now, which is not suitable for fungi to survive. I'm afraid it has spread since autumn. It is estimated that many creatures in the Nightmare Forest have contracted this disease. Dole nodded and said, it's winter now. It's still better if it's next spring. He raised his head and said, then I won't keep you. This kind of thing has happened several times in history, almost causing the extinction of life. I have to study it as soon as possible. Dole didn't expect that such a thing would happen after just meeting Carl. After the three elves left, he held the bottle in his hand and showed an incredible look. Fungi have always been the enemy of all life, and this kind of fungi that can spread in the form of spores is even more powerful. There have been two such things in the history of the West Ring continent, which almost caused the extinction of ordinary creatures. Now it's happening again? Dole felt the crisis. It's winter now, and the north wind blows in winter. If the wind brings spores from the Nightmare Forest, it will definitely be a nightmare for ordinary humans in the north of the Glory Empire. However, there is also a possibility that the environment of the Nightmare Forest is very suitable for the survival of this kind of thing, so it is not certain that it is only there so far. Even so, it will have a major impact on the ecology. At least creatures that do not have strong strength will be eliminated. Chapter 921. However, Dole couldn't say for sure. After all, an autumn had passed and the elves had not asked for foreign aid on a large scale, which meant that its transmission and pathogenicity were not that high. Dole thought a lot, then took the small bottle, and disappeared with a flash of white light. When he appeared again, he was already in the Turin Bone Tower. He isolated a laboratory, and placed the bottle on a sealed laboratory table. With a move of his mental power, the bottle stopper was taken up. In the transparent bottle, the fluff-like fungi seemed to feel the flow of air. The top fluff stood up, and oxygen in the air was sucked into the fluff. The fluff began to change. The roots of the fluff rooted in the flesh slowly absorbed blood and flesh, and some subtle changes were taking place. This was a change in life. These fungi felt the change in the environment and began to grow. Dole blinked his eyes. This fungus looks dangerous, but it is also a kind of life in nature. It belongs to natural life. Its vitality is very tenacious. It can survive in an oxygen environment or a non-oxygen environment. It exists completely for survival. However, ordinary fungi only like to live in a humid environment, and it is difficult to exist in ordinary nature. What is this thing? Has it mutated? Dole thought about it, and immediately started to divide the meat into several parts. First, cultivate it according to the environment, and then find a way to verify and eliminate it. To deal with this kind of thing, you must first find its growth method and growth changes, do the opposite, and develop a treatment method. It is easy to deal with this kind of thing, but there is one thing: it is a bit difficult to develop a treatment plan without harming the living body. Dole thought about it, and felt that he had to find some experimental subjects. Thinking of this, he first made the culture dishes, and set them into different environments. After cultivating 17 or 18 samples, he issued an order to the Glory Wizard Alliance. Collect 15 different common organisms. Dole would usually issue some very strange tasks to collect various things, and the rewards for these tasks were very generous, so the people of the Glory Wizard Alliance were not surprised. In the task hall, once you see a golden task, it must be assigned by Count Dole, Lord Dole, and Wizard Dole, and you have to complete it immediately. 15 different organisms. What kind of conditions are these? Some people immediately thought of their useless dogs at home, and some people thought of their useless cats. Soon, the Glory Wizard Alliance task office collected more than 20 different kinds of organisms. The speed and efficiency of the tasks were simply astonishing. Soon, these organisms were selected as 15 species and sent to the city lord's mansion, and then disappeared soon. The rewards were paid very quickly, and many people were very happy. They made a lot of money without any effort. Carl did not leave, and lived in the Wind Tower with several elves. There was a high-end hotel open to the public. When they saw Dual-Eye issuing the task, several people looked at each other and smiled slightly. Dual-Eye started to do experiments. At the same time, the Gory Wizard Alliance also received tasks, especially the alchemy department. They received a task to fully refine the materials for the promotion of 8 wizard towers to level 7. The president will promote all 8 level 6 wizard towers to level 7 in half a month. The entire Honor Wizard Alliance was in an uproar. The 8 wizard towers in Albee's city were personally refined by the president. The wizard formations inside are very exquisite. I don't know how many alchemy masters want to learn from them and benefit a lot. Now they are going to be promoted to level 7, and many people on the alchemy side are eager to try. The Lord of Dole's city is unmatched in potions. Albee's city is also called the City of Potion by Watzenberg and several northern continents, but alchemy is not bad either. Many alchemists come here to refine wizard towers, just to see the grace of Dole wizards refining wizard towers. The magical Dole tower refining technique that is spread by the outside world is finally about to be performed again. And this time, it is to promote 8 wizard towers to level 7, which is not a small matter. In fact, these 8 wizard towers usually carry out some minor repairs and modify some magic circles, but they are all carried out inside, and cannot be seen from the outside. This makes many people feel a little regretful. Many people think that Dole Wizard is bragging about the tower refining technique, but only those who have seen it know how shocking and exciting Dole Wizard is when he refines the wizard tower. In addition, at the foot of the mountain outside the city, Albee's Academy seems to have started the first round of recruiting teachers and students. Although it is winter, the sensation caused is no more fierce than upgrading the wizard tower. One is facing all wizards, and the other is facing all the public, which is naturally different. Dole occupied the Albee's mountain, so after establishing the family, he named his family the Albee's family. The family emblem is the appearance of a hellhound, and the flag is the same. Albee's city, Albee's college, symbolizes the industry of the Dole family, which is a symbol of complete privatization. But that being said, Dole also hopes that Albee's college is open to all the public, and even the choice of the dean is Donnie, who is of civilian origin. Albee's college was built very quickly. Now, after a few months, it has reached a certain scale. The warrior side can already start recruiting students, but the wizard side is still a little short. Various alchemists are working overtime, and it is estimated that it will take a long time to put it into operation. Unlike the warrior side, which only needs auxiliary training and venues, the wizard side is much more troublesome. Laboratories, meditation rooms, alchemy, potions, elements, all kinds of things must be available. Dole's income in the past few months has been all posted on the college, and he can say that he has not earned a single gold coin. Fortunately, the Gory Wizard Alliance can make a profit on its own, and does not require him to invest too much. Otherwise, whether the college can be built is another matter. After Dole issued the task, Dole quietly summoned Ivy and the president of the Honor Wizard Alliance to suppress the matter. They could not casually reveal the time for refining the wizard tower, otherwise the Nightmare Ancestor would make trouble. At the city gate, a middle-aged man carrying vegetables came in from outside. He looked dusty and familiar with this place. He is a frequent visitor here. Farmers nearby come to sell vegetables almost every day, and they sell very well. When entering the city, with his face, almost no one would stop him. Too familiar. The middle-aged man looked at the city gate with a smile on his face. Dole managed the city very strictly, and did not give any way. He just looked for someone outside. He didn't believe it. This old farmer was carefully selected by him. If he didn't find something for this damn Dole, there was no way to find something in Watzenberg. He could only go to other states. The power of other states is relatively complete, and not so tense. It is very troublesome to act on his own. As long as the ancestor can break through to level 9, everything will be easy. As the descendant of the ancestor, he felt that he should share some of the ancestor's responsibilities. The ancestor was everything, and the ancestor was the future dream god. Chapter 922. He was just like usual, carrying vegetables, sweat dripping from his head, and walking slowly towards the city gate step by step. At this time, he looked up and found the difference at the city gate. There were more guards, and there were several more huge instruments standing at the door, as if everyone had to walk through the door. He didn't care, he was lurking in the dream, plus his identity, as an old farmer, there should be no problem. He came to the door, and was about to go in from the side. At this time, someone next to him shouted, "That old man, come and line up for testing." The middle-aged man pretended not to hear and continued to walk inside. At this time, his back was tight, and he was grabbed and dragged back. He immediately blushed and cursed. "Who is it? Don't pull me." The guard behind him laughed. "Neil, stop pretending. Come and get tested quickly. The city lord said that everyone entering the city these days must be checked. Old people and children are no exception." Neil's heart suddenly skipped a beat. After all the intelligence officers disappeared here, he had tried every possible way but still failed to get in. He succeeded several times from the outside, but they were all discovered because of the identity problem. This time he specially found an old farmer to prevent the problem that the professional was discovered with a high probability. This Dole is too cautious. "Okay, sir, please be gentle. I will put the vegetables down." The guard did not insist, and put the old farmer down, not caring about it. The old farmer came every day, and had already remembered it. There should be no problem, but for the sake of caution, it is better to test it. Looking at Minister Ivy next to him, he calmed down and treated everyone as suspects. The middle-aged man's honest appearance attracted the attention of Ivy next to him. His eyes were not right. Although he pretended to be ordinary, his eyes were very wrong. At this time, the middle-aged man looked and found that he had to pass through the door frame. Others had to pass through the alchemical door frame. He was worried. He was invading from the dream. Could it be detected? No way. He walked over slowly, and pretended not to care, and passed through the door frame. There was nothing abnormal about the door frame. He walked over slowly, and breathed a sigh of relief. He just breathed a sigh of relief, and the guard next to him came over with a smile, and said, "Old Neil, we brothers have bought all your dishes. Come here." If it was a normal Neil, he would definitely be very happy at this time. But old Neil at this time was no longer a normal Neil. After hearing this, his face changed immediately. He was still discovered. His face became gloomy, and he immediately burst out all of old Neil's mental power, firing dozens of mental thorns around. Old Neil's outburst did not work. The spiritual thorn was silent, but the magic circle at the city gate was not vegetarian. When his spirit exploded, an invisible pressure locked old Neil's spiritual power firmly in his body. Old Neil fainted instantly, and then his spiritual power disappeared. Ivy and several guards in the distance saw this. Their faces suddenly changed, and they became uneasy. What the city lord said was indeed right. The people of the Nightmare Empire are really thieves, and they even want to use ordinary people. This middle-aged man Neil has 2 children. Are they dead now? Ivy next to him ran over to check, then shook his head with heartache, and said to the person next to him, "Increase the inspection intensity. No one can enter and leave at will. The recent period is very critical. With the coming of winter, there are actually very few people selling vegetables, which are all winter crops. It is also expected that Neil will be controlled." Neil died, and there are 2 more lonely children and women in this world. Ivy contacted the residential area and prepared to distribute subsidies to Neil's family, otherwise the family really couldn't survive. Dole has set up many policies, all of which are aimed at civilians. In addition, Albi's city itself is not short of money, so anyone, except those who are not particularly lazy, can live well. Those who are poor due to various reasons are also given good help. As for those dead dogs that can't help the wall, Dole's policy is also very simple. As long as they don't endanger others, they will be ignored. Once they endanger others, they will be driven out of the city immediately and left to fend for themselves. The same is true in various towns. In Albi's city, as long as you are willing to find a job with your own hands, you can find a suitable job. Tower of Babel. Dole raised his head and looked in the direction of the city gate. This time it was not the Nightmare Ancestor himself, but his men who sent him to infiltrate. I have the Nightmare Meditation method, so I naturally know how to deal with it. The Nightmare clone is indeed very powerful, but there is one thing: no matter how powerful his disguise is, it is a little different from the real person. Dole uses this difference to find out the other party. However, he does not intend to promote this method to other places. As long as Albi's city is safe, he does not want to sell a flaw to others. If the Nightmare Ancestor wants to make trouble in the Northwest now, he has to go through this level. He will definitely only cause trouble for himself, not for others. Then come on, let's see how many tricks you have. Anyway, I know everything you can do. Dole's mouth curled up slightly. At this moment, Donnie sent him a message. Dole was just stunned for a moment, then he manipulated the wizard tower to let Donnie in from the outside. He had already come to the outside of the storm field. This was Donnie's first time here. Donnie stood on the top of the mountain. Every time he saw the storm field, he felt very incredible. How did Dole maintain such a huge field? How did he not collapse in the mountains? This meditation method is definitely the best in the world. The school's warrior department has been built. He came here to ask Dole if he could recruit a small number of teachers and students to see the effect first. It's not clear to send a message, so it's better to talk about it in person. So he got up alone and flew to the storm field. The closer he got to the storm field, the more he felt the majestic and huge here. A strong sense of oppression came, the clouds were thick, and the winding lightning inside seemed like a heavenly calamity, full of infinite heavenly power. Without Dole's permission, some people would not even dare to approach. He sent a message, and soon, a white light stretched out from the storm area. He took a look at the white light, and felt a little strange, so he stepped on the white light. The next moment, his eyes blurred, and the whole world was full of white light, and his figure seemed to be moving quickly. The next second, the white light in front of him dissipated, and the scenery reappeared in front of him, and that was the entrance of the Tower of Babel. This is the center of the eye of the storm, quiet and windless, but slightly dark and cold, and the Tower of Babel stands here. Feeling a little scary, Donnie didn't look at it much, and then stepped into the Tower of Babel. Once you enter the Tower of Babel, it is two different worlds from the outside. He quickly followed the instructions, and came to the living room on the top floor. Dole sat inside, in front of a small table with some fruits on it. Dole nodded slightly to Donnie and said, "Sit down." Donnie bowed slightly and smiled faintly. "Great city lord, Lord Dole." Dole was stunned, then said helplessly, "There is no need for these polite things between you and me. Tell me what's the matter. I remember that it will take some time to complete the construction of the school. I originally thought that the construction of the school would be completed in 3 months, but I didn't expect that after 5 months, it still failed." Chapter 923. It was warm like spring inside the Tower of Babel, full of sunshine and aura. Standing here was very different from the terrifying storm outside. When he first came in, Donnie was a little uncomfortable. After hearing what Dole said, he shook his head and said, "Mr. Marquis, building a school is not like building a city. It requires more thorough consideration of all aspects, and it is inevitable that it will be a little slow. I came to you this time to ask, the warrior department is already ready. Can I recruit some warrior students first to see the effect?" Dole just thought for a while and said, "Yes, it's possible, but now there is no teacher, and the right candidate is also very important." Donnie smiled slightly. "You don't need to worry about this, Mr. Marquis. I am the dean of the academy. Naturally, I worry more about these things than you. I have already found a lot of candidates, and I am just waiting for the city lord's mansion to give the order, and then I will implement it." Dole was a little surprised that Donnie was really concerned. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, then you can do it. But I have one request, that is, no matter what the so-called teacher's background is, his character must be good. This is very important." Donnie nodded and said, "I will worry about it, but if we are experimental, the cost may be lower." Dole waved his hand and said, "You can do it. It doesn't matter if you don't make money. The school will not officially start until next year. It's still early." Donnie nodded and said, "What about your guest position?" Dole nodded and said, "I will send my clone when the time comes. I will definitely not go." Donnie looked relieved and smiled slightly. "With you as a level 7 as a background, it is difficult for our college not to be famous. There are very few level 7s in the whole of Wassenberg." Dole also laughed. In the entire Northwest, apart from Watzenberg, only Albie's Academy has more advanced forces. In addition to his achievements in potions, he has attracted quite a few warrior wizards in recent times. In addition, the North Plains Mountains are in the north, and the Evil Spirit Mountains are in the west. It is very convenient to go anywhere. Albie's city is in the northwest, and has now become a small Watzenberg. Donnie nodded and said, "Then I will prepare. Some of my old friends want to come. I have to arrange something." Dole nodded and said solemnly, "No matter who it is, his character must be good." Donnie nodded. The two said a few words, and Donnie quickly said goodbye and left. After Donnie left, Dole's clone disappeared with a bang. After entering the 7th level, Dole felt that his mental upper limit had increased a lot, and the sharpness of his mental power had also increased a lot. His spirit began to develop in a changeable direction. The original master comprehended the rules of the 3 elements of wind, water and thunder. The clone comprehended the rules of death and darkness. The nightmare clone comprehended the rules of dreams, and the scarab clone comprehended the rules of fire. The more rules he came into contact with, the more he felt the greatness, vastness, and complexity of the world. His mental power began to develop in a changeable direction from the solidified state at the beginning. The ability of a wizard is measured by how many rules he comprehended, and how powerful the witchcraft derived from the rules is. The more rules he comes into contact with, the more his mental power will change accordingly, otherwise he will not be able to comprehend the essence at all. The mental frequency and fluctuations must be completely consistent with the rules. It can even be said that it needs to be completely integrated into the fluctuations of the rules. As Dual Eye came into contact with so many rules, his mental power became more and more varied. Standing above the eye of the storm, he looked at the gloomy storm field, feeling neither sad nor happy. Lightning streaked through the clouds, carrying a trace of the breath of heavenly calamity, overwhelming all living beings. Dual Eye closed his eyes, then slowly opened them. He stretched out his hand, and countless storm elements condensed in his hand, forming tiny witchcraft nodes. Soon, a lifelike storm giant appeared in his hand. The storm giant has a total of 300,000 witchcraft nodes, of which 100,000 witchcraft nodes are about the rules of the storm. Dual Eye has been thinking about using the rules of the storm. This witchcraft is a high-level witchcraft of the 7th level. Once the storm giant is produced, it can last for at least 1 month. During the time the storm giant lasts, it is a proper 7th level combat power. Dual Eye looked at the storm giant and felt somewhat satisfied. In the storm meditation, there are mimicry witchcrafts. In addition to the storm giant, there is also the storm dragon. Each of these 2 witchcrafts is the top witchcraft among the 7th level. Each witchcraft contains a powerful rule manipulation ability. Each mimicry of the storm element can be regarded as a 7th level combat force, and can use various witchcrafts of delay. Above the sea, the reason why those storm elements are invincible is that it looks like a huge storm from the outside, but in fact, there are various storm elves in the depths of the eye of the storm. Last time when Dole was at sea, he did not see the storm giant and other elves in the storm. That was just because he did not see them, but they exist in the meditation method. Dual Eye thought a lot, but more of his thoughts were on sensing the nodes of witchcraft and detecting the stability of each node. The real witchcraft model is very stable, and it can only burst out in an instant during a battle, while witchcraft above level 7 only depends on using one's own perception and ability to control rules. After Axa was promoted to level 8, he could successfully raise the fire he mastered to the level of Phoenix Flame. In fact, they are all flames, but the direction and path of mastery, as well as the depth, are different. Dual Eye was perceiving every minute and every second. His spirit body was perceiving various different rules, and he had endless questions in his heart. The next moment, he had endless answers, and the next moment, he had endless questions again. In this way, his power was constantly growing, and his mastery of the world was constantly deepening. In the southeast direction, there is a volcanic community. Dual Eye has been here for a long time. He usually uses volcanoes to practice his clones, waiting for the news of the Red Mountain Mother. Behind him is a sub-tree of the Fire Wutong, not the Wutong Sacred Tree. Although the Wutong God Tree had a deal with Dual Eye, it was a bit of a waste for him to go to the Wutong Tree to comprehend at his current level. The Fire Wutong organization is not all women, there are also a large number of men. It's just strange that this meditation method is very powerful, but it is not very friendly to men. For hundreds of years, only women have successfully promoted to level 8, while men have not, and the highest level is only level 7. In the few months since they came here, these people have not collected all the level 8 materials, and Dual Eye is happy to practice here. Compared with the north, which is now covered with ice and snow, the volcanic islands in the southeast are still hot, and there is no winter cold at all. On the day when Dual Eye sent Donnie away, in front of the Fire Wutong Tree, a male wizard walked briskly, and came not far in front of Dual Eye, triggering his ban. Dual Eye raised his head. The male wizard looked at Dual Eye, with a hint of doubt and some admiration, and said, "Wizard Dual Eye, please move, the president is waiting for you in the Wutong Hall." Chapter 924. Dole slowly floated up, and stood lightly on the ground. His smooth feet stepped on the ground, emitting a stream of flaming smoke. He nodded and said, "But the materials are ready." The male wizard shook his head, "I don't know. President Hanshan asked me to invite you over." Dole nodded, without asking any more specific questions, lead the way. Above the volcanic community, the closer to the crater, the less grass there is, while at the bottom of the mountain, all kinds of rainforest tropical plants are lush and green. Following the shade of the trees, Dole quickly came to the place in front with many human buildings. One of the halls was the meeting hall of the Fire Wutong organization, the Wutong Hall. There were not many people in the Fire Wutong organization, and most of the time no one could be seen here. Walking into the Wutong Hall, the Red Mountain Mother was standing inside, and Angelina stood beside her, looking at Dole solemnly. They had known for a long time that Dole was not the real one, and even this clone was practicing their meditation method, which made Angelina very unhappy. When the Red Mountain Mother saw Dole's clone, she was a little surprised. It was too exaggerated to practice to the 9th level so quickly. However, she knew that Dole was not an ordinary person. After being surprised, she calmed down and said, "Dole Wizard is really amazing. It only takes a few months to achieve the hard work of others practicing for decades. It's really amazing." Facing the 8th level Red Mountain Mother, Dole showed enough respect. He bowed solemnly and said, "Old Mother, you are polite. I am just building a high house. With my mental power above the middle of the 7th level, it will not take more than a year to practice a meditation method again. If the Red Mountain Mother has extra mental power, it is the same for practicing other meditation methods." The corner of the mouth of the Red Mountain Mother twitched. Her lineage pursued the ultimate purity, the ultimate flame and burning. If she practiced one more meditation method, it would lose the original meaning of the flame. He was not optimistic about Duolai being able to practice one more meditation method. After all, human energy is limited. It is obviously not advisable to study the infinite world of witchcraft with limited energy. She shook her head and looked at Duolai deeply. "We can't. We have prepared the materials. When will you start? Just your clone?" Duolai nodded confidently, and then said modestly, "My clone's mental power is slightly weaker, so it may take a little longer." The Red Mountain Mother was about to ask how long it would take, but Duolai thought for a while, and said, "It will probably take until after the new year." When the others heard this, their mouths twitched slightly. "It's slow to take until after the new year. It's already fast, okay? This young man is really good at bragging." The old mother of Hongshan smiled and said, "It's up to you. We don't care. As long as it's before April or May, it's fine." She extended the time to half a year. When Duolai heard this, he knew that the old mother of Hongshan had some misunderstandings. He was not so slow in building the Wizard Tower. Moreover, the Lahujin Tower had been built once before. Now it was just one more level with many more advanced magic patterns. It was not difficult for him. Lahujin Tower had divided some mental power to study hard in the past few days. Building the 8th level was not a problem. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, "Where to build it?" "Start now. After that, you need to cultivate your clone to the 7th level." The corner of the Red Mountain Mother's mouth twitched slightly. This young man was simply ignorant of the world. It was not so easy for a meditation method to reach the 7th level, even if he was already at the 7th level. He pointed outside the door and said, "Let's do it here. We are all family here." Dole nodded and said, "Okay, but I need to use your Wizard Tower as an energy source." The Red Mountain Mother nodded generously and said, "Choose a Wizard Tower around. I give you the authority." Building a Wizard Tower requires a lot of mental power and magic power. Even if Dole doesn't say it, the Red Mountain Mother will also open up an authority for Dole. Otherwise, it will take too long for anyone to bear. The construction of a general Wizard Tower may require more than 5 alchemists. Dole will build it alone, which will naturally cost more and take too long. It won't work without an energy source. In the end, Dole got the authority of a 6th level Wizard Tower and can use its energy source. Dole did not build it directly, but after carefully checking the Wizard Tower, he applied for the reconstruction of the Wizard Tower. After being approved, he built a spiritual power formation on the top of the Wizard Tower. The Wizard Tower can only be used as an energy source, not for spiritual power recovery, so Dole directly reconstructed it himself. Dole's move surprised Angelina, the vice president. A wizard formation was completed in less than a day. This speed is unparalleled. However, when Dole started to build, the speed shocked everyone. Dole refused their own tempering and did everything by himself. It only took a week for the bases of the 2 wizard towers to be refined, and then they were built layer by layer. Almost every day, the wizard towers were visible to the naked eye. The speed was too fast, and Duolai controlled the hands of several wizards at once, tempering various materials with lihua, and his skillful technique made the people of Wawutong feel ashamed. The refining continued. The Red Mountain Mother had been observing Duolai all the time, and when she saw Duolai's series of refining techniques, she sighed slightly. The speed was too fast. This technique was simply the pinnacle, and Duolai's use of lihua was only slightly worse than his own. The opponent's mental power was simply at the limit of human beings. Dozens of mental powers were divided and used for 2 purposes, and each one could be accurately controlled. This was truly shocking. However, his speed was indeed not fast, because this clone was only level 6, and his mental power was indeed limited. He could imagine how fast it would be if the opponent came with his own deity, plus his own wizard tower. This young man was so terrifying. Dulai did not practice every day, and he had to rest every few days to experience what he had gained. The last time he refined the Lihua Golden Pagoda, it was pure refining, and he didn't need to comprehend it. But now, he can master Lihua by himself, so he naturally has different comprehended. When refining the Lihua Golden Pagoda, he is comprehending Lihua, and he needs to turn these processes into his own gains. The Wizard Tower is slowly rising, and Dolei's clone is also slowly improving. The Lihua in his body is becoming more and more intense and pure. January 1st, New Year, Dolei is 30 years old. At this time, in front of him, in the laboratory, dozens of bottles and jars are sealed in front. The bottles and jars are filled with all kinds of flesh and blood, and all kinds of fluff on the flesh and blood are growing very rapidly. If you look carefully with your mental power, there are countless spores on these fluffs. As long as Dolei dares to smash a jar, hundreds of millions of spores will fly out of the seemingly small space, into the surrounding air, and drift in all directions. Once they get on a living thing, these spores will quickly drill into the flesh and blood, take root, feed on the flesh and blood, and maintain their own growth. A spore will soon grow into something like a fluff, and there will be tens of thousands of spores on a fluff. Although these things grow slowly, they are difficult to be discovered and killed. If you don't look carefully, you might think they are sweat hairs. Chapter 925. Dole studied these things for a month. He found that this thing was manufactured, not natural. There are powerful black wizards active in the Nightmare Forest, and this black wizard is proficient in the use of spore-like creatures. There are too many traces of biological wizards on the fluff, and Dole found that there are many traces of witchcraft in the most basic core of this thing, all of which are black witchcraft of flesh and blood. Flesh parasitism, flesh transformation, flesh derivation, flesh corruption, etc., are all kinds of notorious black witchcraft. This is an alchemical product, a biological weapon that has been studied and has powerful evil uses, but it is also a good object for Dole to observe. As for the way to restrain it, he has also found it. Although this kind of thing spreads strongly, it is very subject to the surrounding environment. It can be killed easily in the laboratory. It can be said that after this thing leaves the Nightmare Forest, unless it can be preserved by someone, the chance of survival in other places is not very high, and after a winter, most of the spores will die and it is difficult to survive. Unless the Black Wizard takes action again and releases some of these things again, with the speed of their spread, they will soon wreak havoc in the spring, summer and autumn seasons again. Could this thing be created by the Black Elves? Only the Black Elves, who are also proficient in life magic, can use the witchcraft of flesh and blood so skillfully. Dole did not find a drug to restrain these things. After all, to study something, it takes time to observe and experiment. He now spends most of his time researching silicon-based creatures, and is not so concerned about this kind of spore life. However, Dole is also concerned about Carl's affairs, and has recently begun large-scale research. Vasily stood at the edge of the Nightmare Forest, with the corpse of a giant ape lying at his feet. This is a level 7 creature controlled by nightmares. In the northern land, especially in or around the Nightmare Forest, there are countless level 7 creatures. Fortunately, there are many races here, and they restrain each other, so these creatures did not run into the human area. At this moment, the figure of the old demon flew over from a distance. He stood beside Vasily and said slowly, "Everything around has been cleared, and the monsters are also very conscious, and did not interfere." Vasily nodded, and was about to speak. At this moment, he lowered his head, thought carefully, and said, "There is a black wizard in the Nightmare Forest. He has refined a very strange spore creature, and is spreading on a large scale." The forest elves found Dole, and asked him to crack it. Dole wants to check some information about the black wizard. "Do you allow it?" He casually gave the old demon a copy of the content of the information. The old demon silently took the light, and checked the things inside. He raised his head, and said slowly, "Dole is also level 7, and he is very powerful. With his current achievements, it is not excessive for him to check any information. This black wizard is also powerful. He actually forced the forest elves to seek help from outside. This is a big deal." Vasily nodded. Dole suspected that it was done by the Black Elves. Only they want to cause trouble at all costs. The Black Elves are proficient in flesh and blood witchcraft, black witchcraft, spiritual witchcraft, and elf witchcraft. It seems reasonable that they created this kind of thing. The old demon nodded. Life-like alchemical creations have always been difficult, but once they are refined, they will cause large-scale damage. It is not without reason that the Empire has been committed to combating this kind of witchcraft. Vasily thought for a while and said, "Then I will allow you to upgrade Dole's authority. That guy has been very busy recently, but he has achieved a lot. He has killed a lot of level 7 monsters. He should have a lot of good things on hand. Please ask for some of them back. The old demon was a little surprised. He thought that the president would not be jealous. The two picked up the controlled monsters around them, and left under the eyes of the level 7 and level 8 monsters around them. These monsters are not without solutions, but they really dare not confront the nightmare. The possibility of being controlled is too great. Once controlled, it is basically equivalent to death. The rise of the nightmare ancestor has now made the monsters in the entire Northwest very scared. They stay in their own territory, dare not come out, and dare not see other creatures, for fear that they will be parasitized and then parasitize them again. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are trembling. The mountains in winter are full of ice and snow. Only those who can come out to move are very strong in physique and blood, but these creatures are generally weak in spirit, which makes them very easy to be controlled. The monsters can't do anything on their own, so they can only rely on humans. Dole got permission, and sent a small clone to the Emperor to get information. In fact, there are a lot of information on Baal's side that can be used for reference, but after all, it is not from this world, and it will take some time to analyze and study, while the things in this world can be used as long as they are taken. The clone he went to this time was not the Xianxia worm clone. The Xianxia worm clone is now at the limit of level 6, and is only one step away from level 7. The breath of death on his body is too strong. This time, the Tianshuang worm clone went. When the Tianshuang worm clone does not have the meditation method, it only has the power of frost, which is very easy to pretend to be a frost warrior. Before entering the imperial capital, he greeted George and some related people, and the others ignored him, and went straight to the Glory Wizard Alliance. He used his token to open the library, found relevant materials, and read them carefully. For a wizard, the accumulation of knowledge is not a matter of one day or one night, and many unfamiliar fields are very difficult to understand, and the mastery of knowledge is not an easy thing. You need ability, strength, and ways to obtain relevant knowledge. Dole used to rely on Baal, but now Baal is asleep, and Dole needs to rely on the Glory Wizard Alliance. Baal is asleep on the mine, and it is estimated that he will break through when he wakes up again. Dole does not want to disturb Dole. Fortunately, Vasily gave face and gave him the authority directly, so he had the opportunity to learn. Generally speaking, this kind of black magic is taboo, and it is difficult for ordinary people to access it. Even in the Honor Wizard Alliance, it is kept in a secret room, and few people can read it. Dole knew that he had sold a big favor. However, he did not pay nothing. The materials of the several monsters killed had to be handed over to the headquarters, so he did not make much money. Dole came quietly, and except for a few people, not many people knew about it. Soon, it was mid-January. January is the coldest time of the year. The north is already covered with ice and snow, and all biological activities will stop. This is also the time to test the army's supply. Dole did not think so much. He only needed to take care of his own little piece of land. At this time, even the Nightmare Ancestor rarely came out to move. The whole Northwest fell into a very quiet moment. Chapter 926. It took Dole only 5 days to finish reading all the information. I was shocked after reading it. The reason why black wizards are black wizards is that they don't care about other people's lives. There is no morality or law to restrain them. Most of the black magic is aimed at the body and spirit of living things. It is very cruel, and the killing efficiency is very high. It can be said that many black magics were created to harm living things. Dole felt heavy in his heart. After reading it, he walked out of the wizard tower and contacted Usbul. He wanted to go to the maze world. He needed some soil from the initial world. The silicon-based creatures were about to succeed, but now they lacked the necessary energy. Usbul has been sitting in the headquarters of the Glory Wizard Alliance to maintain the operation of all the space devices here. Hearing Dole's news, Usbul was very excited. He had already learned Dole's things during this period. He finally came again. In the valley, on the square, a circular magic circle has been running continuously, emitting mysterious white light, and waves of space waves are emitting, as if they are located in the depths of the world, connecting unknown things. Usbul stood in front of the magic circle. At this moment, Dole's clone walked in from outside. Usbul smiled and greeted him, saying, "You are also a busy person now. You actually have time to come here. The teacher told me about you a few days ago, and I was a little bit unbelieving." Dole walked up and smiled slightly. "Meet Director Usbul. I am really busy now. The Northwest is too chaotic, and I have to help take care of it. It's only because of the heavy snow in the north recently that I can relax a little." Usbul's eyes became serious. Indeed, the situation in the Northwest is too tense. If it weren't for your theory, we could have refined the space-time tunnel and quickly reached the counties, otherwise the losses would have been even more severe. Dole nodded and said, "This is not my credit, it's everyone's achievement." Usbull chuckled, "We are the only one who has the space-time tunnel now. Do you know what price other empires and forces have offered to buy it?" Dole raised his eyebrows. "They must have asked for a sky-high price." Usbull shook his head. "We don't need to ask for a sky-high price. They have already offered it themselves. The Church of Light even announced a withdrawal of more than 300 kilometers, gave up the border, and exchanged holy objects and countless resources. It's simply a huge loss. Unfortunately, we can't agree to it." Dole's eyes. He became serious. Being able to move quickly is very important for high-level combat forces. Even if they don't withdraw, if our high-level combat forces can move back and forth freely, they will have to retreat. Usbull nodded and said excitedly, "So, you are a great hero this time. You are going to collect soil in the maze world. No one from the Glory Wizard Alliance will stop you. We have successfully obtained the soil, but we don't know what to do with it. Are you useful?" Dole did not take credit for himself. He just needed to be reserved in his own field. He coughed, "I am indeed useful, but you can't copy it. Let's talk about it after my results come out. It's still early now. I estimate it will take a few years." He deliberately said a longer time. Usbull nodded. In terms of research ability, Dole could not catch up with him. This guy's cultivation is simply different from ordinary people. He is simply a monster. Then wait for your news. Anyway, there is a lot of dirt in the maze world. After you enter, as long as you have a way, take it away as much as you can. There are people from all the families and forces in the maze world now, but no one has really produced any results. Some people even have no way to use the things after getting them, and can only stare blankly. It is naturally a good thing that Dole has results. Maybe he will think it through one day in the future and provide them to the Glory Wizard Alliance, and everyone will make money. Usbull fully supports Dole, and will always cooperate with Dole here to make a lot of good things, as long as everyone can make money. The Glory Wizard Alliance is generally a very open group. The magic circle that Usbull is in charge of now is the glowing device in the square. But he is the only one around, which seems a bit shabby. Dole came to the front and looked at Usbull, meaning, "You open it." Usbull crossed his arms, smiled without saying a word, and looked like, "You can do it." Dole was speechless. He turned around and looked at the magic circle in front of him. He just analyzed it a little, and then blinked. This magic circle seemed a little too simple, with only 3 functions: positioning, transmission, and protection. The layout of the magic circle was even very simple, but such a simple thing actually connected a world. However, Dole soon discovered that he didn't seem to know how to anchor the alien space, but he could understand it. He thought about it, his eyes flashed, and he wrote down that part of the magic circle. After he came out, he asked Usbull for some information, and went back to try to locate it. Usbull looked at where Dole stood for a long time, thinking that he didn't understand. He was about to explain it out loud, but at this moment, a white light flashed on Dole's body, and he disappeared in front of him. Usbull nodded and returned to his original position. His eyes began to become dull. He was also a clone here. His original body was doing some experiments in a laboratory, and could not leave at all. In the maze world, a white light flashed, and Dole came to the entrance. As soon as his figure appeared, someone shouted, "Who dares to trespass into the Glory Wizard Alliance?" Then, several mental waves came to suppress, but soon, those mental waves hit the iron plate and retreated in astonishment. Even if Dole stood here, with just a set of equipment and the passive effects of various meditation methods, ordinary level 6 wizards could not even break the defense. Dole's face turned cold. Only Usbull could open the formation of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Others could not even touch it. He could come here, of course, with Usbull's approval. As soon as he came in, someone actually reprimanded him. It seems that the complexity of this maze world is probably not as complicated as he imagined. The Glory Wizard Alliance is the only one in power. He glanced around and saw the surrounding scene. There was a positioning device behind him, which was also an anchoring device. It didn't exist before, and it should have been built after he left. Around the device, 7 or 8 wizards of level 5 or 6 looked at him cautiously, and seemed a little surprised. Dole glanced around, and had never seen these people. It seemed that they were not the same group of people who came last time. He glanced at his eyebrows and slowly said, "People from the Glory Wizard Alliance?" Those people looked at each other, and someone said, "I am from the Alexander family, who are you?" Dole looked at the others, who is from the Glory Wizard Alliance. Some of the others seemed to recognize Dole, and said with some uncertainty, I am the person in charge of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Are you Lord Marquis Dole? Dole looked at him, nodded, and immediately scolded, Who are these people? Why are they here? The Glory Wizard Alliance's own passage. Someone dared to attack. What do you do for a living? Chapter 927. Dole scolded, and the man looked very ugly. Alexander's face flushed, but he didn't dare to speak. They usually didn't cause trouble here, but they relied on their family to come here today to see if there was any gain, but they didn't expect to hit a wall. He knew that he was not Dole's opponent, and said with a stiff face, We just arrived today, and we are here to help. Who knows how you got here? The people of the Glory Wizard Alliance were all shocked when they heard this. The people of the Alexander family really didn't know how to live or die. This person is not from the imperial capital, so they won't give face to your family. If you anger this person, I'm afraid the end. This thought just flashed through his mind, but he saw a surging magic power on Dole's body turned into a magic hand, spanning a distance of dozens of meters and directly covering the whole body of the man. When the others saw this, they retreated one after another. Some wanted to take action, but they felt their legs a little weak when they felt the surging magic power on the magic hand. Level 7 Giant. Dole's big hand crossed the space, as if catching a chicken, and caught the man in his hand. He looked at the man from the Glory Wizard Alliance coldly and said, Do your own thing. Don't think that the president is not here, and you can turn your elbow outward. In addition, notify Alexander's people to come to my place to pick up people. I will report this matter to President Vasily truthfully. Dole didn't pay attention to others, just caught him and walked inside. Most of the top leaders of the Glory Wizard Alliance are not here, and now it's the turn of these families to make trouble. It's really unbearable. It was okay before that I was level 6, but now I'm level 7, and someone dares to find fault. After 2 steps, Dole suppressed the talkative man with witchcraft, reduced his size to the size of a thumb, and then casually put him into a dark small bottle. He wanted to teach him a lesson that he would never forget. If he didn't go crazy when he came out, he would never dare to do anything wrong in the future. Watching Dole walk inside, the others complained bitterly, but they didn't mean it, especially the others in the Alexander family, whose faces turned red at this time. They immediately notified the ancestors in the maze world. In the large space deep in the center, the Glory Wizard Alliance divided this place into several areas, giving them to each force to study themselves. In addition to the Glory Wizard Alliance, the Alexander family, and the people from the Northern Empire and the East Ring Witch God family, they also came through cooperation. In the alien space, whether it is the Northern Kingdom or the East Ring Empire, it is heard that they have spent a huge amount of money to come here, which is not a small resource. The top leaders of the Glory Wizard Alliance have not been here recently. Although the Alexander family has also participated in the war in the Northwest, they still left some forces behind, so the Alexander family is the strongest here. At this moment, a member of the Alexander family was doing research and suddenly stood up and snorted at Victor next to him. What do you do for a living? Why is there still no one who remembers Dole's portrait? Is he someone you can afford to offend? Victor was a little puzzled and said, Sir, I have listed all the people above level 7 in a booklet according to your request, and gave it to each member to memorize. Dole has definitely not been left out. The man snorted coldly. Why did someone bump into Dole? Now he's been arrested. Do you want me to take him? Victor was immediately horrified. Someone from the family bumped into Dole and was arrested? With that guy's methods, no matter who bumped into him, the outcome would be worrying. He immediately thought of something and slowly said, Sir, Dole has just been promoted to level 7. Is it so scary? The man snorted coldly and said reluctantly, You still know too little about the recent news. Dole alone killed 15 level 7 monsters in a few months. What do you think I should do? Victor immediately fell silent, and sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead. Thinking back then, he ran to Dole to pretend. Now it seems that if he was not beaten to death at that time, it means that there is someone behind him. He said, Then has the other party made any conditions? Let's go and redeem the person. The man snorted coldly, No conditions. This is the most difficult. You go to Augustine, and ask him to ask the Glory Royal family to go and ask for the person. Victor's face changed slightly, and said, Based on my understanding of Dole, I'm afraid you can't do it without showing up. Although Dole's temper is sometimes smooth, most of the time he is stubborn. The man thought for a while and said, Do you have his way of sending messages? I ask first. Seeing the situation here, the other camps also speculated what happened to make a level 7 boss so angry. They only saw the people of the Alexander family angry, but they couldn't hear what they said. The people of the Gory Wizard Alliance also knew what happened at this time, and soon the faces of the senior leaders became gloomy. Are the people of Alexander really brave enough to cause trouble at the door? And there are people colluding with the people of Alexander? Usually, when they cause trouble, everyone turns a blind eye and lets it go. But when it comes to a level 7 boss, this matter may not end well. At this time, at the gate, the faces of the wizards were bitter. Usually, there were some small wizards doing research here. They would just endure it if they suffered losses, because no one would stand up for them anyway. However, they did not expect to offend a level 7 boss, and this boss was a giant, holding great power, and was on good terms with the president, the old man, and others. This was not a good thing. Just as they looked at each other, a group of people came up immediately. Their clothes were obviously the supervision department. It was over. Dole didn't care about these things at this time. He was holding a small bronze mirror in his hand, which emitted yellow light, and wrapped himself. The yellow light penetrated the surroundings, and Dole stepped into the surrounding soil layer in one step. There were two purposes for this visit. The first was to collect the soil here. The soil here is not actually soil, but the initial material that formed the world. It contains 4 basic elements, such as lightning, light, and darkness, which are the initial of all forces. If silicon-based life wants to survive, it must rely on these substances to survive. Dole needs enough soil to be converted into initial power, until he can generate initial power himself. The second is the bones of powerful creatures. He wants to upgrade the Turin Bone Tower to level 8, and the bones in his hand seem to be insufficient. He underestimated the amount of bones needed to upgrade the Turin Bone Tower to level 8. This wizard tower sometimes gives people a very weird feeling. After reaching level 8, it can have a part of spatial power, as if it can devour all bones. But if it is not weird, Dole will not refine it. For him now, the more weird, the better, and the more powerful, the better. The material work of the Tower of Babel has been prepared, and only 2 spatial runes have not been analyzed thoroughly. Once they are analyzed thoroughly, Dole can upgrade the Tower of Babel to level 8 in one fell swoop. If the Turin Bone Tower is a smelly and hard stone that is easy for people to understand, then the Tower of Babel is a gust of wind that comes and goes without a trace, making it incomprehensible. The same goes for the runes inside. Dole spent a long time, but still couldn't fully understand it. Chapter 928. Entering the soil, in the hard soil, the skeletons of various creatures were mixed together, forming a terrifying underground space. A chill from the bottom of his heart appeared in his heart. This was a feeling, but also a kind of awe. These were all creatures from outside the domain. Each creature from outside the domain could almost be compared with God. However, they were not the opponents of the owner of this space. They were swallowed, digested, and turned into their own nutrients. It was hard to imagine how powerful the owner of this space was. Dole stood in the yellow light at this time, stretched out his hand, and grabbed a handful of soil. The hand was stretched out, but the soil did not move at all. He had no choice but to adjust the light of the small bronze mirror. After a while, he stretched out his hand again. This time, the soil he grabbed could move, but it was limited to movement. He felt like he was using soft grass to pry a pile of stones, and he couldn't pry them at all. So, he continued to adjust the magic circle. He did not use the magic circle that came with the Tower of Babel, but specially made an alchemical equipment that could be adjusted at any time. The magic circle can penetrate the soil layer, so it can naturally make some changes in the soil layer. What he needs to do now is to adjust the magic circle to achieve the function he wants. Time passed little by little, and I don't know how long it has passed. Dual Eye stretched out his hand, and finally grabbed a handful of soil. This time, the soil was taken smoothly. He happily put these things in the super large storage equipment he refined. This storage equipment is a void bead. If it is not a void bead, there is no way to store these soils. After the experiment was successful, Dole was no longer in a hurry, but moved his steps and walked around. After seeing the skeleton of the creature, he started to collect the bones, and then collected the surrounding soil together. This soil was different from the previous soil. This soil not only contained the initial material, but also the remaining material of those creatures, and they could find their original life material. 5 days passed quickly. Victor was in a state of panic. He couldn't contact Dole all the time. It was really damnable. Although the guy who was captured was a scum of the family, if he didn't save him, where would the family's face be? A super family with 9 levels sitting in front of it can't even save one person. How can it survive in the imperial capital in the future? After this incident fermented, the whole Alexandria was angry. The face of the 7th level in charge of the Alexandria family was so green that it could bleed. This damn Dole must be punished after he is found. At this time, Dole's reply arrived. Prepare 500 kilograms of magic crystals to redeem him. A level 6 wizard is worth 500 kilograms of magic crystals, which is indeed not expensive, but it is very embarrassing. Victor also received the news, and said with a somewhat unpleasant face, Lord Toby this? Toby's face was livid. I will go there myself to see how capable this guy is. He is at best a clone. I want to see what he can do if I kill this clone of his. Victor was shocked, but he still had some expectations in his heart. He is coming, get ready. A level 7 wizard with natural disaster level combat power, and a giant-like existence, Dole did not actually play too much of a role in this aspect. After collecting millions of tons of soil in the wall in one go, he felt that it was enough, so he stopped and prepared to meet this Alexander's people, and by the way, he gave a vent to the current situation of the Honor Wizard Alliance. Not long after, he appeared in the most central position. There are countless exits here, but most of the exits have been controlled, and only a few exits are open and occupied by various forces. When Dole's clone came here, he saw the people of the Alexander family standing at the door to greet him. There was a very cool mountain picture on their clothes. That was where their family was located, Alexander Mountain, which was very magnificent. A majestic momentum appeared. This set of clothes was too conspicuous. Dole glanced and saw an old acquaintance standing at the door, Victor. There were more than 20 people from the Alexander family standing here. It seemed that there were a lot of people, and they were all wizards, with a very heavy momentum. Dole looked at Victor, as if he didn't feel this momentum. The Tianchuangworm clone was restrained and didn't show any abnormality. He glanced at the others and walked over slowly. Victor, are there only 2 or 3 of you in the Alexander family? No one is in charge. He clearly didn't take these level 5 or 6 wizards seriously. Victor was about to speak when he saw a man walking out of the cave. He was about 40 years old, with a gloomy face. He was very tall, and the joints of his hands were very strong. It was hard to imagine that he was a wizard. However, Dole felt extremely strong blood fluctuations from him, and he should be practicing both wizardry and martial arts. He stared at Dole and spoke in a heavy voice, I am Toby Dole, what do you want to do? Dole suddenly laughed, your family members bumped into me, and you asked me what I wanted to do. Isn't this ridiculous? Toby sneered, you are level 7, and my family member is only level 6. I don't understand how he bumped into you. Dole blinked his eyes. This guy refused to admit it. He nodded, well, then it has nothing to do with you. I'm leaving. He turned and left. Toby shouted coldly from behind, my family members are still in your hands, and you just walked away like this? Dole didn't even turn his head back. As he walked, he said casually, I only caught one person who bumped into me. You didn't admit it, so I naturally didn't catch anyone from your family. It just so happened that I just needed a test subject, so I won't bother Toby the wizard to send him off. Toby's eyes were red with anger when he saw this. Any wizard knows what the test subject is. Dole is a pharmacist, and naturally a biological wizard. You can know what kind of test he can do. It is definitely a very terrible test. This guy is really vicious to use his own people for experiments. He said almost without thinking, Dole, you are looking for death. He raised his hand casually, and the momentum on his body rose in a 10,000th of a second. A heavy momentum, like a mountain, immediately enveloped forward. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a black sphere that was condensed to the extreme rushed towards Dole. Gravity collapse, 7th level high-end witchcraft. When he made this move, the people of the Alexander family behind him quickly took out a piece of equipment and placed it at the entrance of the cave, and then everyone retreated and blocked the entrance of the cave. When Dole saw Toby, he knew that this guy probably didn't want to be kind, and he had been on guard against him. At the moment when gravity collapse appeared, white light spots appeared around him, forming several defensive force fields. Gravity collapse is the highest masterpiece of Earth witchcraft. It simulates the gravity of the Earth and changes the surrounding environment. All matter will be sucked in by the gravity collapse, and then crushed by the powerful gravity. If this witchcraft is thrown into an army of millions, it will immediately disrupt the Earth, causing abnormal gravity, and then all people within a radius of tens of kilometers will be attracted by the gravity collapse and crushed to death. It is extremely powerful. Chapter 929. This witchcraft is very overbearing. Within a thousandth of a second, Dole felt that the sphere seemed to be the Earth, and he could not help but fall towards the gravity sphere, with a little surprise in his heart. This is high-end witchcraft, and in this small environment, it is simply a unique skill. Without saying a word, He used his mental power to control the white light, stabilized himself, and then threw a person out and placed him on his chest. The man was grabbed by Dole's neck, and then pulled by the gravity ball, and his body flew forward diagonally. As soon as Dole let go, the man was attracted by the gravity ball. Toby at the door saw this, and wanted to vomit blood. The moment he saw his people appear, he knew that the killing would fail. Gravity had no effect on Dole at all, so he knew that this guy's attainments in witchcraft were much higher than his own. At this time, Dole looked at him with a smile and said, "Why should Wizard Toby be angry? This person is not from your family, so why should you fight? This world is extremely stable. You and I can fight happily. If you want to fight, I can accompany you, but sneaking and attacking is not a good reputation." Toby's face was terribly gloomy, and he put another hat on himself. Ambush. This is the most despicable behavior in the wizard world. He was about to speak, but saw Dole smiled faintly. "I took your move. You also take my move, reciprocity." Toby immediately became alert. At this time, Dole smiled slightly, raised his hand, and a breath of death condensed in front of him, almost in the blink of an eye, forming a phantom death sickle hundreds of meters long. If you look closely, the blade of the death sickle is black, but the edge is covered with a layer of faint white light. A strong breath of death, and a terrifying dark breath burst out from the blade. In just a moment, it lightly passes through the air, and cuts forward silently. Toby's mental power was stimulated to the extreme at this time. He seemed to feel an unparalleled sharp breath coming towards him. Although the breath of this black magic was not strong, the sharpness reached the limit of what he could touch. This magic seemed to be able to cut through space. He saw the faint white light on the blade, and his heart was suddenly horrified. He immediately squatted down, put one hand on the ground, and shouted, "Earth Fortress, Earth Barrier, Earth Shield." Layers of gray, black, and white elemental power surged from his body, and the power kept rolling, forming dozens of layers of defense in front of him. Even so, Toby felt a strong sense of crisis lingering in his heart, and his heart was extremely shocked, and sweat kept coming out of his forehead. The sickle was gently slashing in the air at this time. Puff, puff, puff. Layers of defense were slashed, and the sickle seemed to have not passed through anything, and it flashed lightly in the air. The sickle lightly slashed in front of Toby, brushing his cheek and flashing away. The next moment, Toby's eyes suddenly turned black, and tears of blood flowed from his eyes. His hands were shaking, the corners of his mouth were trembling, and death seemed to be looming over him at any time. Space witchcraft, space cutting, and magical witchcraft about space flowed through his mind. Although no one has officially researched this kind of witchcraft, it is currently recognized that the most likely person to research it is Vasily, the first president of the Honor Wizard Alliance. Dole actually mastered this skill, and directly cut through the space. His eyes were blind, and the other party only scratched his eyes, but he could imagine what it would be like if it was scratched across his neck. For a moment, fear, shock, and fear appeared in his consciousness. He closed his eyes. A thin black line appeared on his temple and nose bridge. He stood up, pretending to be calm, and immediately said, "Wizard Dole, I agree to pay the money." The death sickle flashed in Dole's hand, and Toby in the distance changed his attitude. All this seemed to be insignificant to Dole. He looked down at the other party coldly. "The price has increased, 10 million magic crystals." Toby closed his eyes. 2 lines of blood and tears dripped from the side of his cheeks, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Okay." On top of his head, a small earth ball replaced the eyeball, and at this time, he looked at Dole with complicated eyes. After a while, Dole left with satisfaction. About half an hour later, Dole came to the door and returned with a full load. The death sickle is witchcraft, and it is also the innate witchcraft of the skeleton demon god. His witchcraft system is fixed, but the power is not fixed. The power can be adjusted at any time according to the amount of magic power injected. Dole covered the outside of this witchcraft with a layer of space magic pattern, which can be used without affecting the witchcraft, which created this illusion. Dole originally gave this witchcraft to the Nightmare Ancestor, but in order to intimidate the Alexander family, he had to take it out. After covering the space magic pattern, the consumption is also extremely shocking. The previous knife almost drained most of the magic power of this clone. The opponent's shield is too thick, which affects the authenticity of the space and consumes a lot. If there is a second knife, he may die, and be drained of magic power and blood by witchcraft. However, even if it is just one knife, the opponent is probably afraid. Dole's mouth curled up slightly, and he came to the door. After seeing the people here, he disappeared at the door without paying any attention. In the square, Usbul's face was heavy. The Glory Wizard Alliance was being led by the nose without a master now. Dole was also harassed when he entered. This was simply unforgivable. Although it was the first time to do such a thing at the door, it also showed that the Glory Wizard Alliance was now lacking in high-level power. He had already reported it to the Fire King, and he soon came to sit inside. With the Fire King's hot temper, the Witch God family and the Alexander family probably wouldn't dare. Just as he was thinking about it, a streak of sparks came to the square. Usbul saw this, and immediately stepped forward to the Fire King. The Fire King looked calm and only asked, "Is the news reliable?" Usbul thought about it, and nodded solemnly. The Fire King sneered, "Do you really think that there is no one in the Glory Wizard Alliance? I go in and take a look. If there are any more dishonest people, don't blame me for being ruthless." At this moment, a white light flashed in the square, and the space fluctuated violently. The next moment, the white light flashed and Dole's figure appeared at the door. When the Fire King saw Dole, his expression eased a little. Dole was fine, which was his greatest hope. His face changed very quickly, and he didn't mention what he had just said. A smile hung on his face. "Dole, you kid, when are you going to come to the Imperial capital to propose marriage? Don't wait until you have children before coming. That would be inappropriate." Dole saw the Fire King as soon as he came out. When he heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He breathed a sigh of relief, bowed slightly, and said, "Greetings, Fire King Ancestor. Since you mentioned this, I will go to George the Great to talk about this matter in a while. What do you think?" Fire King Ancestor laughed. No hurry, then you go quickly." Dole's mouth twitched. No hurry, but he wanted people to go as soon as possible. It was obvious that he didn't mean what he said. And why was he here? At this time, Fire King Ancestor saw the abnormality in Dole and said, "Why does your clone seem to be lacking in magic power?" Dole said without thinking, "I just chopped someone with a knife, and it consumed a lot of power." Chapter 930. Usbul and the Fire King looked at each other in surprise. The magic power of Dole's clone was very strong. What kind of a knife could consume so much magic power? How brutal must it be? Who did he cut? The two felt something was wrong. Who did Dole conflict with? And to what extent did the conflict play out? Dole didn't want to say much to the Fire King at this time. He bowed and said to Usbul, "Brother, come with me." As he said that, he quickly slipped into the hall behind. Usbul knew why Dole went in. When he heard the call, he immediately followed Dole in. As soon as he entered the hall, Dole's pace slowed down, and Usbul behind him caught up. Dole took out a newly refined ring from his hand, and said easily, "I went in and collected a lot of initial materials. I will give you 500,000 tons. Do you think it is enough?" Usbul was stunned. Initial materials? Is Dole talking about the soil? He nodded immediately and said, Okay, you can give as much as you want. We have a way to get some soil now, but the speed is too slow. How long have you been in? Usbul was suddenly a little shocked. It is not so easy to get the initial materials. This guy really has a way. Dole smiled as he walked, and said, "We know more about some things outside the domain than you do. In addition, the one I just said who cut someone with a knife was Toby from the Alexander family. You can go back and limit the Alexander family to less than 20 people. Don't go in if there are more than 20 people. The situation is too chaotic now. It is not a good thing to have too many people inside. Or limit the number of all forces to less than 20 people. This is a good thing for us." Usbul was in a bad mood. He chopped Toby with a knife. That guy didn't look very powerful. Why didn't he say much after being chopped by Dole? Did he almost kill him? Dole and the Alexander family had just had a conflict for a few days, and Dole took action. This guy has a really bad temper. He shook his head. Things are not as simple as you said. The Alexander family and the Glory Wizard Alliance are deeply involved, and there is also an 8th level ancestor sitting in the Imperial capital. I can't make the decision on this matter. Dole stopped and glanced at Usbul. His face suddenly turned cold. "I will make the decision for you now. You get the order now, and I will watch at the door. Just say that I, Dole, will supervise it personally. If there is one more leg of the Alexander family inside, I will chop one of the Alexander family members to death." Usbul stared at Dole blankly, with a bitter smile. "Dole, the Imperial capital has finally settled down. Don't make trouble. What's more, the Wushan family is also here." Dole snorted coldly and said, "This secret realm was conquered by everyone. The Glory Empire contributed the most. Now the Glory Empire is fighting against the north, and the rear is empty. Whether it is the Alexander family or other families, they must not cause any chaos in the Glory Wizard Alliance in this matter. I, Duolai, the honorary vice president of the Alchemy Union, will issue an order in the name of Duolai. If you don't go to give the order, I will go to give the order myself. I will not leave these days, and stand here. The Fire King Patriarch stood in the square. Although no one came in, he could hear the conversation between the two clearly. Dole was harassed by others, as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. It was inevitable to have such emotions, but such a tough attitude was a bit unexpected. He chopped someone with a knife, although he said it lightly, but it was probably not a small matter. He also knew Toby from the Alexander family, a young genius with amazing arrogance. What would Dole do if he chopped him with a knife? At this moment, the magic circle on the square suddenly lit up, and a group of 3 people were teleported out from it. The light dissipated, and Toby's figure with his eyes closed appeared in the center of the formation. Toby closed his eyes? The Fire King Patriarch looked carefully, and saw that there was a very thin crack in the corner of his eye, which seemed to be unable to heal at all. What about his eyeballs? He suddenly understood Dole's anger just now, and also understood Dole's confidence. If he could chop his eyes, he could naturally chop his neck. It was just one knife, and Toby almost died. No wonder Dole had such confidence. This little guy was really angry. But he would not care what Dole did, and would even be biased towards Dole, but he would not make any decisions for Dole. Some time ago, Vasily appointed Dole as the honorary president of the Alchemy Guild and the honorary president of the Pharmacy Guild. Although it was an honorary title, he still had the ability to do something if he really wanted to. If he wanted to do something, he could do it. Level 8 would not show up, and the Fire King Patriarch would not show up either. At this time, Dole had already decided on this matter with a very tough attitude. After communicating with Vasily over a long distance, the Glory Wizard Alliance issued a document stating that the personnel composition for clearing the maze space, except for the Glory Wizard Alliance and the Imperial Mage Corps, no more than 20 people who did not belong to the official forces of the Empire would be allowed. At this time, Toby had just returned to the family, and applied for a life potion from the family. Although Dole's knife physically cut off his skull and eyes, the remaining death power was very overbearing. The wound could not heal for a long time, and the eyeballs could not grow out. To be honest, Toby was so frustrated. At this moment, a man came in from outside and immediately took out a document for Toby to see. Above Toby's head, 2 eyeballs formed by earth elements glanced at the paper, and their faces suddenly changed, and they became furious. This Duolai is really too much. There are only 20 quotas for one family. How can this be possible? The man was also a level 6 wizard, and his face was not very good at this time. He said, "Sir, Duolai will stand in the square and let the people of the Glory Wizard Alliance go inside to drive people away. Now he is in charge." Toby's whole body defense was broken with one knife. The level 6 wizard was also very shocked and terrified. The ancestor's entire defense was broken with one knife. This was too terrifying. In comparison, 10 million magic crystals are a small number, and the person is fine. Toby's face was ugly. If he really faced Duolai, he really didn't have any advantage at all, not to mention that the one in the square was just his clone. He said with a grim expression, "What do other forces say?" It seems that the Wushan family is negotiating, and other forces have begun to withdraw. Toby's face became even uglier. It's really ineffective, but more trouble than success. Put that guy in solitary confinement for 2 years. When he is promoted to level 7, he can come out again. He took out his anger on the man who dared to rob Dole. It's so unlucky. Withdraw the people. Yes, sir. Do you want to report to the great ancestor? Withdraw the people first, and then report. Dole is not a good person. He has mastered the way of space. He can kill ordinary level 7 with one knife. He can't stop it. He muttered in his heart, wondering if he could stop the level 8. Anyway, he couldn't stop it. At present, he was the head of the Alexander family, and he was not a match. Would he let people watch his own people die? This matter must be reported to the ancestor, but how to report it specifically is up to him to decide. A level 7 little wizard dared to be so arrogant. Did he really think that the Albiz family was humiliated for nothing? Chapter 931. Level 7s will not show up easily, usually as the head of the family, and there are only 1 or 2 level 7s active outside. Generally, level 7s are preparing for level 8, desperately comprehending the rules, in order to reach level 8 as quickly as possible, almost without exception. Just look at Dole himself to know how difficult it is to reach level 8. Unless it is necessary, ordinary level 7s will not come out to do things. In this world where level 8s do not come out, It is already very remarkable for an ordinary organization to be able to spare 1 or 2 level 7s as the head. The Alexander family can send out 2 level 7s to be the head, which is already very arrogant in the imperial capital. But Dole is also level 7, and his strength is quite tyrannical. With just one knife, Toby's self-confidence was completely destroyed. On the verge of life and death, he can only choose to retreat. If he can't beat him, he can't beat him. There is no excuse. The square at the entrance of the maze. Dole stood on the high platform, his eyes were cold, and he looked coldly at all the other organizations that withdrew from inside, his eyes full of mysterious murderous intent. Most of those who came out of the maze world were level 5 and 6. They were originally dissatisfied, but under the cold gaze of a level 7, they could only stand aside and wait for their own leader to come out. Not long after, Dole met a level 7. The white light dissipated, revealing a figure who was a member of the Edward family. He did not join the Glory Wizard Alliance, but existed as a lone man. As soon as he came out, he looked straight at Usbul. Usbul's eyes were flat, and he immediately looked disdainful. If it was Toby, he could still look at him a little more. After all, he was the inheritor of an ancient family and had good strength, but few of these level 7 nobles could fight. Edward's man saw Dole only then. He didn't know Dole, but he saw that he was very young. Feeling the power of the other party, he was a little surprised. Who is this young level 7? He quickly thought of a legend and the news he had just received. Toby was almost killed by a blow from the young man in front of him. Did he make this decision? He walked up slowly and asked calmly, "May I ask Director Usbul, is this decision made by the Honorable Wizard Alliance, or by someone else? Why do you have to set such a rule? This is not in line with our original agreement." Usbul smiled faintly. "This is naturally the rule of the Honorable Wizard Alliance. Please ask Honorary President Dole for details." He turned his head and looked at Dole, and said solemnly, "Honorary President Dole, may I ask if this decision is hasty?" Dole had already thought of the wording. At this time, his eyes narrowed, his voice was low, and he spoke slowly, "Honorary Wizard Alliance, Honorable. The Yao Empire is at war with the Nightmare Empire. Most of the high-end combat forces have gone to the front, and the rear is neglected. A group of cats and dogs have appeared in the maze world, corrupting the rules of the Glory Wizard Alliance. After reporting to President Vasily, this president decided to cut the number of people entering the Glory Wizard Alliance's maze world to facilitate management and prevent some bad apples." "What? Your Edward family wants to make decisions for certain people?" The man was stunned. It turned out that Alexander's people offended this person. This person was so angry that he wanted to take action against everyone. He said with a stiff upper lip, "No, I just want to ask whether it is decided by the Glory Wizard Alliance. Does Honorary President Dole have such great power?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dole sneered, "The high-level forces of the Honorable Wizard Alliance and the Imperial Mage Corps are not here, so it is normal to screen out some of the Secret Realm personnel under their jurisdiction. Today I am here, and I represent the Honorable Wizard Alliance. Anyone who is dissatisfied can stand up now." He casually swung a black sickle, which exuded a terrifying breath of death and darkness. On the blade, a layer of faint white light shrouded it. Wherever the blade passed, the space was gently split open. As soon as the sickle came out, it was sharp and unmatched. Everyone in the square felt their hair stand up, as if they were about to face a catastrophe. Sharp, sharp, and an indescribable sense of splitting appeared on everyone. After Dole took out the sickle, he immediately said to Usbul next to him, "Notify them. Let all forces make a choice in half an hour. If they can't make a choice, I will go in and help them choose." Usbul gave Dole a thumbs up, looking at the huge black sickle in his hand, and was also slightly shocked. Attaching the space rune to the sickle, although this can also be done through some alchemical props, but this is clearly a witchcraft. The perfect combination of witchcraft nodes and runes is simply following the old path of President Vasily. This method can be told to President Vasily for reference. Shocked, it is no wonder that Toby was defeated directly after this knife. With one knife, the space was torn apart. Without sufficient energy support, no one below level 8 could resist. He nodded. With Dual Eye in charge, he could do something boldly and immediately said, "I will notify the people of the Witch God family to come out." The people of the Edward family dared not speak at this time. The black sickle, the unparalleled madness, even the space trembled. It seemed to be witchcraft, but it was actually a combination of witchcraft and alchemy. With this knife, it was no wonder that Toby knelt down and admitted defeat. He would die if he didn't admit defeat. The maze world was so big that it couldn't be hidden from the eyes and ears of other level 7s. Everyone knew what happened to Toby. At this time, the people of the Wushan family appeared from the white light, saw the situation in the surrounding square, saw the big sickle in Dole's hand, and cursed in their hearts. Why did the people of the Alexander family do something wrong and let all of them pay for it? Damn it. The level 7 of the Wushan family originally wanted to fight for 1 or 2, but after seeing the sickle in Dole's hand, they immediately thought a lot. This witchcraft is really terrible. With this knife, except for desperately increasing the energy density and solidity of the space, there was almost nothing else he could do. Under the space split, everyone would die. Moreover, he could do this because he had the support of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Maybe the ancestor of the Imperial Mage Corps was standing next to him. He just sensed the breath of the Fire King ancestor. However, the Wushan family is not a pushover. As soon as he came out, he thought for half a minute, then looked at Duolai and said, "Honorary President Duolai, I am Grodd from the Wushan family of the Northern Kingdom. We support the resolution of the Glory Wizard Alliance, but we will report this matter to the Wushan family truthfully." Duolai glanced at it, and gently waved the black sickle in his hand. A space wave spread in all directions, and the terrifying sharp feeling of the space split was released wantonly around. Feeling this, everyone's face changed slightly, especially Grodd. Dole looked at him with a fake smile. "Why, are you threatening me?" Grodd took 2 steps back, not daring to move forward. There was a space magic circle around here. If Dole attacked directly, he really couldn't leave. "Don't dare. If you don't dare, shut up." Dorai was a little proud. He felt very arrogant recently, but he also had the capital to be arrogant, because the silicon-based clone was almost completed. As long as the silicon-based clone was successful, he would not be afraid of anyone below level 8. Even if it was level 8, he could still compete with 1 or 2. Although it was only a year since he became level 7, a year was enough for a research-oriented wizard like him to have a lot of things happen. Chapter 932. At level 8, Dole's clone wielded a death sickle, intimidating several families. He stood alone on the high platform, looking down, and no one dared to say a word. In less than half an hour, except for the Glory Wizard Alliance and the Imperial Mage Corps, all the people from other families who retreated were less than 20 people. At the same time, Usbul announced that the personnel of the Glory Wizard Alliance would be reorganized. Dole was scolded by the people at the door, and was almost blackmailed. It was also related to the people inside the Glory Wizard Alliance. The Imperial Mage Corps, the Fire King Patriarch looked at this side, and his mouth twitched. Dole's combination of witchcraft and alchemy really made everyone lose their temper. Even he himself didn't have much temper, but this guy could only attack once, and he could still resist. Although the space magic pattern can split the space, it is still difficult to split the space in the energy-rich area. As long as the space around him is full of energy, Dole's knife cannot affect the 8th level, unless he can transform the magic pattern into a witchcraft node like Vasily and integrate it into the witchcraft. He can't stop it. However, to be able to do this, Dole is at least at the 9th level, and he can't stop it even if he wants to. This move is powerful, but it can only threaten the 7th level. If the 8th level doesn't come out, the 7th level is the king. Once Dole uses this move, he will be the king of kings. Awesome. The Fire King sighed and issued a few orders. George raised his head and showed his face from behind the huge file. He was stunned when he heard the man finish his story. Dole started to dominate the 7th level? Didn't he dominate the 6th level not long ago? Without the 8th level, Dole dominates the 7th level. Isn't that invincible? His backer has also risen. He immediately said excitedly, "I heard from the ancestor that he is coming to propose marriage. When he comes, I will personally welcome him." The official who delivered the message twitched his mouth. "You are the ruler of a country. Is it necessary to do this?" But he didn't say much, but slowly said, "I guess he will come when the Glory Wizard Alliance is stable." The Wizard Alliance is indeed a bit chaotic recently. It's good to rectify it now. George was very powerless in managing the Wizard Alliance. Dole vigorously rectified it as soon as he came, which was very consistent with his idea, so he nodded and said, "Let me know if he is coming. I must go to greet him in person." The herald was speechless, and slowly retreated. Only 1 day later, Dole came to the gate of the palace with an unnatural look on his face. It's not that he didn't want to come, he really didn't want to come, but the will of the Fire King ancestor has always been around him, which is annoying. In addition, he already had a relationship with Elria, so he had to propose marriage, so he made such a trip. However, he didn't prepare a betrothal gift or a gift this time, which was a bit hasty. The palace gate was wide open at this time, and George came out from behind. He ran out with an excited look on his face, and said as he ran, "Dole, you are really amazing. You pressured the two major families. You did what the king wanted to do." Dole's mouth twitched. "You have heard about the matter. I won't explain it. It's meaningless. The Glory Wizard Alliance is empty inside, and can't let outsiders bully it. I will help them make this decision. In the Imperial capital, although the Glory Royal family is the largest family, there are also some forces to check and balance, and it cannot be said that it is a one-man show. Several noble families, and several wizard families have great checks and balances. George can't say that he can do whatever he wants. He doesn't have enough military force, and the Empire is indeed empty inside now, which gives those people an opportunity to jump out and make trouble." Dole also knew these things. George walked up to Dole, looked at him, and didn't dare to come up. He knew that this was not a clone, and it smelled like a frost insect. He nodded and said, "Let's go in." In the harem, under George's introduction, a gorgeous and beautiful woman walked out from the back and came to the front hall of the harem. The beautiful woman was very beautiful. Looking closely, she had many similarities with Elrea. George introduced, "My father went to the northwest. This is Elrea's mother, Kamaya." Dole was a little embarrassed. He had eaten someone's daughter for several months, and then came up to propose marriage. It was a bit unreasonable. He bowed slightly and said, "Meet the Queen Mother." The beautiful woman nodded. He had just heard about Dole, and nodded slightly. At first, he was against Elrea marrying Dole, but many things later caught her off guard. Elrea actually followed him. But now it seems that Elrea is still quite accurate in judging people. He single-handedly suppressed the two major families. If the 8th level didn't come out, he could suppress all the 7th level with one clone. This is simply too powerful. Elrea will not suffer any loss if she marries him. She smiled. "Wizard Dole, I heard that Elrea learned the storm meditation method from you. How is it now?" Hearing this, Dole smiled bitterly. "Elrea is quite active in spirit, and is a good seedling for practicing wizards, but her control is slightly insufficient. I have thought of a way to let her practice this aspect. According to the current progress, she needs another half a year to formally practice." Kamaya was stunned. "What kind of meditation method is this? Elrea has such a high talent, and can't practice it in half a year?" Dole explained, "This has nothing to do with talent. As long as it is a matter of control, she can change her cultivation now, but she can only cultivate to the 7th level. I want her to cultivate to the 6th level in one go, and then observe my storm field. Maybe she can be promoted to the 7th level in the shortest time." Kamaya was shocked. How could it be possible to be promoted to the 7th level in the fastest time? The most talented people in the Empire have to be at least 40 years old to reach the 7th level. How old is Elrea? Dorai knew that Kamaya had misunderstood when he saw Kamaya's look. He smiled lightly and said, "Not so fast, maybe about 10 or 20 years. With the ready-made storm field, I have helped him walk 60% of the way." Kamaya breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed a bit exaggerated, but Dole's meditation method was indeed a bit difficult to control. Kamaya's talent was comparable to Daphne's, and she had the possibility of wresting both magic and martial arts. She hadn't changed her cultivation for so long, which showed the difficulty. Dole is level 7, and Kamaya also has to show enough respect. She slowly said, "Then I trouble you. Elrea has been naughty since she was a child. She lacks the necessary opinions compared to Daphne. You need to bear with me." Now it was Dole's turn to be embarrassed. He stuttered, "The purpose of my visit this time is to propose marriage to the Emperor. The Emperor, is not here, so I will propose marriage to you, George. You see, according to the regulations of the Empire, what do I need to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dole's face almost blushed. George looked at Dole, and found it a little funny. They are all level 7 people, but they still behave like this when proposing marriage. He also heard what Dole said just now. It was really amazing. His sister really found a good man. What glory and wealth, what warm care, what family harmony. How can there be a level 7 real? And for wizards, nothing is more real than being able to enter the level 7 steadily. Chapter 933. Kamaya looked at Dole and smiled slightly. After what happened just now, she didn't have that condescending attitude, but treated him as an equal. She glanced at George and motioned George to speak. George nodded and looked at Dole, showing his attitude as the head of the family. According to the normal rules, the way we propose marriage in the Glory Royal family requires a lot of content to show financial strength and power. These are more official. After many years of evolution, they have completely changed their flavor and become a comparison. There is no meaning. So for you and me, these are not important. You just give something that you can show off. Besides, the Four Symbols Tower is the best gift. Daphne has been clamoring to go to your place to practice every day these days. She also has many things she doesn't understand in the Wizard Tower to ask you. He said it later and felt relaxed, with a smile that could not be concealed. Dole glanced at George. Although he said that there was no need for a gift, he couldn't help but express his feelings. He glanced at Kamaya, and then took out a few things that he stuffed into the ring when he left. 3 sealed potion boxes, and 2 wrapped gift boxes. I had already considered this when I came here, so I prepared some things. These are 3 different level 8 potions. One is the Dragon Body Potion, one is the level 8 Purification Potion, and the last one is the Life Potion I figured out myself. Although the efficacy is a little worse than that of the Church of Light and the elves, it also has a certain effect. These 2 gift boxes are full of fruits, exactly the same. You each have 1 box. You will know the effect after you eat it yourself. Don't give it to others. Dual Eye now has a secret realm and a medicine garden, and is rich, but the annual output of many special varieties cultivated is only a few, that's all. He gave out an 8th level potion at the first try, and George and Kamaya took a breath of cold air. This gift is much more valuable than gold and magic crystals. You know, there are only a few 8th level pharmacists in the Empire, and they are in seclusion all year round. George and Kamaya took the box respectively, which was a little heavy. This betrothal gift is not light. Dual Eye shrugged. When will the wedding be held? It depends on you. I'm very busy recently, and can only send my clone to participate. There are many experiments to do. George and Kamaya looked at each other. This is too fast. At least they have to wait until the Emperor comes back. He coughed. We see when the time comes. The wizard side has always been very low-key. Aurea was pushed out at that time, and she was that thing. You know, she is happy now, which is better than anything else. Kamaya sighed in her heart at this time. As a mother, the most fearful thing is to see her children unhappy, and the most fearful thing is to see her children being used as sacrifices. Daphne was unwilling to marry, so she could only push Aurea out. Now it seems that the result is good. She nodded and said, the wizard side's wedding is very simple, don't be restrained, and see what the Emperor says when the time comes. He is still in the northwest now. This made Dole not know what to say. He couldn't say that your daughter had enough fun, and was ready to have a baby and live a life. He had a headache. He had to go back and talk to Aurea. The matter of having a baby would be discussed later. After chatting in the hall for a while, Dole went back and continued to sit in the Glory Wizard Alliance. At this time, in the Imperial capital, the wizard world was already arguing over who could suppress Dole, and who could solve that terrifying witchcraft. The high-ranking officials of the various families in the Glory Wizard Alliance were all trying to check and balance Dole. But there was only one entrance to the secret realm, and only Asbul and Dole could control it. If he wanted to make a fuss here, no one could do anything. Asbul directly said that if anyone dared to let one more person in, the teleportation magic circle would be closed directly, and no one could go in, and those who went in could not come out. This was the most terrifying threat. The entrance was in someone else's hands, and no one could do anything. Usually Asbul was easy to talk to, and now that the high-ranking officials were not here, they could still act tyrannically. Once they started to have confidence, these large forces would have no way to deal with it. Dole had been living in a room near the square. Nothing happened in the first few days, until the 6th day, at night, Dole suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the door. The several traps, he said, were inadvertently triggered. Dole thought a lot. The Imperial capital is not peaceful. If you want peace and quiet, don't come to the Imperial capital. It is full of complicated situations, and various complicated forces. If ordinary people come here, they will be devoured without leaving any bones. In the past, the top geniuses from all over the world who came to the Imperial capital to study would realize their own insignificance and the insignificance of their families in less than 3 days, and then be suppressed and subdued by various forces. Some of them would go back on their own initiative after studying for a few years, and some would become the nourishment of other families and the tools of breeding. This is the Imperial capital, dark and full of jungle laws. Dole is standing here, almost the same, but he has enough autonomy. In this place with complicated interpersonal relationships, he needs to face various forces, various threats and harms. These few days, he was still thinking that those forces had not made any moves, but now they're here, aren't they? Dole opened his eyes. The door and the square in front were all dark, but the trap was really triggered. He used the magic circle around him, and looked around quietly. He was shocked. At the door, A small doll mouse squatted quietly at the door like a real mouse, looking around carefully. The smell of the mouse was the same as that of a real mouse, inconspicuous, and the magic circle would not be triggered, because such things are everywhere in the imperial capital. This is not a normal mouse, but a doll mouse. This mouse made of rags is very fast. Dole saw that he was at the door the last moment, and the next moment he didn't know when he had rushed into the room. In the dark night, a rag doll-like thing scurried around everywhere, which was still very scary. The mouse quietly bypassed the magic circle, showing a strong control of the surroundings. Dole thought that this was an insider, at least a high-level person, but he didn't know who it was. He closed his eyes and pretended not to see it. He wanted to see what kind of thing it was. Judging from its appearance, it seemed to be something like a cursed doll. Dole saw that the mouse did not seem to come forward when it saw him, but sniffed around, and the breath on its body was reduced to the extreme, like a ball of air, not attracting any attention at all. This is a powerful 7th-level master of the rules of breath control, Dole thought at this time. The mouse sniffed around, which was extremely strange in the dark night. The mouse searched around for a long time, but it seemed that it did not find what it wanted to find, and finally it could only focus on Dole. He seemed to be very confident in his stealth. At this time, the mouse lowered its head slightly, and at an incredibly fast speed, it rushed in front of Dole and was about to touch him. The next moment, he grabbed Dole's clothes. At this time, Dole felt that something of his was stolen by the other party. It seemed like a faint and inconspicuous breath. He immediately thought of something. This mouse was clearly a cursed doll. Was it trying to get his breath and was about to cast a curse? The next moment, Dole felt uncomfortable all over. The inconspicuous mouse had come to the corner of the wall. On his body, an inconspicuous green light was flashing, and then green lights continued to emerge from Dole's body. Chapter 934. The discomfort came from the body slowly decaying, rotting, and aging. Dole felt as if he had gone through 10 years in 1 second. But the next moment, Dole opened his eyes, and the breath of the sky frost worm burst out instantly. The frozen rule burst out with all its strength and began to expel the breath. At the same time, his heart moved, and the entire hall suddenly closed completely, isolating the inside and the outside. When the inside and the outside were completely isolated, the mouse seemed to have lost control and could not move at all, just sitting there. While Dole suppressed the green light, he sensed that the curse was very powerful. The rules of his clone could not suppress all of them, but could only delay the outbreak of the curse. Even so, some of the sky frost worms were affected by the cursed breath, and their bodies quickly decayed and decayed. It seemed that they had completed their life journey in just a few seconds. The curse rules were very powerful. Dole's face changed slightly, and then he sighed slightly. He still underestimated the heroes of the world. This curse has a deep understanding ability. He took out a bottle from his bosom and poured it into his mouth in one breath. Suddenly, a strong vitality permeated out, filling the vitality of each sky frost worm. The strong breath of life blocked the penetration of the curse. Dole also exerted his strength at this time, and the freezing rule suppressed the green light, but he found that the curse was still not eliminated. He frowned, damn it. At this time, at this moment, he felt that the instinct of the sky frost worm seemed to be awakening, and a piercing cold was born from the will of the sky frost worm itself, helping Dole suppress this evil force. Dole suddenly felt much more relaxed, but at the same time, he was also a little alert. Although the will of insects is weak and can be easily suppressed, their will is born in the deep source of the body, and is connected to the rules of the world. If the will of all the sky frost insects is really activated, and the sky frost insects dominate everything, then this clone will be useless. He thought about it, and his expression became solemn. Now he not only had to deal with the unknown enemy, but also the will of the sky frost insects. Things suddenly became troublesome. He turned his head and glanced at the puppet. With a casual grab, a huge magic hand took the cursed object in his hand. Losing the control of the other party, the cursed object began to become magical, emitting a faint green light. Independent space can block everything. If I block the mental control of this thing, it is equivalent to half blocking the connection between myself and the original body, so I have to rely on this clone to deal with it. Dole held the mouse in front of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I thought you could curse? I also came from playing black magic. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his magic power had turned into the skeleton god meditation method. Although the skeleton god meditation method is mainly based on violence, its essence is black magic, which can never be changed. Black air penetrated into the rag rat, and Dole's will was analyzing this cursed object, the magic patterns used on it, the magic pattern formation used, and then counter invasion and counter magic patterns. The best way to understand a wizard is to understand the magic patterns he uses, and the witchcraft structure he uses. Once the means used by a witchcraft are known to others, then he is no longer threatening. For example, when Dole saw the cursed mouse, he suddenly realized something in his mind. It turned out that the magic pattern of the life system and the magic pattern of the flesh type could be used in this way. He suddenly felt that his eyes were opened. He was not unfamiliar with the life type and the witchcraft of the flesh type, and he quickly thought of a solution. After understanding the nature of the curse, green light suddenly emerged from his body, merging with the power of the curse itself. After a while, he felt relaxed. Life no longer aged, vitality no longer lost, and as the life potion took effect, the whole person became energetic. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He had seen the core magic pattern of the cursed mouse, a very powerful and strange magic circle. It seemed that with this mouse, he could cross thousands of miles and curse someone. For example, since he was so far away, the controller must not be in the imperial capital. With the camouflage ability of this thing, it seems difficult to deceive the imperial magic circle. It must have been brought in by someone else. This is very interesting. Who brought it in? Who dared to curse me? This person's curse attainment is so high, he must be no ordinary person. Is it the top level 7 boss? Dole thought about it, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. No matter who it is, you are dead. He quickly threw the mouse on the ground, and then drew a magic circle in front of him. Then he quickly touched the magic circle. At this moment, he felt a trace of weak mental power, connected to the magic circle in his hand. Feeling this mental power, the corners of Dole's mouth curled up slightly. Come on, the battle of black wizards begins. He quickly made a hand seal, and then the surrounding black power quickly condensed, and was injected into the magic circle by him, and quickly connected with the opponent's mental power. Death plague disaster. The next moment, he felt a will of anger, and then raised his head and looked at the sky. The mental power was escaping, but it was useless. It was cursed by himself, so it was not so easy to escape. He had already memorized the opponent's mental power fluctuations. Dole informed Esbul, and then the whole person stood up and flew into the sky. 1,000 kilometers away from the imperial capital, on a high cliff, a skinny old man's face turned slightly pale, and a layer of faint death was added to his body. He stood up suddenly, and looked fiercely at the young man next to him. The young man was very calm. He looked at the strange things that kept appearing on the old man, and said in surprise, "Failed?" The old man's eyes were very dangerous. Not only did you fail, but you were tricked. The other party is about to come. Does your family have any explanation? The young man shrugged and said, "We paid a high price to ask you to do it. You agreed, which is equivalent to signing a contract. You can't deal with the other party. This is my fault." The young man was Victor. The old man glanced at Victor and snorted coldly, "Do you think I will do it if I take the money?" Victor was stunned, and then reacted. He stared at the old man's dangerous eyes, and slowly retreated, saying, "Since it failed, our transaction is invalid. Don't forget the agreement." The old man snorted coldly, and suddenly made a move. A magic hand fell from the sky, and crushed Victor's figure into a pool of meat paste. On the ground, the meat paste suddenly changed, and turned into a black wild boar. Seeing this, the old man thought, "It is true, the Alexander family is indeed cautious. No, what am I thinking? The counterattack is coming, the opponent is so fast." He and Victor were just talking, and felt that the opponent had chased for 100 or 200 kilometers, which was too fast. When he thought of this, he simply hardened his heart and cut off this mental power from the root. The old man's face turned pale again, and his skinny figure slowly disappeared from the spot. In the sky, Dole exerted his wind and space abilities to the extreme, tracking the mental power. He deliberately did not destroy the mental power, but followed it all the way, going towards the opponent, and changed the frequency of the mental power several times in the middle. Chapter 935. The other party was very cautious. After noticing his tracking, he immediately cut off his mental power. He was very courageous. Dole was not going to let him go. He had already memorized the other party's mental power fluctuations. After the mental power was cut off, he flew in the direction of the mental power just now, and took the time to refine a device for large-scale scanning of fixed mental power frequency. While flying, he performed a large-scale mental power scan. Soon, he flew more than 1,000 kilometers. Dole was very patient. He roughly guessed that the other party was about 1,800 kilometers ahead. Soon, he sensed a mental power point in front of him, so he accelerated to fly forward. In the dark night, Various visual functions were turned on. Dole saw that it was the direction of a mountain range. The point where the mental power was emitted was on a cliff. From a high altitude, the surrounding mountains were not big. After a little sensing, the highest level of creatures in this mountain range did not exceed level 5. This place has been completely incorporated into the human territory. He observed the cliff and found a pile of flesh and blood on the top of the mountain. The mental power fluctuations were sensed from here. After sensing the surroundings, there was no one, and no one was ambushing. Dual Eye slowly landed and looked at the bloody flesh on the ground. Dual Eye frowned slightly. This bloody flesh was left here by the other party on purpose. Spiritual fluctuations were released from the flesh and blood to deliberately lure him here. As for the person's original body, it was estimated that he had gone to an unknown place. The tracking failed. However, Dual Eye did not gain nothing. This bloody flesh was the best carrier. He thought about it, and magic patterns were released from his hands and sank into the bloody flesh in front of him. Soon, 2 different spiritual fluctuations emerged from his eyes. One was left by the person who cursed him, and the other person's fluctuation was also very familiar. Victor. It was indeed the Alexander family who was playing tricks. The mental power fluctuations were very weak, but with Dole's current mental power attainments, he could find any clues. Alexander's people were not easy to deal with. They were at level 8. Dole still needed to be cautious if he really wanted to kill Victor. This pile of flesh and blood was naturally not Victor himself, but a puppet he controlled. It should be that the hired man saw that he was not easy to mess with, so he tracked him down again and killed the puppet in a rage. However, speaking of it, the Alexander family also is masters. They can actually make flesh and blood puppets, which is really good. Generally speaking, although flesh and blood puppets are easy to refine, and can even control other people as flesh and blood puppets, this method can easily be caught by the Glory Wizard Alliance and treated as black wizards. Non-natural people, and refined, can naturally bypass the restrictions of the Glory Wizard Alliance. I would like to meet this maker. Dole glanced around, and then a white light flashed around him and disappeared on the spot. On a hilltop several hills away, 2 wizards stood in a gray light circle, watching this eye carefully. The night is the best disguise. 10 meters outside the light circle, you can't feel the existence of the magic circle. This is a very powerful hidden magic circle. One of the 2 people has a serious look, and the other has cold sweat on his forehead. This person is Victor. The person next to Victor is Toby. Victor looked at the gray light circle around him with fear, not sure if he could block Dole's gaze. It's amazing. He was cursed successfully, but nothing happened to him? The most exaggerated thing is that not only was he fine, but he also chased him for more than 1,000 kilometers to get here. If he hadn't borrowed the 9th level alchemical breath-covering shield from his family, he would have been discovered directly. Is this man a devil? Now he seriously suspected that Dole had recognized that the bloody flesh was made by him. After all, time was too tight, and he had no time to clean up the battlefield. He looked at Toby and said weakly, "Ancestor, what should we do now?" Toby's face was not much better. He was cursed successfully by a 7th level curse master, but Dole was not hurt at all. This was simply exaggerated. You know, it was definitely not so easy for him to be cursed. The most important thing is that the other party still chased him. This speed is too outrageous. 1,000 kilometers, less than 10 minutes before and after, this speed can be said to be more than enough to fight several rounds around the Empire in a day. Exaggerated, terrifying. He must have known about Victor's existence, and this is trouble. He turned his head, glanced at Victor, and said in a deep voice, "The entanglement between forces is a competition of whose foundation is stronger, not a king against a king. For example, we can hire an assassin to assassinate Dole, and Dole can also hire an assassin to assassinate us, but he will not kill you directly. This way, we will have a handle in our hands, and then we can ask the ancestor to kill Dole. You should stay in seclusion recently. That guy has many tricks, be careful of being assassinated." Victor secretly complained, "Then I won't come out recently. Is this guy really a human?" Toby touched the corner of his eye. His eyes looked a little childish. His eyes have grown back, and now he said with an unpleasant expression, "There is such a genius in this world. I wonder what the result will be if I tell those people in the forbidden area about this news." Toby lowered his head, but it's hard to say. Even Nightmare can't do anything to him. Unless those people in the forbidden area are dispatched in real body, they really can't do anything. Level 8 and Level 9 can definitely kill Nidora, but Level 8 and Level 9 may not be willing to dispatch, not to mention that there is also a Level 8 Axer guarding the small city of Albiz. No temper, can only be assassinated. The curse failed, it seems that there is only another way. He turned his head and looked at Victor, who was a little depressed, and said, "What did the Wushan family say? After suffering such a loss, they didn't do anything?" Victor's expression was better. The Wushan family stopped part of their cooperation with the Glory Wizard Alliance. This time, both sides suffered losses, but the Glory Wizard Alliance did not give in. They stopped, and the Fire King Patriarch personally said so, so the Wushan family did not dare to go too far. That duel I climbed up the high branch of the Imperial Royal Family, which is really difficult to deal with. The main reason is that he is really difficult to deal with. I heard that in the Northwest, that guy has killed more than 10 level 7s in one breath. He is very cruel. Toby nodded. This news has been confirmed by many parties. That guy is also very powerful, and the Wizard Tower is also powerful. Now he is really in a dilemma. Go back and tell the Ancestor, and see what the Ancestor says. A young man who suddenly rose up has a great impact on these old forces. Duel I did not feel that someone was spying in the distance. After leaving directly, he looked around, and the man's mental fluctuation seemed to have completely disappeared from his perception. He could only remember the mental fluctuations, and wait to see if he could find it later. Being tricked by someone, not fighting back is not Dole's style. He didn't have the ability before, but now he has the ability, so he fights one by one. It took twice as long to return to the base of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and Dole was still sitting in that house. He thought about it, took out the cursed object, and prepared to study it carefully. If this thing is used well, it is also a powerful weapon, and maybe it will come in handy one day. The materials of cursed objects are generally very strange, not ordinary materials. Most cursed plants are related to dead people, rags, ragged clothes, dead people's accessories, various things within attributes and years, are all very strange and surprising things, and they are extremely een. Chapter 936. Supernatural Things. Dole took a few glances, and found that these things were indeed not simple. Many of them were related to souls, but they were not real souls. There is indeed a way to curse. Dole checked it out, then went out to the hall of the Glory Wizard Alliance and issued several tasks to collect such supernatural things. He gave them very high values. Those who can use curses are all black wizards, without exception, but almost every force has connections with such people, which makes it convenient to do something. Dole also practiced the skills of black wizards, so he naturally has such abilities. Back to the square where the Alliance is located, the sky is still dark, and the stars are shining in the sky, forming a strong contrast with the magic circle emitting white light in the middle. Dole glanced at the magic circle in the middle, and suddenly his heart moved. Can I also refine such a wizard tower, specifically used to search the small space around this world? He thought that at this stage, it is time to make some preparations for searching the outside world. However, this magic circle is not simple, and it is estimated that it needs to be purchased. Although the formation is simple, there are dozens of layers of defense layers on the outside. Although Dole knows the principle, if he wants to completely copy it in the shortest time, he still needs the anatomical diagram of the magic circle. Thinking of this, he turned to Uspool, who was sitting aside and looked calm. This guy has been in charge recently, and he doesn't need to do anything, so he is very comfortable, and only needs to manage the magic circle. Brother Uspool, I want to ask, can you give me the design of this magic circle? Uspool was stunned. He lowered his head, thought for a moment, and said with a somewhat unnatural look, according to the relationship between us, I shouldn't have refused, but this magic circle is the highest masterpiece of the space system of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and it cannot be sold. Sorry. Dole had expected this result. It was not appropriate for him to take away people's efforts for hundreds of years, with just one sentence. He smiled slightly and said, Old Wu, we are old friends. Tell me, how can I take it away? Uspool was numb when he heard this address. Don't try to get close to me. This is a matter of principle. Dole raised his eyebrows and said, Why try to get close to me? It's not me. You have the opportunity to sit here comfortably now. Hurry up and think of a way for me, or tell me something I don't know. Uspool's mouth twitched. Although this is the truth, this is a secret among secrets. He thought for a moment. Actually, the principle of this space positioning magic array is not complicated, it just involves the space principle. How about this? I give you a book I wrote that introduced the relevant principles. You can play with it yourself. Dole readily agreed, okay. Uspool breathed a sigh of relief and said, As long as it does not involve space magic patterns, I will not be vague about what I should give you. After all, you are now at the level of president, and are qualified to know some things. But what you researched yourself, and what I gave you are two different things. He gave Dole a look that you understand. Dole said that he understood that he already knew about the space runes as much as the Glory Wizard Alliance, and he knew more about many space magic patterns than the Glory Wizard Alliance. As long as he knew the principles, it was not difficult to tinker with them with a little effort. The two quickly exchanged things and pretended that nothing had happened. Dole said at this time, Old Wu, do you know that the 7th level wizard who is good at curses and concealment also comprehended the rules in this area? Usbul nodded, thought for a moment, and said, there are actually many wizards of this type. I know at least 3 of them. Who do you want to know, and what characteristics do they have? Does being good at cursing count? Dole asked tentatively. Usbul gave him a look that said you understand. The 3 I want to talk about are all very good at cursing, but they have different focuses. One is good at absorbing breath curses, one is good at using blood curses, and one is good at cursing from a distance. Dole's eyes lit up, and it seemed that this person was basically locked. What about the one who is good at absorbing breath? Usbul didn't think much about it, a man named Huitusi, but he usually moves around not here, but in the Northern Kingdom. Dole nodded, thinking that he might have to deal with this Huitusi. He cursed himself, but failed, and was almost killed by himself. Although there was no loss, he must earn back this face. And then, there is the Alexander family. There are many masters in the Alexander family. In the labyrinth space, Dole dared to cut Toby with a knife, because the inside and outside of the labyrinth space were isolated. Even if he killed all of them, no one would stand up for them. In the main plane, as long as he dared to take action, it was estimated that a large group of level 7 masters from the Alexander family would jump out to kill him. These are two different concepts. The people of the Alexander family could not beat him, and they suffered this loss, but it did not mean that they would give up dealing with him. Asking people to curse him was the best result. If he did not respond at this time, Dole felt like a soft persimmon. Do you think you are a soft persimmon in the main plane? Uh-huh. Usbul suddenly asked, why are you asking this? Did you meet anyone? Dole drove the thoughts out of his mind and smiled. No, I am good at black magic. How could anyone be stupid enough to curse me? It's okay, just asking casually. I recently discovered a new world, so I am going to play with new things. As the president, Usbul used his mental power to detect that Dole had just issued a task, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. You better be cautious about curses. If you are not careful, you may curse yourself, and most curses are related to gods from other worlds. They borrow part of the power of gods, so you need to believe in a certain god. You have to be careful. Dole immediately became cautious and nodded. I won't do anything stupid, don't worry. After chatting with Usbul for a while, Dole returned to his previous room before dawn. He was going to collect some things and leave here. There was nothing to do here. The Wushan family and the Alexander family had already surrendered on the surface. Just as the sky was slightly bright, Dole suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a small knock at the door at the right time. Dole frowned, and then a low voice sounded, come in. A tall and thin figure walked in. His breath was very heavy, and he was also a level 7, but his face was not the handsome face of a southerner, but the honest and heavy face of a northerner. As soon as the man came in, he said, I am Mills from the Wushan family. Dole felt the strong dark breath on the other party, and nodded slowly. The Wushan family has a great influence in the Dark Church, a great influence in the Northern Kingdom, and a part of the power in the East Ring Empire. It is a very large family. If they had not been unwilling to govern the region, they would probably have been the leader of a kingdom long ago. Chapter 937. What's the matter? Mills looked at Dole, and the gentleman looked at him with scrutiny. After a few seconds, he nodded slightly, looked around, and slowly sat down opposite Dole. Dole didn't understand. Mills suddenly laughed at this time. I heard that you are also from the Northern Kingdom. I wonder where your ancestral home is. Dole didn't hide it. Doman County belongs to the southeast of the Northern Kingdom. Mills shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of it. Dole smiled. It's just a small place that produces some ores. I only slowly came into contact with the wizard's path after I came into contact with some magic crystal mines. Mills laughed. That's your opportunity. I heard that it was related to a hellhound. Dole immediately became alert. Yes, when I met it, the guy almost died. He was lucky. This is no longer a secret. At least the news about Ball within the Glory Wizard Alliance can be written on several pages. Mills laughed even more happily. I heard about this matter. Your rise is completely related to him. I want to ask. I want to meet this creature from the outside world. Is it okay? Dole looked at Mills. His expression gradually turned indifferent. Whatever you think, It's best to keep it in your heart. Mills looked at Dole's expression, and also restrained his smile. He spoke slowly in a low voice. No one came to you before, that's because you haven't entered the eyes of some people, you are not qualified. Now someone comes to you, do you think you have room to refuse? Dole looked at Mills, not knowing what he meant. Looking for Ball, looking for him, isn't it the same? Is this the beginning of a threat? Dole looked at Mills and said with a fake smile, if someone wants to come to me, if it's for business, I welcome them with all my strength. If it's for trouble, then please come. Don't worry about the Honor Wizard Alliance, I will take it myself. Mills looked at Dole and snorted, it's just an alien creature, why do you have to protect it so much? Hand it over, and we will give you corresponding compensation. It's a level 7 hellhound, which only has some research value. Dole frowned, not knowing what this guy meant, testing him, or trying to attack him. His face suddenly became unfriendly. Mills, are you threatening me in person? Mills sat up straight and said expressionlessly, no, I just want to make a deal with you. But you don't like the content of the deal. How about it? I heard that you like beautiful women, there are many women in our family, just pick one. Dole's mouth twitched. And now he actually has such a hat on his head? He looked at Mills, his expression became unusually cold, and the temperature around him seemed to drop. Mills, you have succeeded in provoking me. Next time I see you, if it is not in public, I suggest you use a clone. Mills was stunned. Feeling the temperature around him getting lower and lower, he snorted coldly, I am speaking to you on behalf of the family now, you are shameless. Before he could finish his next sentence, Dole's eyes flashed fiercely, and he raised his hand, and a huge lightning exploded from his hand. Mills did not expect Dole to have such a bad temper. He was caught off guard, and several alchemical equipment on his body burst into light, and lightning hit him, and the whole person seemed to be hit by a mountain. Boom! Mills flew out, hitting the door of the room, and the next moment he broke through the door and flew out. Dole's angry move directly brought the rules of thunder and lightning, which was extremely powerful, and controlled in this small space, without touching anything around. Do you really think I have a good temper? His voice exploded around him, and the whole person disappeared on the ground. The next moment, he appeared in the sky. At this time, dozens of kilometers away, Mills' figure had stabilized in a panic. He heard Dole's words, and was about to retort. The next moment, Dole's breath appeared around him, and an extremely sharp feeling came from behind. Although he had opened his whole body defense, he still felt as if he had not opened any defense. Which witchcraft can cut through space? He hurriedly clenched his fist, and a beautiful ring on his finger suddenly exploded. In less than 1,000th of a second, a small space wave formed under his feet, and the black light rolled back, engulfing Mills. He just disappeared, and Dole's death scythe flashed past where he was just now. The attack was in vain, and Dole did not chase him. He held the death scythe and stood quietly in the sky, looking in a certain direction. This ring is a space teleportation ring, which can teleport people to any place within 100 kilometers. With Dole's current ability, he can even feel the direction and landing point of the space channel, but he did not chase him. Although he has a bad temper, the other party has indeed provoked him. Beating people is okay, but killing people is too much. Of course, the most important thing is that this is the territory of the Glory Wizard Alliance. If he kills people, even the Glory Wizard Alliance may not tolerate him. The two fought so fast that even the magic circle of the Glory Wizard Alliance base didn't react. Usbul suddenly appeared not far from Dole and asked anxiously, "What's the matter? What did Mills say? Why are you fighting?" Dole glanced at Usbul. He was provoking me, and I just responded. Usbul was a little surprised. How strong must the provocation be to cause such a strong reaction from him? The people of the Wizard God family wanted to find trouble with Dole. He had seen Mills before, but he was a little arrogant, but Dole's reaction was a bit too much. He nodded, and said indifferently, "Okay, as long as they are not killed, Mills will not provoke you again after suffering a loss. But you have to be careful. The Wushan family is not as easy to talk to as the Alexander family. They have a lot of say in the East Ring Empire, and the Northern Kingdom." Dole gently raised his eyes, and looked into the distance, with a slight smile on his face, then come on. What he was thinking was that he would start to upgrade the Babel Tower, and the Churn Bone Tower to level 8 when he returned, and kill as many as he could. Usbul sighed, "You'd better be careful, Letesh greet Lord Kabu. As long as he is not level 8, it will not be a problem for you. Dole's storm field can solve everything." This is the conclusion that Usbul came to after secretly looking at it. Dole nodded. He should actually go back now, take the materials and leave. This is a planned thing, and now he has stayed for so long, It has seriously exceeded expectations. Thinking of this, I promised President Vasily that I would stay until the end of February, but now I have limited time here, so I should go back. Usbul nodded and said, okay, the situation here is like this, no one should mess up. I have already made arrangements with Lord Fire King. In fact, it is not chaotic at first. As long as the preliminary work is not done well, and the control is not done well, it will be difficult to control it later. Chapter 938. Dole nodded and didn't care. I was wrong before, now I'm here. Isn't it alright? Usbul felt a little sorry. I'm sorry for bothering you, and I've made you many enemies for nothing. Dole smiled slightly. I'm least afraid of trouble now. I just lack time. I'm exposed to too many rules now. If I want to fully comprehend them at once, it will take 20 to 30 years, but picking a few important ones can be completed in a very short time. It's not difficult for me to achieve the top of level 7 or level 8, but there are too many experiments to do, which has seriously affected my cultivation progress. Overall, I still lack time. Usbul's mouth twitched. This guy, is he sighing or showing off? I really want to beat him. Ordinary people have to spend a lot of time to get in touch with 1 or 2 rules. But he is so good, the rules he can get in touch with too many have become troubles. Hey, then you go back quickly, I don't have anything to ask you to help me with here. If you don't leave, I'm going crazy. How many things have happened in the past few days? Dole didn't know what Usbul was thinking, and the two of them returned to the headquarters of the Honor Wizard Alliance. Above a valley, Mills appeared in a white light in a mess. Although his figure still maintained the elegance of a wizard, some sweat had already flowed from his forehead. Although he was sure that Dole would not kill him in the territory of the Honor Wizard Alliance, the guy's ruthlessness was beyond his expectation, and he directly forced him to use his last trump card. The guy's attack power was really strong, and it was too outrageous to cut through space. I just wanted to test him a little, but I didn't expect the other party to react so fiercely. This is troublesome. That guy is not only a level 7 wizard, but also a level 8 pharmacist. This is the most terrible thing. Wizards are not terrible. No matter what level, they can find people of the same level to check and balance or help. But pharmacists are terrible. Pharmacists are also poisoners. You don't know when he will poison you, or when he will affect your power. This is the most terrible thing. In this situation, either kill him or make peace, otherwise don't deal with him in the future. The Wushan family has dominated the West Ring continent for so many years, and this is the first time that Mills is afraid. Just now, the opponent's knife was a little slower. He was almost cut in half, and the consequences were unimaginable. Damn it. I heard that the Alexander family also took action yesterday, but they also returned in defeat. I don't know what price they paid, but it is estimated that it is not lower than mine. He paid a life-saving teleportation equipment. Damn it. Thinking of this, Mills sent out some messages, and soon received a reply. I will send someone to contact this person. It would be great if such a potential wizard could be brought into our camp. Mills was a little confused, but have I offended this person? Nothing can't be solved with resources. I estimate that the Alexander family, the Church of Light, the Church of Darkness, and the Royal Court of the Northern Kingdom will soon be able to contact this person. We can't fall behind too much. You don't have to worry about this matter. It's okay if you offend him, so we can find a reason to contact him. Mills was confused. Hey. There was no sound over there. The game between high-level forces is sometimes very simple, just comparing the number of high-level wizards. Where does this number come from? It is naturally not produced by one's own family. That number is too slow. As long as they form an alliance with wandering wizards, or invite other wizards to join their own forces, or form an alliance relationship. The higher the power, the more they want to do this, including the Glory Royal family. They bring geniuses from all over the country to the imperial capital, and the result is the same. Some forces can survive for thousands of years, relying on operations and the number of masters. Dole wants to form an Albese family by himself, but he can't rely on himself alone. He needs to develop his own network. The Northwest in February is still very cold, but now you can clearly feel the sun in the sky starting to move north, and you can still feel a little bit of the sun's warmth at noon. And here in the colder northwestern countries, it is still a snowfield. Throughout the winter, the armies of the Northern Kingdom and the Glory Kingdom were dormant, but the wizard forces of various empires were very active, driving wizard towers to search for the forces of the Nightmare Ancestor, and sweeping away the forces belonging to the Nightmare Empire around. The Northwest Kingdoms are very large, tens of thousands of kilometers in area, but the population is very small, and recently the Nightmare Ancestor seems to be even crazier and lurking deeper, and his mental tentacles have extended to other empires. Now, the Warcraft riots have become the norm in various places. The Northern Kingdom, the Glorious Empire in the south, and the Dark Empire on the coast have all experienced Warcraft riots to varying degrees recently. The tentacles of the Nightmare Ancestor are getting longer and longer, which makes several major forces begin to worry. A person's mental power is limited and cannot grow out of thin air. Nightmare could only be active in the northwest countries at the beginning, but now its tentacles are getting longer and longer, spanning thousands of kilometers. This is not a good sign. It proves that the opponent's mental power is getting stronger and stronger, and he needs less and less restraint. This is a sign that the opponent's meditation method is slowly improving. Several major forces sat together to discuss that they could not let the opponent continue to grow so wildly. At the latest in June next year, all traces of nightmares in the northwest must be wiped out. Although it is winter, the wizard organizations of several major forces continue to move north and forward, eradicating them all the way. In Albi's city, Dole's clone came back quietly. After coming back, he browsed all the news and began to ponder in his heart. The ancestor of Nightmare now has only two ways. The first is to carry on the riots crazily, making all countries exhausted and unable to deal with him. The second is to learn from those underground sects and crazily develop nightmare schools in various places to form a secret sect form, which continuously provides faith for himself. There is no doubt that his mental power is slowly growing. This is because his mental power is stimulated. From the current information, Dole thinks that the other party either devours a large number of believers and turns them into his own mental power, or absorbs faith to stimulate the growth of mental power. Recently, he has not been idle in the imperial capital. He has also checked some information. However, the person he wants to ask most is actually Baal, because there are no gods in this world. The only ones who have dealt with gods are the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness. Only these two are most clear about the two things of gods and faith, and they cannot communicate with Dole. Only Baal, their world originally has gods, and his memory should have such inherited knowledge. Unfortunately, Baal can't be awakened now. Dole can feel that his power is slowly growing, but it is not time for transformation yet. It's really frustrating. What kind of effect can the power of faith produce? There are many speculations in the Glory Wizard Alliance, but there are no substantial records, which is very frustrating. God is a very taboo word, at least in this world. Chapter 939. Recently, Dole has entrusted all his work to his clones, distributing a large amount of mental power evenly to each clone, so the original body has not much to do. Every day, he stays in the Tower of Babel, takes care of the children, and chats with Ash and Elria. This is all he does. It seems simple, but it is not easy to balance the clones and share the mental power. Dole told Elria about the things in the imperial capital. Elria was entangled. Ash was about to give birth, and she should take over after she gave birth. Now she has to delay for a while. Regarding the continuation of the family, both Ash and Elria seem to have an obsession. Dole's clone may not really want to return to Mount Albiz, because Ash is about to give birth here, and he doesn't want to waste too much mental power in the imperial capital. The clone's return can just take back some mental power. Recently, several clones have been busy, and he feels that his mental power is not enough. February 2nd. Dole stood at the door of Ash's room, silently watching the situation in the room. Elria listened to Rosa's instructions in a hurry, helping to boil water, while Ash looked at her belly without much tension, slowly using magic to stimulate the fetus. Rosa stood beside Ash, looking at her belly with a relaxed look. Ash knew her own situation and didn't need to be too nervous. When Rosa came in, she saw that Rosa was not a virgin, and joked for a long time before saying, "When will you and Gretel get married?" Rosa's face looked better at this time, but she was still a little shy and said, "Wait until he comes back. He will be level 6 when he comes back." Ash nodded and said, "Greta is really hard-working. He only comes back once every few months. Don't you miss him?" Rosa sighed. "What's the point of missing him? He won't come back anyway. He's not Dole, who can split into thousands of people." Ash felt a little pain in her stomach at this time and frowned slightly. Rosa looked at Ash and said, "It's starting to respond. Elria, prepare hot water." Ash said, "Don't worry, it will take a while. I exercise again." She let out a breath, then slowly moved the blood and she to speed up the movement of the fetus. This baby is a boy, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The three people worked for a long time. About 3 hours later, with a cry, Dole's second child came into the world. Even the name has been thought of, Brian. After the three women finished cleaning up, Dole pushed the door open and came in. At this time, Ash had already got off the ground, put on her clothes, and only half of her upper body was exposed. She put Brian on her chest and started to breastfeed. This little guy seems to have good physical strength, and he eats very vigorously. Dole came over, touched Ash's hair, and said, "You worked hard." Ash's face was a little pale, but she was still very excited and said, "It's not hard, come and see the child." Dole just took a look and said, "What's so good about a newborn? It's wrinkled. You can only see it in a few days." Ash reached out and patted Dole. "Don't say that, look how cute it is." Dole laughed and said, "Why don't you take a rest for a while, don't be so tired." Ash said, "No, I just drank a bottle of life potion." Dole's mouth twitched. "Okay. A bottle of life potion is worth more than 3 million, and Ash drank it all in one gulp. In the whole of Wassenberg, only he has the financial resources to squander it." At this time, Monica crawled out from the side, looked at Ash in her arms, and said in a baby voice, "Brother?" Elria was so happy to see it on the side that she held Monica in her arms and said, "Yes, you have a brother. Do you want a sister?" Monica shook her head, and Elria was a little surprised, but saw Monica said, "I want a lot of sisters." After this little guy started to learn to speak, he learned very quickly, which surprised Dole and Ash. Elria looked at Monica and said with some amusement, "That won't work, I'm afraid your wish can't be realized." Monica showed a puzzled expression. Elria said, "Your father only allows us to have 2 children each." Monica looked at Dole next to her, and didn't dare to say more. Dole usually doesn't have much authority at home, but he has been in power for a long time, and has great authority. Monica is still a little afraid of her father. The news that Dole had a second child was quickly spread, and the forces in the entire Albise city knew about it. Many people sent gifts, and Dole accepted them all as usual. Those forces would feel at ease if they accepted them, otherwise it would be bad. When the news came out, and they knew it was a boy, the surrounding forces finally put their minds at ease. Albise city finally had an heir, and they no longer had to worry about it. Lord Dole would definitely run this place well. Many people made some decisions at this moment, and began to tilt their resources to the Albise Mountains. There are many wastelands around the Albise Mountains. Dole has always encouraged the reclamation of wastelands in the area, and even opened many channels for applying for small towns. Many nobles are eager to try, but they dare not actually carry out the plan due to the pressure of reclamation. Now there is an orthodox heir, which shows that Dole Wizard is really managing this place, and some people finally have ideas to start implementing. After the message was passed, some barons came to the administrative hall without stopping to apply for the construction of villages and towns, and the locations were all found. Several barons were even scrambling for a piece of land. The administrative hall was crowded for a while. Several major families showed convenient conditions at this time, occupying several good places early and occupying favorable terrain, and the rest were for other small nobles. Especially the Rhine family, several barons who came here to Guild directly applied for 3 small town rules in the order of the local area, preparing to start quietly developing themselves. Rhine, Orne, Langt, and Maja families, almost all of them started to participate in the reclamation of the surrounding land and recruited troops. Although spring has not yet arrived, and the climate in the north is still a bit cold, there is already a breath of spring in Albise city. Dole has already made many plans in the administrative hall, setting up small towns in those unknown places, setting up villages in those unknown places, and there are plans in the surrounding areas. Now they just need to go there to occupy the place, and then manage it well. Although the area around Albise city is large, it has only cultivated the area within a radius of 50 kilometers. There is still a wilderness farther away. They are fighting for that part of the land. Land is a strategic resource. Albise city was unstable before, but now it is stable. Almost every noble with a sensitive tentacles knows what they want to do. The administrative hall is full of people and noisy. In the Tower of Babel, Dole was a little confused when he heard the news. He didn't understand what was wrong with these people, and why they were so crazy, and even several major families began to join in the fun. Usually, a small clone is in charge of the City Lord's Hall. Seeing those applications at this time, his head is big. Chapter 940. Dole thought about it, and asked someone to call Wayne and Anderson over. Not long after, the two came in and saw the applications on the table in front of Dole. They knew what Dole had called them to do. They looked at each other and understood each other. The Rhine family was responsible for military and security. The Orne family was responsible for business and economy. The Lang family was responsible for some scraps, and there was also the Marcia family. On the surface, the 3 major families assisted Dole, but in fact, They were the two major families. However, the final decision-making power was still in Dole. Whether it was Wayne or Anderson, they dared not go beyond the rules set by Dole. Because crossing the line means that they will never have a chance. This is what they think after understanding Dole's principles. Although Dole usually turns a blind eye, he is ruthless when he is strict. They dare not use their faces to test Dole's bottom line. Lord Marquis. Lord City Lord. Dole looked at the two of them, and smiled faintly. Sit down. I called you here today to ask you about your views on this thing. I don't understand why there have been so many of them recently. Wayne blinked and said, Lord Marquis, don't you know? Anderson was also a little surprised. Did Dole become stupid from practicing? Why didn't he know this? Dole nodded calmly. I really don't know. I don't have a family plot, and I don't care much about politics. How can I know this? Anderson immediately understood. He glanced at Wayne next to him and spoke first. It's not hard to understand, because you have a son. This is what confused Dole the most. Why did they dare to invest after I had a son? When I had a daughter before, these people didn't act? Or I didn't see you act? Anderson laughed and was about to speak when Wayne next to him said, Dole, you still muttered the meaning of the word investment. Dole blinked and made a gesture of invitation. Wayne chuckled. When you were still a level 5 or 6 wizard, how many people took a fancy to you? In fact, no one took a fancy to you. Those little guys who took a fancy to you, such as Gretel and Ash, only took a fancy to your potential, your potion ability, and the fact that you could make a little money. It was not until later that you showed enough potential that you were taken seriously by everyone, and even Princess Ash really took a fancy to you. But at that moment, in the eyes of many forces, you were still just one person. You understand this? Dole nodded and said, I understand this. In the place of Wutzeberg, I am at best just a better wizard. Even if you count the Chris Wizard Tower, I am only slightly better than some people. I have not formed my own style and characteristics, nor do I have my own forces, nor do I have friends with stronger strength. I can understand this. He stretched out his hand and motioned Wayne to continue. Wayne smiled. In fact, we didn't know you wanted to build a territory until you signed a contract with Prince George. Then we knew you had this idea. But ideas are ideas, and whether they can be realized in the end is still a question. Investors value stability, not ideas. Then, after you conquered the territory, you attracted the attention of all investors. Of course, this is just attention, nothing more. What do you want to do after conquering the territory? Naturally, you need to develop it. So we, a group of people who are not welcome in the family, came here. The family invested a little bit and occupied this place. On the one hand, we really occupied the territory, and on the other hand, we wanted to see if we could get any benefits. After all, this is a passage between the two states, and our identities are like this. Anderson shook his head and said, Our Orn family is not like this. We saw the potential of Wizard Dole from the beginning, and saw his determination to build his own power. But from the perspective of investors, it is almost the same as what Wayne said. No investor is willing to make a large-scale investment with an uncertain factor. So far, the investment share of our two families is still not large. Dole blinked his eyes, digesting what they got, and asked again, what does that have to do with the current situation? Anderson smiled and said, how can it have nothing to do with it? If you give birth to a daughter, she will marry someone else in the future, and will still not be the owner of this territory. If you give birth to a son, it's the same. The heir of this territory, Albiz City, will always be named Albiz, not an outsider. Dole, you are here, this place will be stable. You are not here, this is rootless duckweed, unless you can cultivate an heir. Giving birth to a boy, to a certain extent, is equivalent to cultivating an heir, who will inherit your storm domain and this area in the future, and will be the king of this area in the future. Dole was a little puzzled. Can a daughter inherit? Wayne smiled. To put it bluntly, among the high nobles, daughters are just tools, and Ash was the same, but she jumped out of the scope of tools. Elia is also a tool, but she also jumped out. Dole's mouth twitched. Anderson nodded. That's the truth. You, the child, will be the king of Albiz Mountain in the future, and Dole, you are too far away for ordinary people, ordinary nobles. You may leave at any time, but your son may not be able to leave. He was born and raised here, and will be the actual ruler of the family in Albiz City in the future, while you are just a soul. Dole touched his chin. He probably understood what these nobles meant, and also what ordinary people meant. He sighed, and probably understood something like this. Okay, then according to the current plan, the territories will be distributed and everyone will fight for it. The road construction should be accelerated. No matter who occupies a place, A small village will be set up there. The main road must be built within a month after the occupation. The defense force must also be in place. If not, recruit or train yourself. Ordinary people can also be included in the training scope. Hearing Dole say this, Anderson and Wayne felt relieved. Although Dole was floating, his execution ability in leading certain things was absolutely unquestionable. Just look at the development of Albee City now, and you will know that it is not comparable to the territories of other county cities. It has developed too fast. The main thing is that Dole is not short of money or vision, and will not compete for power and profit with others. This has given many people great benefits. With benefits, who is willing to take risks? Dole added, in about 10 days, I will upgrade the 8 wizard towers of the Gory Wizard Alliance to level 7, which will cause some problems. So please do your best to maintain the public security in the city. Wayne was shocked and nodded immediately, saying heavily, there will be no problem. Everyone hopes that the Marquis can make efforts quickly, so that everyone can feel at ease. Chapter 941. After sending the two away, Dole sat there and pondered, should he have more children to stabilize the people's hearts? The people's hearts are very strange. He is a wizard, not a politician, and he can never understand this thing. If they want stability, he will give them stability. If they want security, he will give them security. What else do they want? Children? Heirs? Will he become a breeding machine because of this? It's simply ridiculous. Dole sat there, and his clone thought about it himself, but he couldn't figure it out. After issuing all the necessary documents and selecting several suitable lords of the territory, Dole's clone disappeared on the spot. Stormlord. Dole has a new title. This is in the folk, but in the wizard world, he has another nickname, the Element Lord. 8 wizard towers, 8 different elements, plus now, he is allowed to meditate on each element according to the stage. Dole's other nickname is the Element Lord. In fact, whether it is the Storm Lord or the Element Lord, Dole doesn't care. In the laboratory, after the initial substance was sent back, he began the endless experiment. The silicon-based clone has now reached the final stage. After the silicon-based clone was successful, Dole felt that he could get in touch with the secret of the initial substance, and his strength would be greatly improved again, so this experiment was ranked before all other experiments. 10 days later, Dole himself stood in the middle of the 8 wizard towers. At this time, the Gory Wizard Alliance, under the full mediation of the Tower Masters, all the materials were placed in the empty space in the middle in different categories. This place has been turned into a restricted area, and no one is allowed to approach. Dole is going to start upgrading the Wizard Tower. No matter what ordinary people think, this is the most exciting moment for all wizards. From level 6 to level 7, this is the most important thing. After level 7, the Wizard Tower can evolve the rules of wizard formations without having to comprehend them by themselves. They can directly see the rules manifest, and then use them directly in the form of perception. Although many people have not reached level 6, they will not need to do it after level 6. This is extremely exciting news for several Tower Masters, and the entire Gory Wizard Alliance. Today's Gory Wizard Alliance is no longer 8 wizard towers, and some small wizard towers, but more than a dozen wizard towers of varying heights. After a period of time, someone will save enough money, and collect enough materials to refine a wizard tower. Since the Earth Fortress was built, Morris and his team modified the elemental meditation method, and many wizards exchanged meditation methods with Dole. Now, basically all the wizard towers around are either one of the Earth Fortresses, or the Chris Wizard Tower. This place has become the territory of the Elemental Wizard Tower. The competition for territory is the business of the nobles. The wizards don't care, even many noble wizards don't care. When Dole announced the refinement of the Wizard Tower, all the wizard towers around the Gory Wizard Alliance were full of people. There are also many people who ran over from other cities to watch. Most of these wizards are alchemists. They want to learn Dole's methods. Morris and his team did not stop them, because Dole did not explicitly stop anyone, so they took the opportunity to make a lot of money. Almost all the rooms facing the interior of the Gory Wizard Alliance, as long as they have windows, are almost full of people. The Dole Refining Wizard Tower has become a scenic spot, attracting alchemists from the surrounding areas to come continuously. At this time, on the Earth Element Tower, several alchemists from Duching rented a wizard tower on the highest floor to watch the scene. The middle-aged male wizard looked at the middle, nervously watching the members of the local Honor Wizard Union busying themselves, and placing all the materials in the middle in different categories. It is said that the Thunder Tower is to be refined and upgraded today. The Thunder Tower has been cleared, but the other towers are not needed, the male wizard said. Next to him, another alchemist sighed and said, a level 7 wizard tower, my lifelong dream. Forget it, you only have the money to refine a level 5 one, and it will take more than half a year. Isn't that my lifelong dream? I heard that when Wizard Dole went to the Imperial capital to help the Imperial Mage Corps refine a wizard tower, the entire Imperial Mage Corps was stunned. Until now, no top alchemist dared to criticize Wizard Dole. A level 7 wizard tower in 3 days, this alchemist can do this. I would like to call Wizard Dole the god of alchemy. The god of alchemy is a bit exaggerated, but the king of alchemy is definitely worthy of the title. I think the elemental lord sounds better. Look at these wizard towers, all of them are elemental towers, without exception. That's true. The elemental lord is not bad. Several people talked about it. Their voices were not loud, but they were heard from far away. The people around were also discussing that nowadays, watching the Dole wizard refining the wizard tower in Albiz City has become a very important scenery. From the beginning of preparation to the refining, only 10 days have passed, and the people around are already full, which shows that. Some people who have never seen the world want to say that Dole is bragging, but they didn't expect that as soon as they opened their mouths, they were scolded by the wizards around them, saying that they were ignorant and country bumpkins. They shouted and frightened the wizards, who came from afar, and didn't dare to speak anymore. Time slowly came to noon, and the preparations were finally completed. Dole's figure appeared in the air, with a Turin bone tower hanging around his waist, and the Babel tower was for Ash and the children. As soon as he appeared, he said nothing, glanced at the materials, and after confirming that there was no problem, he directly put down the wizard tower, stood on the top of the tower, and began to temper and refine. This time, he released more than 20 magic hands, covering the entire sky. Those materials were brought up, tempered, and thrown down, brought up, tempered, and thrown down. In 1 minute, I don't know how many materials were completed. More than 20 magic hands, each with independent movements and methods, all kinds of materials turned around, and after being tempered, they were placed aside. Everything was as smooth as flowing water, which made the people around dazzled. The wizards around were stunned. This is the king of alchemy. Looking at their teachers, they are just scum. At this time, they dared not breathe. The wizards, who were just ready to watch the excitement, were stunned. There is such an alchemy method in the world. This is too cool. This difficulty is too high. Is this still a human? The king of alchemy, Dole, leaned against the wizard tower at this time, and devoted himself to the realm of refining the wizard tower. He was refining very quickly, almost calling all his strength, striving to complete the refining of the wizard tower in the shortest time. There were many people watching around, but Dole didn't care. He was willing to share his achievements in pharmacy and alchemy, and he liked to see everyone's progress, but not all skills could be learned by them. Among 100 people, it would be good if one could learn the technique of distraction, because most people's mental power is very single. Chapter 942. It took 3 days to refine the lay tower this time. Then the next one will be refined. Dole had already mastered the core runes of these elemental wizard towers. Each core rune array is actually a rule. Although Dole is now wearing the shell of storm meditation, he has basically encountered all the rules of the 9 elements. In other words, he can master them in some time. Level 8 or even level 9 is not a problem. The difficulty is that he does not have much time now. The Nightmare Ancestor has never given up the infiltration of Albiz City. The infiltration of Dole's forces is annoying. Moreover, the tentacles of the Nightmare Ancestor have been extended very long recently, and began to invade the 8th level. This made Dole feel a sense of urgency. This is the key factor for him to promote the wizards. After finishing these wizard towers, he is ready to upgrade the Turin Bone Tower and the Babel Tower. After these 2 wizard towers are promoted to level 8, he will not be afraid of ordinary level 8. At level 8, at least 3 or more rules have been mastered. Above level 8, one can follow a path of law. Level 7 Dole doesn't care, but level 8 must pay attention. The power of 2 rules added together is not 1 plus 1, but 1 plus 1 equals 11, which is very exaggerated. For example, the power of earth and fire added together can burst out 1000%, directly promoted from natural disaster level to horror level. Originally, it was just the scale of a volcanic eruption. After reaching level 8, it will immediately be promoted to the scene of countless volcanic eruptions. That is the real horror. So it is forbidden to take action above level 8. This is the origin. If Dole reaches level 8, he will fight with the Black Dragon of Bayuan Mountain, and I am afraid that even the entire Bayuan Mountain can be completely destroyed. With one move, several mountains can be destroyed. After an hour of fighting, the Bayuan Mountains were destroyed. It makes sense that you can't attack at will above level 8. The destructive power of level 7 is much smaller than that of level 8, and if you pay attention to control, the destructive power is not that great. If you use it with all your strength, it is just like a natural disaster, at most the scale of a magnitude 6 or 7 earthquake. The dragon bat and dual eye, as well as the three-headed dragon lizard, have fought so many times, and they have destroyed dozens of mountains, that's all. Therefore, if the black dragon is controlled by Nightmare, Dual Eye will have to find a way to resist. The level 7 Wizard Tower group and the level 8 Wizard Tower are the fastest he can achieve at present. Nightmare, an old guy who has lived for more than 1,000 years, really knows how to cause trouble. Dual Eye thought about these problems while refining, and his hands did not stop at all. Including a few days of rest in the middle, it took a full month to finally upgrade all the Wizard Towers to level 7. The entire Wizard Tower group was much higher, and the energy fluctuations and majesty it emitted were several times heavier. The elemental energy around the Wizard Tower group became more abundant, emitting mysterious fluctuations. The elemental wizards were very excited. It was the first time they felt such a strong elemental fluctuation. They practiced with half the effort. Especially the 8 Tower Masters, after connecting with the Wizard Tower, they felt that their strength improved faster. This is the role of the Wizard Tower. This is not only a place to live, but also a fortress, a training room, a laboratory, and the highest alchemical masterpiece of human wizards. Of course, in addition to the Wizard Tower, there are other greatest alchemical products of mankind, such as airships, but the Wizard Tower is undoubtedly the most representative. In a month, all the idle wizards in the northwest, north, and west were attracted to Dole. Shocked, the alchemy method that had never been seen before was presented to everyone, and almost all alchemists were extremely shocked. Alchemy can be so fast, and alchemy can be played like this, it is really eye-opening. The term distraction manipulation slowly spread among alchemists, gradually taking root and sprouting, becoming a very common term. Time slowly passed, and soon it was March. The weather in the north began to warm up, and some plants began to sprout, and spring was coming. At this time, Dole had returned to the Albise Mountains, and prepared to upgrade the Turin Bone Tower first. The 7th level Turin Bone Tower can derive Turin Bone Fire, which is a very powerful corrosive flame. It is only suitable for destruction, and not for refining. However, its power is very huge and combines several rules. So far, Dole has not been able to understand the rules contained in it, and can only rely on wizard formations to use it, but it is already very powerful. The 8th level Turin Bone Tower can produce a kind of fire called Turin Magic Fire, which is a more evil fire than Turin Bone Fire. It can burn everything in the world. Once attached to it, it is like a maggot on the tarsal bone, which cannot be shaken off, and will be burned to ashes. The biggest feature of Turin Magic Fire is that it flies slowly, but has a strong ability to stick. If there is no special magic power, it will keep burning until all the materials are burned. This time it is his most terrifying existence. Dole has studied many of the magic patterns clearly, but he has not actually made them. This time, he will make them after finishing the Wizard Tower. What he fears most is that the old black dragon will be eroded by nightmares, so he also made a greeting for this. The old black dragon is very cautious, but after all, it is just a magic beast, with insufficient wisdom and vigilance. It is too worrying, and it is simply a time bomb. A few days ago, what made him so anxious was that when he was refining the Wizard Tower a few days ago, news came from the northwest that the 8-level countries in the northwest were eroded by nightmares. The two sides started a war, and finally destroyed a large area. This made Dual Eye feel the most urgent. Although this news has not been officially leaked, people who should know will still know it, such as Dual Eye, the Northwest Security Officer of the Glory Empire. If there is really an 8-level magic beast eroded in the northwest, he will be the first to suffer. This is almost beyond doubt. The Nightmare Ancestor now hates him to the bone. The two have fought more than a dozen times in the air. It can be said that they have regarded each other as a life and death enemy. They fight each other when they meet, without any mercy. Dual Eye did not tell anyone about refining the Turin Bone Tower. He quietly advanced in the Albise Mountains. Just when Dual Eye was preparing to refine it, a consciousness quietly contacted him. This consciousness was very deep, grand and broad. Dole felt an extremely strong darkness. Old Black Dragon. Dole stopped what he was doing and appeared beside the Albise Mountains, looking into the depths of the Bayuan Mountains. As he came out, the consciousness Dole felt became stronger and stronger. In the midst of it, Dole also felt a sense of asking for help. Has the old black dragon been hit? At this moment, the consciousness suddenly stopped, and Dole's heart suddenly shuddered. He flew into the mountains without thinking. With Dole's current size, he He naturally couldn't hide from the other 7-level monsters in the Albiz Mountains. He had just entered the Baiyuan Mountains area, and the first one to jump out to respond was the Dragon Bat. The Dragon Bat spread its wings and spread its power, almost covering the entire mountain. Seeing Dole flying towards the mountains, he immediately jumped out to provoke. "Damn human, how dare you cross the line?" At this time, Long Fu saw that Dual Eye ignored him, and went directly to the central area. Chapter 943. The Dragon Bat looked at Dual Eye, but he was not coming for him. He went straight to the center and was shocked. The center was the territory of the Black Dragon ancestor. This human race didn't want to live. Dual Eye didn't have time to pay attention to him. He hurriedly replied, "Get out of here. Run for your life if you have time. The old Black Dragon may have been invaded by Nightmare. I go and take a look." The Dragon Bat wanted to symbolically stop him. Hearing this, he hesitated. At this time, the 3-headed dragon lizard in the distance also jumped out, emitting an extremely powerful momentum, and rushed towards Dual Eye. Dual Eye didn't have the temper at this time, and hurriedly explained again. The 3-headed dragon lizard stopped abruptly. "What? Nightmare invaded the Black Dragon ancestor? How could this be possible? This must be made up by the human race to deceive him." But the question is, Dual Eye went for the Black Dragon ancestor. A level 7 dared to rush towards an 8-level one. Is this fake? A dragon bat and a dragon lizard flew in the sky, looking at each other and being at a loss. What Dual Eye said was true, then the matter was serious. The old Black Dragon was invaded. So what should they do? For a while, the two monsters were terrified. The monster world has been very panicked recently, fearing that it would be invaded by the damn Nightmare. Now it happened in front of them, and it was the most majestic Black Dragon ancestor. This could scare the beast to death. The two beasts were stunned together. This is impossible. The Black Dragon ancestor is level 8, but the Nightmare is also level 8. If it wasn't invaded, how could Dual Eye dare to go to the ancestor? Level 7 versus level 8, everyone knows the outcome. Is it true? In Baiyuan Mountain, the two top level 7 monsters did not intercept Dual Eye. The other level 7 monsters jumped out, but they did not care. They watched Dual Eye getting closer and closer to the center area and ran towards the center area. The monsters looked at each other in bewilderment. At this moment, someone shouted, "Run for your life, the Nightmare ancestor is coming." So the other intelligent monsters fled out one after another. In the huge Black Dragon cave, in front of the Black Dragon stood a man. The man's body was still alive, but his spirit was completely dead. He was like a stupid body, standing in front of the huge old Black Dragon. His body was not even as high as the Black Dragon's eyeballs. At this time, he exuded a silly breath and stood there stupidly. He was just a carrier of the Nightmare ancestor's spiritual power, a level 5 human wizard. In front of the human race, the huge Black Dragon seemed to be sleeping, and his eyes were rolling around under his eyelids. That was a sign of dreaming. When the Black Dragon Patriarch was practicing, he would be in a world called the Black Dragon Space, listening to the teachings of his ancestors. This morning, he felt something was wrong, because when he was in the Black Dragon Space today, he clearly felt that the world around him was a little weird, not like the real Black Dragon Space, but more like a mirror image of a space. He struggled hard to break free from the Black Dragon Space, opened his eyes, and was shocked to find that there was someone where he was sleeping. So he struggled hard and tried to open his eyes, but a great sleepiness came over him, and he could not stop the urge to sleep. Black Dragon immediately knew that he had been tricked, and now the so-called Black Dragon Space might be a dream made up by others, and it was not real, and his guess was correct. He struggled hard, but it was useless. He was getting more and more sleepy, and was about to fall asleep. However, he was not without any resistance. When he was about to fall asleep, he tried to release a spiritual force in the direction of Mount Albiz, and then he could no longer hold on, and fell into a dream. In the dream, just like in the Black Dragon Space, he was still a little Black Dragon, still listening to the teachings of his ancestors, but at this time, he found that the content of the teachings had changed. He felt extremely creepy, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not get rid of this dream and this world. In his world, at this time, together with other Black Dragons, like elementary school students, he stood in front of an old Black Dragon and listened to the other party's words. If this is a dream, then this is a very real dream. So real that this is the ancestral space of the Black Dragon lineage of the talisman paper, with the Black Dragon showing blood as the carrier, which is completely incredible in the eyes of the Black Dragon. How did the other party do it? This is too incredible, and this is the place where his blood evolved. Could it be that the bloodline is passed on through dreams? This seems to work. With this way of passing on, he could get out by himself. But now, he can't get out no matter how hard he tries. He knows that the other party must have done something to him, which led to this. He thought silently that now that he couldn't get out, he could only stubbornly maintain himself, or he could only look forward to that human race. In the entire Northwest, only the human race has the ability to fight against the Nightmare Ancestor, and other wizards can't, at least from the current position. The Nightmare Ancestor opened his eyes, as wide as possible, and found that the world around him was expanding. Soon, the originally small area turned into a huge valley, and they lived in the valley. If you look closely, you will find that this is the hometown of the Black Dragon, the appearance of the Black Dragon Valley. The old Black Dragon became even more horrified. This was the other party slowly stealing his memory. This was too scary. He tried not to think about the appearance of the Black Dragon Valley, but the more he didn't think about it, the more he thought about it. The Black Dragon Valley formed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the surrounding buildings, trees, huge rivers, and huge mountains became clearly visible. The more he saw these familiar things, the more his memory churned, and many things churned out of his memory. If it were normal, the old Black Dragon would not mind reminiscing about the past, but at this time, he was being invaded. The more he saw these memories, the more afraid he was, because the other party was likely to use these memories to tamper with himself. When he thought of this, he simply stopped looking and closed his eyes directly. He just closed his eyes, and suddenly he felt a pain on his body, and he was hit and flew out. Old Black Dragon was immediately angry. Who dared to hit him? He opened his eyes, and found that he didn't know when he became extremely small, and the one who hit him was standing in front of him. It was his teacher, Old Black Dragon. Shocked, how did Nightmare do it? Old Black Dragon shouted angrily at this time. Hey Ba, you don't listen to the class carefully. Do you want to be beaten? Hearing this angry shout of disappointment, this Hey Ba, for a moment, Old Black Dragon's endless memories rolled out, and he secretly said, I'm going to suffer. Sure enough, the next moment, the scene at that time was almost represented. Old Black Dragon almost perfectly reproduced the plot at that time, and then was sent to bear the weight by Old Black Dragon. Almost beaten all over, if Old Black Dragon had not firmly believed that he was already level 8, he would have been beaten to death by Old Black Dragon. He was extremely horrified. It was too scary. How could he become a young dragon? How could he fall into memory? This was simply unbelievable. He recalled as he did at the beginning. How could he return to his consciousness? How could he sense his physical body? How could he destroy the nightmare? When he thought of this, he was horrified. Was this his dream or his own dream? The old Black Dragon didn't know what to say now. Now he could only take one step at a time. It turned out that the guy was really so weird, dangerous, and mysterious. He was already at the peak of level 8, but he still got tricked by accident. Chapter 944. In this dream, the story is the same as his childhood story. Old Black Dragon is trapped in day-to-day practice, which is almost exactly the same as his memory. He practices every morning and plays with his friends in the afternoon. Those friends were originally very vague in his memory, but now they are clearly visible in this world, so clear that even every dragon scale is so real. Too real. Old Black Dragon has a memory of more than 800 years. He is very sure that this is not the real world, but this dream is too real, so real that he can't imagine it. If he is trapped here for 1,000 or 800 years, he will doubt that this place is real and the outside is fake. When he thinks of this, Old Black Dragon is filled with fear. He didn't want to die, he really didn't want to die, but being trapped here, what's the difference between that and death? Soon, another month passed. The Old Black Dragon tried many methods, but he couldn't get out. He tried to escape, but was caught by the elders. He tried to use his own strength, but he couldn't sense the strength at all. He tried to use his own blood, but here, his blood had not grown to the current level. He slowly began to despair, and walked forward day after day following his memory. This is the base camp of the Black Dragon, the Black Dragon Valley, a secret place that should not be known to people. The surrounding forbidden areas and the privacy of the Black Dragon should not be imagined. But now, he has no time to care whether this is a secret or not. The world around him is getting clearer and more real. This is the manifestation of his memory being stolen. He has no time to care about these, and just wants to live. A feeling of despair and fear spread in his mind. Outside the Black Dragon Valley, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky of the world, and Dwelai's figure appeared from the crack. He stood in the sky and looked down. Below is a very large valley. On both sides of the valley, there are all kinds of very large mountains and rivers, which are very spectacular and magnificent. The mountains are tall, And the difference between the peaks is huge. From the height to the ground, each mountain is several thousand meters high. The valley between the mountains is also very wide. There is a huge river coming from afar, flowing through here and flowing to the distance. At this time, under the valley, there are all kinds of black dragons, flying in the sky, swimming in the water, and running on the ground. There are a lot of them. If you show it to others, these black dragons are powerful and very terrifying. This is simply a forbidden area. But in Dual Eye's eyes, these black dragons are all illusions, and they should all be the manifestation of the old black dragon's dream. Although the dream manifestation here is exactly the same as the real black dragon, there is a gap. This is the dream of the old black dragon, not real. It looks powerful. In the witchcraft woven in the dream, these are paper tigers. But Dual Eye did not underestimate these paper tigers at all. They also have the power of the old black dragon. If they are not careful, they will be killed by the old black dragon, which is also very aggrieved. He thought about how to appear in this world in a reasonable way, find the owner of the dream, and awaken his will. Soon, he thought of it, because he saw a group of small black dragons playing in the river in the distance, and there were no other big black dragons around here. He flew down quietly, went invisible, and quietly caught a small black dragon by the huge river, imitating the blood in blood, and successfully mixed in. After successfully sneaking in without being noticed by other black dragons, the next step is to find the owner of the dream, the old black dragon. This black dragon was playing a little far away and separated from the main group. After Dual Eye controlled him, he tried to make himself real and approached the little dragons. As he walked, he observed the surroundings. Although it was the old black dragon's dream, it was extremely real, and it seemed to be a very special place. The place, the surrounding environment, and the surrounding vegetation all seemed to have a special bonus to the blood of the dragon clan. This seemed to be a very extraordinary place, the old black dragon's dream. Could it be the land of dragons? The land of dragons refers to the place where the dragon clan grows, and it is the place where the ancient dragons with particularly rich blood grow, not the place where ordinary dragons grow outside. The ones born here are all powerful dragons, such as the old black dragon, a powerful existence that can grow to level 8. Dual Eye carefully noted the surrounding environment, and then slowly swam to where the other dragons were and played together. The dragons played very simply, just playing in the water, fighting, and speaking some dragon language randomly. What confused Dual Eye was that he couldn't understand the dragon language at all. He couldn't speak, so he could only play with them, and then observe slowly. What made him most helpless was that they spoke dragon language. There was no common language, and he couldn't understand a word. Wouldn't this expose him? He had to find the old black dragon quickly, otherwise he would be beaten to death by these dragons. Although they were all fake in the dream, the real was fake, and the fake was real. If he was beaten to death, it would be a real death. The time in the dream is inconsistent with the time outside. The old black dragon should have been trapped for a long time. At this time, he should be depressed, desperate, or even angry, or show other emotions. He needs to find out how many dragons are like this. He glanced and was stunned. There is only one dragon like this, and it is a young dragon. He thought about it, and ran towards the young dragon. The old black dragon has been trapped for a month, and has been depressed to the point of not changing. His eyes are numb. He didn't pay attention to his surroundings at all, and didn't see anyone looking at him. Just then, he raised his head, and a little dragon who often suffers from autism ran in front of him, as if looking at him with magical eyes. The old black dragon was furious when he saw other dragons, and immediately slapped them with his tail. "Get out of here, don't bother me." With Dual Eye's martial arts experience, seeing this tail coming, he naturally wanted to avoid it. With the ability of these little dragons, although they are not controlling their own bodies, they can't avoid it, but at least they won't be beaten too hard. But this time, they didn't avoid it. The next moment, the tail hit him hard. Dual Eye rolled out after being hit. He cursed inwardly. He must be the old black dragon. With such profound martial arts experience, he is definitely not an ordinary little dragon. He rolled out, and then crawled back. The old black dragon didn't want to pay attention to Dual Eye at all. He glared at Dual Eye fiercely. "You crippled dragon, get out of here." This time, he used the common language of the mainland. Dual Eye rolled his eyes fiercely. "Old black dragon, it's me, Dual Eye." The old black dragon glanced at the little dragon, and the light that had lost its spirit quickly brightened up, then looked at Dual Eye carefully, and then quickly dimmed. I must be numb and hallucinating. How could Dual Eye appear here? This must be a lie to me. Maybe it's a trap set by the other party. If I were here, I would definitely follow my storyline. If I deviate from the development of the story, I might get lost in the dream. He muttered to himself, his tone full of uncertainty and endless despair. Dole was a little confused standing in front of the old black dragon. How long had this guy been here? How could he stay like this? He thought for a while, approached the old black dragon, and smiled faintly. The most terrifying thing about dreams is that you don't know that this is a dream, and you think it is reality, so the dream is also reality. If you think that a dream is a dream, and you are sure that you are dreaming, even the dream manipulator can't do anything to you unless you think it is real. For example, if you are beaten, if you imagine the pain, then you will feel extra pain, but if you are sure that this pain is fake, then it must be fake, and it doesn't hurt at all when you are beaten. Dreams are more like the product of the final theory of idealism. It is idealistic, not materialistic. Chapter 945. The old black dragon looked at Dual Eye, and the light in his eyes slightly brightened up, but he was still not sure whether it was Dual Eye. He asked tentatively, "What idealism and materialism? I don't understand. Just tell me, what should I do?" Dual Eye glanced around and said, "This world was created because of your memory, and all the layouts are based on your memory. Looking at the current reality, it means that you are deeply impressed by this place. Try to think about it. Are there any places you haven't been to, and creatures you haven't seen?" The old black dragon didn't know whether Dual Eye was real or fake, and he remembered it immediately after hearing what he said. His memory was not omnipotent, and there were many places he hadn't been to. He immediately became alert and said, "If you are a nightmare, you got the location of those places. If you attack Black Dragon Valley in the future, wouldn't I be the center of Black Dragon Valley?" Dual Eye's mouth twitched. Didn't the old black dragon give up? Why is he so righteous now? He breathed a sigh of relief, and then explained, "That's not what I meant. I meant that you can imagine all the places you haven't been to as toilets, which are stinking and full of maggots, and then just go there and take a look." Old Black Dragon was stunned. "Is this okay?" Dole nodded and said calmly, "Why not? Now imagine how lazy the elders are when they are lazy. Just imagine how lazy they are. On the one hand, we act." Old Black Dragon believed Dole a little bit at this time, because these were all practical methods. He was about to take action when he suddenly remembered, "Since you are so familiar with dreams, can you take me out?" Dole still wanted to know where those locations were. When he heard such a question, the corners of his mouth twitched immediately. He forgot to look around, stepped on the ground, and then slowly said, "I can go out by myself, but I can't take you out. You are the cornerstone of this world. If you leave, this world will collapse, and the world will have no meaning to exist. If you want to go out, you can only rely on your own will, but I can come and go freely." Dole is really free to come and go, but it is really impossible to take someone with him, because the old black dragon is the center of this world. The nightmare ancestor will never let Dole take the old black dragon away from here. Maybe after chatting for a while, the nightmare has already noticed it. But dreaming has its own rules. If the old black dragon does not care about these details, the nightmare will not take any action even if it finds out, because all the will is on the old black dragon, and he himself does not feel it. If the old black dragon feels guilty at this moment, the nightmare can immediately urge the elders to tie him up and beat him up. But killing him is unlikely, because killing old black dragon is not his goal. His goal is to control old black dragon. However, old black dragon's mind is full of toilets now, and nightmare probably can't detect old black dragon's emotional changes. Dole said to old black dragon at this time, "You hang around here first, don't lose yourself too much, I come back in a few days. In addition, remember that you are the true will of this world. Nightmare, the old monster, can only use you at most. When he really wants to kill you, that will be the final horror. But he won't kill you, he will only imprison you. You must maintain yourself and be sure of your self-awareness, so that he will never succeed." The old black dragon was a little angry. "Even if I can maintain myself, what can I do? Will I be trapped here forever? I have been here for almost a month, and it's like this every day. Will I have to stay like this for the rest of my life? My life will be more than 800 years. Will I have to stay here for more than 800 years? Dole looked at the old black dragon, and his young dragon face was full of deepness and solemnity. "If you continue like this, give up on yourself, and your spirit will gradually weaken. Even if I come again, I can't save you, you better take care of yourself." Dole twisted his small dragon body and ran outside. He followed the will of the little dragon and ran to the outermost edge of the river. He left the little dragon's body, and his will quietly flew into the sky, came to the edge of the world, tore a crack, and was about to leave. The closer to the center of the world, the more real the world is, the stronger the dream law is, and the harder it is for Dole to leave. As long as he leaves the old black dragon, it will be very easy for him to leave. Just when Dole was about to leave, A huge figure flew over, flying and transmitting gloomy voice. Dole, why do you have to go against me? Dole's figure slowly stopped. He turned around and looked behind him. There was an old black dragon with a blurry figure, but the old black dragon's breath was very terrifying. It can be said that it was the most terrifying creature he had ever seen, no one else. But if you really look closely, you will find that this breath is fake. As long as Dole does not think he is real, he will never hurt himself. Then the question is, if this old black dragon attacks, Dole ignores him, and if the power of nightmare is mixed in, does Dole think he is real or fake? Dole became alert, and his eyes darkened as he looked at the old black dragon in front of him. I have already guessed what the 9th level of nightmare is. The old black dragon was stunned, and then he argued, I don't know myself. What do you know? What others say is what it is. Then why should I practice? Dole laughed. The practice process of nightmare is illusory, but when it is enhanced to a certain extent, it is just like the interference of mental power in reality. Therefore, I have always guessed that the 9th level of nightmare meditation is to integrate into reality. The biggest and most intuitive manifestation is to create the creatures you imagine through imagination. In this way, as long as your mental power is enough, you can imagine a group of 9th level creatures that wreak havoc on the continent. Or there is another way. You can let all intelligent creatures sleep and turn them all into your nutrients. You create a dream world for everyone's mental power to survive. No matter which one it is not acceptable for normal creatures. Being invaded by you is no different from being dead. Even if it is a dream, it will not wake up. What's wrong with sleeping in a dream for a lifetime? The black dragon evolved from the nightmare ancestor had a very deep face. Dwelai's guess was completely correct, but there was a slight difference. He intended to let dreams invade reality and create a dream real world, but he did not intend to let everyone dream and live in dreams all their lives. That was unrealistic. The real body would starve to death, and the spiritual power would lose its sustenance. This was not in line with the long-term concept. He intended to let these people live in reality during the day and in dreams at night. They would work for themselves during the day and at night. In this way, they could gain 2 powers of faith, and then they would be the god of dreams. He shook his head. Recently, because of absorbing the power of faith, too many distracting thoughts appeared in his mind. It was too messy. He forced himself to wake up, and then said fiercely, Dole, don't be nosy. We can still live in peace. If you make trouble for me, believe me, I will kill you. Chapter 946. Dole looked at the crazy expression of the old black dragon, and knew that there were not many ways to communicate with Nightmare now. He just shrugged and said, Old Nightmare, come on, I want to know what the consequences will be if your real body is discovered by others. The old black dragon's face was gloomy. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that Dole tore open the crack and disappeared. His face became even gloomier. Why was this damn young man so difficult to deal with? How could he understand dreams? He could come and go freely in other people's dreams. Only he could do it. The old black dragon wanted to kill Dole now, but he had no way to do it unless he took action with his main body or controlled an 8th level monster. In the past, there were clones that died inexplicably. Now it seems that it was mostly done by the other party. An 8th level monster would not be able to invade without a few years. Just like the old black dragon now, even if he was playing badly, he had no way to seize all his memories and get his mental power in a short time. From the current point of view, the other party's understanding of dreams seems to be similar to his own. He is now almost certain that the other party must have obtained his nightmare meditation method. This damn human. The nightmare ancestor has unknowingly regarded himself as a god instead of a human being. He thinks that Dwelai has stolen his authority. If the nightmare ancestor also knows that his body cannot be deployed unless he reaches the 9th level, and even if he reaches the 9th level, he may not be able to deploy. There are too many 9th levels on this continent, unless he obtains the real dream authority, that is, condenses the godhood. He once got the spiritual power of a creature from another world and knew some things, so he was so determined to take the dream path, because he knew that as long as he could walk this path, it must be the path to God, and he would be God. He closed his eyes, and the voices of countless people's prayers emerged in his mind. His thoughts were slightly confused. He hurriedly transferred these prayers to other people's dreams, and his thoughts recovered a little. Faith is a double-edged sword. It has promoted him, but also forced him to seize every moment to walk through the dream and the road. If he can't walk through it, he will definitely die. The nightmare ancestor now only feels that time is too urgent, the public enemy of living beings, the crisis of faith power, everything is happening to him, as if he is now on a road to death. Forward, backward, these two roads, he can only move forward, Because the road backward is constantly being destroyed. If he doesn't move forward, he will die. The nightmare ancestor looked back at the dream and thought that he had been discovered by Dole. The next time he came, he must be well prepared. He had to think of a method that was not in the previous nightmare meditation method. Don't worry, as long as the old black dragon can't get out, he will be assimilated sooner or later. He thought about it and swam slowly down. At this time, the old black dragon also felt it at the seaside. This was his dream. Logically speaking, everything that happened was reflected in his heart. As long as Dole didn't deliberately avoid him, he would know. He didn't notice Dole's arrival, but he saw Dole's departure, and he also saw the old ancestor, and was extremely shocked. He didn't hear much of the conversation between the two, but they did meet, and the nightmare ancestor and Dole had a conversation. He knew who the incarnation of the nightmare ancestor was, but in this world, except for himself, everyone could be the incarnation of the other party. Who should he trust? No, he couldn't trust anyone. No one could trust him. He could only trust himself. The old black dragon exhaled lightly, and then thought carefully about what Dole left. What exactly is a dream? Have you ever dreamed? To be precise, he had a dream, but who remembers what he dreamed about? That thing is not under his control, and no one knows what he can dream about. This thing is just like what Dole said, it is idealistic. What is the concept of idealism? It is one's own will, thoughts, and beliefs. As for more specific, no one can explain it more clearly. I am a black dragon, I am a black dragon. The old black dragon breathed a sigh of relief, and then decided to experience this dream well, and see what tricks the nightmare can come up with. At this time, Dole had already arrived outside the Black Dragon Mountain and stood at the door. At the door, a gatekeeper stood there dully, with a dull look in his eyes, as if he was dreaming, and below the monster, 3 monsters were staring at him without blinking. A dragon lizard, a dragon bat, and a pangolin. 3 great masters of the Bayuan mountain range in the late 7th level were all standing here. Dole thought about it, turned his wrist, took a person out of the ring, and threw him on the ground. This person is the carrier of the nightmare ancestor. Now his mental power has been devoured by the nightmare ancestor, and he is fighting with the old black dragon in the dream. I don't know whether the old black dragon can wake up. Anyway, you have dismantled the old black dragon's dragon bones, and he doesn't know now. Dole sighed. The first person to show an expression of disbelief was the pangolin. His 2 huge legs seemed to be trembling. The black dragon has been hit. What should we do? Escape? Longfu's face was originally black, and he was silent at this time. He looked at the guarding monsters with a confused face. Even the black dragon ancestor was hit. Wouldn't he be in danger? After the black dragon ancestor was invaded, wouldn't it be easy to invade them? He slowly retreated and said, I want to go to the nightmare forest. Longfu glanced at him and said with some entanglement, then both of you go, I will stay here. Even if I die, I will stay here. After he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and looked angry. The matter of the nightmare ancestor has been fermenting for more than a year. He thought it had nothing to do with them, but he didn't expect that the one who was hit was their guardian, the actual ruler of this mountain range. This was too incredible. The 3-headed dragon lizard wanted to leave, and the pangolin also wanted to leave. Longfu knew that if he left, this place would soon be occupied by humans, so he couldn't leave. Dole glanced at Longfu, knowing what he was thinking, and said, I only told you so much. As for the more specifics, you can't understand. I go back to make preparations, and come back in a few days. After he finished speaking, his figure flew into the sky. At this time, Longfu shouted on the ground, Can the old black dragon be saved? Dole's voice quickly came down. Whether he can be saved depends on himself. I need to make some preparations. The nightmare ancestor is really powerful. Northwest countries. A wizard from the Northwest countries looked at the 5-nation wizard coalition opposite with a sinister look, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth, and said unwillingly, The people of Lord Nightmare just told me a piece of news. He said, Let me tell you a good news. Your good wizard Dole has also mastered the nightmare meditation method. Opposite him was the Ice King of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Chapter 947. It was embarrassing to have to use the Ice King to deal with a level 7. But the other party's words made Bingling's eyes jump slightly. Thinking of Dole's recent actions, there seemed to be nothing unusual. Albi's mountain was unusually calm, and seemed to have vitality. His business was thriving, and even the Honor Wizard Alliance was normal. Dole mastered the nightmare meditation method, which was a joke. Someone who mastered the nightmare meditation method could still be so calm. Living in a corner, he waved his hand lightly, crushed the level 7 on the opposite side, and directly blew up the opponent's body and broke the opponent's mental power. Sowing discord, damn it. Just then, he received a message, and then replied coldly, "Do your own thing, don't think too much, this is a tactic to sow discord, and if Dole really mastered the nightmare meditation method and really swallowed a city, why did he dare to install so many dream detection instruments in the city?" The other party was speechless. Dream monitoring equipment will not lie. At present, all cities above the county level in the entire Glory Empire must be equipped with it, and they are firmly controlled by the Glory Wizard Alliance, and there is no possibility of being manipulated by others. Grandmaster, I understand. This kind of mistake will not happen again in the future. Take down this city, and destroy all the believers. We should go to the next place. At this rate, we still have a year to clear the northwest. Maybe by then, the nightmare will have achieved the 9th level. Yes, Grandmaster, let's speed up. In other directions, the people of the Northern Kingdom were the first to express their intriguing opinion after hearing the news. The nightmare meditation method is indeed amazingly fast, which is consistent with Duelai's rapid promotion. But on the other hand, they don't believe it, because the Glory Empire has installed dream detection devices throughout the country. It is said that it is installed in Duelai's Wizard Tower. How can this be deceptive? Subconsciously, they thought it was fake news. When the Dark Empire got the news, someone immediately jumped out and asked the Honor Wizard Alliance to explain. The same was true for the Glorious Empire. After the war, on an 8th level wizard tower in the Empire, the Ice King Ancestor, another 8th level Lava Ancestor, Vasily was also there, and there were more than 10 7th level and many 6th level wizards. After clearing the city in front, everyone sat together for a meeting. At this time, the Ice King Ancestor looked at everyone and said, "What do you think about this? Speak freely." As the person most familiar to Dole, Alan explained boringly at this time, "We in Watzenberg have no opinion. At least in my opinion, Dole is normal, Albi's Mountain is also normal, and Dole's friends are all normal. At least, Gretel and Ash have no signs that Dole has any traces of practicing nightmare meditation." The Ice King Ancestor nodded. People who practice nightmare meditation have a big disadvantage. They will erode the people around them to varying degrees. Even if they don't do this, they will do it subconsciously. Although wizards don't dream, ordinary people around them don't. No one in the entire Albi's Mountains has been corrupted by Dole, which is enough to prove that he has not practiced this meditation method. Even if he has obtained it, he has not used it in his hands. Let's settle Dole's matter first. You can let him come here later. Now Watzenberg can't do without him. The Nightmare Ancestor is getting more and more crazy. Now he has started to attack the 8th level monsters. I wonder if you have heard the news passed by Dole. The Lava Ancestor nodded with a heavy face. He was a very fair middle-aged man. He said, "So far, the Lord has not known that those level 8s have been eroded. The Nightmare Forest, the North Plains Mountains, the Evil Spirit Mountains, and the surrounding large mountains, almost every one of them has level 8. If he really succeeds, the consequences will be disastrous. I suggest that this news be spread out to let those monsters be alert and confirm with each other that they have not been eroded. The news that the old black dragon has been eroded has been completely confirmed, there is no doubt." Vasily nodded. "I will arrange this matter, and let the high-level wizards around to contact and spread the news. I will also send a message to the Black Dragon Valley, and let them think of a solution. Although we are all hostile forces, we have only one common enemy at this time, the Nightmare Ancestor. Pass the message to other forces. I don't believe that they are still not anxious and working without effort. So far, only the Northern Kingdom is as anxious as us." Okay. The meeting was very short. Basically, they said a few words, and then the others went to work. A moment later, the wizard circle was in an uproar. An 8th level wizard was corrupted. This was a big deal. The Church of Light and the Church of Darkness both held meetings. They sent people back to pass on the news. They didn't have the long-distance communication array of the Glory Empire, so they could only send people close to the border of the Empire to pass on the news. They wanted to use the Glory Empires, but Vasily refused without hesitation. He was looking for trouble just now, and now he wants to use their things. It's really ridiculous. Moreover, these two families usually have their own way of collecting money. They basically don't go to the front line. I don't know what they are planning in private. Dole stood in the laboratory and breathed a sigh of relief. In front of him, a small fox was floating in a huge bottle. The fox had no hair on its body, but if you look closely, there are many fine hairs on its skin, but these hairs are now dying. Above the glass bottle, as the medicine is constantly sprayed out, the hairs are drying up quickly and then falling off. Seeing the experimental results, Dole breathed a sigh of relief. This artificial creation is so powerful that almost all flesh and blood wizards have been used. The most advanced and hidden life-absorbing witchcraft, blood-absorbing witchcraft, flesh transformation witchcraft, and parasitic witchcraft are all reflected in this small spore. It took him a long time to develop the antidote, and a large amount of life-related witchcraft was also used. Dole felt that his research on life had made considerable progress. When this thing was successfully researched, he just took a short rest and sent the message out. It's already spring. If we don't deal with this thing, in March or April, it will blow from the north, and who knows what kind of trouble will happen. Let's leave it to the elves to deal with it. Shortly after Dole sent the message, the anxious forest elf Unica in the Nightmare Forest was suddenly stunned. This is a long-distance message, and the person is still thousands of kilometers away in the Albise Mountains. However, Unica was still a little ecstatic after hearing the content of the message. Carl was right. This human can really do it. In fact, the elves now have some clues, but there are too few talents in this area, and the speed is very slow. Chapter 948. Utica packed herself up and came to the tree of the elves. I want to see the chief. The antidote for the demon seed has been found. The guard was a little stunned. She nodded and said, Unica, you did a good job. It seems that the human you are working with is reliable. She turned around and reported to her superiors. Unica was also relieved. After working with Carl's flame caravan for so long, it was the first time he felt relieved. Humans are cunning, like to pick words, like to take advantage of small things, and usually take advantage of them a lot. Now he finally did something. The last transaction of the branches of the Tree of Life was also done by him and Carl. He was criticized by the chief for a long time, but this time he finally won back a little. Soon, Unica was approved. The elf tree is very big. This big tree is like a small mountain. You need to climb up. The roots below are twisted. Each one is 4 or 5 meters wide. Walking on it is like walking on flat ground. The trunk of the elf tree is very tall, and the crown above covers the sky for several kilometers. The high-ranking members of the elf clan live here. Here, you can feel the rich essence of life and the law of life. Even if you do nothing, standing here, you can feel happy in your heart and full of enthusiasm for life. This is the elf tree, also known as the Tree of Life. He quickly came to the top, but he did not see the patriarch, but the old and aged high priest. In fact, there is not only one high priest, but many. These high priests are divided into the surrounding forest elf tribes, and are responsible for communicating with the elf tree. But the high priest in front of him was the real leader of all the priests, the chief priest. As soon as Unica walked in, she knelt down enthusiastically to meet the chief priest. Although the chief priest was old, she was still very strong. She was very tall. She stood up slowly at this time. Her eyes were still bright on her wrinkled face. He looked at Unica and said, "Is what you said true?" Unica nodded and said, "It's true. That human has developed an antidote. He promised to send the information together, on the premise that we give him some spring water of life." The chief priest nodded. "Humans are cunning. We have to verify the results first." Unica nodded and said that humans said that the Nightmare Forest is too close to his territory, and he is willing to send the antidote now. The chief priest was suddenly a little surprised, and, "Such a good person? Will there be any problems?" Unica smiled bitterly. "I don't know. He only talked about the transaction and nothing else. He is also an 8th level pharmacist of the human race, so there shouldn't be any problems." The high priest nodded. His eyes became a little solemn. If it is really possible, it is not impossible to give him some spring water of life. After all, it is almost spring, and this matter must be resolved. Others have also obtained some results, but they are not satisfactory. Let's take a look first. Get the things first? Do you want to go out? Unica shook his head and said, reporting to the chief priest, "There is no need to go out. The human wizard has mastered the long-distance communication skills. He can just pass the information and the method of making the potion over." The high priest's eyes lit up. "That's fine, we can verify it ourselves." Unica nodded. Dole was very generous, to the extreme. Letting them make it themselves was equivalent to handing them the formula of the antidote. The antidote contained Dole's wisdom, and Dole's explanation of the fluffy creatures. They only needed to take a look to see how much of it was real, and how much was fake. The high priest waved his hand and said, "Contact him now. I will let the adults cooperate with you to transmit information." The elves did not master the skills of long-distance communication. This kind of communication across thousands of kilometers usually requires the trouble of ordinary elf trees. This kind of fluffy monster has caused a lot of damage in the Nightmare Forest, and even the elf tree has been harassed, so there is a result of looking for the antidote everywhere. The creature that makes the fluffy seeds is too vicious, and it is simply targeting them, the forest elves. The forest elves control a large amount of territory, and also have the sacred object of the tree of life. They have long been coveted by various species around them. It is not surprising that they can do such a thing. They have seen it for so many years. It is just that this time, they came with such a strong force that they had no choice but to seek help from outside. Unica nodded, and then contacted the subtree of the elf tree to pass on the information. The tree of life is level 9, and the elf tree is generally called the subtree of the tree of life, called the elf tree. They are generally around level 7 or 8. Plant creatures are dull by nature, don't like to talk, and only like to be quiet, while the elves cherish life, and the two populations are perfectly combined. Soon, Unica came to a tree slightly smaller than the tree of life, knelt down, and prayed to the tree. Soon, the trunk of the elf tree swayed, and soon, a huge spiritual power extended from the tree and connected with Unica's spiritual power. Unica quickly conceived Dole's spiritual power, and contacted Dole directly. It was very difficult to connect across thousands of kilometers. Even with the assistance of the elf tree, Unica soon broke out in sweat. But soon, Dole took over the communication and passed the information flow over, reducing Unica's pressure. The two spiritual powers crossed thousands of kilometers and met in the sky. Unica took the initiative to speak. Wizard Dole, we agree to your request, but we need to see the formula. Dole nodded and said, okay, no problem, I will send it to you, but I have a request. I don't want others to know that I made it, which will bring me great enemies like the Black Elves. Unica's heart trembled. Okay, we will tell others that we contacted each other ourselves. As long as we are sure that your stuff is effective, I will apply to the High Priest for the Fountain of Life. Dole smiled slightly. It doesn't matter whether it is the fountain or not. I want to gain the friendship of the elves. Unica was slightly stunned, and then said, we elves do not marry outside. Dole was also stunned when he heard this, and then asked in confusion, why do you say that? Unica blinked and said, isn't friendship a marriage? Dole smiled bitterly, no, you misunderstood what I meant. I just want to be friends with you. At least friends with me, Dole. This elf is really silly and cute. He immediately sent the formula over and said, any alchemist above level 6 can make it. Just spray it out like water. I suggest you act immediately. If the problem is not solved by spring, I don't know how many lives will die. He didn't say much, and took the initiative to interrupt the communication. Chapter 949. The communication with Unica was a bit nonsensical, and Dole didn't know why Unica understood the word friendship in this way. But it was understandable. In a place surrounded by enemies, being able to communicate with other races and maintain ties might be like sending a daughter to a human noble. Only by using people as a bond can it last for a long time. But the elves are indeed very beautiful, with tall figures and delicate faces. Ask which race of men don't like them. Unless they are dwarves and dwarves, their heights are too short. Dole thought maliciously. He was relieved to send the formula out. He put this matter aside for the time being and looked at the progress of the silicon-based clone. With a ready-made silicon-based finished creature, Dole was not afraid that the experiment would fail. Success was only a matter of time. Next, it would take time. At this time, Dual Eye had heard from other people that Nightmare was spreading the news that he knew Nightmare meditation. After thinking about it, he sneered, you think I'm you? You're recruiting followers everywhere, invading other people's dreams, and making everyone know about it. Just investigate. Anyway, the people whose dreams I invaded are basically dead, and there is no evidence. Dual Eye was not afraid of being investigated. Anyway, he could blame the skeleton demon god. If it really didn't work, he could disclose some of the skeleton demon god's secrets, which would not affect his core. His core now is the silicon-based clone. As long as this thing is made, it will be a real killer. The insect clone and the elemental clone are all weak. What is the concept of a clone with a natural body of level 6? It can kill an elephant with one punch when it is born. It is so fierce. In the current laboratory, the silicon-based clone has evolved to the vicinity of the thigh root. As long as there is enough energy and experimental consumables, it can be completed in 3 months at most. At that time, the clone can be used to practice instead of the original body and kill all the enemies. Although the magical use of the silicon-based clone is still unclear, from the energy density and volume alone, Dual Eye is sure that the silicon-based clone must be ridiculously strong. His body composition is very ridiculous. It is the original material. Just imagine how powerful it is. However, Dual Eye did not take it lightly. The Nightmare clone hid deeper. After helping to solve the L's affairs, Dole did not have any more ideas. In addition to the silicon-based clone, he studied the 8th level road of the 2 wizard towers. About 10 days passed slowly, and slowly came to mid-March. The weather turned warmer, and the air in the south brought moisture. In spring, it began to drizzle in the north. The Nightmare Ancestor started to go crazy in the entire West Ring continent. He was not limited to the Glory Empire. The Nightmare Forest, the Northern Kingdom, and the far north all had their figures. But so far, no level 8 had been invaded. But all wizards knew that time was getting tighter and tighter. Once the Nightmare Ancestor successfully invaded a level 8, the entire West Ring continent would slowly be conquered. The Black Dragon Ancestor had already been confirmed to have been invaded, and was launching a dream attack against the other side. At this time, Dole was standing on the Albiz Mountains. The Turin Bone Tower had already been built. Unlike the Tower of Babel, which required studying the space magic patterns, Dole could fully master most of the magic patterns in the Turin Bone Tower, as long as he studied them carefully for a period of time. For Dole, the magic pattern of the Turin Bone Tower is relatively easy to control. As the last huge bone fell on the Wizard Tower, the light of this Wizard Tower with 32 floors was restrained, forming a gloomy bone tower, standing on the top of the mountain. The bone tower exudes a strong breath of darkness and death, forming circles of energy waves outside. Just looking at it, it seems that death is coming. At this time, Dole's heart moved, and in the endless storm, a storm giant walked out of the storm. He was more than 200 meters tall, and stood in front of Dole and the Turin Bone Tower, like a small mountain. At this time, Dole slowly stepped back and gave space to the storm giant. The huge figure of the storm giant slowly came, raised his hand, and punched the 8th level Turin Bone Tower. This punch was like a mountain falling, hundreds of meters long arms, with huge power, smashed down. If it hit an ordinary mountain, one punch would be destroyed. On the Tower of Babel, Elia and Ash, each holding a child, were watching from there. When they saw Dole testing the Turin Bone Tower and the storm giant, they all opened their mouths wide. Even Monica opened her mouth wide. Monica screamed, "What is Dad going to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, the storm giant's fist had already landed on the Turin Bone Tower in the distance. Boom! The black and gray flames on the Turin Bone Tower were shaking unsteadily. After the fist fell, before it got close, the formation on the Wizard Tower automatically counterattacked, and with a slight shake, a group of energy frenzy was set off within a radius of dozens of miles. The storm giant's arm was the first to be hit. It exploded with a slight touch. The huge energy pushed away, and the storm giant fell back with a broken hand. The powerful energy fluctuations made even the storm field shake slightly. Dole stood in the storm, and nodded slightly when he saw this. This is the 8th level. The wizard formation has evolved many rules of the 2 laws of death and darkness. At least 3 rules have reached the 9th level. As long as he does not fall, with this wizard tower, he will definitely reach the 8th level in the future. This is the weapon to deal with the 8th level. After the test, Dole waved his hand, and the huge Turin Bone Tower flew up gently, fell back to the mountain next to the Tower of Babel, and landed steadily. The Turin Bone Tower is much taller than the Tower of Babel in scale. The 32-story Turin Bone Tower feels like it is more than twice as tall as the Tower of Babel. After the test, Dole was a little tired. The 8th level wizard formation required very precise, and there could not be any deviation. Just to upgrade the Turin Bone Tower, he felt like he had fought with others for several days and nights, and his mental strength was depleted. He flipped his wrist, took out a few bottles of potion, poured them into his mouth and drank them, and his mental strength was better. Back to the Tower of Babel, Dole came in front of the 2 women. At this time, Elia looked at Dole as if he was looking at a monster. Dole ignored Elia's gaze, came in front of the 2, and held Monica in his arms. Monica stared at her father in a daze, and said in a baby voice, "Dad, I thought the storm giant was very powerful, but it turns out that it can't beat the wizard tower." Dole smiled and said, "The wizard tower is now level 8, and the storm giant is only level 7, so it's definitely not going to beat it." Monica raised her hand and made a cheering gesture. "I knew the wizard tower was the most powerful, and Dad was the most powerful. I must be more powerful than Dad." Dole chuckled, "Then you have to work hard, grow up quickly, and you can practice." Ash came over with Brian in her arms, and smiled faintly. "After the wizard tower is level 8, our safety is also guaranteed. The Nightmare Ancestor is really hard to guard against." Chapter 950. Dole nodded, looked at Ash, then looked at Brian, who was still in his arms, and said, "Wait for another month, you can practice with peace of mind, and strive to be promoted to level 7 as soon as possible. Level 6 is still a little short. Ash nodded firmly and said, okay. Elrea looked at Dole at this time, feeling a little guilty. After so long, he was still 1 gold coin short of 50, which was not enough for practice. But Dole is really amazing. Many forces have wanted to have an 8th level wizard tower all their lives. Dole has built it in just a few years. Moreover, she knows the details of this wizard tower. It is made of bones of extraterritorial creatures. Even if it hits a 9th level head-on, it can't hurt at all. It's too cruel. Many little stars appeared in her eyes, and she said, Dole, I can control 50 gold coins in about a month. When the time comes, I will also specialize in your meditation method. Will I be as powerful as you? Dole rolled his eyes. You are just dreaming. If you have such a high level of attainment in magic runes, maybe you can be as powerful as me. Otherwise, there is no hope. Elrea's face suddenly fell, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Magic runes, so many weird symbols, kill me. Ash laughed secretly beside her. She has also been studying magic runes recently, but it is also very headache. However, under the influence of Dole, she can still learn it barely. Although Elrea can also learn, it is more painful than herself. The two women are in a difficult situation and suffer together. It is actually okay not to practice, but after the 7th level, you must study it. It is better to study it as soon as possible and make a profit early. At this time, Elrea rolled her eyes and said, Dole, do you want to rest these days? Dole nodded and said, yes, refining the wizard tower has consumed too much energy. I take a break these days. What's wrong? Are you okay? Elrea said, I'm fine. I just thought that you were finally fine. She suddenly rushed over and said with a red face, go to my room. Dole couldn't stand this woman. She wanted her whenever she had the chance. Her warrior physique allowed her to maintain strong physical strength, but she couldn't refuse. Once you refuse, she would pester you endlessly. Dole has been busy with cultivation recently, and has not been close to women. At this time, he patted her but and said, have you discussed it? Elrea said, yes, we have discussed it. Today you are mine, and tomorrow you are Sister Ash's. How about it? It's good enough. Dole couldn't help but smile bitterly. He picked up Elrea horizontally, and walked towards the room. Ash stood behind and watched the two leave, with a slight blush on her face. April 1st. Dole's clone stood on the Turin Bone Tower, and corrected all the parameters of the magic arrays. He felt a little heavy in his heart. Just now, in the northwest, an 8th level monster was successfully invaded by Nightmare, and fought a battle with the 5 Nations coalition. Although it was finally destroyed, the effect was obvious. Now all the intelligent creatures in the northwest are in panic. Even the 8th level monster was invaded. Now, even the Light Empire and the Dark Empire have to take it seriously. At the 8th level, they began to master a variety of rules, and their strength has grown by leaps and bounds. It is not a problem to destroy the world. If the Nightmare Ancestor really eroded 3 or 4 8th level monsters, even the 5 Nations coalition would not feel good. After all, the dead were their own people, and the Nightmare Ancestor's loss was only some mental power, which was not a big deal. With the coming of spring, everything grows, and the Northwest has also accelerated its actions. Dole adjusted the Turin Bone Tower, and was also preparing for another trip to the Old Black Dragon. He wanted to drive the Nightmare out of the Old Black Dragon's world, and rescue the Old Black Dragon. If he couldn't rescue it, then he had to kill the Old Black Dragon, and not leave it to the Nightmare, otherwise the northern area and the Watzenberg area would not be able to withstand the ravages of an 8th level dragon. At that time, it would not be a matter of the destruction of the living beings, but a matter of the destruction of the earth. This time he did not use his original body, but 2 clones to go together, the Skeleton Demon clone and the Nightmare clone. The Nightmare clone hid in the body of the Skeleton Demon clone, and gave the final blow when necessary. The Skeleton Demon only has a little ability to enter dreams. The main function of this ability is to intimidate and break dreams. It seems that there are people in the Hell world who have similar abilities. These 2 abilities are specially developed. With the cooperation of the 2 clones, as long as the Old Black Dragon gives a little help, Dole can implement his plan. The Old Black Dragon cannot be possessed, otherwise there will be no peace on my side. It is best to save the Old Black Dragon, and let the Old Black Dragon show his love. In the future, the Bayuan Mountains and the Albiz Mountains will never have any contact. The Bayuan River is the boundary. I don't care if you go to your side, but I will kill you all if you come to my side. After making preparations, Dole sat in the Tower of Babel, quietly staying in the Wizard Tower, standing at the window, looking at the storm in front. At this moment, behind him, Aaliyah ran out with a sly smile. Dole, I can control 50 gold coins. Dole looked back. Although Aaliyah was running, the 50 gold coins around her were rotating around her, and she didn't collide with any of them. She was very coordinated. Dole nodded with satisfaction. He had taught this girl a lot in the past few days. If she couldn't handle it, Dole would give her special training. Okay, I give you all the meditation methods first. You should get familiar with the meditation method first. Tomorrow, I will work with you to change the meditation method. Aaliyah was overjoyed, and her mental strength relaxed. The gold coins around her fell to the ground with a clang. She ran over, stepped with her two slender legs, and threw herself on Dole's body. Her two legs wrapped around Dole's waist. Dole didn't hold her, and pushed back a little, almost pushing him out of the window. Aaliyah opened her mouth and kissed Dole's face fiercely, touching him randomly, and making his face full of saliva. Dole was a little helpless, afraid that she would fall, so he put his hands around her waist, and let her do whatever she wanted. When she had enough fun and got off him, he let out a sigh of relief, slapped her but hard, and said, "You have been too unrestrained this day." El-Rhea snorted, "Everyone in the palace has to control me, but no one controls me here, so I have to let go a little." In front of others, El-Rhea is very serious, but she is not serious when she comes back. Dole pouted and said, "You read the meditation method first. After reading it, I will watch you practice tomorrow morning." El-Rhea nodded, jumped off Dole, and ran away excitedly. Dole looked at El-Rhea's back and sighed slightly. Sometimes, simple thinking is also a good thing, just like El-Rhea, as long as the spiritual needs are met. Every day is very happy, unlike himself, who thinks a lot every day, and there are too many tedious things, and he can't be happy at all. It's better to be simple. Dole had no regrets. Although his current life and previous life were both for survival, the areas they involved were completely different. One was in heaven, and the other was on earth. Chapter 951. Southeast Volcanoes. Under a sycamore tree, next to Dole's clone, there is a small wizard tower. This wizard tower is only level 6, but it is enough as an energy source. In front of Dole, a 32-story wizard tower stands quietly, and layers of red flames rise up, forming strips of light, which shoot in all directions. These light strips contain infinite fire mysteries. Just one look at them, and it seems that many rules of fire magic are understood. Dole's clone has now completely become a quasi-level 7. In the process of building the wizard tower, he has a very deep understanding of fire magic and has comprehended 2 of the rules of fire, burning and flame attachment. And these 2 are about to reach more than 10%. As long as they reach 10%, he will be a level 7 fire wizard. Every minute and every second, countless fire runes and other general runes flow through his eyes, turning into knowledge points and accumulating in his heart. It took 2 months to complete only 1 tower. Dole felt that it was still fast. After all, this was an unfamiliar field. The next one will be fast. He looked around and said to Angelina, "I rest for 3 days, and then complete the next one." Angelina looked at Dole's clone and felt a little jealous. This guy has only practiced for 3 months and has grown to level 7. She has practiced for decades and is only level 6. It's really annoying to compare people. She sighed and said, "Master Wizard Dole, don't worry, this wizard tower is enough for us. Do you need anything? I can bring it to you." Dole shook his head and said, "There's nothing to need. Tell the Red Mountain Mother that I need to borrow something from the Fire Gold Tower. Your level 6 wizard tower is too lame." Angelina nodded and said, "Okay." Seeing Angelina nod, Dole stood up, then gently drew a small flame and disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already reached the top of the wizard tower. He stomped on the wizard tower gently, and the magic pattern formation on the wizard tower was quickly activated. At this time, the wizard tower had just been built, and was in the most need of energy. As the wizard tower was activated, a huge traction force was generated from the wizard tower, and the fire elements within a radius of tens of kilometers, or even hundreds of kilometers were quickly attracted, and then slowly gathered in the middle. Such a strange phenomenon quickly attracted the attention of everyone around, and they all looked over here. The level 8 wizard tower was completed. As the magic patterns lit up one by one, Dole's understanding became deeper and deeper. In just 2 days, he crossed the boundary of level 7, and officially entered level 7. Under the Fire Wudong sacred tree, the Red Mountain Mother opened her eyes at this time, glanced at the Lihua Golden Tower in the distance, and sighed. This man is so outstanding that he has comprehended several rules of the fire system in just 2 months of building the wizard tower. This talent is too terrifying. Which fire wizard among them didn't spend hundreds of years to understand the 7th level? Is there really such a heaven-defying person in this world? Behind her, the fire Wudong sacred tree suddenly swayed in the wind, and a huge voice appeared in the ears of the Red Mountain Mother. The man in front of me may be my hope of becoming a god. The old mother of Hongshan had not communicated with the Wutong god tree for a long time. At this time, she was stunned and said respectfully, Master Wudong god tree, do you think so highly of him? His talent may not be too terrible, but his comprehension is too high. After reaching level 7, talent has no effect. It mainly depends on comprehension. His comprehension is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Master Shishu, I also think so. This person is simply unimaginable. On the other side of the volcanic community, the leader of another magic organization, the Lava Organization, stood on the mountain at this time, looking in the direction of the Fire Wudong God tree with a slightly changed expression. According to the information we have received so far, the Fire Wudong Organization is likely to have another level 8 wizard tower. Could it be that it has been built? Damn it, I don't know who built it. A level 8 wizard tower. Isn't it said that only the Glory Wizard Alliance and the 2 major churches can refine wizard towers at present? Who is this? No, I have to find out. The more powerful the Fire Wudong Organization is, the more difficult it is to take back the Fire Wudong sacred tree. It's really abominable. What Dual Eye didn't know was that he had been targeted. In fact, there are a total of 7 forces living in the volcanic islands. The Fire Wudong is not the largest among them, but is on par with the other 2. If it weren't for the recognition of the Fire Wudong sacred tree, the Fire Wudong Organization would not be the top one. Without a level 9 commander and a level 9 wizard tower, the Fire Wudong Organization is only second-rate in the entire West Ring continent, not first-rate. There are only 2 or 3 first-rate organizations in each large empire, while there are countless second-rate organizations. The Hua Wudong Organization has the support of the Wudong sacred tree, and Li Hua's own dominance, which is why it stands out among the many second-rate organizations, but it is not the best. If Axel comes back, with 2 level 8 wizards on the list, the strength of the Fire Wudong Organization can be improved. With a level 7 wizard tower, it will be a great help. However, Axel's woman runs counter to the current philosophy of the Fire Wudong Organization, and it is impossible for them to stand together. Therefore, when other organizations learned that the Fire Wudong Organization had an 8-level wizard tower, they were a little restless. After completing a wizard tower, Dole felt the difference in the surrounding world, but he didn't care. After resting for a few days, he started to build the second wizard tower while replenishing energy from the Fire Gold Tower. When the second wizard tower was built, the surrounding forces got the news and couldn't sit still. They provoked the Fire Wudong Organization and even made trouble directly. At first, they invaded the area controlled by the Fire Wudong Organization. After being beaten back, the next time, they started fighting in the black market of each organization and injured the personnel of the Fire Wudong. Wizards need to communicate and have exchanges. Hua Wudong is backed by the Wutong Sacred Tree and can obtain the Lihua Divine Crystal. It is the most coveted object of many forces. Therefore, in one transaction, some of the Lihua crystals were directly robbed. As a result, the volcanic islands were in chaos and several wars broke out one after another. At this time, only 10 days had passed. Dual Eye was very fast in refining the second wizard tower. When he refined it to the 27th floor, he was tempering the materials that day. He obviously felt something was wrong. He immediately stopped the work in his hands and looked in one direction. He was in the interior of the Hua Wudong Organization, but it was not really the interior. It was a place where the interior and the outside met. There was a small forest outside. Outside the small forest was a broadleaf forest connected to the islands, a large area of green plants. It was usually a subject of strict surveillance, with many people. At this time, there was no one around, but Dual Eye felt a strange breath of fire. He slowly stopped, looked towards the woods, and slowly said, "Who are you?" In the woods, a man quietly stood out, silent, staring fiercely at Dole. Chapter 952. Dole looked around and felt something was wrong, because there was no one from the Hua Wudong Organization, which was not normal. He knew that Hua Wudong was fighting with other forces recently, but it was not to the point where there was no one. The other party was wearing a red wizard robe, and was also a fire wizard. The fire wizard stood up, and looked up from a distance, looking at the unfinished Lihua Golden Tower standing on the tall wizard tower, with a gloomy face. "So you are building it, watch me take your wizard tower." He raised his hand, and a red line in his hand instantly grew larger, and turned into a huge flaming palm, which grabbed the Lihua Golden Tower under construction at a distance of hundreds of meters. His ability to control flames is very high. Although it is a giant flaming hand, the surrounding green vegetation is not ignited at all. All the temperature is hidden in the flames, and the power is concentrated and huge. Dole looked at the other party. Watching the flaming hand coming, his mental power was slightly shaken, and he said a word. In front of the level 8 wizard tower, you, a small level 7 wizard, dare to come and act so presumptuously. It's really interesting. The wizard in the distance changed his face. Dole stomped his feet lightly, and the level 8 wizard tower under his feet shook slightly. A force formed out of thin air in front of the middle-aged wizard, and then exploded. Boom. The man had reservations, but Dole had no reservations at all. He directly exploded the power, and the area was immediately submerged in flames. The powerful impact exploded directly. Dole did not use too much power, and the level 7 rule was a small punishment. Moreover, he just exploded the power to drive the man away, not to kill him. Now the situation is unclear. It is not easy for him to take action. When the man felt the power burst out, he quickly retracted his flaming hand and protected it in front of him, while casting all kinds of protective magic. Then when the power fully burst out, it exploded in an instant. When the power hit the wizard's face instantly showed bitterness. The next moment, layers of power were exploded, and the whole person was blown away in an instant, like a cannonball, shooting straight into the depths of the jungle and disappearing. Wherever the middle-aged man passed, all the plants suffered. This time, he was blown away for more than 10 kilometers, directly hitting the bottom of another mountain, and crashed hard into the mountain. Boom. The middle-aged man was shaken all over, but he had no intention of healing at all. The next moment, he turned into a flame and ran away directly. Too powerful. Is this the 8th level wizard tower? Dole took the time to scan the surroundings and spread his mental power. He found that something was wrong with the surrounding situation. The Fire Wudong organization seemed to be very empty inside, and everyone went to the periphery. As soon as he made a move, the old mother of Red Mountain anxiously sent a message. Dole, is the wizard tower okay? Dole looked around. The volcano in the distance was still billowing with smoke, and the surrounding land was still as ancient as ever, but the atmosphere was a little weird. He replied, a level 7 came, but I repelled him. I guess he doesn't dare to come. The old mother of Red Mountain began to speak hurriedly. Several organizations are attacking us together. We are dealing with them outside. If someone comes, you just defend with all your strength. I will contact Lord Fire Wutong Divine Tree to help resist a few. As long as this period of time passes, we will be fine. Duolai nodded. He was about to speak when he heard a loud bird cry hundreds of kilometers ahead. The sound penetrated almost intact in all directions. Then, a lifelike vermilion bird rose up from the ground and rushed forward. The flames of this vermilion bird were extremely strong. Just by looking at it, one could feel the infinite heat from it. It seemed to be the incarnation of the rules of fire. As soon as the vermilion bird appeared, a huge vibration broke out in that area. Powerful witchcraft was released wantonly. But the next moment, the vermilion bird suddenly pounced down. Then, the earth shook, dust filled the sky, and a series of chain reactions unfolded in that area. Although it was hundreds of kilometers away, Duolai's eyes seemed to be right in front of him. A fierce battle was taking place in that area, and there was actually an 8th level attack. This was a big event. Duolai just took a look aside, and continued to refine. With the 8th level wizard tower under his feet, he could ignore the opponent as long as he was not 8th level. In the following time, although the surroundings were constantly shaking, no one came to harass him. Next to a volcano, a spark stopped, and a man fell from the spark. He covered his chest, his face as pale as paper. This wizard tower is so powerful. It seems that the Hua Wudong organization is no match for it. And that person is still building a second one. No wonder the first wizard tower was not used by the Red Mountain Mother. This time it was a mistake. Fortunately, the other party did not intend to kill him, otherwise he would be dead if he hit him a second or third time. But who is that young man? Why did he help this group of women build a wizard tower? And what did they pay? Dole controlled the wizard tower without showing his magic power. Otherwise the middle-aged man would know that Dole had obtained the meditation method of the Fire Wudong organization. After the middle-aged man sent the message, he quickly left the place. The battle started slowly, but ended quickly. With the Red Mountain Mother's move of the vermilion bird, the opponent was defeated quickly, and quickly moved away from this area. The surrounding world fell into a strange calm again, and the Fire Wudong organization became famous. Of course, all this had nothing to do with Dole. He was going to slip away after refining the wizard tower. This clone was already done, so there was no need to stay here. Even if he needed the Wudong sacred tree, wouldn't it be better to find Axo, and he didn't have to repay the favor. What Dole didn't know was that he had changed the strength of the forces in the volcanic islands with his own strength. The Fire Wudong organization obtained 2 level 8 wizard towers, and suddenly became the first force, in charge of a large area of volcanic communities. In the Baiyuan Mountains, the skeleton demon god's clone, along with the nightmare clone and the Churin Bone Tower, appeared at the edge of the mountains. This time, only the dragon bat was left to observe him, and the other level 7s had all left the mountains and disappeared. Dole sighed, the world is so fickle. He soon arrived at the Black Dragon Mountain, and came to the bottom of the mountain stream. Not far from the cave entrance, the dragon bat was looking at him from a distance. Dole, can you succeed? Dole shook his head, maybe not, but my goal is to stop, not to rescue. Dragon bat was silent. When Dole said to stop, he naturally didn't want the black dragon to wake up. He snorted coldly, you humans are really cunning. You can save it if you want to, or not if you don't want to. You even want to stop it. Do you really think we monsters have no wisdom? Dragon bat looked at him coldly, you should be thankful that this is a critical moment. I don't want to cause trouble. Otherwise, I would have killed you long ago. I can't let you talk nonsense here. Being wise and having brains are 2 different things. Dragon bat was immediately angry, just you? He opened his mouth and roared provocatively. Chapter 953. Dole ignored him. A small level 7 released the Churin Bone Tower and hit him to death. Now Dole is very arrogant and has enough capital. Turn around and enter the cave. The old black dragon is still lying on the ground, motionless. Except for a little breathing, otherwise you would really think that this guy is dead. The old black dragon is more than 100 meters long. The dragon head alone is taller than Dole, very, very big. Dole stood in front of the dragon head and kicked it hard. It was like kicking on a stone, making a huge sound, but the old black dragon still didn't move. Dole sighed, this old guy was hit hard. He looked around and thought, I didn't pay attention last time. I heard that the dragon clan likes to collect shiny treasures, gems, and high-level alchemical equipment. Why doesn't this old black dragon have anything? There are only some magic crystals placed on the ground around it. There are a few herbs that rely more on dragon power, dragon blood, dragon feces, and ambergris to grow. There is a huge mineral vein underground here, and it is understandable that the old black dragon occupies this place. But it is really poor. Dole glanced at the door, where Longfu was standing and watching, looking at the old black dragon eagerly, so he sighed, I don't want the old black dragon to be killed. If he is killed, the first thing he will do, when he wakes up is to invade the Elbese Mountains. I am not afraid of the old black dragon now, but I don't want to establish a group of enemies. Killing the old black dragon is equivalent to offending the Dragon Valley, so don't worry, I won't do anything else. Longfu's mouth twitched, it's good for you to know. Although Lord Black Dragon is not welcome in the Dragon Valley, he is also level 8, and has a very high prestige among the dragons. You'd better be careful. Dole curled his lips, then closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the world in front of him turned black and white. The world was only black and white, no other color. Between the black and white, a piece of color suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. It was the dream of the old black dragon. Dole stood outside and took a look at the dream. The dreams of ordinary creatures are transparent and can be observed, just like watching magic photos, very direct. The dreams of higher creatures are more mysterious. They are all surrounded by colors, and you can't see what's inside. But Dole can. The meditation method of the skeleton demon god has related magic patterns that can penetrate dreams. As long as the meditation method of the skeleton demon god is activated, things outside the dream can be penetrated. This is also the biggest reason why Dole likes the meditation method of the skeleton demon god. It can cooperate with the nightmare meditation method to effectively develop dreams. At this time, he observed carefully and found that more than a month had passed outside, and it seemed that several years had passed inside. The old black dragon still did not escape the scope of his memory. After wandering inside for several years, he had grown up a lot, but he was still a naughty dragon and was scolded by the old black dragons. The plot inside was very fast. The old black dragon was beaten again and was exiled to the border to guard a medicinal garden. However, Duel found that the old black dragon was in high spirits and did not look very depressed. He moved in his heart and quietly immersed himself in the dream. He still found the little dragon from last time and threw himself on him. This time, he did it very secretly, and was not discovered by anyone. The little dragon was stupid. After being controlled, he found a reasonable reason and came to the old black dragon. When the little dragon was controlled and was walking towards this side, the old black dragon, who was looking at the medicine garden, knew that the world was changing, but the memory would not change. The little dragon in the memory could not come to find him. It was probably Duolai who came. He was shocked. There was a helper. At this time, the old black dragon was a little bored. While working, he tempered the blood and chi in his body, and the dragon power in his body was boiling. His work was also very simple, which was to use sharp claws to cut pieces of stone and then move them to the other side, but it required a lot of strength. It was very boring, very tedious, and very blood-consuming. This was the punishment of the big black dragons. He felt it once that year, and he felt very uncomfortable. Now he felt it again, and the old black dragon had another level of mind. Physical labor can consume a lot of chi and blood of living beings, but it can also play the role of physical exercise. During physical labor, you can also think about some problems quietly, and no one will disturb you, let alone listen to the so-called instructor's nagging speeches. As long as he finishes the work, no one will say anything to him. Although there are supervisors next to him, it is almost the same as not having one. But as long as he can't finish the work, his life will be miserable. I didn't understand it before, and I was angry all the time. Now it seems that this place was so happy back then. Duolai came here quickly and quietly. The big dragons around didn't care and did their own things, which made Duolai feel relieved. The old black dragon was refreshed when he saw Duolai coming. He looked around, and the black dragon ancestor transformed by the nightmare ancestor was not there. While working at this time, he said quietly, "Duolai, you are here." Duolai came over panting. This black dragon was indeed a useless dragon. It couldn't walk for a few steps. He glanced at the old black dragon, then looked around, and said, "I see you are enjoying it, and you are surrounded by little dragons who grew up with you. You don't want to go back." The old black dragon looked at him unhappily, his eyes wide open. "Bullshit. There is not much affection between us dragons, only interests. Don't think that the relationship between these cubs is pretty good. When they really become adult dragons, they will fight to the death for territory." Duolai was a little surprised when he heard this. Aren't the dragons quite harmonious? Why is the relationship between black dragons so bad? The old black dragon didn't want to say more. He took a deep breath and said, "Tell me, do you have any way to deal with the old black dragon this time? Those things are all transformed by my obsession. They are incredibly powerful, and I can't exert my full strength. What do you think?" Duolai looked at the old black dragon up and down, and he couldn't deny what he said. He said with a hint of meaning, "The nightmare ancestor stole your memory and created such a dream because he saw that you couldn't fight back at will at this point in time. You are only level 5 now, so it's useless. But he can't control the characters to kill you at will, because the other black dragons in your dream won't allow him to do so. While he is cautious, he will definitely find a way to get your spirit and memory. As long as you don't succumb to him and treat it calmly, he will have no way." The old black dragon widened his eyes. "Then what's the difference between me and being imprisoned here?" Duolai chuckled and said, "This is your spiritual world. If you think you are level 8, you have the strength of level 8, or even level 9. But you are suppressed by the dream and think you are only level 5, so you only have the strength of level 5. How can I help you? Everything depends on you." The old black dragon suddenly became distressed. He still remembered what Duolai said last time, so far, he has been full of energy and has not given up. He has also kept the storyline in place and maintained the previous situation. If the storyline is messed up, the old black dragon will come out to make trouble, which will be a big deal. Chapter 954. If he can get rid of the suppression of the dream and get himself back to level 8, what else can Duolai say? He became distressed and said, "I don't have a good way now. I tried hard to think that I have the strength of level 8, but I still can't do it." Duolai looked at him and smiled faintly. "You are still suppressed by the dream and the memory. Your memory is only level 5 at this time, so you are only level 5. There is nothing you can do about it. Dreams are idealistic. Although you are not idealistic, this world changes according to your imagination." Just after Duolai finished speaking, the black dragon in the distance suddenly scolded, "Hey Shao Shiba, do you want to be whipped? Hurry up and work." The old black dragon was scolded, and his body trembled immediately. He hurried to work for fear of being beaten. Seeing this, Duolai sighed in his heart. This old black dragon suffered a lot here. Seeing these black dragons, who supervised the work, his legs trembled. It was really useless. He thought for a moment and said, How about you find a way to actively change the storyline, let things deviate from the development, let Nightmare attack you, and then we create a situation where other old black dragons besiege him. Your Black Dragon clan is definitely not that old ancestor. As long as we can besiege him, I can take action and take you away from here. The old black dragon worked honestly, while thinking frantically. After a while, he thought of something, so he said, this scene can be created. We have a total of 8 level 9 in the Black Dragon Valley. That one is just one of them, and the strongest one, but he has a bad temper. If we can create an opposing scene, maybe it will work. He continued to worry. In my memory, that person had many conflicts and fights with other black dragons, but I can't remember more specifically. Dole looked at him. You have to think about it, and you have to think about it. If you don't want to die, use your brain. The old black dragon worked while thinking hard. In the southwest volcanic islands, as the wizard formation lit up, the second Lihua Golden Tower was successful, and Duolai breathed a sigh of relief. The clone completed his work and built 2 Lihua Golden Towers, and his merits were fulfilled. At the same time, standing on the Lihua Golden Tower, Duolai's clone's aura was also particularly harmonious, almost the same as the Lihua Golden Tower, but a little less powerful. Through the construction of the Wizard Tower, and the simulation of the aura of the Fire Wudong Sacred Tree, he has mastered a lot of things. In just a few months, he felt that he had become many times stronger. Dole felt that his understanding was a bit strange, and it seemed a bit exaggeratedly fast. There are 2 main factors in wizard cultivation. The first is physique and aptitude. These 2 factors are almost together, and are the foundation for a person to cultivate. Among white wizards, physique and aptitude basically determine a person's upper limit, but among black wizards, there are many taboo ways to change physique and aptitude, but many methods are full of blood and violence, and there are many taboos, which may cause many irreversible consequences. If both of these are still feasible in the later stage of cultivation, it mainly depends on comprehension. Without comprehension, relying on aptitude and physique alone, you can't go too far. Therefore, the general 8th level wizards are super elites, who have combined aptitude, physique and comprehension into one and surpass ordinary humans. Dole knew this, but he felt that his comprehension was too strong. He had hardly encountered any bottlenecks along the way, and he could easily observe the rules that were difficult for many wizards. He knew that he was different from others, mainly in his mental power. If mental power is a sheep, then his sheep is very active, while other sheep just like to lie there. Dole's mental power is very active. Is this the key to comprehension? He thought about it, and had to think of a way to test it on others, to test the relationship between mental activity and comprehension. Thinking of this, the clone turned into a streak of sparks, and quickly disappeared into the sky. Dole's original body sat in the Albiz Mountains, deep in the storm field. At this time, in the center of the storm field, in the windless zone in the middle, Dole and Aliyah were facing each other. Aliyah sat cross-legged in the air, and Dole stood beside her. Changing the meditation method is not an easy thing, especially when the other person's meditation method has already achieved a high level of success. Dole prepared a lot for this, even a lot of mental potions, especially mental vitality potions. He planned to do a small experiment on Aliyah. Anyway, there would be no loss and no accidents. Dole was a little nervous, but Aliyah was not nervous. She faced a huge storm field every day, and she envied it every day. If she could control such a large storm field, she would see who dared to force her and speak, and she would directly bomb him with thunder, no matter who he was. Being with Dole, she was not attracted to him. At first, she just looked at him, but later she was attracted to him. Now she is completely conquered. Aliyah feels that her choice is not wrong. She looked at Dole next to her and said, I'm going to start. Dole nodded and said, pay attention to the frequency of mental power, and synchronize it with wind, water and thunder. You drink the potion first. Aliyah said coquettishly, oh, why are you more troublesome than my mother? She took out the potion that Dole had prepared long ago from her arms, and drank it down. Throwing the empty bottle to Dole, Aliyah closed her eyes, and then saw her breath suddenly weakened, and the huge blood and chi power boiled, as if the mental power could not suppress the blood and chi. But soon, the magic power in Aliyah began to change its nature, from ice and snow to storm, but the speed was very slow. Aliyah is very talented. At a young age, she has just reached the level of a 5th level wizard, which is higher than Daphne. However, she likes to learn martial arts. Otherwise, her current wizard achievements must be higher than her sister Daphne. This is also one of the reasons why the Empire pushed him out. Even if a warrior cultivates to the 9th level, he is not as valuable as a 7th level wizard. This is beyond doubt. A 7th level wizard is called a natural disaster level. Each witchcraft is equivalent to the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth, and has extremely strong destructive power. A 9th level warrior, in terms of the destructive power of a single attack, is only equivalent to the earth disaster level. Although a 9th level warrior can also cause large-scale damage, it takes too long and is easily intercepted by others. Witchcraft is different. As long as the wizard is fast enough, there is almost no possibility of interception. Any witchcraft can cause a large range of damage. Aaliyah's breath faded, but soon, a faint storm mood appeared from her body. This is also inseparable from the recent observation of the storm. Dole has a complete storm here. She has been here for so long that even if she is a pig, she can still understand some of the essence of the storm. Chapter 955. In the huge, gloomy and dark storm field, time passed. As Aaliyah constructed the storm core and formed the storm magic, the aura began to slowly recover, and some of the aura in the surrounding storm field also slowly joined Aaliyah's magic. As the aura continued to increase, her strength also increased. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. Dole saw that Aaliyah's aura was stable, so he stopped paying attention to her. Cultivation is one's own, and this cannot be relied on by others. He can only lead the way in front. As for where she can go, it depends on her own performance. The qualifications and physical comprehension cannot deceive people. Although this girl is a little rogue sometimes, there is no problem in this aspect, but her mental control is too poor. Seeing that her aura has stabilized and the storm aura is gradually becoming stronger, Dole no longer cares about her. This is around the eye of the storm. She can better comprehend the storm mood. It is definitely a good place to comprehend the storm. The conditions are much better than when he comprehended it in the storm. After waiting for almost 2 days, Dole slowly left the eye of the storm and returned to the Tower of Babel. In just a short time, Aaliyah's aura had risen to level 3, which was pretty good. With her foundation as a level 5 wizard, plus the environment here, it would take about a month to return to level 5, and level 6 would not be too far away. It mainly depends on the control of mental power. As long as the control is in place, the training speed can be much faster. She doesn't have to worry about magic power at all. She can call on the magic power in the surrounding storm area at will, and use it for her own use. Dole didn't deduct her. It's mainly because some other effects brought about by the instability of mental power will affect the stability of meditation, so she still has to take it slowly. As soon as we entered the Tower of Babel, Monica ran out of the room and ran over with grievance. "Baba, I want to go outside to take a look." At this time, Ash walked out of the room. A little helpless, Monica insisted on going outside to take a look. Dole nodded and said, "Monica is a little older now. She can't always stay here with us. She also needs a childhood. Why don't we live in the City Lord's mansion and move the Tower of Babel there?" Ash thought about it and said, "Okay, the child can't always follow us alone. He needs to communicate with other children." Dole nodded. Ash said, "Has Elia started practicing?" Dole nodded, and Ash's face suddenly turned red. "Then are you free tonight?" Dole looked at Ash, then looked at the almost perfect proportions and figure, smiled slightly. "I'm free." "Okay." The residents of Mount Albese haven't seen the existence of the Tower of Babel for a long time, and they still miss it a little. Suddenly, when I woke up one night, there was a huge tower behind the City Lord's mansion. There was a row of guards at the gate of the City Lord's mansion, which had been abandoned for a long time. The gate was also cleaned and tidied up. Everyone got a signal that the real owner of the City Lord's mansion had returned. When the signal of Dole's entry into the city was released, everyone was like chicken blood. A banquet jointly organized by the 3 nobles was quietly organized. That afternoon, someone sent a visiting card to Dole. The child was taken care of by the clone. He and Ash had a ridiculous day. Dole came out in the afternoon and smiled slightly when he saw the visiting card. Ash leaned against Dole and smiled. "It's a good opportunity to take Monica there and let them see it." Dole nodded. "There will be many such things in the future, and they should also go to see them. These will be their subjects in the future." Ash suddenly laughed. "What if they and we are both wizards?" Dole frowned. "I haven't thought about this. If they are all wizards, there will be no one to manage the city. If I have a child with Aaliyah, it is likely that they will also take the wizard route. You?" With this reminder, I found that in our city, it seems that the Albese family has no successor. Ash smiled and said, "You might as well find an ordinary person and have a few children, and the family will have an heir." Dole was speechless, and he could only say, "This difficult task will be handed over to Brian. I hope he is different from me." Ash smiled, and she left Dole, and magic power gathered on her body, quickly forming a magic robe, wrapping her graceful figure, and said softly, "I will prepare for the banquet tonight, and you should also prepare." Dole nodded. The mayor accepted the invitation, and Wayne, Anderson, and others were relieved. Even if he didn't say anything, they were very satisfied to be able to come to the scene. If it was other counties, they would hold banquets, and the mayor would be eager to come every time to build good relations with many families to prevent any special situations. When it came to Dole, he might not be invited even if he was invited, and to survive here, he had to look at other people's faces, not to mention this uncomfortable feeling. Fortunately, Dole usually doesn't care about things, so they can get a lot of money. As long as they don't go too far and don't do anything that particularly arouses public resentment, Dole won't ask, so life is relatively easy. After hearing about this incident, the number of seats for the banquet almost increased in an explosive manner, and almost everyone with a face in the political and business circles wanted to come. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Dole had already packed up. In fact, there was nothing to pack. An evening dress, which could be condensed with magic, a few special jewelry, family emblems, family logos, etc., all of which were ready. He didn't know the scale of the banquet. Ash held one, he held one, and led the children out. Although Monica had been to the city several times, it was still novel. Looking here and there, it felt very novel. Dole didn't instill the concept of territory in him, but she knew that this was her parents' place, and she was treated the same as a princess. The carriage of the city lord's mansion had not been used for a long time, and Dole did not take the carriage. He pulled Monica and walked directly out. The banquet was held in the Rhine family, and Ash was also visiting her mother's family. Walking out of the city lord's mansion, Monica pointed to the group of glory wizard towers not far ahead and excitedly said to Dole, "Baba, that's the wizard tower." Dole nodded and said, "Well, that's the Glory Wizard Alliance. If you become a wizard in the future, you can go inside." Monica nodded vigorously, "I must become the greatest wizard in the future, just like Baba." Dole smiled bitterly. It seems that he can't count on his daughter to manage the city. Ash gave him a look and said, "You see, it's hopeless." Dole tried to downplay his presence when he traveled, but even so, along the way, as long as he was a person, he would stop and salute him, which made him feel embarrassed. Monica stood next to Dole and felt that those people were very respectful to her father, so she straightened her chest and became a little proud. Soon, they arrived at the door of the Rhine family, which was also the door of the deputy city lord's house. Chapter 956. The main door of the Rhine family is not often open, and there is a side door next to the family. At this time, the large area at the side door is full of carriages, and people are coming and going. The main door is a little desolate, but the sense of ceremony is quite strong. 2 rows of soldiers stand tall, showing the majesty of the Rhine family. When Dole and Ash arrived, Wayne had been waiting at the door for a long time. Anderson stood next to Wayne. What surprised Dole was that Jasmine was also next to Wayne, as if she represented the Marsha family. Carol of the Lay family and Jefferson of the Lang family were also in the list. In addition, there were some patriarchs of second-rate families, all behind them, looking at Dole eagerly. Dole really came. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although Dole was likely to leave after a while, he was the master of the city after all, and everyone had to act under his face and get familiar with him. Dole's return was also a signal that he was coming back. Seeing Dory coming, everyone came forward to greet him warmly. Ash watched Wayne coming and said to Monica next to him, "Call someone, this is Grandpa Wayne, Mom's uncle." When Wayne came up, Monica said obediently, "Grandpa Wayne." Wayne looked at Monica and thought, the child is so big now, time has passed so quickly. He said a little embarrassedly, "My dear granddaughter, okay, this is a gift." He wanted to take out something. At this time, he found that he couldn't lift his hands, so he looked up at Dory. Dory looked around and said lightly, "I'm just visiting today. I won't accept any gifts. I'm saving a little." He looked around, bowed slightly to everyone, and said, "You are all my elders, I won't be polite here, go in, we can talk at the banquet if there is anything." Hearing this, everyone around was relieved. It has been rumored that Dole has a good temper for a long time, and he is easy to talk to, but ordinary people dare not be presumptuous in front of Dole, because more than a dozen level 7 monsters have told them with their lives that this is a powerful person of natural disaster level, and they dare not be presumptuous. Monica stood next to Dole at this time, looking around, her eyes full of curiosity. She was not afraid, quietly holding Dole's hand, looking around. There were only adults here, no children. She didn't know who to talk to, she could only watch quietly. Brian, who was in Ash's arms, became shy when he saw so many people. A group of people, surrounded Dole's family of 4, walked into the Rhine family. Soon they came to a courtyard. The courtyard was large and beautifully decorated. The corridors, pavilions and towers made people feel very comfortable and peaceful at a glance. At this time, the courtyard was full of people. The corridors, the open space, and the garden were all full of people. Nobles and warriors of different ranks, known and unknown, all looked at the door. The long unseen lord of the city came, and everyone was looking around. This patron saint of the Albise Mountains, like a mountain, stood above everyone's head, shielding them from wind and rain, so no one would disrespect Dole. When Dole came in, everyone took off their hats to greet him, showing the etiquette of the nobles to the extreme. The courtyard was quiet, no one spoke, and they all looked in the direction of Dole. Those who could see, and those who could not see all looked in the same direction at this time. It felt a bit weird. Dole was a little helpless. What was the point? He hadn't been here for a long time. Was there any need to be so exaggerated? On the other hand, Ash looked normal, and kept nodding to the people around him. Dole waved his hand to show his greetings. Soon, they walked through the garden, and came to the door of a huge palace-like hall behind the yard. At this time, the people outside were doing what they should do. Some were drinking, some were trying to keep in touch. Some were very excited, some were very calm. It started to get noisy outside. Wayne walked to the door of the living room, and breathed a sigh of relief. Dole didn't resist, which was much better than before. He smiled at the right time and said, "Marquis Dole, there are young talents from various nobles outside, as well as some outstanding young people from our Albise city, businessmen, and some well-known warriors. Some wizards wanted to come, but they were all blocked by the deputy leader. Otherwise, there would be more people." Dole's mouth twitched. He looked in front of him. The low-key and luxurious hall was also full of people at this time. Inside were the high-level people of Albise Mountain and their descendants. There were really a lot of people. However, this hall seemed to be able to accommodate only a few thousand people. According to the current population of Albise City of 100,000, it was really not much. He nodded and said, "I didn't expect that my first return would be so grand. If I had known this, I would not have come." Wayne and Anderson's faces changed slightly. It has long been known that Dole doesn't like crowds. This time there are indeed too many people. Anderson quickly apologized with a smile. "This time you haven't been back for a long time, so more people want to come. It won't happen next time. We didn't expect you to bring your 2 children with you. Otherwise, we would have brought the children with us, so that they can get close to us. This is what they didn't consider." Dole nodded and said, "Forget it this time. Don't do it on such a large scale next time. I just came out to relax and don't want to worry about anything. The situation outside is very chaotic now. I may not have the energy to deal with internal affairs. If I have to participate in everything, what should others do? What should you do?" "Yes, yes, yes." At this time, Ivy next to him came out to help a few people out of the siege. "Dole, everyone hasn't seen you for a long time. I want to see you. There is no other meaning. Everything in the city is running normally now. You don't need to worry too much." Several people hurriedly responded, and their foreheads almost oozed sweat. Although Dole did not use the majesty of the city lord or the majesty of the wizard, several people were very scared. A 7th level wizard, this is a person who can destroy the city with a casual move. Dole nodded and said, "Then let's not say much, go in." After that, a group of people stepped into the hall. The hall took the initiative to clear some space, and let a few people go in together. Everyone inside looked at Dole. Dole did not come alone, but with a family of 4. Seeing this situation, everyone knew what it meant. They came to have fun, not to talk about things. Some people's other thoughts were forgotten, and it was just an ordinary banquet. These were all the senior executives of Albise Mountain in the hall. Dole was embarrassed to get angry directly. He walked and chatted with a few people about ordinary things, and soon walked in. Wayne, as the person in charge, came in at this time and breathed a sigh of relief. He clapped his hands and indicated that everything would proceed as usual. Chapter 957. Behind the living room, the band began to play music. The music sounded elegant and lively, and the people around began to move. Dole chatted with a few people for a while, and a few people took the opportunity to leave. Then the nobles in the surrounding circles began to come over and greet Dole one by one. In fact, Dole had seen these people more or less. The wizard's memory was very strong. Dole also smiled and toasted with everyone. With his current physique, he would not care how much he drank. Monica stood next to Dole, watching all this quietly, with a gleam in her eyes. "Baba is so powerful." At this time, Monica saw a few children in the distance, so she pulled Dole's hand and said, "Baba, can I go over there to play?" Dole looked over there. There were a few children there, and there were servants watching them, so he nodded and said, "You can go play, don't fight with other children." Monica immediately became excited and said, "Baba, no, no." After that, she ran away. Dole was a little helpless. He looked at Monica and felt a little apologetic. To be honest, although he had a clone to accompany the child, she did have fewer opportunities to go out. She had no playmates and no friends. Compared with other children, although the environment was many times better, she still had less fun. There was a hint of doting in his eyes, and a hint of helplessness. At this time, he gestured to Wayne. Wayne nodded, clapped his hands, and immediately asked someone to watch over her. Ash watched Monica leave, and said to Dole next to him, "Poor Monica, she has so few children. Otherwise, I will take her out more often in the future." Dole nodded. "Okay, it's not good to have no friends. There are many children in Albi's mountain. He should have a few friends. After a while, let him go to school with other children, and then he can make more friends. There are schools in the city, but they don't teach martial arts and wizards, but only literacy. They are divided into several levels. Commoners have places for commoners, and nobles have noble schools. In this way, there is no need to hire private teachers." This is also what Dole did. If Monica went, Dole could imagine that those nobles who originally hired private teachers would definitely send their children there. Thinking of this, he smiled. What's wrong with nobles? As long as commoners have talent, and are willing to work hard, they can also become nobles. As long as the knowledge and temperament are up to par, ordinary people and nobles are actually no different. If he wants to raise the overall level of everyone in Albi's mountain, he must start from this. The two chatted without shielding the people around them. They all heard what was said and were muttering. Dole City was going to send children to school, which was a big deal. As long as they could build a good relationship with Monica and talk to Dole, many problems would be solved. Everyone began to ask how many schools there were in the Albi's mountains, which schools were there for the nobility, and how many good ones were there. Dorlai knew that his every move would affect everyone's nerves, so he did it on purpose. After one round, the banquet officially began. In the hall, a large amount of delicious food was placed in the restaurant specially set up next to the banquet, and various fragrant drinks were placed one after another. Outside the hall, as night fell, the lights gradually rose. In the garden, every corner of the vacant space was set up as a dining area, and drinks and food were openly available. In the open space of the garden, young men and women, as well as middle-aged and elderly men and women, all walked off the stage, singing and dancing. This is an opportunity to communicate and to get a date. The men are dressed very smartly, and the ladies are dressed very beautifully. They choose their own. Dole has done a very good job in promoting population. The pressure on young men and women is relatively low. They naturally do what they should do at their age. The nobles are more absurd, and the birth rate among the heirs is also relatively high. Dole is also happy to see it. He just wants population. As for who gave birth to whom, he doesn't care. In the hall, Ash stood there. Although she was already the mother of 2 children, she was still more beautiful than any woman. She was holding Brian in her arms, but she didn't invite him. Dole had already rejected the invitations of several women at this time. Ash laughed beside her. Dole didn't like dancing, and thought it was a waste of time. Instead of wasting those mental energy, it would be better to divide some energy to do more experiments. Originally, there had to be a reason for holding a banquet, and the organizer had to give a speech before the dance began, but now that was done. Everyone just had to be happy. At this moment, Dole glanced at Monica, who was angry and seemed to be blaming another boy. Behind Monica, a servant wanted to pull but didn't dare to, looking very embarrassed. Opposite Monica, a little boy of about 4 or 5 years old looked indifferent and seemed unwilling to pay attention to Monica. Behind the boy, the servants were almost scared silly. Dole just glanced at them and didn't pay attention to them. As long as they didn't fight, it would be fine. Children should make noise when they should. If they don't, they are not children anymore. But Monica is usually very well behaved. She was angry at this time. It was obvious that the boy opposite had done something. At this moment, the boy's father came over in panic, pulled his boy aside, and then hurriedly said sorry to Monica. He secretly glanced at Dole, and saw that Dole was not looking at this side. He breathed a sigh of relief, and pulled his boy away. Not long after, in a deserted place, a little boy cried heartbreakingly, which was very miserable. Dole felt a little funny, but there was no need to do so. As for someone bullying Monica, they had to ask her whether the various protective alchemical equipment on her body agreed or not, so Dole had nothing to fear. At this moment, he felt a very familiar breath coming from outside. This breath seemed to be related to himself. When he was thinking about what was going on with this familiar breath, a tall woman came in from outside. Her temperament was very high, a little inferior to Ash, but much higher than others. As soon as she came in, she attracted everyone's attention. Suddenly, many young men came to greet her. Dole looked at the woman and frowned. When Ash saw Dole like this, he also subconsciously sensed it. After seeing the woman, he suddenly said in a strange way, "Dole, I remember you said that you had never lost your virginity before me. What's wrong with this woman? She has your blood." Dole was also a little confused at this time. That's right, that strange sense of familiarity came from his blood. Dole was completely stunned at this time. How do I know that there is absolutely no third person besides you and Elia? He racked his brains to think, did he do something else, but he just couldn't remember it at all? The woman had already walked in, smiled and greeted everyone, rejected everyone, and then walked towards Dole. At this time, everyone else understood that this person came for Dole. Suddenly someone became strange. Ash was still here, and someone dared to hook up with Dole. Chapter 958. The woman had an elegant temperament and a calm demeanor, but no one had ever seen her before. At this time, people in the hall began to discuss quietly. The originally lifeless hall suddenly became a little passionate. Dole was searching his memory, but he couldn't remember why this person was related to him by blood. Could it be that she was his mother and gave birth to a sister? She also came here? This is impossible. Ash also carefully sensed the blood of the other person. She was a blood pharmacist and could sense more detailed. She was even more strange at this time. Dole, this woman is related to you by blood, and she is from you. She is already level 6, almost level 7. Do you have such a big daughter? The corner of Dole's mouth twitched. He had been looking at the woman's face, and suddenly thought of someone. He suddenly realized and understood in an instant. He knew. At this time, the woman came to Dole, smiled slightly, stretched out her hand, and said elegantly, "Dory, Dad, can you please dance with me?" When these words came out, everyone around them burst into laughter and were stunned. The world around them seemed to be quiet, and everyone moved away, fearing that they would hear something they shouldn't hear. Dole was a little helpless, and made a gesture to the people around him to prove that nothing was wrong. Then he said unhappily, "Wushu, what are you doing? When did you steal my genetic material?" Hearing the name Wushu, the faces of the nobles around him, and those who practiced witchcraft changed drastically. The famous black wizard Wushu, the owner of the Xianshi worm, is a powerful black wizard. Some nobles walked faster, and soon, there was a large empty area where Dole and the other two were. Aishi was also shocked at this time. "Wushu, isn't this the black wizard who has been messing with Dole for a long time, and who almost implicated Dole, and was almost investigated?" Wushu's noble posture disappeared at this time, revealing the true nature of the black witch. She laughed very unassumingly. Ha ha ha, the laughter was extremely devilish. After laughing, she stretched out her hand again and said, "I came here this time to ask you to dance. You are not allowed to refuse, otherwise, I will shake off the fact that you threw away something." Aishi looked at Wushu and wanted to laugh. Dole also has this black history. This is not a small matter, but Dole and her are indeed beginners, who know nothing before. This cannot be faked. Wushu really doesn't know what method he used to steal Dole's genetic material. She thought that this person's biological attainments are so high that he can actually use other people's genetic material to copy a clone for himself, which is really amazing. A top-level wizard clone at level 6, this is absolutely unheard of. How much biotechnology does this woman have in her hands? It's terrible. Dole took a deep breath, raised his hand, frowned, and pinched the other person's hand. "Please." The two walked into the dance floor and began to dance. They danced a very simple dance, which was ordinary, but the temperament of the two people was there, and they looked very powerful, with elegant postures, and almost every movement was done to the extreme. Seeing this, the people around did not leave and walked into the dance floor, but they were far away from the two people. The words just now really scared many people. Outside the dance floor, Wayne, Anderson, and others held wine glasses and looked inside, worried. Wushu is on the blacklist of the Glory Wizard Alliance. He is a dark wizard. How did she get in? Anderson said. Wayne's mouth twitched. She is probably above the middle of level 6. It's easy for her to get in. Besides, her relationship with Dole is complicated. Who dares to stop her? Carol whispered beside him. Could it be that the Marquis abandoned her back then? You really dare to think that? When Dole was just level 4, this one was already more than level 5 and famous in the Northwest. Then what do you think happened? How would I know? Several people started to guess. On the dance floor, Dole was dancing with Wu Shu while carefully observing Wu Shu's body. This is definitely a real person, not a fake one. He has his blood, but also Wu Shu's blood. It seems that he stole his genetic material, gave birth to a daughter with Wu Shu, and then stole his daughter's body. This involves very ethical issues. Although there are many people in the wizarding world who do this, few dare to speak out. But it's only been a few years since we've been apart? A normal person can't grow so fast. From a technical point of view, it's definitely not natural. It must be cultivated in a laboratory. What technology does this guy have? At this time, Wu Shu smiled and said, "Have you seen enough? This is the result of my hard work over the past few years. What do you think? I have to say that your talent is much higher than mine. This clone is only a few years old, but it's better than my original body." Dole's mouth twitched, and he looked up at Wu Shu's face, which was a bit similar to his own, and felt a little strange. "You stole my genetic material just to test this?" Wu Shu nodded. "Of course, your talent has long attracted my attention. I was just trying it out, but I didn't expect it to work in the end." Dole knew that Wu Shu's cloning technology was unique in the world. When he was refining the clone of the Xianxia worm, he cloned himself under Wu Shu's guidance. Now, he can even develop this level of ability. In fact, although it is unexpected, it is understandable. A high-level wizard's thoughts every day are either how to improve his strength or how to improve his qualifications. Many people are almost obsessed with it, and Wu Shu is no exception. Dole breathed a sigh of relief. "Although I don't know what method you used to synthesize this body, it's best not to use this technology indiscriminately. I remember there is a kind of witchcraft of the law of cause and effect. Once someone is killed, anyone connected to his bloodline will be killed. Don't let me implicate you." Wu Shu was stunned. Cause and effect, reincarnation, fate, time and space, these are the 4 supreme laws of the wizard world. How can it be so easy to comprehend? So far, under the 4 supreme laws, space as the 4th law has only been slowly touched. You know a lot. I will have many enemies in the future, so I just give you a piece of advice. Wu Shu stopped talking, snorted coldly, and after waiting for a while he guessed, "With this clone, I have the confidence to be promoted to level 7 within 30 years. You wait, I will hang you up and beat you in the future. After 30 years, I will be level 8. Then you have to work hard. You still say, why did you come to me this time, just to show off?" Wu Shu sneered and stopped talking. Dole thought, "You are really showing off." It must be said that although Wu Shu's technique violates ethics, it is really the pinnacle. In the eyes of black wizards, what is ethics? Can it be used as a meal? There are many black wizards, who specially create a family, and then kill everyone in order to improve their level. The reason why black wizards are black wizards is that they have no so-called secular moral constraints in their minds. This is the biggest difference between white wizards and black wizards. Chapter 959. After the song ended, the two separated quickly. It was obvious that they were not happy during the conversation. The people around were watching the fun. Seeing that the two had broken down, they all showed a look of gloating, but they did not dare to say it out loud. They just watched indifferently. Albi's Mountain does not prohibit the entry of black wizards, but they need to abide by the rules of Albi's city. Wu Shu's entry is not an exception. Dole returned to the back and stood with Ash. Ash said, "Why, what did you talk about? What's going on?" Dole stretched out his hand and held Brian in his arms. "She is here to show off, don't worry about him. This clone is made, not grown, using a lot of biological technology. Wu Shu is very accomplished in biology, otherwise he wouldn't have the Xianxia worm and other 10 ancient strange insects." Ash nodded, with a serious expression. "I can see that although her clone is covered by witchcraft, it can be seen that the qualifications are very high. Is she planning to use the clone as the original body to impact a higher realm?" Dole nodded. "It's likely that she is. This woman is crazy. It's best to stay away from her." This is just a small episode, which you just showed off in front of Dole, and then quickly left Albi's city. Of course, although it was just a small episode, it brought a lot of gossip to the whole city. The next day, a lot of news spread throughout the streets and alleys. Almost everyone knew that the real master of Albi's city had returned. For the first time, the city lord's mansion welcomed their real master. Black Dragon Valley. The old Black Dragon's memory was very clear, so clear that every flower, grass, and tree was very intuitive. According to Dole, The best thing for the old black dragon was to make a fuss about those places he had never been to, attract the incarnation of the nightmare ancestor, and then let other old black dragons besiege him. This is the dream of the old black dragon. Although the incarnation of the nightmare ancestor is very powerful, in the dream, the other ancestors that the old black dragon dreamed of are also strong, and the siege effect is not bad. Dreams represent too many unpredictable things here. Even the nightmare ancestor cannot fully understand. The two of them discussed for several days, and the old black dragon remembered that he had not been to many places, because those were the forbidden areas of the Black Dragon Valley, and he had never been there until he left. Dole said, "You have so many memories. The nightmare ancestor intercepted this part of your memory. On the one hand, he must want to know the location of the Black Dragon Valley. On the other hand, this place has a deep impression on you, and it is easy to intercept it. Finally, he is likely to want to get something here. The forbidden area of the Black Dragon Valley naturally has good things. According to the dream law, it will also be reflected in the dream. The nightmare ancestor specifically found this place from the memory, which is naturally not good." The old black dragon thought for a moment and said, "There are actually many places like this, but if it is a forbidden place for all dragons, then it is undoubtedly the Dragon Tomb Land." Dole asked, "Is there anything special about the Dragon Tomb Land? Or is there something that cannot be seen by others? You have never been there?" The old black dragon's face became heavy. "That is the final resting place of all the dragons of our Black Dragon clan. All the dragon corpses are there. No matter who gets these dragon corpses, it is equivalent to getting a large group of undead legions." Dole thought that the nightmare ancestor himself had trained a large number of undead wizards, and thought to himself that it might be related to this. He thought, "You have no memory of that place, so Nightmare naturally won't know. If you reveal this information to him, this may work." He told the story of his dealings with Nightmare, focusing on the matter of the necromancer. The old black dragon was refreshed and felt incredible. He thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I will release the dream information now." Dole gave his nature to the waste dragon, and his own consciousness attached to the waste dragon without active thinking. After the waste dragon woke up, he saw that he had changed his position and felt a little strange, then followed his instinct and went to play nearby. Planning for the ancestor of Nightmare is naturally not such a simple thing. With his experience, it is not difficult to guess that there is a problem, but considering the value of the Dragon Tomb, he has to go. This is an open conspiracy. Once he gets the dragon corpse of the Dragon Tomb, he can control the army of the undead, and the grassland will occupy the old black dragon's dreamland and achieve the purpose of controlling the old black dragon. Compressing his world and controlling enough worlds, this is the way of dream invasion. After receiving this information, the nightmare ancestor really had something in mind. From this moment on, Dual Eye felt that the whole world had changed, and the black dragons in the world around him seemed to have changed. The old black dragon had a very firm will. The characters in the dream were more vivid than each other, and it was difficult for the old black dragon to erode them. Otherwise, once the high level was eroded by the nightmare ancestor, the old black dragon would have been someone else's meal and swallowed up. Every person in the dream was the original heart of the old black dragon, representing what the old black dragon thought in his heart. This was his own will. Once these characters were replaced by the power of the nightmare, it proved that the old black dragon's power was weakened. Now it was to lure the nightmare to be attacked by these characters. Dual Eye took the opportunity to attack and severely injure the nightmare. The old black dragon is level 8. Although it is not a spiritual power, the dragon race is naturally strong in spiritual power. In addition, Nightmare is not dispatched by the original body, so it is relatively easy to expel it. After receiving the news, the nightmare ancestor moved towards the dragon tomb not long after, and the old black dragon immediately went to report it. The waste dragon controlled by Dole had inexplicably wandered to the small river next to the forbidden area and was playing by the river. No one noticed the waste dragon. After the nightmare ancestor stole the information he wanted, he made a plan. The old black dragon was determined and difficult to deal with. So far, he has only turned some ordinary little black dragons into his own thoughts, and the other black dragons have not been dealt with. This guy has been determined many times since Dole came last time, and it is not easy to invade at all. Now he could only rely on strength to win. These old black dragons were indeed very powerful. He might not be able to defeat them head-on, but it would be different if he had the dragon mound. He used the necromancer's tricks to control all the dragon corpses in the dragon mound, and he could definitely attack this dreamland. When he came quietly, he glanced at the useless dragon playing by the river in the distance. He just glanced at it, and stopped paying attention. He still remembered that Dole occupied the body of this useless dragon last time, but it seemed that he was not there now. The will of the old black dragon was not easy to steal. He had finally stolen a little bit of information about this secret realm, and he immediately couldn't sit still. As long as the old black dragon could be obtained, this area in the northwest would definitely be in chaos. Whether the old black dragon broke through several cities, or the Honor Wizard Alliance killed the old black dragon, it would definitely be a world-shaking event. Behind the old black dragon stood the Black Dragon Valley. At that time, he would definitely provoke a war between the black dragon and humans, and he would be able to profit from it. Chapter 960. Nightmare thought about all these things very clearly, so he wanted to invade the old black dragon at all costs, and he succeeded. Nightmare pretended to go out for fun and staggered to the dragon tomb. This is the land of memory, which is different from reality. This is a black valley, very large, and there are not many defenses around. After all, the old black dragon probably doesn't know what defenses are around. Nightmare stood at the entrance of the valley, staggered and took notes, and walked directly in. In the river in the distance, Dual Eye knew that the good show was coming. Just now, he discussed with the old black dragon that it would be enough to imagine a black dragon corpse here. What he wanted was for those black dragons to deal with the evidence of Nightmare, rather than really making a bunch of black dragon corpses, and then being hung up and beaten. The old black dragon's brain was also turning very fast. Although he had never been to the dragon tomb, he had added some imagination inside. Anyway, the Nightmare ancestor had not been there either, and he could not communicate with other black dragons. Asking where the dead ancestors were buried, not to mention that the old black dragon he occupied knew it himself, as long as he asked, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of other black dragons. At this time, the old black dragon, who was mining, rushed to the location of the ancestors at lightning speed. However, although he rushed over, he did not act rashly, because there was no movement from the Nightmare ancestor. When he really sacrificed the undead black dragon, the old black dragon would take action. At this time, on the Black Mountain, the Nightmare ancestor saw the dragon corpse of the black dragon and was overjoyed. Although he only saw one, there must be many around. He couldn't wait, and he started to refine it directly after seeing the first dragon corpse. When he took action, the death aura of the undead began to spread, and Dual Eye immediately relaxed. The Nightmare ancestor was indeed too eager for quick success. If he waited patiently, he would find that this was a trap for him. Logically, with his wisdom, he would not make such a mistake. Now it seems that the power of faith has a much greater impact on the Nightmare ancestor than expected. As soon as the death aura came out, Dual Eye notified the old black dragon. The old black dragon rushed directly to the location of the black dragon ancestors as planned. According to the old black dragon's memory of the black dragon ancestors' appreciation of the dragon tomb, the old black dragon just roared, and 4 or 5 dragons flew up together and went to the direction of the dragon tomb. The dragon tomb is not guarded by dragons. Generally speaking, no dragon dares to go there. It is full of resentment of the dead dragons. The strong resentment will wash away the mind of any little dragon. High-level dragons will naturally not go there, because it will affect themselves more. As soon as the old black dragon said this, the dead spirit of the undead spread, and the black dragon ancestors over there began to get furious. 4 or 5 huge black dragons flew up together, covering the sky and the sun and heading towards the dragon tomb. At this time, the old black dragon in the dragon tomb was complacent. He got a black dragon corpse, and he didn't know how many more were behind. As long as he could control more than 3 black dragon corpses, he could completely occupy the old black dragon's dream. At this moment, he frowned, because he felt the breath of other black dragons, which seemed to be coming here. The huge resentment in the dragon tomb was the resentment left behind after the death of the black dragon sect. The Nightmare ancestor had some trouble resisting the resentment, so he almost lost his sense of the outside world. When he fully reacted, for black dragon ancestors had already flown in anger from the distant mountains. His face changed, and suddenly became gloomy, and he fell into the trap. At this moment, taking advantage of the few seconds before they arrived, he quickly spread the power of death to cover this area, and maybe he could activate a few more black dragon corpses. The Nightmare ancestor was busy here, and Dual Eye in the distance saw it. He laughed secretly in his heart. There is only 1 black dragon corpse here. You can still control a few more. At this time, he saw that in the huge black valley, the skeleton of the black dragon corpse that had been dead for an unknown period of time slowly stood up, and green light came out of its eyes, and it successfully became an undead dragon. The undead dragon looked at the level of the old dragons before they died. For example, level 9, then the initial level after resurrection was level 8. This old corpse was obviously manipulated by the old black dragon, and after resurrection, it was only level 7. Dual Eye was immediately happy, And the face of the nightmare ancestor in the valley was also green at this time. Damn it, I was fooled. That damn old black dragon never came to the dragon tomb. There is only a dragon corpse here. He thought a lot, and at the same time, he thought that it must be Dole who came. Damn kid. He knew that he was doomed. Everything in the dream was real, and everything was fake. He controlled many low-level dragons, and tried to slowly erode the dream and fundamentally disintegrate the will of the old black dragon. But now, the old black dragon showed his cards directly, and didn't give him this time. The nightmare ancestor actually didn't have much to do. After all, this was a clone, not the real body. The nightmare ancestor now transformed into millions of incarnations, and stirred up trouble everywhere, just to make time for himself to control the dream. According to the current speed of the Five Nations Coalition, his hiding place should be found within a year, so he seemed so anxious. Damn Dual Eye, damn old black dragon. The nightmare ancestor roared and soared into the air from the dragon tomb. At this time, the old black dragons also arrived, and the two sides almost did not say a word and directly fought each other. Several huge black dragons fought in the sky, and every move and every style contained extremely huge energy. In the sky, there were explosions and pieces of energy collisions like mushroom clouds. The Black Dragon Valley was protected by a huge magic circle. They fought in the sky, but they would not hurt the ground. Moreover, they fought higher and higher. Soon, only huge energy circles produced by energy explosions could be seen, and no dragon shadows could be seen. Dual Eye watched on the ground and thought to himself that these level 8 old black dragons were really powerful. They might be strong in close combat. The strength of their physical bodies, and the concentration of their power were full of energy that could destroy the world in every move. It was simply too surprising. Originally, he was thinking about taking action to severely injure the nightmare ancestor, but now it seems that 4 or 5 black dragon ancestors can solve the battle. The nightmare ancestor still looked powerful, but after all, he was just a rootless source. As long as the old black dragon was fine, he would only fall into the siege. Dole looked at the sky while feeling something strange next to him. He didn't know when the old black dragon sneaked in. He lowered his head and glanced at the old black dragon with a serious expression. The old black dragon was level 8, and these black dragon ancestors were all level 9, and their strength was equally strong. After seeing the battle of these black dragon ancestors, Dole knew that he must not underestimate the fighting power of this old black dragon. He thought for a while and said, "After the nightmare ancestor is defeated, you will wake up. What should we do?" The black dragon ancestor looked at Dole and snorted coldly. "After leaving in a while, you can just go away, so as not to be upset when you see it."